sponsors for helping make this event and scholarship prizing possible.
It's JMU. They've come out of nowhere this semester. The freshest team on the block has successfully taken the collegiate siege scene by storm.
Our Rainbow Six program, honestly, is probably what defines us in collegiate esports right now. But Rainbow Six is where we are expected to succeed.
What's special about Rainbow Six is the strategic part to it, how you can really set up a map and create it however you want. Every single round is very different, even played in the same map. In Siege, you walk into a room and there's 100 places you have to check because anyone could be anywhere. Rainbow just always spoke to me in that strategic sense and how it's a little more realistic than most shooters. The realism to it at first is what really brought me to the game.
Without student leadership, the program wouldn't exist. The students have been taking charge every step of the way. They've been running events like our summer camps. They've been coaching the teams. They've been keeping everyone's spirits up.
Student leadership is really important, especially in esports, because it's really a student-driven program and process. I handle, as the leader of my team, I handle almost all of the scheduling of the game, scheduling of our practices. It's a very student-led program.
The fact that we have won 2 national titles, that's all because of what the students have done. We're typically not the highest ranked as far as like skill level in the game for each game that we compete in, but we are very competitive in every title we do compete in.
I don't think we're underdogs. I know other people think of us as the underdogs. A lot of people in the collegiate Rainbow Six area, the community, they don't think much of JMU. People like to talk a lot, but then they don't back it up when it comes to the brightest lights. In the playoffs, that's where we always play our best, and especially in the championships, where we have 2 of those. At JMU, we're the only team that's really won anything. We're the only team that's came in first. We have teams that have came in third or second, but not in big leagues like we have. So I think Rainbow Six at JMU just has a different winning culture, and we're trying to move forward and keep capitalizing on what we've built.
Lead here at the start after West Virginia putting together an undefeated season right up until this point right now.
Hey, you know what? Okay, hold on.
Taking that moment to rotate correctly, that's the way that you can recover from a situation where things aren't going so well your way at the very least. And we are seeing that physicality of the gameplay though coming in from the Akron side. And I think that that's something we're probably going to continue to talk about, I have a feeling.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, that also kind of, oh my gosh, Patty. All right, let's
That was a nice touch from Don. Fortunately, someone able to get back there. What are these demos? Everybody down. Little 1v1 right in front of the net, and some great movement there. A little flick over to give Tool the shot on goal.
Alrighty, Tool has hit his stride, and I'm assuming that it's not going to be a broom that we see as the Tool. That's something that, you know, I'll say I prefer to see kind of a slower pace game. Oh my gosh, no way! Already. I was going to have to argue with the ref on that one. It's got to get more than 50% through, and Tool was able to make it happen.
Give Tool, any sort of 1v1, I don't know what the right Rocket League term is, but field vision? Listen, I was a soccer player, okay, I'm sorry.
That's why it's car soccer.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh!
I'll get back to that. Patty doing it once again, and finding these angles has been so impressive. Watch this one back.
Yeah. That's just these team plays too. Tristan coming in to try to get a little bit of disruption in there as
the midfield, or whether it be deep on your opponent's side of the pitch.
Let's see if Don can get this carry over here. Gets past Bullseye, the double touch is there! And he manages to secure it. Beautiful play right there by West Virginia.
This is Bullseye just doing the very best he can, and well, Don getting a little bit for a touch for a moment. Don's going to regain control and has one more opportunity. This is very dangerous. Not good for the one tap, but that's Don to score in the final second. Zeros on the board, and Don delivers.
The freshman says, no, I don't want to see any overtime. Not yet, at least. They keep the ball. What's the longest overtime you've had?
For me, only 7 minutes.
Oh,
so.
what? I think for CRL last year, we had a 16-minute Tool. He's going to start this one at only 25. That's all they need. They don't need extra time.
Yeah, and listen, Tool, I'm going to say the word quiet. That's not really meant to be a negative, but wasn't as explosive as we saw in the previous game.
This is also the team that told us that, you know, during the series after that, where they did have the reverse sweep. They're like, what if we just like didn't play well, but Tristan's gonna kick this one off. Well, this is it. This is the potential turnaround. They get the momentum in the early parts of that game, and that can really change the pace of this right now for West Virginia. Getting a lot of boost to do that, so they don't have enough really for the follow-ups. And that, it's this vicious circle with boost, right? If you, no
nice
way.
drop. Did you see that drop?
No way.
That was absurd. Watch this one again. The setup for Tool was absurd.
I love it. Hey, you know what? If you need an obstacle, just use your allies' rear, right? You can make a name for West Virginia in terms of these overtimes. Does that give the chance, though? Over to Akron for
Oh, it
that shot,
does!
and it's bullseye from the corner.
They're doing it here. That's a comeback goal and a comeback game right now. Bullseye delivering when it matters most. You know what I've written down? I told you earlier in my notes, right?
I'm feeling like things are coming to a head, right? Less holds being barred at this point in the series. So, less trepidation moving forward with these plays, right? They realize how much is on the line, how much they can prove, and it's these really standout plays, these explosive plays that are making a big difference in these games.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, these saves.
They're fighting for that 50, just all the way up. Every bit of boost being utilized. They know that winning these 50s right now is a key.
Huge,
And Don's done it.
Absolutely massive. Okay, he gets the reset off the ceiling. These are spectacular to see, let alone to be able to. I will say the last couple of games, we already talked about him covering all the bases. Is he going to be able to reinforce the lead?
Yes, he will.
He is. Don scores a second one. It's going to be almost impossible for Akron to get ahead on this. I don't want to call anything till the fat lady sings, but oh my God, this freshman is taking names for himself.
Just the bounce play. They're so
stay even further at the top, stay above champions, stay the champion of champions, you have to be functioning on all levels. This is a 5v5 game now. It is no longer 6. Everyone knows that. Maryville, you can swap.
Push coming through from St. Clair. Already we got a good tight competition as it is once again in the hands of that blue side.
Like I was saying, St. Clair feel good, but this is the other side of it. King allowed to go off with this sword, said no, you are denied. Squid falls up behind, and it's just brutality. Maryville clean out 3, and it's so easily done.
Almost having his ultimate available. Razor able to use that one if St. Clair decides to engage. A nice little pick out onto Dante once more, though Emeren's not going to come out ahead, but it is some decent damage as the Lucio manages to follow it up. Contest is what you need to keep this one alive. 99% here for Maryville, but Dante is out for blood. He's gonna take it. Maryville's defense, especially on a map like this with so many little holes and opportunities for these kinds of attacks. Tree is going to be the target. That's one down as Squeak gets closer and closer to that. Oh, King falls as well. You got Tree going down. Emeren using that Echo incredibly well, but Squeak takes out the Primal Rage. It's too much damage. It's going to be farther forward and outside of the corner. That's not where Dante wants to be to stack up as much damage as possible. There we go. Now he's going to be able to go in, get some damage down, but against a Winston 1v1, you're not going to come out ahead.
You are not. Emeren sniped out of the sky by King. Dante follows up on Sux, and now they are in trouble. Maryville forced back St. Clair.
Put out. Maryville, they're holding back, right? They're waiting there. It's a hold, and then they release. And it does have to do with Dante's positioning, right? He's making a lot of these call-outs as the IGL for this team. So St. Clair has to play. It's a weird flux between proactive and reactive play. And Maryville is just a little bit quicker on the draw. Razor's going to use the Matrix. Is going to be enough for them to continue on. Vision gets very low, but that's not the target they're looking for. The Pulse Bomb is up and available. Noxious gets taken down. Squeak going to be the next target here. He's able to get out, but Freedex ends up falling very quickly. Maryville find themselves a lot of extra pressure now. Vision has the nano boost, and it's just these smacks into
Emeren
the...
falls, looking for another tree, getting smoked out here by that Blizzard. Denied entry once, but Squeak says no. Dante is down. St. Clair have done it. They have held strong against Maryville's onslaught, and it looks
are so explosive. They're so prolonged as well. You can really stay alive. We're a good mix-up of the equation. 141 full rage Ridley, just 1 or 2 good hits away from sending Cody to the blast zone. Just like that.
These kinds of attacks, Tree is going to be the target. That's one down as Squeak gets closer and closer to that. Oh, King falls as well. You got Tree going down Ember using that Echo incredibly well, but Squeak takes out the Primal Rage. It's too much damage.
Dawn's going to regain control and has one more opportunity. This is very dangerous. Dawn good for the one tap, but that's Dawn to score in the final second. Zeros on the board. Goodness.
It's been Daunt this whole time, and Daunt has really shown up, especially towards the end of this series. I will say the last couple of games, we already talked about him covering all the bases. Is he going to be able to reinforce the lead?
Yes, he will!
He is! Daunt scores a second one! It's going to be almost impossible for Akron to get ahead on this. I don't want to call anything till the Fat Lady sings, but oh my god, this freshman is taking names.
Going to the 5.5.
They did it! Oh, no
nice
way!
throw. Anybody now? Vinci can get active.
That's a little bit torpedo. I think that's up. Who's that first?
Wait,
It's
no
on.
way! No way!
It came down to the free fall.
Is that how it ends?
Oh, and hands over before taking.
No, chains are not even up
Oh,
yet.
no.
It is a big shutdown that Mako manages to get them apart. Comes through from Psycho.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague 2023 Fall Grand Finals. I am your host, Septilence, and I hope you guys had a great time yesterday because we are jumping into what is almost a guaranteed banger games today. We are looking at the first-person shooters of the collegiate space, starting with the fan favorite, Modern Warfare 2. We'll be going into that, and I believe it is Oklahoma Christian versus St. Clair. St. Clair looking for a win as they did not find one yesterday against Maryville in Overwatch, so they are definitely looking to jump into that. And to look further into today's schedule, we've got two more series after that. We're looking at CS2, which will be George Mason versus RIT, and the third and final, the closer of this weekend, the pinnacle of the matchups will be Rainbow Six Akron versus Fisher. Two collegiate titans will be going head-to-head in that matchup as well. It has been a very fun weekend, a very long one, and a very exciting one at that, but today is just getting started. I hope you guys are excited to join us as we get ready to throw it to our casters for Call of Duty.
Well, welcome to the NACE Starleague Grand Finals live from Boise State Esports Arena. On the desk, I'm McCormiel. With me is Cash. And, well, Amber, there have been plenty of juggernauts that have come and go in the collegiate scene for Call of Duty the last few years. Northwood finally knocked off the board, but here today with St. Clair and Oklahoma Christian, which of these two teams is that immovable object?
It's definitely going to be a coin tossy one to an extent. Obviously, you know, Cruzy and Frosty getting some reps in, playing in a kind of Challengers Cup scenario earlier this morning, so they're definitely warmed up good, as are the rest of the players. But as far as your question is concerned, Oklahoma Christian, I really think they're going to be that unstoppable force today. St. Clair, they've been chasing this collegiate title for some semesters now. Oklahoma Christian, first time around this title, formed as this team, and so they've been able to make waves in a very short amount of time. St. Clair trying to defend this top two spot that they've had, trying to bridge that gap and find themselves a championship today.
Yeah, lots of money on the line for the top two teams here. They went through the gauntlet of online, not only through the round robins of the regular season, but of course through the single elimination playoffs, which has now found us in the situation that we are. $2,000 for the first place team. Second place will walk away with $1,000 in collegiate prizing. Realistically, though, the big thing is, of course, that was the big $4,000 prize pool. But over all of the different esports that we have here this weekend, $31,000 in total grand prize money for scholarships and whatnot for these esports athletes. So incredible stuff to be able to not only have here today, but of course go through some different things as well. Talking about St. Clair a little bit more in specific, this is a team that not only back in the Vanguard year we got to see play on LAN, but then we also were able to move forward and then miss out on them the last time when we were in Indy. That was the biggest disappointment I think that St. Clair had. Sure, it was out to this Oklahoma Christian roster and Northwood, but it was still a disappointment nonetheless. Walk me through the things that they're going to need to do today in order to get themselves back into a more advantageous position and potentially find themselves as favorites.
I think the best way to start this off is kind of a quote we got from Coach Zarin this morning when we were talking to him. It's playing with confidence. The St. Clair team thrives when they can control the pacing, take the gunfights that they know they need to, and win around the map. And again, they have some juggernauts on the other side of things that you know are going to go toe-to-toe with you as well. But confidence is key, and you can tell on the mini-map whenever this team is flowing, when they're feeling good, it shows in the scoreboard, it shows in the kill feed, it shows everywhere for the St. Clair roster. So I think in a broad stroke term, it's going to be confidence, and that's going to kick off kind of these first few maps for them and see where that takes them.
Absolutely. If you are unaware, though, for St. Clair, this roster has been together for quite some time. They've played multiple years in the collegiate space together. Bendy, Priestley, Nacho, who is at one point relays, and of course Brandon. Talk to me a bit about Priestley specifically, because Priestley, as we have been able to watch for the past 3 years of covering collegiate Call of Duty, has been the bright and shining part of this St. Clair roster. Sure, there's been supplemental pieces who have now helped them build kind of a full equation, but just talk to me about Priestley specifically and why he's so special.
Yeah, Priestley's such a special player for this team because he provides that in-game leadership, but he's also the person when push comes to shove, he's not going to be calling the shots and sitting back. He's going to be at front lines, right? He's going to be leading anywhere you would want him to. An objective play and kills. Whenever push comes to shove, he steps up to bat, and he's always going to make sure that he's doing his best to get the job done for this team, and the rest of the team can't help but follow suit whenever he does something like that. So he's just been such a pivotal part of this team's success. Even in the highs and the lows, they know they can trust him, turn to him, and help them kind of get these young guys going where they need to. It's a very well-repped squad, but Priestley is definitely kind of that shining jewel in the crown.
Yeah. Flipping on the opposite side of the coin, though, I mean, I like how you kind of brought in those young guys, young players. We talk about Proto, we talk about Frosty, we talk about Gus, but the one person that I do think that needs a bigger spotlight for this Oklahoma Christian roster, and we've done a good job of being able to give that to him throughout the year, is Cruz. Coming over from APAC, if you are unfamiliar with how Call of Duty works, you have your North American, European, LATAM, and APAC regions. He actually came over from the APAC region to play in North America for Challenger specifically, while also going to Oklahoma Christian to get an education and to play in the collegiate atmosphere as well. So he's been great, but he's one of the older guys on this Oklahoma Christian roster. Phenomenal player, but the job that he has done to not only be able to bring this team to a championship contender, but of course also be a leading member of being able to bring these young guys up and kind of almost raise them as like a father-like figure has been such a cool story.
It's been great because, again, he's doing so much for these young guys that'll go far beyond the collegiate space, which is really cool. And some people you'll see, you know, maybe they're not too much into helping the young guys. Maybe they think, oh, I'm in a roster with young guys and I got to coach them up and I just kind of want to be surrounded by stars. He knows that he can help mold people into superstardom. And again, he likes to take, like you said, wear that as a badge of honor in the sense of what he's been able to do to help this team get to a point it needs to in a very short amount of time. So as you can see, the rosters on your screen, as we had said, Cruz, Frosty, Gus, and Proda on Oklahoma Christian. And for the side of St. Clair, Nacho, Slaya, Bendy, Priestley, and Brandon. I mean, 8 players where it's going to take the gameplay to show us who's going to be able to come out on top. It is that close of a margin we're talking about between all of these players. I'm excited to dive into the action. I think map pool is definitely going to be important for what kind of the front half of this series looks like. And again, it's just there's so much to talk about between these two teams and what they could potentially do, the X's and O's of it all. I'm just excited to get into the matchup, but go ahead and run us through the schedule for today.
Well, the schedule for today, obviously here, Mountain Time, and if you're watching at Eastern Time, back where the majority of us are from, welcome. But today, 12 p.m. Mountain Time, still getting used to it. That's going to be St. Clair, Oklahoma Christian, so we'll start and kick that off. Just about 2 hours time, George Mason is going to go up against RIT in a CS2 matchup, and then to finalize the entire weekend and end off today, we'll have our final Rainbow Six Siege matchup, Akron versus Fisher at 5 p.m. Mountain Time, 7 p.m. Eastern. That's going to be a fun one. I know I'll be in the venue cheering them on because Rainbow's my little secret game. I like to get in there sometimes, but no, it's gonna be fun. So that being said, I guess in the broad scheme, kind of zooming out just a touch since we were so zoomed in on Priestley and Cruz specifically. Normally it's like Slayer versus Slayer or Sub Slayer versus Sub. This time it's kind of different. You have an AR, you have an SMG. You have 2 players who play the game completely differently, but those are the shining stars on these two rosters, and that's where the dichotomy of this comes in, because these are going to be completely different map sets in the way that they're going to want to play these maps. SMG maps, the smaller close quarter ones that you see, like LS Silo, is going to be great. And the thing about that is when you're able to zone in like that on that map, Priestley takes over, and that immediately gives that kickstart to that St. Clair roster. You look at a map, though, where you kind of zoom out just a touch, you see Hotel, lots of AR lines of sight, lots of long-range gunfights to take. That's where Cruz will excel, but he's going to put his guys in positions to be able to take the advantage in every single turn. So, Amber, I mean, realistically, we have talked about these teams and found ourselves at a crossroads, because as much as we want to say St. Clair really does have a shot to win today, Oklahoma Christian is that strong collegiate team that they have been through the entire year. Does it feel like the pressure is mounting more on the St. Clair side?
I absolutely think it is, and just because of that, they've been chasing this championship for so long that it's something that feels like almost desperation in a sense for them to get one here. You know, it would put such a sour taste in their mouth for, and no discredit to Oklahoma Christian, but the fact that they formed this roster at the start of the MW2 year, for them to have gotten grand finals in the spring, be the reason they finished top 3, and then come to another grand finals and potentially be able to win it. I think for St. Clair, it absolutely feels like do or die time for them, because then you have so many questions, again, at the end of the series of what could be, depending on how the cookie crumbles, and if it doesn't go their way, again, that's something to talk about in a later conversation. But for St. Clair, I do feel the pressure is on them more so than Oklahoma Christian, because you can give Oklahoma Christian the newness kind of way out in a sense. Oh, they're only a year-old team, you know, you can give them that. But if you've been watching COD, you know that these are well-repped players. It's not shocking they're in this position. So, again, for St. Clair, the pressure is going to be on, and they need to be able to, you know, rise to the occasion, finally close this out and get a grand final.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be back to talk about Map 1 in a bit more. We'll step aside real quick. We got a quick video from Extra Life for you on the screen.
What's up, everybody? Adam, the Extra Life Community Manager here, jumping in to say thank you to everyone from NACE Starleague for supporting Extra Life. Remember, you can still fundraise for Extra Life through the end of the year. If you haven't signed up, go to extra-life.org/NACE Starleague to join the NACE Starleague Super Team today. If you do, please share with us in Discord and on your socials, and remember, the money you raise helps kids in your local community. Congrats to all of yesterday's Grand Finals champions. We're excited to get into more collegiate esports action with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Counter-Strike 2, and Rainbow Six Siege. We're wishing all those playing today the best. Now let's get to the games. Good luck, have fun, game on. What's up, everybody?
The Extra Life as well. It's cool to see everybody and the partners being able to find their way into a little bit more crevices of the actual collegiate avenue than just you know, being a blanket there. So very cool. You know, I will say this though, I didn't get a full breakfast today, and you know, I'm a little hungry. You know what I could go for right now? I could go for some Pizza Hut. Yeah.
I'll be honest, you kind of read my mind. You know, took it light at breakfast, and yeah, I'm definitely feeling like I could eat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you didn't know, the all new $7 deal for the lovers menu from Pizza Hut, it's here. It's finally back. Get your favorites for just $7 each when you order 2 or more. And, I mean, look, we could try something new, too. You know, maybe if we want to get a little creative on the desk here, you know, hey, I like some sweets. Sweets are cool. Chocolate donut bites. Thoughts? You in?
I'm in.
You're in? I'm in.
I think you read my mind, too, with that. And I heard that if we're able to order now, then, yeah, it'll be here hot by the end of the match. So I'm feeling pepperoni pizza. Obviously, you want the donut bites. I think that's a pretty good deal to strike.
Wait, so you're telling me if I order on my phone right now that it'll be here by the time that the match is over?
Yes, we can literally go and have lunch.
Hot dog. All right. Well, I'm going to put this in. I'm thinking maybe some breaded boneless wings, maybe some regular pizza as well. And again, those roasted garlic cheese sticks sound delectable. Call of Duty fans, you can go ahead and go to pizzahut.com/lineup and order from the $7 deal menu today. As I am right now, I just completed my order, placed it through, so hopefully that gets here by the end of the map, and I'm so excited to eat some pizza. Yeah, so, I mean, for the most part, we'll go ahead and take a look at our matchups for today, or rather the lineups for today. For the side of Oklahoma Christian, I mean, you have obviously Cruz and whatnot, but realistically, I do want to kind of put this out here. This is the third year of trying for St. Clair. This is year number 3 where they've come into this, and over the course of 3 years, they have made it so close. They have been able to take on Northwood and beat them in 2 maps. They have had Oklahoma Christian right at the fingertips, but just letting it slip through just a touch and not getting over that top platform and the pedestal that they need to get to. And as we talked about the pressure beforehand, not only does it mount on the side of St. Clair, but Oklahoma Christian faces a new pressure here as well, because yes, they're a new organization, but what they were basically tasked with coming into this year was you need to win.
Yeah.
The roster you're putting together is fantastic, but you need to win. Now that Northwood is out of the equation, this is where they really need to step up and take their first big national title.
Yeah, they definitely do because, like you had said, Northwood's out of the equation. They were playing out of Open Premier this year where, they ended up falling to Fisher College. But it feels like that for both teams. As far as Varsity Premier is concerned, these are absolutely the best 2 teams left in the Varsity Premier. I wouldn't have written, this grand final any other way with these 2 squads. So like you said, Oklahoma Christian, they were formed to win. They were every team anymore is formed to be a Northwood type squad. You have St. Clair on the other side of the stage, a very formidable team who at any turn of collegiate is top 8 guaranteed, as of late top 3. So again, they know what they're going up against. These players and teams have played each other before. Last time they played against each other, it was at the College COD LAN. And that one, they were able to beat them 3-1, Oklahoma Christian over St. Clair. So again, there were a lot of things that go Oklahoma Christian's way. St. Clair knows that they had to go back to the drawing board for that. It was a lot of conversations that we had with Coach Zarin and what he was talking about with his team. Again, there's just so much to dissect about what St. Clair can do today to get over that final bridge, and I'm excited to dive into that more.
I am as well. Well, we got a few things that we're fixing up here before we hop into our match. So that being said, we're going to step aside real quick. When we come back, we'll talk our map set, we'll talk map 1, and we'll talk the favorites for the Embassy Hardpoint.
Los Angeles Comic-Con is back at the LA Convention Center, December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Meet stars from hit movies and TV series like Matt Smith, Jamie Campbell Bower, Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, Rainn Wilson, and so much more. Shop over 800 exhibitors and artists. Experience the vibrant cosplay community and immerse yourself in the gaming and anime hall with tournaments for Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter all weekend long. Get your tickets for LA's favorite comic, gaming, anime, and pop culture convention at ComicConLA.com.
Hey, deal lovers. I'm coming in. Here's something new.
Just because we have good taste doesn't mean we don't like a good value. And in this hut, $7 gets you both.
The all-new $7 deal lovers menu at Pizza Hut. I'm coming in hot.
Because it's only a deal if you love it.
Choose your $7 faves 7 days a week. Only at Pizza Hut. I thought I heard pizza up here.
Toxic therapy from your vape.
Can't sleep? Listen to my voice. Your friends all bailed on you. Your crush thinks you're thirsty. The planet is dying. Keep obsessing till 5 a.m.
Vaping nicotine is associated with sleep problems. Find solutions at thetruth.com.
I'm Ryan Pruitt. I'm a sophomore at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. I'm a full-time college student, a future nurse, a small business owner, and a cadet in the U.S. Army ROTC. I'm the son of an Army officer, so I know the opportunities the Army provides. I knew the ROTC scholarship was the right choice for me to pay for the college that I wanted to go to. More than the money, I have people who are encouraging and committed to my success. I have big goals, and the Army is helping me make them a reality. I'm future 2nd Lieutenant Ryan Pruitt. That's my ROTC story. What will yours be?
Los
clouded. It feels like we've been aging faster. I feel so secluded. I really wish that things got better. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really want it to be over. In a sense, in summer rays, we come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us, stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared.
Alrighty, well, welcome back to Boise State Esports facility. Sorry about that wait. We do apologize for it, but I believe we have players lobbied up. We've got everything ready to go now for our series. So let's talk maps. Map 1, Embassy Hardpoint. This is what we talked to Zarin about before everything kicked off here today. We've talked about it the entire MW2 season. This is the map that St. Clair wants every single time for Hardpoint in their best-of-5 series.
It's a great way for them to get things started. We talked about how really the front 3 set of maps is going to do a lot to influence series, of course, and Embassy. He talked about wanting it map 1, map 4 if they can, if it's able to stay in. It's there. It's map 1. This, again, you know, you don't want to put too much weight on a singular map in a best-of-7 series, but it feels like a must-grab for St. Clair, with how comfortable they are on it. Of course, you know what Oklahoma Christian's going to bring, a lot of firepower they're going to bring, about as, even skill set to it. They need to make this map their bread and butter. They need to show why, one, they're deserving of the championship, but 2, why this map has been so good for them and why they're looking to get off to the hottest start. The last grand finals have all gone one way. A team, I'll give you one guess, Northwood has gone out to a 3-0 start every single best-of-7.
Sure.
That doesn't end well for the other team. I'm not saying either team can get out to a 3-0 start, but of course, you always want to be the one up in a series, and I think St. Clair have a great opportunity to do that.
Yeah, they do. I will say this as well. On the opposite end for Oklahoma Christian, this is not a map that they shy away from, though. This is a map that they are very comfortable playing on for Hardpoint. And they actually did in their series against St. Edwards, where they were able to take it pretty swiftly and were able to knock it down all the way through. So here we are. Map 1, Embassy Hardpoint. On the left-hand side, we got Frosty, Gus, Cruz, and Proto. On the right-hand side, we got Bendy, Nacho, Priestley, and Brandon. As we get towards the middle of the map here, though, Priestley's going to be the first one to touch on the side of St. Clair. You got Frosty and Proto all coming through. Frosty up through the doorway. Cracks is going to be good for 1. Not the second shots, though. So he'll back off to the safe harbor of the rest of his teammates. 20 seconds drained off the first clock. St. Clair early lead.
Map possession is going to be a big thing here. You see Priestley find a good kill in around P5, so that's going to let them open up the side of the map, let them try to work through Milk Truck, but on the flank, Bendy trying to get things going. Zarin talked about how important it is for him to be activated. If he's locked in, the rest of the team is going to be in good shape. Works through the back, is able to find the kill, and that's going to be P2 rotation. Still 20 seconds left. Oklahoma Christian in a good spot to soak up most of this time, but again, St. Clair, you can tell they're putting pressure on this rotation. They want to be in good map position.
Yeah, I like the play by Priestley there, though. Was able to make the flank back over to P1, so it negates that about 10 seconds of time that Oklahoma Christian team would have had in full. So now we've rotated over towards P2. Gus gets into the back line, AR out, able to find the first blood. That's going to at least allow them to push a bit further up the map. Frosty, though, will pair back, so at least there's a trade that goes through, but St. Clair now hold themselves inside of time. So Priestley on the heady, looks for Cruz on the left-hand side, challenges now for Cruz. Gus on the head glitch as well, will be able to find 2, so a double allows them to get forward. Oklahoma Christian breaks, and now St. Clair flipped out to the opposite side of the map.
Time for them to work back through, figure out what kind of route they want to take to get back into this one. Looks like they're pushing through mid, and Slay's going to find 1 and end up working down. Now the rest of the team's going to spawn in, and it's just going to be bully ball from the front. Priestley finds another, that's 2 down. That should be the cue to fly at this hill, do what they can to get back in from the front, but already rotations you can see with still 30 seconds left, rotating towards P3, which is going to be top AC, exactly where Priestley is, but at this level of play, teams will rotate at 20, 30 seconds left, and scrap time ends up being 20 seconds, which, as you can see for St. Clair, still a substantial amount of time, and they should all but walk away with it.
And they're still going to keep a couple bodies here, because Oklahoma Christian, they are very, very comfortable breaking to the top of P3. This is a very low-scoring affair for the first 2 hills, though. Usually we see P2 turn into a type of a money hill. If you're familiar with what a money hill is, of course, that is where you will get the majority of a chunk of change. So here we go. 60 seconds back for P3. We're rotated over 32 apiece. We're even killed here in the game. Frosty and Cruz will go ahead and pair for a double. Brandon will hop over towards the top, but it's a 3-2 exchange that leaves Oklahoma Christian at the top of the AC unit. And this is exactly what we said beforehand. They're okay with pushing for those 15 seconds so they can get that break, and now they have 45 potentially for them.
Yeah, so far the rotations haven't quite worked out for St. Clair as they've been getting broken pretty early. So you can see a decent spread on the map for them. Unfortunately, they're just not able to get into the hill. Cruzy combining Proto with the cleanup, and that will be, as you said, a money hill coming in for Oklahoma Christian. St. Clair not even going to get close. 30 seconds left, and they're already having to hightail it over to P4. They have to win this rotation. Sure, Oklahoma Christian are only up 30 points right now, but that's going to be closer to 50. Basically a full hill by the time P4 pops, and it just seems like they don't quite have numbers on the hill the same way Oklahoma Christian is giving resources. Everyone's playing spread, but Oklahoma Christian, they're playing a tight form, and that's why they can break so easy.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time before Papa Cruz, the hill kitten, decides to get going. And he usually doesn't soak up the hill time, but he's been a super soaker today, even when he was playing in the MW3 Pup Cup earlier on. We were watching him soak up like 240 in the hill, so I guess that's his role today, and he's going to play that to the best of his abilities. But now St. Clair looking for an advantage to get back in this game. Potential here to at least build themselves some repertoire in the points category. 82-43, kills now going red in the kill feed, so St. Clair on top of it for now. 9-5 leads Priestley. We talked about him in the pre-show the entire time. He's studying here in map 4, or sorry, map 1. Hill 4. LOL.
This is exactly what we talked about, like you said, with Priestley, and it's great to see him taking and leading the charge for the squad. And now you see them start to chip away at this lead, 20-point deficit and closing, plenty of time left. Slayya has found form, and I cannot wait to talk about him after this map.
Sure.
He's gotten more and more comfortable as he stayed longer and made his move that he needed to to Canada. Now that he's fully acclimated, they're hoping he can get activated and be in the most comfortable position possible here. He's looking like it around the map as he finds a good two-piece there. This is going to tie the game up. This is going to give St. Clair a lead, and they already have numbers for P5.
Yeah, it's a good break opportunity here from St. Clair. They've got everybody around it. Pinch play set up. Bendy first blood. Cruz falls. 4 versus 3 at the point. Now a 4v2. Slayya the second one to get through the doorway. Last one is Frosty here, and Proto will fall. It's a 4-man wipe. St. Clair up with a team kill, but the problem is now for Oklahoma Christian. We thought that P3, P4 rotation was going to be good enough for them to keep that lead. St. Clair has brought this back. Now they have the advantage. We wanted them to just make sure that they could keep themselves close enough to give them a chance in the late game. That's what they've done so far.
Oklahoma Christian on the outside looking in. Brandon's going to line up a couple, so they're still going to be holding time. Oklahoma Christian get in for a moment as the spawns go out. So it's 2 for 2 in the feed. Slayya absolutely playing out of his mind, but Nade's going to back him down, push him off back to the respawn block. And Oklahoma Christian get in when they need to. Handshaking points, handshaking leads. 20 seconds left before we restart our set of hills. Things have slowed down here just a tick.
On the outside looking in, St. Clair once again trying to make another break hit. Last time it was a 4-man clean wipe, a flawless attack back inside of P5. This time, though, they're going to try to do the exact same. 2 players down immediately. Scrap time going their way, and P1 just a hop, skip, and a jump outside of the hardpoint hill. We'll rotate back to the first hardpoint that we saw at the very beginning of this game. 110, 106 to the scoreline through 5. Into the next 5, though, will probably be crowned with somebody who will be taking away map number 1 of this best-of-5 series. St. Clair continuing to slay. 14 and 8 here from Priestley, and he continues to be the man of the hour for the St. Clair roster.
Brandon with almost a minute in hill time as well, but uncharacteristically, I mean, the scoreline, you can see there, Gus, 5 and 10, 40 seconds in the hill, an uncharacteristically slow slaying performance from him here. You think if he can get it start clicking, if his slaying can turn up, surely things get a little bit easier for Oklahoma Christian. They're still having a good game by all stretch of things, but again, you can't afford for even one player to have a slow slaying performance. And a hard point, back and forth we go, though. No one really in P1 for the entirety of it. 10-second lead for St. Clair. P2 is all the focus, and Oklahoma Christian is here.
Couple players on the point. 15 seconds left. This time, nope. St. Clair doesn't have the rotation over to P2, so it's going to be on them to try and break it through. Slayya inside of the hard point. Couple of players now slowly making their way into the back line. They're going to want to flank here. They're trying to secure the spawns and influence them to the best of their abilities. And you see player 5 in the back there. Bendy was able to find at least a couple of shots on the 1. Peppers him up, but Cruz rips him off the head glitch. And this is going to allow Oklahoma Christian to sit up inside of P2.
Oh, man, and they're holding here. Proto soaking time for now. St. Clair trying to work a few different avenues of the map to try to get in, and you can see Brandon taking the long route, trying to get this player off truck, trying to help his teammates work in through from the front. He's got to win this 1v1. Gus is privy to it. He's going to take the gunfight. That's 2 down. Bendy with the trade. Cruz is there, though, to get the last laugh. 35 seconds left. St. Clair up still, but with enough time here, Oklahoma Christian can look to take a lead. Again, this P3 rotation, I think, is going to be so indicative. We're at the mid to late portions of this hard point. St. Clair know they need to find a way to hold on to this. They can't get broken as easily as they have been. They turned around the back half of Hills. They need to turn things around here on P3 and stand tall. This game could not be closer.
All you need to turn around, but Proto's going to get some good timing inside of the doorway. There's going to be one there. Playing apprehensive, not wanting to push out just yet. Proto puts him down. 15-4 with the help of Gus. 139, 131 up the staircase. Slayya will get shot from behind. Oklahoma Christian played passive over at the end of P2. They made sure that St. Clair wasn't able to get a bargain of time. Now they're up at the top of P3, though, and Proto's the last one here. 2 HP to his name. He'll finally get ripped off. 3 kills go the way of St. Clair. They've broken in, forcing Oklahoma Christian to spawn on the right half quadrant of the map.
And look how even the slaying distribution is for this squad. I mean, 14, 15, 19, and 16 kills respectively. Everybody positive. We said a level of St. Clair's game needs to step up here in this grand finals. It seems like they're hitting that level here. It is a close game, but St. Clair look comfortable. And again, they look confident, and that's been the difference maker for them. Still, anybody's game here, but at least for St. Clair, that looks to be the case. Oklahoma Christian finding form, though, in the later portions of this, keeping it close, and they are just one more good break away from getting the lead back.
But you see all 4 players now surrounding Proto from St. Clair. Proto's the only one here for his team inside of this Embassy Hardpoint building. So P4 going to be looking to where St. Clair can reestablish themselves inside of map 1, reclaim the lead. But Bendy's got a flank on 2. Shots on the 1. Good. Gus turns around and puts him down. Oh, God. Oh, don't show that to your kids. Inside of P4, though, it is the St. Clair roster who's found themselves in. The Saints on top of things for now, but Oklahoma Christian finding their way forward. And a break on the loom.
Frosty. Trying to work things from the back, trying to hit a pinch, ends up finding a kill, so that's going to be the green light for the rest of the team to fly in. There's 2, Nacho only able to get 1 before the trade comes in. So again, with numbers, with a tight-knit formation, they're able to pinch a couple avenues, find a way into the hard point. Now they're going to be soaking up some time. Still 30 seconds left, plenty to fight for here. St. Clair, this might be their last push at it, given how the rotation habits and patterns have gone on this map. Just 2 players left. They're still spotting safe, so you can see Bendy with the awareness to back up. Do they know Proto has already stuck behind enemy lines?
Well, the Saints have shown a good ability to break hills, so this is going to be quite difficult here. You send basically everybody at the end of that P2 hill. It doesn't work out for you. Now Oklahoma Christian have the entire north part of the map secured for themselves. They have the scrap time from P4, and now they can get over to P5 with kills still going their way. Brandon here having to run around. A knife is going to be able to hit fire the shots on the second. Third one falls. Oklahoma Christian now on the back foot. St. Clair break into the kitchen.
Brandon going to be soaking time, playing around, trying to keep things safe for his team. They've got a good map spread here. I like the positioning out of Nacho. This mid-map cutoff here in a cruddy corner, but you've got to be wary of Proto working the flank once again. They need to keep eyes on him here. A pinch is developing quickly.
Nacho's got 2 behind him, and he's going to be able to find 3 of them in a row. So that cuts everybody down from Oklahoma Christian that was trying to break it back over towards the hill. St. Clair needed this time to stay in this game. Still down 10, about to eclipse the 200 point. It's 250 to win it here in map 1. Which team will take the cake?
Here we go. Another push for time, and they're going to try to get in, but again, St. Clair lines them up and knocks them down. Priestley, Brandon combined for all 4. And with 17 seconds left, they're going to get themselves, like you said, that much closer to 250. We're going to back to our 3rd set of rotations. P1 just a step out of the door. A lot of this time went ungrabbed by both teams. That's not going to be the case here.
Break and hold, break and hold. That's been St. Clair's motto throughout the game, but Oklahoma Christian has been able to keep it close to St. Clair. That was their game plan going into things. Embassy is what we said. It was their map. They need to take this if they want to have a good chance in this series. And Slayer will find another one with a Semtex, getting Oklahoma Christian outside of P1 and now being able to vacate the zone for themselves. 15 seconds already taken off of it. So Oklahoma Christian back in.
Trying to work an angle, trying to get in a good positioning to be able to cut off. They know St. Clair's spawning Metsy. They know they're in a few different spots around the map. Priestley alive, out to 27 and 15 here. Does he have anything left in the bag to push them over the finish line? Oklahoma Christian chipping away at the scoreline. Cruzy, savior from the top ropes. Going to keep things clean for now, but the push is coming to mid.
Turn back around. Team kill could be costly here at the end, but still only 20 seconds here. Not enough time for St. Clair to be able to take the entirety of map 1 here, but they could get damn close. 2 players on the north side of the map from Oklahoma Christian now going to be suffocating that mid portion of the map. You can see those red arrows at the bottom of the mini-map, though. That is where St. Clair are trying to wrap themselves for P2. And as another 3 go down, that could be the dagger.
Oh, and you took care of the back lines. Nacho 1-2. That's exactly where Oklahoma Christian was trying to push to, but it's coming again. Head on a swivel. Frosty, this is the Hail Mary. This is the what they have to get to stick. Priestley finds 2, and they've got to go.
2 trophies to the back line. 12 seconds left. St. Clair on the verge of being able to take map 1. There's only 2 players left for Oklahoma Christian to try and force their way forward. Gus was able to find 1, but he's the last one remaining. 14 and 28. He'll get cut down. St. Clair, they're going to take map 1 on Embassy.
I mean, what a map 1 to kick things off here at the grand finals. Unreal performance out of St. Clair. Unreal performance out of Oklahoma Christian.
Yeah.
I mean, it was back and forth until the very end. You kind of posed, you know, the break and hold for St. Clair. Ended up working out for them, but they got enough time. They had enough of a lead after P1 to go to P2 and end up locking it down. I mean, I think really the play that solidified it for me, Oklahoma Christian made a really heads-up play. They were usually sending 1, and it was Proto through the back lines. He was their flank route man the whole time. Gets a buddy, says, let's go through the back, let's bully out this player truck, and let's get in and pinch this hill. Nacho takes care of both of them, and so that completely mitigates what their play was, what they were hinging their break on, and they just weren't able to pull it off. So, again, huge heads-up and huge awareness out of St. Clair in map number 1. Oklahoma Christian, it was a close one, but you know they're going to come out the vengeance map too.
They are, and I do want to go back to the point you were making beforehand, because I think that was a very kind of keen eye that you were able to look out for that. The thing that I saw that was really special for St. Clair that I haven't seen them do a lot is there were moments where they had 3 players playing super aggressive. They were playing those fast-paced angles. They were getting to those points of attack on the map as quickly as they possibly could. But then while they were distracting the Oklahoma Christian side, St. Clair had 1 person just sit back. Most of the time it was either Priestley or Nacho. Both of those guys multiple times throughout the game were able to get big 2 pieces, 3 pieces even, and that swung the tide, swung the momentum to where the kill feed completely went in the way of St. Clair, changed the map complexion completely, and now we have ourselves a series. St. Clair came out, we said they needed to take map 1 to set the tone of the series, and set the tone they have.
Absolutely, and again, that was behind Priestley. At one point I had called him out at, 26 and 17. I know he finished much, much higher than that, getting a couple 2 and 3 pieces beyond that, so we talked about so much. how much of an impact he makes on this team. Everyone else was able to step up, and I think that's been the problem with their map 1s and grand finals past. They come out slow. They come out with a couple players lagging behind in the slaying column, lag behind in what you can see as the comms with how they're moving around the map. Here, all 4 players came out on fire, and they played just like it. Oklahoma Christian, though, I think Gus having a slow start definitely put them in that 20-hole bind that, though they were handshaking leads, they couldn't quite get over at the end. Expecting to have a good bounce back in Search and Destroy, and again, out of Oklahoma Christian, a very strong map one that they're going to try to answer back for here next. But again, we talk about the team that gets out to an early advantage in a series. Usually, of course, I mean, that's just numbers, right? Has a better chance to take it. So St. Clair sitting in the better spot for now, being up 1-0 in the series. But the Search and Destroy, which, I mean, we're going to Hotel, a map that, Zarin had said, Oklahoma Christian, they're very good at.
Sure.
St. Clair said, we're not going to be scared to challenge them on it. So whether it's a respawn or Search and Destroy, St. Clair, they're confident in their ability to take this team, but Oklahoma Christian, they're going to have some things to pull out here.
They are, and I kind of want to use context clues, go back in history a bit to when we were in Indianapolis last year, or rather earlier this year in April for the grand final against Northwood. The same point that you brought up about those slow starts, about a team not getting off hot, that was what came back to bite them later on in the series. They were down 0-3 at one point, but there was 2 of those first 3 maps where they should have been able to jump out to a lead, and maybe should have might not be the right word. They had great opportunities to capitalize upon. It was map 2. They had a 5-3 lead, choked it. It was then map 3, 2-1 lead, choked it. They lost 3-2 in that map. And so there's very much a sense of urgency that not only exists within Oklahoma Christian, but you don't want to have history start to repeat itself, and that's what we're at right now, where Oklahoma Christian, okay, maybe you didn't win the first map, but if you continuously have a slow start in this series and you don't allow yourselves any sort of pace or be able to match your opponent's outstep from the gate, that is going to put you down at a deficit, and that's where we see it right now. So I don't want them to make the same mistake that they did against Northwood. This is a prime opportunity for them to take a series. I don't want to call it game over yet. Again, this is a best-of-7 series for those who are joining us. First to 4 is the name of the game here, but a map 1 victory and momentum completely on your side with everybody. I mean, you could hear them in the background, too. They are screaming on the main stage when they have big plays, and that's what I love. It's the passion out of them. So we'll have a Hotel Search and Destroy up next, but realistically, Amber, this is where the series could drastically shift in tide, simply because if Oklahoma Christian aren't able to bounce back in this map, history has told us that 75% of the time that the team goes 2 up in a best of 7 series, that team takes it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good kind of point to hinge it on, is how dire it is to take map number 2 for both teams. And I everything sounds so dramatic, so dire, or it's make or break, this, that, and the other. I think the main point you need to take away from what we're saying here is there's a razor-thin margin of error that these teams have. And again, it came down to, 20 points or less there in map number 1. It could go to around 11, as I would expect here in the Search and Destroy. You don't have a lot of room for error, so if you have a lead, you have to take care of it. You have to protect it. While you have a team down, you need to take the win where you have the opportunity to, and that's kind of what we're talking about.
Yeah, 100%. And in the Search and Destroy, I think, you brought it up after the hard point. You talked about Gus specifically. Going back into this matchup, with Gus having a very off map 1, it was an off-putting kind of sense that we got from this Oklahoma Christian roster. We're not used to seeing him be as rather inconsistent as he was in that first series. When we were doing our notes this morning, we were really talking about who we wanted to see be those big standouts from Oklahoma Christian, and one of the points that we had was almost like a player spotlight on Gus. He's incredibly talented, and he was not only a big part of the reason that they were able to beat SEU in the winners bracket to get to this point in time, but also he has been one of the most consistent challengers players throughout the year. He's been one of those consistent players within the collegiate sphere. And so the fact that he struggles in map 1, it's a sign of discontent from Oklahoma Christian, but that's one of those things where it's not strategy that has to remedy that. It's just him getting warmed up to a series and being able to shoot back. And
that just goes to piggyback on the point, like we were saying, where you don't have that much time to. So Gus is going to come in again, a good enough player to come in and know he has to figure that out this next map. And the rest of the team, they trust that, right? They know that he's not going to continue a performance like that. And that's just props and testament to, St. Clair. Again, we talked about it in St. Clair's keys before we went live, where a key to success for them to be able to take a win today, disrupt Oklahoma Christian, make them uncomfortable. If you can slow someone down, you're going to be in a much better position to have yourself comfortable on the map. Again, it's basically a 4-3 in a sense. And that's not to say Gus was completely wiped on the map, but all 4 players for St. Clair played a really consistent. Slang was close. Hill time was close. Gus lacked in the beginning. And again, that's just the margin we're talking about, where you get someone off to a slow start for a first set of rotations. That could be enough to do the game. And Oklahoma Christian still came back. They were still battling and taking the lead at points. but it was St. Clair who had enough confidence, played such a well-flowing, well-paced Embassy hardpoint that, you know, they had the composure to close it out, the discipline to close it out. They never found themselves out of position, barring that P3. They never found themselves in a bind that they couldn't end up answering back for. So it was just a really strong map 1 out of St. Clair. And again, going into Hotel, I guess we can talk more about what we expect from this. I still expect aggression from Priestley in the subs. I expect them to still get around the map. But ARs, you kind of talked about at the top of the show. Cruz, I expect him to do some damage here.
Yeah, 100%. And I think this goes perfectly back into, again, another topic that we talked about while we were doing NOCE this morning. It was the last time these two teams played all the way back in April. It was online. However, it was a knockout match to get to LAN. St. Clair, unfortunately, didn't win that. Oklahoma Christian went up against Northwood in that grand final that we had out in Indy. This time through, though, we go back. We see what the score of that series was. It was a 3-1 win for Oklahoma Christian over St. Clair. Do you know what the one mode was that St. Clair was able to take off of Oklahoma Christian was in that series?
Yeah.
It was a search and destroy,
yeah.
a map 2 search and destroy. Now, that was a best-of-5 series, not best-of-7, so a bit different, but still, it's the exact same repetition that we've seen all year. First 5 games, no matter if it's a best-of-5 or a best-of-7, are exactly the same. You just add a control and a search and destroy at the end of a best-of-7. So it was map 1. Sure, Oklahoma Christian got out to a great start. That's what they're known for. They're known for their respawns. St. Clair, though, came back, was able to win map 2, but then it was 2 respawns back-to-back for Oklahoma Christian where they were able to take that. If you bring that context forward and say, hey, if St. Clair is able to take this, you, again, are looking at a 2-0 series, and it's a completely different feeling for Oklahoma Christian because you don't have that same ability to go back and take a break and be like, hey, let's reset and come back. You don't have those moments to where you can kind of just talk about a strategy change.
Yeah.
Throughout the search and destroy, St. Clair is going to hit you hard, and on Hotel map where there's not a lot of time to think in between the rounds or the hits that you're making, it's going to be very difficult for Oklahoma Christian to keep up if they don't come out of the gates with full heads of steam and are level-headed for map 2.
Definitely need to just wipe away map 1, no matter how close it was. And St. Clair, they're trying to ride this momentum into map number 2. But yeah, for Oklahoma Christian, it's just got to be business as usual. You just got to try to answer back here the best way you can because, again, numbers, statistics, probability tells us you go up 2-0 in a best-of-7, and you're looking pretty good as far as the rest of the series is concerned. But as we've seen time and time again in COD, time and time again in esports, no lead is safe. So again, this is just map 1. We're just trying to give you guys the full picture, the full story as to where this series could go. Still lots of COD left to be played in front of us, and we're just eager to get into map 2 here for you. But I'm really excited for, again, what these teams are going to bring out in Hotel as we dive into the action.
All right. Well, I was almost out of breath for the time that we were talking in between the maps there, but we finally get ourselves into a search and destroy. So you can see the bomb in the hands of the St. Clair roster. Priestley's the one that's handling it, but you're going to be having this northward push over to the B site. Now, they took a little bit to get into the kitchen. This is going to allow Oklahoma Christian an opportunity to clap back in, but as Slay is able to find the first blood, he slides out the door, doesn't realize that Gus is behind them, so it's an easy trade. We're back at 3 apiece, but Brandon needs to be careful of Frosty, but you also see Bendy, who spread the map all the way at the bottom. He's creating a flank play. This could be big when side of Oklahoma Christian starts to push back over to B.
What kind of timing can he get? Here as they look to work back. But St. Clair trying to click, check all their bases. Brandon, though, you think he'd get rewarded for one. Here's all of the noise and then some, but not getting eyes on anyone here. Bomb going down, though, at A.
They completely flip the map back in the opposite way. Player 6 going to be the first one up for a challenge. Frosty finds him all the way through the back line. So 3 versus 2. Team that just planted on the defensive end now. Oklahoma Christian with a man advantage trying to push back onto the A site. Off fight on the screen, player number 3 and 8 across the map trying to challenge out. But now Oklahoma Christian has an idea of where these last few players are going to be. Proto now pushing his way up the map. Nobody hopping on the defuse just yet. 25 seconds left here in the round. A double challenge over toward the bar side now coming through. But still, nobody on the site just yet. They find one in the back line, but now it's a 1 versus 2. All left alive is going to be Bendy, and they have no idea where he is. Playing from the top side. All he needs to do is just provide aerial support. He's got to check now. He's not going to realize where 1 is. He gets the shots on the Frosty. The other player's just going to stick it. Shots are going to be able to connect, and just at the end, St. Clair able to hold on. But good God.
Oh, my God. Yeah, good God, indeed. I mean, Proto couldn't have been
hit your shots, man. God.
Proto couldn't have been in a better position to hide from that bomb, and I mean, that feels like the MWP 2019 Seattle Surge 10th of a second type of deal we had there. Oklahoma Christian, again, when it shows itself, you got to say razor-thin margins we're talking here. St. Clair, they walk away with the first blood, gets a little mixy, and then they walk away with the round. Bendy finds 3. Slaya able to find Brandon found the first blood. So, you know, that conversation starts to shift towards first bloods, right?
Sure.
Who can walk away with those? That poses such a great advantage to who ends up taking search and destroys. Bendy with the sniper going to get tagged up, backed up. And now we've got a stagnant front here around mid-map.
Now 80 HP knocked off him. Frosty only down to 98. Regen back up to triple digits. Priestley going to find Cruz on the op end of the map, so another first blood here for the side of St. Clair. Already boasting a 1-0 advantage and an offensive hit that has now been stagnated on the Oklahoma Christian side. Things not boding well for them, but they should be able to get over towards A here in just a moment. You see Priestley, though, all the way in the top right of the mini-map. He's playing this as a contention point for Oklahoma Christian to decide to wrap it over towards B, but now that he has the timer of 45 seconds, he can start wrapping in. Proto might be able to read it out, though.
They know he's still going to be over here, and that's exactly why Proto's playing where he is. The trade comes in out of Nacho. They're still working top bed. Now their backs are completely turned. I think Priestley might have found the timing here. You know, Gus is a little weary steer. This is going to come down to call timing.
Slay going to be pushing up. Priestley finds one. Gus gets knocked off the board. That's exactly what Cash says. Last one alive, though. Here's going to be Proto. An opportunity to clutch the round up for the team. First blood going to go his way. 18 seconds left. Not a lot of time here for St. Clair to be able to find the kill and the defuse at the same time, but we saw what happened the last one through. Shot's going to be good out from Proto, but he's backed up all the way to 52 HP, peppered up. Now has to decide, where does he want to challenge? Out from the left, out from the right. He gets aerial support from the sniper. Bendy knocks him down. St. Clair get the defuse with just little bits of time left.
Man, I mean, to hit that shot, too. I mean, attack's going to give you a little more room for error. Oh, he saw the shoulder. Yeah.
He's in.
I mean, there we go. Connects, finds the kill. Bendy out to 4-0. And St. Clair up 2-0 here in this search and destroy. Nice little replay coming in for you here from that last round and that shot. So nice, you got to see it twice. As round number 3 looks to kick off in the bottom left-hand corner of our map.
Top of the round, second opportunity for St. Clair on an offensive round. The first time, they did a bit of an unorthodox push. They pushed over towards B, got inside of the kitchen, and then they wrapped it back over towards A. I love the game fakes, and I love the plays that they're trying to bait out of themselves and their opposition. Out towards the top, though. Cruzy's going to throw a shoulder. He's going to get some headshots, and that headshot multiplier going to do great work. First blood goes to Oklahoma Christian, but that's not important for just the fact that he gets the first blood. That's important because the bomb now goes down. So, trade in the back line, 5 in a row now here for Bendy. One more will get him a Cruz missile, and you can see Cruz on that left-hand side. The offense once again stagnated.
Brandon trying to find anything here. And Oklahoma Christian just going to back up. They know bomb's down. They're going to get in a position to where they can watch it. Cruzy, the one they're going to have take the lead on this. Nacho with a big frag. It's going to go through. Going to end up missing the door and bouncing the opposite direction. They're just trying to work some of these picks. And without getting aggressive, you're simply just walking into iron sights. They need to find a way to scoop this bomb, get out of here. Nacho going to do just that, but they're going to have an idea. Oof, that bomb could be on the move. Doesn't matter. The grenade connects.
It's just placed in the perfect spot, too. But Brandon's going to be able to get in and out basically scot-free. I'm sure somebody might have at least saw him when he threw his shoulder, but I mean, he's going to be stomping across the map. Doesn't have any dead silence to work with. Now left alive in a 1 versus 3. Surely they're going to be able to recognize this and wrap back on the opposite end, but they're just going to stay over at A for now. Make a team play back over towards B. They'll let them get 45 seconds and a defuse timer on this. And here comes the wrap back now.
1 versus 3.
Oh my God, he could get great timing.
Brandon could get great timing here. Ooh, I think he got spotted. And yeah, just again, comes down to caught timing. Cruzy ready for the gunfight in there. That's going to be a quick and easy cleanup. They're going to walk away with a round win here after the defuse. Find a way to answer back. You get in that 3-round snowball. Things start to look a little dire, a little desperate, but they're able to answer back in a big way. It was a good round out of them. Again, they played well around, knowing St. Clair want to get the bomb down quickly. Found a way to get the bomb in a position that had to be retrieved. Forced a 1v3 rotation to B. They trusted their ability to retake in that situation, and it was just a good, well-played round out of them.
I know Bendy has to play time there, and he's trying his best to be able to at least prolong the round a little bit for himself before he has to take that first gunfight. But I don't love that direct challenge on a Cruzy because he was on 6 in a row. Oh, my God. Okay, well, Brandon decides to make it a little bit harder and maybe give themselves the handicap here to Oklahoma Christian like they're playing a round of golf.
Is that a first blood?
3. That's got to be a first blood. I mean, you just got to tip that, really.
Self-inflicted first blood,
I mean, he needed to kill on the board at least. Wow, well, absolutely hork slam there is Priestley. Broad is going to be able to find the first blood, get the bomb down at the same stretch. So 2 players in Oklahoma Christian, double kill streaks for themselves. At least one flies back the opposite end, but it's still a 2v3 retake with 40 seconds.
A mental error you can't really afford to make. They still have a chance in this round, but oof. As time ticks, it gets slimmer and slimmer. 3 snakes on their belly in the kitchen, and Proto's going to line them both up. I mean, that's just a mistake you can't make, and of course, Oklahoma Christian punishes you for it, as they should have. So in the blink of an eye, we're tied up 2-2 here. Proto out to 6-2. Not much else to say there apart from a blunder by St. Clair, and you know, we'll see how this next round goes for him.
100%. We'll slow things down once again. What was a 2-round lead for St. Clair, now tied up at even. So essentially the first of 4 out of these next 6 rounds is going to be the deciding factor of who's going to be able to take the entirety of this search and destroy. So back to the offensive end. St. Clair going to go back to this B hit that they were looking at oh so tastefully beforehand. As you look to the middle of the map, there's just really not a lot of spread right now. You have Cruz in the back line, you have Frosty on the rapid tree, you have Gus on the top catwalk. But if you're able to find even one of these, you're going to be able to find yourselves into the B site for free, and that's exactly what happened. Gus gets it.
Proto lying in wait for the timing, and you can see Bendy on the hunt, trying to clear out maybe the fact that one of the players here, at least clearing out the Oklahoma Christian spawn. But again, at the end of the day, if he doesn't start moving quickly, I was going to say Proto might be able to find these timings, but now that it's a 3v2 and bombs all the way over at B, we'll see how the pinch works out.
Kills by any means necessary. Wasn't able to use his gun, but the nade is able to be cooked perfectly. So now we get back over towards it. Proto on 4 in a row, trying to make it 5. Hit fire shots are going to be good, but player in the corner is Brandon, who's now found his 2nd kill of the game. 2 versus 1. Last player alive going to be Frosty. Trying to push from the outside spawn. Only has a sniper to work with. He's going to open the door up. He's able to find one, but the trade is there immediately after the fact. The freezer lurk works well for St. Clair, so they'll be up once again at 3-2 lead.
And though it's a 3-2 lead, St. Clair is winning in the first blood column. Just to give that update at this point, now that we're about halfway through the search and destroy, Cruz the only one with the first blood there. I mean, I guess you count it technically an Oklahoma Christian first blood, though Brandon found it. Regardless, it is still St. Clair up in that column. And that's going to be something we keep an eye on the back half of the search and destroy to see who's continuing to win there, because the team that's finding the man advantage situation is winning the rounds, plain and simple. Barring the Brandon round, the team that's got the man down first has ended up taking the round. So we'll keep an eye on that here as this round kicks off.
You can see middle of the map, Slaya just trying to hold the lane. Making sure nobody can get over onto that A-bomb site. Slow down here for just a second though, Proto. Tucked away up behind the desk. The offensive team of Oklahoma Christian, you can see their entire game plan is just to get on to A, but now that that's stalled out and they can't really move around, this has allowed Oklahoma Christian, or St. Clair, to push that north side of the map. They basically have the entire spread of the map right now. No matter what Oklahoma Christian does, they can be ready for it. Cruz, though, slips through the back line.
And you can tell Bendy's playing a little antsy. He knows someone's there, but does he have the sniper is going to be the question, because that's what Cruz could take advantage of. Gus finds the kill on the other side. His A goes down, and Cruz finds the 2nd. So this round completely changed complexion now. Your hope is Priestley through the back lines. Can he find at least one?
He's got to play this quiet. Timing not going to be there for him. Drop shot not going to work out. Gus walks him off. Brandon, last one alive. 1 versus 3. And once again, only 24 seconds left to really make a play here. And as he starts to make his way in towards the back line, he's just going to have to challenge out towards the bar side. And realistically, he's got 2 players challenging him. Sure, you can pepper one up, but they're just going to stall out for time here. They're not going to force the issue unless they have to. And now the clock has dwindled down. Find ourselves at a tied game once again.
I mean, Alex, can you say this is anything other than what we expected? This really is how we expected the search and destroy to go. Handshaking rounds. We talked about having a lead. At one point, St. Clair had a 2-0 lead, and that they needed to take care of it, take advantage of it. A mental error lets Oklahoma Christian open a door, start to find their way back into this one. It's been 3-1 rounds out of Oklahoma Christian since St. Clair went up 2-0. So in the mid portion, they're absolutely dominating the game. Now, as we absolutely are at the back half, as this round kicks off, we'll see who takes better care of the bomb, takes better care of their lives. and ends up winning this one. St. Clair once again working towards B, and I mean, Oklahoma Christian just not even making the play towards it.
And that's why I make the inaudible noise. It's just like, why are we not sending anybody over towards this B site? Why are we not showing any sort of face or presence? I get you don't want to let them onto the A site, but if you let them into the kitchen, it's almost a death sentence unless you have a godly retake. So 3 players on the outside here from Oklahoma Christian. Sure, you have a couple in the back line, but you still have Proto all the way across the map, and he has to make this flank. But if you're going to make this pinch plate work, he needs to get through the middle of the map, and there's just not enough time for him to get there. So sure, all 4 corners knocked down. Cruz, first gunfight over Zealous, but is able to walk away with it, and now you have St. Clair kind of in a bind. You have one player inside of Freezer, you have another one playing inside of L, and as another player goes off the board, all of a sudden Oklahoma Christian now find themselves in the 3 versus 2.
Like you said, it had to be a godly retake, and yeah, they bullied them out of kitchen essentially, and they haven't hopped the bomb just yet. Priestley needs to be able to find this kill, but Cruzy gonna take it, gonna get the better timing. Now a 1 versus 3, now make it a 1v2, and they've hopped the bomb completely. What can you do?
Yeah, there's just nothing you're gonna be able to do unless you slide around the corner and hit your shots perfectly. Cruz was tucked away behind the bomb. And what was a round win for St. Clair that should have been, or at least could have been, unfortunately falls to the wayside. And again, it literally just comes back to being an incredible retake. I was just a little bit more confused why Proto just waited so long on the opposite side of the map, because that took like at least 15 seconds off before they could make that hit work. Cruz just had to get aggressive by himself and win a solo 1v.
It's the second time that's happened. Unfortunately for Oklahoma Christian, they were able to find the kills behind it. I just think St. Clair, I mean, they got bullied out of kitchen, and that's usually you try to stand firm, hold the line. Like you said, you know it's a death sentence if you can get in there and get the bomb down. They ended up getting backed all the way out, and Oklahoma Christian do well at retaking behind that. So, again, 4 rounds to 1 since St. Clair had a 2-1 advantage. Now you can see an air of confidence coming out from Oklahoma Christian. St. Clair know they need to have a good defensive round here, otherwise you put Oklahoma Christian on map point.
They're okay with these wall bangs too, because this is going to force St. Clair not to get as aggressive on the defensive end. This is what didn't allow Oklahoma Christian to get that bomb down the last time they had the offensive push over at the A site. So this is good. They're going to be the trophy system there to at least stop things for now, but that gets destroyed. Bendy still has that sniper all the way in long. He's going to force himself out of the issue. Back off inside of the corner with 36 HP. Wall bangs were good. How long can you stay?
Little waiting game here. Bendy maybe trying for a wall bang, maybe just trying to see if anyone wants to open the door and take the challenge. Gunshots ringing out and around mid-map. We'll see what kind of timing Priestley can get. He knows someone's here, and that's exactly what he's going to try to do. Ends up taking the gunfight, so it's going to be a 4 versus 3. First blood goes once again to St. Clair. Bomb still trying to work A, but I'm looking at Frosty and the positioning he gets. What kind of timing do you find here?
You're just another position where you're sending players across the map to try and spread out coverage, but you just need to focus home on the A site where you're trying to head out. Luckily enough, Frosty's able to pop back with a double, but Benny makes it a trade. So 2 versus 2, 18 seconds left. Bomb has to get down, and St. Clair are reading this perfectly. They see the bomb starting to wrap back over towards the B site inside of the kitchen. Nato's going to be here in the back line. Is he going to be able to walk away with a kill here? Bomb going to go down, slides to the door, doesn't realize there's one on the right-hand side, and instead of challenging the player that's trying to cover the guy on the bomb, he goes directly for the one gunfight, and now it's a 1v2.
Movement miss happened to sense, just long slid to the door. Bendy, what can you do? Oh my gosh, I mean, just, you can see each other on the chase, bring around the Rosie, can't win the gunfight. Oklahoma Christian, you can hear the chirping in the background, letting him know he's a real good guy, real good player. And good luck on that round, but they'll find themselves at map point here up 5-3. St. Clair has found 1 round to Oklahoma Christian's 5.
Yep.
And I keep saying that round after round because, again, they had an advantage early on, but Oklahoma Christian made the necessary adjustments. And now they find themselves with the ability to enter back in the series 1-1 after just 1 more round. St. Clair, do you have anything left to throw at this one?
Frosty up to 9-5. I believe he's on a 5 spree now as well, so 1 kill could be the difference maker in this game. Having utility in the back pocket and making sure that you have streaks to secure a round is going to be big. Offensive hit this time going to be over towards A for St. Clair. They're able to walk away with the first blood, and that cuts down Proto. Unfortunately, though, Frosty's still alive, so the difference maker, the X factor here for OC is going to be that player staying alive and teammates baiting out for him. So as things have slowed down just a touch and the offensive hit is stalled out, Oklahoma Christian now on the back foot as nades are arriving.
Bendy playing check-in, trying to watch a player pushing through mid if at all. And like you said, if Frosty finds him the kill here, he can absolutely call in this cruise missile to maybe close out the round. Cruzy constantly getting wallbanged through that spot, but always going to be up for the challenge. Now you see bomb starting to go down. Priestley backs off, though. He's not quite comfortable. And again, Gus finds the angle through couches. Now just going to back up. Nacho knows he needs to try to find this kill. It's a 3v3. Bomb is down. And again, you have to run into Oklahoma Christian to find these kills. And guess what? They have their irons up and they're ready.
And that's the problem. If you're not going to take space on offense and you're not going to push into either bottom bedroom or through the back line, through the bellhop side, you're not going to get any coverage, and then you have to send somebody to middle map to watch that cutback. Oklahoma Christian, they just played passive. They weren't challenged anywhere else except one singular point on the map, and that allowed them to have things go perfectly for themselves. They don't realize that they slipped out, though. So the bomb will go down over towards B, but it's only a 2v3.
And I want to know what Gus does. Does he group up with his teammates, or does he like to take a flank? It looks like he's at least grouping up for now, but they're fairly spread. They're going to clear everything out. Frosty's going to pop Diddy. He also has a cruise that's not going to do much for him here, but they need to go in and win these gunfights. Oh my gosh, Oklahoma Christian.
Oh no! And he was baiting the doorway. Bendy, I thought, was going to be able to escape with his life, but the wall bang comes through. Brandon can't track the shots, and as Oklahoma Christian walks away, Frosty, well, basically ace in the last round. 12-5, 8 in a row to end the map. And Cash, this is going to bring us into a great talking point when we get back on camera.
Absolutely going to. St. Clair just started hot. Couldn't get anything going there at the tail end of things. And again, they dominated the first blood department up until the end, where Oklahoma Christian were able to bring it back and end up making it just about even. So Oklahoma Christian, a lot of firepower. Frosty with a big pop-off, and like you said, that brings us to a fantastic hockey point now.
Oh, and it does. So here's the thing, right? So what we talked about for Oklahoma Christian was we wanted to give a kind of a player spotlight on a few different players, right? Cruz was the biggest one because he is the focal point of this OC team. That's who everybody is going to know, everybody's going to remember, but most importantly, he's going to be the one that is IGLing or in-game leader of everybody else. So Gus was the other player that we talked about. He needed to have a step up. He had a decent search and destroy game. You won't fault him for anything inside of that. It was a pretty just solid, standardized search and destroy. Yeah. This is the difference, though. Frosty, 12-5. He came to this roster, and not by any stretch of the imagination is he just a role player or a supplemental player, but that's his role on this team at times, is to just be that guy that can supplement the most important parts of their aspects. In this game, he shows that not only can he be that supplemental guy, but he can be the main face for this team when his team needs him the most, and that is what makes him so different. And that's what makes Oklahoma Christian such a good and dangerous team. When you have the ability to have all of your players, whether it be a role player or a star, whatever you want to call your players, be able to take over a map and ignite the spark within everybody else, that's all that matters. You're going to be able to consistently have momentum for your team at any given point because you're going to be able to bounce so well back off and forth one of another, and nobody's going to be ever looking at you like, kind of a weak link, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. Kind of a weak link. Nobody's gonna be doing that. So it's cool to see this Oklahoma Christian roster, and it's exciting because now we have a 1-1 game and we're guaranteed 5 maps.
Absolutely guaranteed 5. That means we'll get 2 search and destroys, and at the very least, which I'm excited to get to map 5 just because I want to see another search out of these teams. But before then, 2 respawns back to back. We go into an Expo control, and now the focus shifts back to what we saw in our initial respawn. It was St. Clair that came out swinging, got a good lead. I mean, held different ones at point. Oklahoma Christian, they respond back and also get themselves, favorable leads. But switching gears to control, again, if you're new, control kind of blends best of both worlds of hardpoint and search and destroy. It is a respawn mode, so you are going to be able to come back off the spawn block and look to take 2 different points on the map. But again, the difference is lives do matter, and that's where that search and destroy element comes in. Each team only gets 30 lives to throw at the board in each round before, again, the round comes down to both points being captured offensively or either team running out of lives. The way teams are slaying now, both of them, it's just going to be anyone's control. Again, we can't shape it up any better than that. Either team can take this one. Oklahoma Christian got a little loud in that search and destroy. Like I said, Frosty walks away with 12 kills in the search, so you know he's going to be feeling himself going into Expo. St. Clair going to try to do their best to battle back, but again, it's been a good one out of them so far.
It has. I'm going to look to this game. I'm going to particularly kind of bring Brandon into the conversation here for St. Clair. That has been that was at least a big struggle in search and destroy, and that's not really why I bring up his name. I bring up his name because when we talk about somebody who needs to have a big role in respawns, being an AR player, and realistically being one of the big staples as an AR on this team, he needs to not only be able to lock down portions of the map, but he needs to find confidence within himself to take big one-on-ones and take big risks for the St. Clair team. Because without the risk taking, whether it be offense or defense, you're going to find yourself stuck in a hole, and Oklahoma Christian will capitalize that on every day of the week. You're going up against Cruz, you're going up against Gus. Those are 2 guys that I don't want to touch against an AR in any stretch of the imagination at any point throughout a game. So when you're going up against those 2 players, not only do you have to be at your best, but you have to be confident not only to challenge 1 guy, but potentially 2 guys on every single turn that you take on the map. And
you have to be ready for all of those gunfights, like you said, whether it's 1 or 2. You have to know that they're coming, and I think that's going to be most important for them. St. Clair, with Expo being a map that is spread, but also close corners at times. Like you said, the ARs, they're going to have to step up. They're going to have to do their thing, but the subs still have to do what they do. We need the same productivity out of Priestley and out of Slaya just to be able to keep up with, again, Frosty now having arrived in the series and really going to be feeling himself in this respawn. So we talk about it. All 4 players have to show up at the end of the day, right? You highlight these players and who maybe you're seeing from map to map, who you want to see maybe take on a bigger role, take on a little bit more. Regardless, all 4 players still need to show up, and they're going to have to find a way to get it done here.
Well, shorter break this time between maps 1 and 2. We go to 2 to 3. We go to Expo for control. So, 1-1 series. Oklahoma Christian winning the S&D, now have what we would consider the momentum, but St. Clair still hot on their trail at every turn. First blood will go the way of Cruz, and Oklahoma Christian on the defensive end will be able to hold at least for a moment's time, but that first tick of progress for St. Clair starting to get worked on over towards A. Priestley's been able to at least hold himself alive while Brandon and Slayer are on the map flagging out.
So far taking care of the score column, or excuse me, kill column. Now as they're confidently on the A site and earning this progress, but Oklahoma Christian quick off the spawn trying to push forward.
Who's down below? Frosty there. Kills on the outside, still pushing their way forward. Almost full site control. I thought for a second there they were going to be able to get some ticks of progress on that B site, but no. for the time is going to be a pushback through the double doors. They need to be careful here because there's one down below. Prota's able to find one. Prota snaps it and makes it 2. 3 in a row for himself. Knocks him off B.
Oh, and ends up going to the top and isn't done just yet. Now trying to find these players, farm them off spawn. Those are players below them, but again, still working towards B is St. Clair. You need to clear Prota out of here before you can earn any progress, but that's going to let other players for Oklahoma Christian get in position. And as you look around the map, I mean, Gus locking down bus side. Again, this bottom side is secure. They know that the only place St. Clair can go right now is going to be this B site. You have players on a 5-3 before getting cut down. And St. Clair just trying to take care of home base. Bendy getting a little bit ahead, trying to cut these players off spawn, and now they're securely at B going to capture it.
I mean, Bendy's just being annoying. The rest of his teammates over at B, as you said, but I mean, when you get onto the spawn side and you have to force yourselves to be able to wrap back over to the other side of the maps, not only is it just something that's taking time away, but you're also draining lives in the process. Even if it's slow, it's something that's going to accrue over the course of a round and matter in the late game. So Frosty finds Priestley, and now we go back in a 1-1 trade. St. Clair on top of it for now. They've got the entirety of B and an extra 60 seconds to work with. Problem is they still have to get A. 1 tick of progress is good enough for now, but you still need to, and Oklahoma Christian have a grip hold on this thing.
Cruzy just waiting for the timing on Bendy. He's going to find the kill. And now you know you have to clear him out before you can move forward. But I mean, just look at how advanced the positioning is out of Oklahoma Christian. Bottom side of the map controlled, great, but it's not passive bottom side of the map control. Yeah. They are in positions where you're going to be caught out in the open if you're St. Clair. And you have to take gunfights for people on headies, people giving you the, slither and special, snaking. St. Clair finds a couple. Now that's going to push them forward. But again, Prota behind enemy lines once again. I don't think anyone's going to be aware of this.
Yeah, haven't really said Slay's name too much throughout this series, but he's leading the way right now, at least with the ARs are concerned. And this has allowed St. Clair to get themselves kind of section parts of the map, and then they can continue to push that agenda forward and then be able to take up more space. But on the staircase, Priesta will lay down, Slaya will fall, and the SMG will at least conquer the AR in this regard. Still only a tick of progress on A. 8 lives to 14. The offensive team not looking great here down the stretch. They've got 2 shots at hitting this hill.
Time dwindling. And we can hear the comms behind us on fire for Oklahoma Christian as they're trying to cover all of their bases, make sure St. Clair doesn't find an avenue to slip through and let anything tricky happen, let a big play happen. Now as they have a multi-fronted effort and they're able to find these kills, Priestley able to open up with one, but the trade comes in. All these players to the bottom side of the map, you got to take out Gus.
Slay a double. Pushing their way forward now, 15 seconds. You've got to just be able to stop the timeout for a moment, but you don't realize that Bendy is in a perfect spot right now, can watch the entire cross, and this is going to allow Oklahoma Christian to not have much opportunity to push into A. Staircase shots are good. Prota once again making work of everybody on the Saints roster, but that clock is still stalled out. 2 seconds of ticks of progress, now going to be not for nothing. 12-4 from Prota has been the disruptor the entire round, and that might just give Oklahoma Christian the round 1 win.
A dolphin diving effort. Brandon going to get on here, but again, you're looking at a firing squad at that point. They're going to get close, but not close enough. Down lives as well after that round. So, again, we'll keep track of all of that if this ends up going. Oh, my God. We'll just let that one marinate for a second because, woo, Prota doing some crazy things on the screen. 14-4 after that round. Found nearly half of the other team's kills as just an unreal performance, and nothing too bad on the other side. Right? It was just one round. St. Clair, they just couldn't get anything going, and again, when Prota's putting up a performance like that, yeah, it's going to be hard to find a way to slow that guy down. So you're hoping you can make the adjustments you need to this upcoming round. Defensively trying to make a hold. Oklahoma Christian, though, going to give it their best crack on offense.
Few shots coming out. Priestley still alive, but Cruz will finally put the nail in the coffin. 28-28, double on both sides. Leaves at basically the exact same stretch as we were at the beginning of the round. A site going to be the focus here for Oklahoma Christian. This is where they want to be able to hit over towards. The clock is stalled now as you still have a couple of players on it. Mainly the one being, of course, Frosty as he gets knocked off of it, though. Prota continues to be the one around the map that we look to. Cruz falls. Priestley advances. 4-10 for him. Hasn't had a great map so far, but St. Clair still hold the advantage of lives by 2.
And plenty of time to turn things around as well. Oklahoma Christian on this B site, earning progress. Bendy trying to take care of everyone behind him and below him, but really not going to be able to do much. Nacho going to be the first pressed up player, trying to dance around. They at least get them off the time for now, but they want to drain that progress. But you need to make sure Priestley, Brandon have to stay alive. You don't want to let anyone slip behind the lines and get to A when you don't need to. But unfortunately, they haven't been able to drain this progress. So really they're just trying to stay alive in the kill column, and everything else around the map objectively has been put on pause.
Oh, Papa Frosty gets knocked down. Second one up to challenge. I thought Cruz for a second was going to get put through the blender. But as Bendy's able to stay alive for this St. Clair roster, things are at least going to float in their way for the portion of time. B site now locked down. Bravo has one there. As Cruz gets fallen off the board, Priestley advances once again. St. Clair, though, don't really have much progress at the B zone.
Should be the capture coming in, especially with that kill out of Cruzy. Bendy just going to try to deal some damage, but a little overextension maybe, but the grenade going to land from Nacho. So you're just trying to keep lives close. St. Clair with the 5 life advantage as now the rotation has to come over towards the A site. Cruzy having himself some fun here in this one. Priestley at least finds the kill, trying to see what more he can, but a double chow is going to end up taking him back to the respawn block. Now St. Clair need to find form because they're finding themselves in positions where, again, Oklahoma Christian can just fly at them.
Oh, nice little stair glitch right there is going to help Frosty and Pro to be able to tag team for 1. Still, though, St. Clair, they had a good life advantage built for them, now only down to 1. That A site is where they want to go. Right now, they're not able to make much progress of it. Frosty there, backline close. Starting to make his way forward, but Brandon needs to snap back around. There's halfway gone of the tick of first progress, but realistically, you just have to keep yourselves safe. You have to keep yourselves calm and make sure that the backline doesn't get floating through.
Here we go. Less than a minute on the clock now. St. Clair defensively trying to get themselves in positions, but they're trying to watch their backlines too. That's exactly what Priestley's job is. Proda, he's been the route man the entire series, and Priestley finally going to be privy to it and say, yeah, we're going to shut that down right there. Now they know things are coming from the front, but Cruzy on the flank as well. Priestley, though, his job is not done yet. Brandon, oh my gosh, knife caught out. I thought for a second was going to get the weapon swap, but they've got their handfuls in the back line. Priestley takes a gust. Now all arrows can turn forward. 30 seconds remaining, up 2 lives. St. Clair need to try to close this out.
Gus shots over the top. St. Clair trying to push back for the defensive side. They just need to make sure that Oklahoma Christian cannot touch this A point. They at least stop 1 for now. And with 14 seconds left, you don't really have much time to get off the respawn to get back over towards this A zone. So here comes the kills that are going to matter for the rest of the round. Slaya, the first one. Nacho tries to snap to 2, but now 2 players are now weak inside of this A zone. But shots from behind aren't going to be able to complete. Priestley falls. Brandon is able to find Gus, but is he going to be able to get much more? Contested on the zone. Halfway through the second tick of progress. Frosty's able to find 1. Now makes it a second. 7.5 seconds left. Second tick of progress, and only 2 players here from St. Clair trying to make this push back forward. Frosty laying down. Last tick of progress. 3 players stacked on the zone. Priestley, first gunfight. Can't line up 2. Now everybody falling. A point secured. Oklahoma Christian takes round 2.
Man, oh man. Do we have ourselves a map on our hands? Oklahoma Christian have come out on fire in this one. St. Clair now just faltering, falling short at the wrong moments. They've been close rounds in the rounds, but Oklahoma Christian doing just enough at the tail end of things to be able to walk away with it. In round number 1, they were ahead enough in the kills just to make sure they took care of business at the A site. And this one, they were down 5 lives as soon as they captured B and were going over to A. It was 23-18. They chip away, chisel away at it, and St. Clair just cannot get off the respawn block, like you said, and get close enough to get that done. Now St. Clair know they have to take this round if they want to stay alive. They got to take the next 3.
I mean, you're happy, though. Opening break works out well for you. You go 3 for 1, so you stay on top of things. You're on the defensive end, though, so you have time to let the game come to you. Cruz and Frosty, though, will pair back for a double, so that basically negates all the advantage that they had at the early portion of this game. So, starting to push forward. Slaya will lay down and start at the hard point. Another couple of players will start making their way forward here from Oklahoma Christian. And realistically, now Frosty hipping through the doorway. Might have been able to find Priestley, was at 4 HP, but this is going to allow the side of St. Clair just to kind of relax, take a couple control points, and allow this offense to come to them.
Slowly but surely, earning some progress here. Cruzy just waiting to see if someone runs into his line of sight, and wouldn't you know, they do. Cruzy at the 21-14, now going to try to wrap. 1 tick of progress already in, but going to put a toe on it here. Doesn't know how many players are going to be active, but anyway, going to chow around the corner, finds 1. His teammate's able to clean up the second before he's able to get that, so no second tick of progress coming in here. A site safe and secure. St. Clair have numbers. Do they push through? But once again, someone is behind enemy lines, and that's something they cannot always have locked down, and they're getting punished for it.
I mean, Proto was the one we were talking about drastically throughout the entirety of the first, 2 rounds of this control, but now Cruz has decided he wanted to join the party, say hello. Up to 22, game high for either of these 2 teams. 21 lives apiece, though. B zone stalled out for the moment. Last tick of progress should be coming through, and there it is. So an extra 60 seconds will be added to the clock. That A zone going to be the point of residence that St. Clair wants to occupy for themselves. But Oklahoma Christian, they're in their backlines. They have the entire map spread out. Over-aggression, though, there from Proto is not going to work out. Priestley finds him, and they're going to lose just a little bit of time here as they try to wrap back to A.
And this is a perfect example of wanting to go back to the point you said where whether you're an A or a sub, you have to be ready for gunfights on either side of things. And I just think Oklahoma Christian's winning that battle. They're just a half step more prepared for the gunfights coming in the corner. They're taking the gunfights they want instead of the other way around. And Proto, that might be a perfect example of it, able to snap and find one here, and now trying to bleed some lives, only up 2, but with complete map control. St. Clair have to try to find a way to work out a spawn, but Gus on this bus side, good luck taking him down.
Brandon's just going to stall this one out. And you know what Oklahoma Christian's going to do here? They're going to double up. They're going to play the lanes. They're going to play trades with one another perfectly through the rest of this. And especially since they have St. Clair stuck in the spawn trap, that north-left quadrant of the map is basically where we're going to see the majority of these gunfights being taken throughout the next probably about minute of this game. So if nobody's able to push up and you can't break out through spawn, it's not going to matter. Cruz finds another Proto here as well. And St. Clair are just draining lives round after round. And right now, there doesn't seem to be an end in sight.
No end in sight, no real answer. Very lackluster performances coming in from St. Clair and Oklahoma Christian. Like you said, it's the Cruzy Proto show right now. And no one else really needs to do much else.
Yeah.
50 kills between the two of them through 2.5 rounds. And this is the last-ditch effort. Best position St. Clair's been in. They have to find the kills. And so far, the kill column not quite going their way.
No, it's not. Double lives +1 for Oklahoma Christian on the defensive side, but St. Clair have found themselves onto the 8 point. It's only one player here, though, and the player that was the secondary option to watch the cross to get over to this point to try and cut down the defense is gone, but Nacho's able to find a double. Bruce, Proto, both there, but a double comes back on the opposite way, and now Oklahoma Christian have basically taken everybody off the map. 4 go down. It's one player left alive in Bendy, and unless he pulls out the biggest clutch we've seen in the control in probably the past 3 years of Call of Duty, this one's looking like a 3-0 sweep inside of map 3. And that's exactly what it's going to be. Oklahoma Christian, after losing map 1, take 2 straight, now up 2-1 in the series.
A convincing control, though close at moments. It still felt like Oklahoma Christian was in the driver's seat for the entirety of it. They were in great positions around the map. They were taking the gunfights that they wanted to.
Yeah.
And in a position where St. Clair just felt like they couldn't get comfortable. They couldn't find footing necessarily. So it happens. Again, back to the drawing board. We were saying this for Oklahoma Christian not 2 maps ago. So we expected Oklahoma Christian to fight back to see if they could take off some maps themselves. They take off 2 in a row. And now we'll go to a hard point where, I mean, again, you know, we're getting to those stretches of this best of 7 where we're already going into map number 4. And this could put Oklahoma Christian on series point. If not, this could put us at a point where we're guaranteed 6 maps. So I'm really excited to see what kind of response St. Clair can formulate and what they're able to do, or if Oklahoma Christian have the confidence now and the ability to just kind of hold a stiff arm and say, yeah, we might just run away with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you have it on your neck. I've got it on the headband right here. And, of course, I mean, I'm just going to crack this open real quick.
I mean, I'll join you. Why
Might
not?
as well, right? Look, so here's the thing. With Monster Energy, they've teamed up with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and if you haven't played Modern Warfare 3 so far, look, I'm going to be honest, it's probably the best COD game in the last 5 years. Fantastic. But this is about Monster Energy. Buy Monster to power up and receive 2 times XP plus exclusive in-game rewards. If you want to find out more on how to do this, go to monsterenergy.com now to redeem. Plus, you can look out for custom Call of Duty Monster cans in store now, which, hey, guess what? If you find one with the custom little thing on it, the little QR code and stuff, you can redeem those codes. You can get XP tokens. I use those so much in the beginning when I was doing my camo grind, and I'm not even kidding. I have like 4 cans of Monster just sitting in my room right now.
I believe it.
Also, along with Monster, we want a big thank you to the LA Comic Con as well. If you're in the LA region, it's actually happening today as we're speaking right now. The LA Comic Con is producing an expansive and exciting gaming, esports, and anime experience in the West Hall of the Los Angeles Convention Center on December 1st through the 3rd. So if you haven't checked it out or you want to go stop by there today and you're in the Los Angeles area, hey, you can get your pass and get access to gaming stage tournaments, stream studio with your favorite streamers. We can go chill with them, hang out, say what's up, and the free play zone with the hottest PC and console games with The Mix, which is a thing that they're basically putting on for players, specifically for indie developers, where you can go and play 10 different indie games with those developers on site, to where you can give them feedback, bug fixes, all that kind of stuff. It's going to be great. So if you want to learn more or you want to be able to get $5 off of your gaming pass, click the panel below and use promo code LEVELUP. All right, well, we've gone through 3 games. St. Clair at the beginning looked like they had the momentum. They were up 1-0 in the series, but Oklahoma Christian has been able to bounce back. So now with a 6-3 search and destroy and a commanding 3-0 in that Expo control, we find ourselves in a situation where St. Clair on the back foot and Oklahoma Christian controls their destiny once again. We'll take a break. We'll step aside. When we come back, we'll have the rest of the series for you. And who knows, maybe within 2 maps, Oklahoma Christian could be finding themselves a national champion.
avenues, find a way into the hard point. Now they're going to be soaking up some time. Still 30 seconds left, plenty to fight for here. St. Clair, this might be their last push at it, given how the rotation habits and patterns have gone on this map. Just 2 players left. They're still spotting safe, so you can see Bendy with the awareness to back up. Do they know Proda has already stuck behind enemy lines?
Well, the Saints have shown a good ability to break hills, so this is going to be that cuts everybody down from Oklahoma Christian that was trying to break it back over towards the hill. St. Clair needed this time to stay in this game. Still down 10, about to eclipse the 200 point. It's 250 to win it here in map 1. Which team will take the cake?
Here we go. Another push for time, and they're going to try to get in, but again, St. Clair lines them up and knocks them down. A few different spots around the map. Priestley alive, out to 27 and 15 here. Does he have anything left in the bag to push them over the finish line? Oklahoma Christian chipping away at the scoreline. Cruzy, savior from the top ropes. Going to keep things clean for now, but the push is coming to mid.
Turn back around. Team kill could be costly here at the end, but still only 20 seconds here. Not enough time for St. Clair to be able to take the
stick. Priestley finds 2, and they've got to go.
2 trophies in the back line, 12 seconds left. St. Clair on the verge of being able to take map 1. There's only 2 players left for Oklahoma Christian to try and force their way forward. Gus was able to find 1, but he's the last one remaining. 14 and 28, he'll get cut down. St. Clair, they're gonna take map 1 on Embassy. What's the roundup for the team? First blood going to go his way. 18 seconds left. Not a lot of time here for St. Clair to be able to find the kill and the defuse at the same time, but we saw what happened the last one through. Shot's going to be good out from Proda, but he's backed up all the way to 52 HP, peppered up. Now has to decide, where does he want to challenge? Out from the left, out from the right. He gets aerial support from the sniper. Bendy knocks him down. St. Clair get the defuse with just little. And a defuse timer on this. And here comes the wrap back now.
1 versus 3.
Oh my god, he could get great timing.
Brandon could get great timing here. Ooh, I think he got spotted. And yeah, just again, comes down to caught timing. Cruzy ready for the gunfight in there. That's going to be a quick and easy cleanup. They're going to walk away with a round win here after the defuse.
Retake with 40 seconds.
A mental error you can't really afford to make. They still have a chance in this round, but oof, as time ticks, it gets slimmer and slimmer. 3 snakes on their belly in the kitchen, and Proda's gonna line them both up. I mean, that's just a mistake you can't make, and of course, Oklahoma Christian punishes you.
You're gonna be able to find yourselves into the B site for free, and that's exactly what happened. Gus gets it.
Proda lying in wait for the timing, and you can see Bendy on the hunt, trying to clear out maybe the fact that one of the players here, at least clearing out the Oklahoma Christian spawn, but again, at the end of the day, if he doesn't start moving quickly, I was going to say Proda might be able to find these timings, but now that it's a 3v2 and bombs all the way over at B.
Cooked perfectly, so now we get back over towards it. Proda on 4 in a row, trying to make it 5. Hit fire shots are going to be good, but player in the corner is Brandon, who's now found his 2nd kill of the game. 2 versus 1. Last player alive going to be Frosty. Trying to push from the outside spawn, only has a sniper to work with. He's going to open the door up, he's able to find one, but the trade is there immediately after the fact. The freezer alert works well for St. Clair, so they'll be up once again. Going to work out, Gus walks him off. Brandon, last one alive, 1 versus 3. And once again, only 24 seconds left to really make a play here. And as he starts to make his way in towards the back line, he's just going to have to challenge out towards the bar side. And realistically, he's got 2 players challenging him. Sure, you can pepper one up, but they're just going to stall out for time here. They're not going to force the issue unless they have to. And now the clock is, and as another play goes off the board, all of a sudden, Oklahoma Christian now find themselves in the 3 versus 2.
Like you said, it had to be a godly retake. And yeah, they bullied them out of kitchen, essentially, and they haven't hopped the bomb just yet. Priestley needs to be able to find this kill, but Cruzy going to take it, going to get the better timing. Now a 1 versus 3. Now make it a 1v2, and they've hopped the bomb completely. What can you do?
Yeah, there's just nothing you're going to be able to do unless you slide around the corner and hit your shot. Walk away with a kill here. Bomb going to go down.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague Fall Grand Finals 2023. I am Septilence, and while we've been talking a little bit, or maybe a lot of bit, about Call of Duty today, I've had the opportunity to talk with Time to Light and Vincent, the Counter-Strike 2 casters, which you guys will be seeing in just a little bit. So we had an opportunity to talk about our matchup coming up today, George Mason versus Rochester, RIT. So my first question, TTL, if you want to tackle it, is there a history, a notable one between these teams at all?
Not really. We're not at least seeing these 2 teams taking one another on in recent history, not during the regular season. They haven't seen each other at playoffs at all. It's not double elimination.
Right.
But I think the most important part is the fact, yeah, they haven't taken one another on, but they've seen each other on stream, off stream, in scrims, everywhere.
So Vincent, is there an inherent advantage or disadvantage in not playing a team? Do you go in better because you don't know the play style, or do you go in worse because you don't know the play style?
You know, I think being both teams being on stream, like there's definitely
they've looked into each other.
Yeah, like it feels like that is definitely been happening. And the vibe that I'm getting is like both teams coming into this feeling like they've prepped pretty well is what I'm feeling.
Yeah, so even with that preparation on hand, if we're looking at win-loss ratios, which I don't know off the top of my head, is there a clear underdog in this circumstance? Is there someone to look at, like, if they win, that's our dark horse story?
So rankings-wise, no. However, in terms of previous history, yes.
Okay.
So GMU coming into this are the technical underdogs. They're the 4th seed coming out. They were the 2nd seed in their own group. Granted, it's a tiebreaker, lost to Fisher.
Yeah,
but
three-way tie.
Yeah, it's a three-way tie. But you're still looking at RIT. They were runner-ups last year, or last semester, I suppose, technically last academic year. They are the team that is favored to win. But GMU, they've said it. They've done their homework. We talked to them earlier. They are confident, and they should be.
Yeah, so going into a game that maybe I'm incorrect here, is very mechanical. This is a very, it comes down to what the aiming is, to what the fire weapon is, to getting that accuracy across the board. Vincent, if you are an underdog in a game that's almost exclusively mechanics, how do you get out of that hole? How do you not become the underdog anymore?
Well, I mean, I think there's two things. CS is a game that is about confidence more than anything.
Sure,
I
okay.
think. And that's just knowing what you're going to be doing going into a game and being prepared to execute that and having the confidence to say, hey, like, we're going to be the better team today.
Yeah.
Second is the prep, and we just touched on it, right?
So what does prep look like?
Oh, yeah. So, watch back those games, look at, hey, what maps are these teams playing? Where are we going to be going? It's a best of 3. There's 7 maps in the pool.
Right.
So you're getting rid of the majority of those. You're not going to play them. You don't want to be prepping for a map that you're not going to play. And that's when it comes to like watching things back, looking at maybe finding some demos like in game and looking at, hey, what kind of utility are they throwing and what are we going to expect for the game plan and the game plan around that.
So if you have the expectation of somebody, okay, they've seen our VODs, they've seen our performances, is there a benefit to trying something new, or are you always just going to do better on what you've been working with?
So usually you want to have something as a backup just in case.
Right.
You don't always want to run the exact same strat because, well, yes, it has worked before. There's no guarantee it will work in the future. It's always nice to have a B plan or a C plan or a D plan if you really need
of
one,
course,
regardless of how good your plan A is. I think that's the best case for RIT. They've always been a team with multiple different avenues of attack, regardless of how successful they are. MJB is a very good IGL. He has been for multiple years, but both in the collegiate scene and elsewhere.
Yeah.
I'm really looking at RIT to bring something different, just not something new.
Okay, I like that.
Well, and I think that to touch on that, I think part of that is RIT's experience. Like, I mean, I don't know if we mentioned it, but like they were here last semester. They were in the finals. They unfortunately lost to Drexel, but now they get another opportunity. Not only that, like the entirety of this RIT team has a lot of experience in different leagues outside of the collegiate scene, and they've been playing together for a while too. So you don't even, when you have that built up momentum and knowledge of your teammates, you don't even necessarily have to have like a solid, like this is the game plan. It can be a feel, and that's what RIT can have.
I like that. I like that a lot. So I have a kind of a basic question, but I don't play Counter-Strike. I'm not super familiar. I know with other first-person shooters, you may see things where people are put into specific roles of being a tank or support, and while CS doesn't offer that, are we still seeing like role-specific actions from teams? Is there somebody that's exclusively like an op player, or are there? Is that a thing? Are there certain positions that we should expect these teams to bring out?
Short answer is absolutely. Longer answer is kind of not really.
Okay.
You need to be.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It's malleable.
An opper is like probably the hardest role you'll see, or an in-game leader.
Especially in CS2.
Outside of that, though, you need, as a player, to be able to like jump in, and if you're the first guy in, you need to be able to hit that shot.
Right.
Like you're not always going to, if you're the entry player, like you're not always going to be in position to be the entry.
Yeah.
You wish.
Okay, sure. Ideally, right? Perfect world?
Yeah, but the other scenario is also, it's a clutch scenario. Your support player is in a 1v3. Your support player has to become a fragger. Everybody has to be good.
Okay, so what does a support player look like in CS2?
A lot of times it's not only sometimes lurking, as you see.
You
can be a lurker and a support at the same time, but it's also setting your team up for success. Either
Right.
good nades or, flank utility.
Sure.
Sometimes
Okay.
you just have flanks themselves.
Yeah.
Not as applicable sometimes in
Putting your best players into positions to succeed.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like
awesome.
that looks like a bunch of different things,
Right.
but as a whole, that is the job of the support.
Yeah, okay. I like that a lot. And I think I've just got one more question for you guys before we get ready to send it either to the rest of the break or maybe into Call of Duty some more. But just going in, you can give us personal or statistical opinions, predictions on who might walk out as number one.
RIT 2-1.
RIT 2-1. So we're going all the way at the very least.
I really don't know. I think it's a tough matchup for GMU.
Sure.
I'll be honest, I want to see GMU come in and succeed and put together, whether they win or not, put together a strong showing. But I think RIT probably take this, and I think it might be a 2-0. as much as I hope to see some very close gameplay.
I think it's the experience. GMU coming into this have said they've done their prep work. I think that will get them one map, and I think it'll get them the map they choose. But it's also going to come down to what maps they choose and how confident they feel on the maps that RIT are picking. I think the third map, if we get there, is going RIT's way just about every day of the week.
Yep. Okay. I cannot wait to see it. I hope you guys are as excited now as I am for Counter-Strike 2, which will be coming up after Call of Duty. But speaking of Call of Duty, their break is over, and they're ready to jump right back into the action. We'll see you guys on the other side. You've got like 5 seconds for them to use their mics.
Okay.
Good job, guys. That was maybe the best thing I've done so far this weekend.
Those are good questions. Really good.
Yeah, for not knowing a whole lot about CS2, you know that.
We are back underway with the grand finals from the Boise State Esports facility. Oklahoma Christian, a 2-1 lead up over the St. Clair Saints. They came into this needing a little bit more than they've gotten all year long, and unfortunately have fallen just a touch flat here so far. Big thing, though, and the question on everybody's mind is, when will the St. Clair team heat back up?
They've definitely cooled down a little bit as of the last couple of maps. Search and Destroy got off to a good start, but didn't quite finish their way how they would have liked to, and a little, some mental errors, I think, that also played a part in that. You go out into the Expo Control. Round by round, played close, played down to the wire, whether it was time or lives. Not quite close in the scorecard at the end of the day. It was a 3-0 victory for Oklahoma Christian there. Lots of chirping going on the main stage, and yeah, they're starting to play like it and starting to play like they want to run away with this series. They're very poised to. St. Clair, like you said, they need to find a way to heat back up.
Yep.
I think map 4 is a great place for them. I mean, surely you started well on hardpoint map number 1. You'd like to think that you're going to be most comfortable getting back to a hardpoint here. Hotel is a map that, as we had said before, a map that St. Clair knows Oklahoma Christian is strong on, but also knows that they're going to be up to the challenge and going to be ready to go. Search and Destroy playing a lot differently than hardpoint, a lot more engagements, a lot more opportunities to combat a slow start, and so that's what we're looking for out of St. Clair. But again, Oklahoma Christian poised, ready to put themselves on series point here.
Yep. I do kind of want to touch back on something that we kind of discussed earlier on in the show, and it really came down to the practice that each of these two teams are getting. For St. Clair, they have continuously scrimmed Modern Warfare 2 throughout the entirety of the year. They haven't really swapped over to that Modern Warfare 3 game just yet. On the other side, Oklahoma Christian, they've been playing MW3 since it dropped. Cruz was playing a cup yesterday and today, so is Frosty, and they're getting deep into the little pup cup, is what we call it, because it's not an official Challengers Cup, but there is a cup being ran in the process right now, specifically for Challengers, just as a little event to begin the year. So it's kind of interesting to see how St. Clair, will respond in a hard point, because if you're thinking of scrims specifically, you're scrimming hard point probably 90% of the time. You're not really scrimming S&D or control. So this is where I need to see, obviously, for a lot of people, need to see St. Clair be able to get themselves back into the series, tie things up at 2-2, at least guarantee us a map 6. When we start off, Cruzy finds 2, Proto finds another. Sure, Semtex comes in, guess what? It's a 4-man wipe.
Complete mid-map control, and now they're going to push forward. P2 is going to be on the right-hand side of the map. And they're going to try to lock that down. Bottom side safe for now, and St. Clair off the block. I mean, just not able to get anything but a singular trade. It's a combined 7-team kill streak just to open things up, out to a 25-point lead. Sure, the right side of the map is maybe technically still safe for St. Clair, but the spawns were out for a moment. So a couple kills in response, no points on the board, but at least trying to take care of the map where they can. And as this new hill looks to pop, already finding themselves in a deficit.
And I can see Proto making his way through Jewelry. He's going to have a hard gunfight in the back off screen, and Priestley's going to be able to walk away with it. It's the Semtex that makes it clean up, but at least good for now. So here comes the break in from the side of Oklahoma Christian as they push their way forward. They weren't able to really get the good break onto P2 the last time when we played in map 1 on Embassy. However, this time a bit different, though, because they've already gotten themselves inside of the hard point. Gus finds Bendy. Proto going to be on the top of the staircase. Gus finds a double, gets taken out by the trophy, but that's lives here. That's Oklahoma Christian breaking in and negating St. Clair anything.
And you could just tell the comms are on fire for this team. They're yelling in the background dead after every single kill. They're feeling themselves early on in this hard point. St. Clair already put themselves in a hole. Brandon, without a kill on the board, they need to come up with an answer quickly. Oklahoma Christian already out to a 70-point lead before St. Clair is able to even so much as step foot in the hill.
It's the same thing that we talked about in the control. Brandon had to be the guy to step up in the control to help his teammate in Nacho take down the ARs of Oklahoma Christian. The guys that are the loudest on the stage right now are the 2 ARs from Oklahoma Christian. They're not doing anything, and Brandon is still in the blender right now. It's a thing that not only needs to change for St. Clair, but dude just got to get hot. You just got to find that first blood and then continue to keep the snowball rolling, and he finally gets one on the board, but it's with an SMG. He needs to find something hard.
And Frosty just found a big 3-piece. Why? Because they're able to take these gunfights to St. Clair, and that's the point of why Brandon maybe can't find a kill. I mean, now he has one on the board, but again, it's the continuation of the control. Oklahoma Christian are taking the gunfights they want to. They are pressing the issue. They are being the aggressor around the map. St. Clair is being taken off of guard by gunfights that they aren't quite ready for, and that's a perfect example of it. St. Clair, they need to set themselves up for success, help their teammates out, and not just isolate these 1v1s. They're getting smoked at every turn. Oklahoma Christian could not be off to a better start. Frosty now 7 in a row.
I mean, you're looking at a 100-plus point deficit at the end of this hill if you're able to hold down the rest of this scrap time. St. Clair, they've just decided, hey, we haven't been able to find the first 3 hills. Let's just rotate to the next one and hope for the best. Right now, nothing is working for St. Clair. And sure, you find one in the back line, but there's still 2 more players here, and they're just going to play bait and switch. A beautiful switch there from Cruz is able to find it, and now you have the back line. Now you have these spawns, and the player that's back from over on the kitchen side, hey, guess what? He can make a free pinch.
And the pinch, the flank from Oklahoma Christian has been there every single time, whether it's a respawn or a search and destroy. St. Clair just don't have the numbers for it, because now Oklahoma Christian is sending multiple bodies versus just one. It's a couple people, like you said, the bait and switch. It's working out beautifully for them. St. Clair maybe finding a little bit of footing here. A lot of work to do in this one, but it's been a good P4 hold from them to start.
Jump challenge across the right-hand side, not going to work for Priestley there, and it's not going to work for anybody on St. Clair, because once again, it's Oklahoma Christian winning the gunfight and putting everybody from St. Clair back to the respawn block. 1 in 10 from Brandon. The struggle's still continuing, not to put a negative spotlight on him, but it's so difficult to see one player continuously struggle while everybody else is trying to have to just break in, break out, and it's once again a 100-point lead for Oklahoma Christian.
Yeah, plain and simple, the slang has to change. I mean, you look at the right-hand side of the map, and Frosty's got 16 kills, everyone positive for Oklahoma Christian. On the other side of things, you only have one player in double digits, and only one player with over 30 seconds of heal time. It is just unreal what we're seeing out of Oklahoma Christian, and St. Clair do not have an answer.
Frosty is the guy. He's the dog, he's the goat, he's the god right now. There's nobody on this map that can touch him, and it's going to continue to stay that way through the rest of it. There goes another one. Bendy falls. Gus says, hi, Papa. You're going to be dead too. Cruz on the back line, and Frosty will cap it off. Another 4-man, and that's St. Clair back to the respawn block for the 30 millionth time this game.
175 to 50. We're still on our first set of rotations, mind you. We still have one more hill after this. We have to go to P6 parking garage, the bottom left-hand side of your map. And Oklahoma Christian are in any position, if they can get the rest of this time, they would almost be able to win it here. I don't think that's quite going to be the case. But regardless, they have kitchen locked down, the left-hand side of the map. And St. Clair simply funning through one lane trying to find these kills. I mean, it's just something where now it is do or die time for you. You don't really have enough time to mess around, feel out the map, see if you can get something going. It has to start this next hill. You cannot let them walk away with the lion's share of time. Otherwise, they will be over the 200-point mark, and they'll be on the doorstep of closing this one out.
I mean, it's so hard to even think of a game plan that St. Clair could use to get out of this hole. Right now, nobody can get a kill. Nobody can buy any sort of positioning on the map. Frosty's going off. Gus, Cruz, Proto, everybody helping out at a stance. And finally, Brandon will pop a double, but it's too little too late at the standpoint. Unless a miracle happens, and all of a sudden, St. Clair can just turn the slang efforts in the exact opposite way that we've been seeing the entire game. It's not going to happen. Sure, Nacho's there. Long-range shots. Gus is going to find him, and it's St. Clair who loses out on time again.
Running them over. I mean, I don't know how many different ways we can shape this up, Alex. It has been a masterclass out of Oklahoma Christian. We all remember how map 1 went, right?
We do.
Down to the wire, handshaking leads. Not the case here. Could not be further from it. Now, we know this is Oklahoma Christian's map, but St. Clair don't even have the thought of a formulation of a response. Why? Because they are caught in positions like that where they do not have anyone ready to play for a trade or anyone in a good position. Brandon was in a good spot there, but so often they found themselves in isolated 1v1s, getting bullied out of different lanes. And again, the slang has been unreal for Oklahoma Christian.
It's basically 10 seconds left. You have a couple players here from the side of Oklahoma Christian getting into the point, and Cruz is going to say, give him to me! Runs through with the knife, puts him down London style, and here we go. 5 seconds left of the game. Nobody close from the side of St. Clair. Kills continuing to go. Papa Frosty puts the exclamation mark on it, and the cherry on top. Oklahoma Christian 3-1 in the series.
Series point. They can close this one out here in a search and destroy. Plain and simple, they're electric on this stage. I mean, they are feeling themselves, and that's an understated way to put it. Frosty 24-11. Cruzy with big numbers.
Yep.
Again, we talked about razor-thin margins of error. All 4 players teeing up. I mean, again, the lowest kill player on that team was 14. Guess what? That's higher than anyone for St. Clair was able to get. It's just...
Mama have mercy.
It was just outslaying from top to bottom. Usually you want to say, oh, they missed out on rotation or X, Y, and Z. They just got outslayed. They got bullied around the map. Wasn't even close for a second. And for St. Clair, is this the dagger? I mean, is this what makes it beyond the point of no return? You lose a close but 3-0 control. You come out and get absolutely bodied in a hard point. What does this do now going into map 5 of Search and Destroy?
It feels like things are taking a sour turn, but then you remember that's the Search and Destroy where St. Clair historically have been pretty good at. The problem is Mercado hasn't been their best Search and Destroy map this year. And this is where a lot of teams, whether it be the high end of Challengers, low end or middle end or high end of Collegiate, have had their flaws shown by a very strong team on the other hand, because Mercado rewards team play. It rewards players that are going to be able to move around the map with one another, and if you're able to get caught out by that, you're going to have a bad time. You're going to have a really bad time. And that's exactly what Oklahoma Christian was able to do to St. Clair in the hotel hardpoint, and they had a bad time. Now, Amber, I don't know if you remember the conversation we had with Zarin beforehand, and this isn't to knock down the side of St. Clair whatsoever, but he said, and I quote, "We feel like we can take it to them on hotel." That might be the worst decision that they've made throughout this series so far.
Yeah.
Because they did not, in fact, take it to them.
Yeah, it's reminding me of like taken. Yeah, no, they absolutely
obliterated.
Got taken.
And about any other word that you could use to describe basically a 60-point club.
Yeah, feeling like shades of LA Thieves saying don't chow us on Gavitu Hardpoint. Pretty much the case here. It is do not chow this Oklahoma Christian squad on hotel. We've seen 2 in this series, and don't challenge a good one too. I mean, hey, they're still called to be played, so you know you got to challenge them at this point to try to stay alive in it. But I really like the point you said about Mercado, where it rewards team play. What did St. Clair do so well in map number 1? They played as a team. They were where they needed to be. They got to all of their spots together. They were able to be in positions to trade one another. The last 2 respawns, they haven't been in the position to trade each other at all. Sure. It was isolated gunfights. They were taken around corners. They were taken by surprise and off guard. And it's hard when you can't find footing in a map and you can't get to the spots you need to be in to be able to help your teammates out. But again, we need to see them dominate the first bloods like they did the first half of that search and destroy, but also play smart and find a way to close out the round. We've seen glimpses of their disciplined, dominant gameplay. We need to see it now here resurrected, and they're going to have to take 3 straight maps in order to do that. Not a position they wanted to find themselves in once again, but again, going into map 5, who am I thinking of and who did Zarin call to earlier? Priestley. That's the guy who in every single big moment finds a way to step up and go big. Needs to do that here to get the team back on the right track.
He's been absent.
Yeah.
He's been non-existent. I don't remember the last 2 or 3 maps where we've even said his name apart from a few maybe search and destroy rounds. That simply can't happen. How many times have we said Cruz's name throughout all the matches?
Yeah.
The entire series. We've been saying Frosty every game, multiple times every game.
Yeah.
He's hot, and he's hot right now.
And they just don't have an answer for it. They don't have a way that they can slow anyone down and get them into a position that was disrupted and uncomfortable like they were in the early portions of this series. We said a team that goes up, in the series, at least early on, is going to do a much better job at closing the series out. It was 2 back-to-back map response out of Oklahoma Christian to give them the 2-1 advantage. So no one got out to a 2-0 start, but it was 2 very quick maps ripped off of St. Clair now for Oklahoma Christian to be in the position that they're in. So I expect them to have the gumption to close this out. I'm really not thinking for Oklahoma Christian they're going to let this one go. They're going to let this go by the wayside. And that's not even something that St. Clair can control necessarily. I just think Oklahoma Christian knows the position they're in. They know how sour the feeling was losing to Northwood in a 4-2 fashion just a few months ago, and they want to hoist that championship trophy.
They want to hoist it, and what better way to do it than through a search and destroy? Usually this is what ends off a best-of-5 series. We call it Game 5. You get those round 11s, and that's where you get your vintage Call of Duty moments. Will we get another one here today from the Boise State Esports Arena? Or will we find ourselves going to a map 6? St. Clair holding on by strings to this match right now. Oklahoma Christian has powered it through, and Gus will pop with a popcorn grenade. Double kill right out the gate. St. Clair in despair.
And how do you even respond from this? Everything you wanted to do off the break-off, not going to happen. Why? Because you are down twice as many men as Oklahoma Christian. Bendy finds a good kill, trying to at least carve his way around the map to get an opening to this bomb site. But if you're Oklahoma Christian, you can play passive here. You can afford to let them get the bomb down. If anyone trusts their retake, it's going to be this team. That's exactly what's going to happen here. Stuns come through. So many angles to watch. Can St. Clair win this one?
This is actually going to be a pretty difficult retake for Oklahoma Christian. If you challenge in the tunnel and you lose out on that gunfight, automatically you put yourselves into 2v2, and then you have to flood the lane where somebody should be a top canteen up. So, in the courtyard, Bendy, 7 HP, gonna have to reload. Might get bad timing here. Hop up, hip fire shot's not gonna be able to be there. Gus walks away with it. Leia, the last one alive. 84 HP, 22 seconds. Knows one's gonna be trying to walk from the opposite end. Stun checked out, hops up on the table. Frosty makes work of him. SMG too good here. Oklahoma Christian off the back end of a Gus 2-piece to open up the round. Gives him 3 straight and a 1-0 lead.
Like I said, that just completely changes the complexion of the round for St. Clair. Simply put, you need to find a couple kills before you can really do too much. They're able to get the bomb down, but again, just quite the mountain to climb in round number 1. So they find themselves in the deficit. Oklahoma Christian defensively, a really good break off for them. Now offensively, we'll see what they do here is, usually it's Bendy with the sniper that we see. Frosty's going to pull it out here and have his hand at it and see what he can find. St. Clair defensively, I'm interested to see what they do. It's going to be all 4 players, at least to start, running to mid and working towards the safe side.
Oh, beautiful shot there, Priestley, off the map. Oh, I thought for a second I was going to get tickled inside. 4 versus 3. Defense just lackluster here. Bottles falling, people falling.
You know me.
Everything in the world falling apart here for St. Clair as they've lost 3 maps straight. Slay up on the bomb, able to find Gus. You look for the second. You know that Cruz is in the top right window. Going to have to toss the Semtex over to the left-hand side, and the shot's not going to be able to connect. And all of a sudden, what looked like it was going to be good enough for St. Clair to at least even things out goes back in Oklahoma Christian's way. 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Cruzy just said that they're very good. And I agree. Oklahoma Christian is very good.
Indeed.
And I'm just feeling very bad for St. Clair right now because there's been nothing to show a response, to show a fight back. And you know they're trying, of course. They're trying to make anything happen. I feel like it's something less of what St. Clair isn't doing and more of what Oklahoma Christian is doing. They're completely dictating every aspect of the game you could want is in their control. St. Clair are going to have to find a way to get something creative, unorthodox, something to find themselves any kind of success in the search.
Could it be as creative and unorthodox as finding a kill on the map?
No, you raise a good point. I definitely think that does play hand.
Just throwing a question out there. 45 seconds going to be the timer here as Bendy gets the bomb down. Still a 4 versus 4. Going to be a big retake here, at least an attempt at one from Oklahoma Christian. You got 2 players in the alleyway. Peeks the door open, closes it back up, says, nah, I'm good, law. Inside of dark, Gus going to start making his way forward. They're just trying to find some information, but 15 seconds have already been taken off the clock, and Cruz is just going to go for the defuse here. Slay is going to be able to find one. Are they going to be able to check him? Gus gets knocked off of it, so now it's a 2 versus 4. Cruz finds one, but only 20 seconds left, and now it's a 1 versus 3. Cruz still alive. 1 versus 2. He's found 2. Challenge to the doorway, and finally they'll be able to take down the undefeated man. We're happy. St. Clair on the board.
And I said unorthodox, and I know maybe if you're not familiar with COD, you would think, oh, how is B unorthodox in a sense? And maybe if you watch, some CS or some Siege or something, you get an idea that, again, there is an offsite typically.
Yeah.
A is the one a lot of teams will push through. It's through an alley. It's the safest bet. You're not caught out into any kind of long lines of sight. B is unorthodox in the sense that getting over here is kind of tricky. There's a lot you have to clear out before you can do that. And St. Clair has done a good job playing the off-bomb site. For that, it completely rewards them. They get that disruption that they needed to get around on the board. Now what do they do here?
It's a 3 versus 3 back over towards the site, and Bendy's able to get up on top of the banister, finds one, has to hit fire, pops the dead silence, can't get away. Pinstripe kill feed, 2 versus 2. 20 seconds off the clock, lots of time to work with, bomb still in the hands, but you have to look to player 5 here. It's Frosty making that flank through the back end, gonna hide himself into dark. But Brandon could be in a great spot. Frosty finds Slay, and now it's Brandon all by himself. At least he's got kills this time.
Yeah, it's just the flank again. It's almost like Oklahoma Christian lulls you to sleep. They'll go aggressive, maybe even slow play around a little bit, not send someone on a flank. And then right when you're least expecting it, 4 rounds into the search, they're going to send someone on a flank and find a kill.
Oh, but you know where Brandon is. And I thought Gus for a moment was going to try and wrap back out, make a flank play. Very easily could have ended up in a pinch. But instead they're going to play this smart. They're going to get back together. They're going to plant the bomb just outside of Cantina at the A site. And now this is going to force Brandon to have to push through the middle of the map. The only place that he can really go through here is the tunnel or wrap all the way back through the left-hand side, but they're still doubled up, and it's going to be a difficult gunfight regardless of where he tries to push. So here we go. Around the corner. Frosty's going to be there. Checks the top right-hand side. Jump challenges out, and there's just nothing he can do. Had no information on where those 2 players were. They played it perfectly. Oklahoma Christian, once again, doing the correct things to give themselves an extended lead.
And a 2-round buffer is a pretty sweet one to have at this point, knowing if you can just handshake rounds the rest of the way, you'd walk away with the win. There's really not much else to say apart from St. Clair is going to have to find a way to take multiple rounds at some point consecutively, right? Because as I just said, if you handshake, you're not going to be good enough. They're going to have to find a way to win at least 2 or so rounds in a row. And that's on the good side of things. Because if Oklahoma Christian keep winning rounds, you're going to have to take more and more and more off of them. They're just 2 rounds away from being series points. So for St. Clair, things have to start clicking now. Priestley, again, got to get something going. He's the IGL for the team. You're looking for him to go big. He needs to.
I mean, Proto's weak, and you got to be able to either chow that out or find Gus who's on the heady. And instead of knocking him off the heady, you're stuck inside a Cantina now with nowhere to go. Sure, you have someone in the back of the map, but Nacho's going to be rendered useless because there's Cruz directly through the middle of the map, and you heard him on the main stage. He said, well, yeah, there's a word I can't say in there. Gus around the left-hand corner. Priestley a challenge. Still a 4 versus 2 here. Oklahoma Christian have everything within their mantle, and all that St. Clair can really do here is just sit and wait for a challenge to come. And if Oklahoma Christian play passive enough, well, that just might be 50 seconds that they wait out for the round.
And you might as well. I mean, Prota surely gets the better timing on this, even if you can guess that he's there. The flick you have to hit, it's just not going to be a pretty one. And like you said, you're stuck in Cantina. You're looking at iron sights everywhere you go. Prota now going to get aggressive and at least be able to trade if Cruz couldn't get it. But Brandon's got to go get the bomb. Finds one. Wall bangs in. 4-1 Oklahoma Christian.
Here's what I'll say. Look, there has been 2 times now that it's just been a Cantina push from St. Clair. What they have done on the Cantina push is they get inside a Cantina, but they don't want to directly challenge out a gunfight because they don't know where that gunfight's coming from. Either A, there's going to be somebody up on the head glitch, on that little roof jump up that you have there, or on the hedge. If there's 2 players there, that's going to be a difficult fight regardless. But if you're that offensive team pushing, you have to get that first blood there. And either A, that's going to come through stuns and nades over the top, using your lethals to your advantage, or being aggressive. And St. Clair is afraid to push out of the site. And that's exactly what has happened the last few times. So this is what needs to change here on the defensive end. If you're going to stop them from getting through, do what Bendy did last time. Hop up top plat, be able to find that first blood. Protoss in the middle, map gets knocked down. There's a first blood for St. Clair.
Brandon finds a good one. But I think he shaped up the best way. There's just a lack of confidence. A lack of simply chowing around the map. Coming in from St. Clair, and we are at series point, Alex. But again, I think the best way to put it is to piggyback off of what you were saying. That confidence has been taken out of them. The discipline follows suit, right? If you're not feeling good in your ability to take gunfights, you're going to maybe overextend, try to take one just to get feeling good. And St. Clair can't get anything going for themselves now. Oklahoma Christian simply imposing their will. I mean, Gus is on 5, Neurocruzy on 3. Is this the moment that they hoist the national championship trophy?
This could be the final time in collegiate or the professional level that we see Modern Warfare 2 played. The final round of Search and Destroy. The final time we may see Mercado in the competitive map pool. And Oklahoma Christian so close to being able to capture their first national title here for the NACE Starleague. Bendy, challenge, not going to be able to find it. Trades in the middle of the map, 3 versus 3.
Bomb towards the B site. And I hate that St. Clair got away from this because they found so much success on it, but for now, everyone for Oklahoma Christian grouped up. Oh, this is going to come down to timing, and I don't know if it's going to be good.
They're flying down the alley. They found the first blood. 2 players left here for St. Clair. Oklahoma Christian, they can smell it. They can taste it. They've been talking the entire time, and the double kill will come through. Oklahoma Christian, they tried the entire year to best Northwood, and now that they've bowed out of the competition, they will be your 2023 Modern Warfare 2 champions.
And in convincing fashion to close that out, which again is just a testament to they got off to a slow start. They realized they needed to get things going, and boy, did they ever. I mean, again, the first map and a half, St. Clair kind of putting it on them, though it was a close hard point. They were still in control. And then once Oklahoma Christian took the driver's seat of the series, they didn't look back. It started in the Search and Destroy, where they were able to rally back, rip off 5-1 straight rounds to take that. Then we went to the Control, a 3-0 Hemlock Expo. Again, though close within the round, it was very much Oklahoma Christian dictating the pacing and controlling the map well. Map number 4, Hoto Hardpoint. We'll just skip over that one. It wasn't pretty for St. Clair. And then, again, I guess, Map 5, also not quite the same, but that just goes to show how good Oklahoma Christian is. They were on a revenge tour after falling short just a few months ago, and they get to hoist the trophy.
Yeah, and it sucks, too, because, again, we talked about it. St. Clair's had so many opportunities, and they've fallen so short. But, again, I think this was the expected outcome today. I think this was kind of what people thought was going to happen going into this. I think the biggest shock that was throughout the series is the fact that St. Clair was able to take that first Embassy hardpoint. Now, we knew they were good on that map. I didn't know how good they would be going into the series. I didn't expect the drop-off for 2, 3, 4, and 5 as drastic as it was. You know, a 6-3 deficit in a Search and Destroy, you know, it just might not be your map, might not be your game. But then to immediately have a turnaround and a respawn where you get knocked down 0-3, and then in a hardpoint where it's 250 to about 60, 65, 70, it simply that can't happen, especially when you're playing not only for your share of a $4,000 prize pool, but you're fighting for potentially the last time that these players, specifically those 4 on stage, could be fighting together for a national title. It's just unacceptable, specifically since they're still scrimming this game. But big credit to the Oklahoma Christian roster because they put on a show here for us. And they were able to make that look relatively easy.
They definitely went and took care of business for sure. And like you said, heartbreak on the other side of the stage for St. Clair. It's definitely a performance that, like you said, you start to raise the questions of, does this team stick together after this semester? What does MW3 look like for them? And what does MW3 look like for Oklahoma Christian, of course? But for St. Clair, a lot of hard conversations going to have to be had in that camp. You know, they came out, did the best that they could, but like you said, I think it was more so Oklahoma Christian being that team in this game title, and I think that continues into NW3. I just think this team has that X factor that, like you had said, pop-off potential between all 4 players that, you know, it just can't go unsung.
Yeah, Oklahoma Christian, probably the second, I don't even know if it's a probably, they were definitely at least the second best team within collegiate this year, and realistically, I just keep looking back to how good they were throughout the entire course of this year. Sure, they would have loved to play Northwood. They would have loved to beat Northwood, but you have to be able to take down the best to be the best. So at least St. Clair was a formidable team that they're able to get past. But yeah, for Extra Life specifically, though, we want to thank the people that make this possible once again. More than 220 players from over 25 teams active in our Super Team page have worked together to raise $33,596 this year. Join the growing list of NACE Star League schools already created an Extra Life team. Well, connect with us on NACE Star League on Discord to get your fundraising initiatives amplified. Thank you again to Extra Life, and as Adam was talking earlier, thank you again for the incredibly fun and supportive videos as well. All right. Well, if you like Mavix chairs or you have wanted to get your hands on a Mavix chair, I can tell you firsthand that I have one at home, and I sit in that thing probably for at least 10 hours a day. If you like Mavix chairs, though, you're going to want to get in on this giveaway. We are giving away a Mavix M5 chair, courtesy of our amazing partners over at Mavix. Mavix chairs feature Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics, including dynamic variable lumbar support, adjustable head and neck support, and even more. We'll be pulling one entry from the end of each Grand Finals match, then randomly drawing a winner from the Final 7 during the Rainbow Six Siege Championship match later on in the stream. And if you want to enter this, enter !Mavix in the chat. No spaces, just !Mavix in the chat for a chance to win. The giveaway winner must be in chat at the time of the drawing to claim. So once again, if you want to get a beautiful Mavix M5 chair, which again, I sit in quite some time, go ahead and do !Mavix in the chat. Now, I don't remember if you were, here at the beginning when, we started this Call of Duty match, but I'll say this. Do you see what I have on right now? Yeah, that's a Pizza Hut bomber. Yeah. And we also have some beautiful stuff coming as well because we have pizza here with us. Because you know what I smell? I smell Cisco with our pizza in the background right here.
Oh, and it's hot.
Oh, it's hot.
It's a perfect time for Series A.
I've got a Pizza Hut melt, dude. Oh, I'm going to tell you this right now.
I know where we're going after this.
I'm going to go in the back after we're done here.
Yeah.
I'm going to bust this down. I'm going to get it all down my throat, and it's going to be delicious. It's going to be delicious. So maybe it's time to throw it to the trophy presentation so we can go ahead and chow down. We're going to send it to a top 5 real quick, and then we'll throw it to the trophy presentation. Able to be cooked perfectly, so now we get back over towards it. Proto on 4 in a row, trying to make it 5. Hit fire shots are going to be good, but player in the corner is Brandon, who's now found his second kill of the game. 2 versus 1. Last player alive going to be Frosty. Trying to push from the outside spawn, only has a sniper to work with. He's going to open the door up, he's able to find one, but the trade is there immediately after the fact. The freezer works well for St. Clair, so they'll be up once again. St. Clair, they had a good life advantage built for them, now only down to 1. That A site is where they want to go. Right now, they're not able to make much progress of it. Frosty there, backline closed. Starting to make his way forward, but Brandon needs to snap back around. There's halfway gone if it took first progress, but realistically, you just have to
have anyone ready to play for a trade or anyone in a good position. Brandon was in a good spot there, but so often they found themselves in isolated 1v1s, getting bullied out of different lanes. And again, the slaying has been unreal for Oklahoma Christian.
It's basically 10 seconds left. You have a couple players here from the side of Oklahoma Christian getting into the point, and Cruz is going to say, give up to me! People falling.
You know me.
Everything in the world falling apart here for St. Clair as they've lost 3 maps straight. Slay up on the bomb, able to find Gus. You look for the second. You know that Cruz is in the top right window. Gonna have to toss to Semtex over to the left-hand side, and the shot's not gonna be able to connect. And all of a sudden, what looked like it was gonna be good enough for St. Clair.
I hate that St. Clair got away from this because they found so much success on it, but for now, everyone for Oklahoma Christian screwed up. Oh, this is gonna come out of timing, and I don't know if it's gonna be good.
They're flying down the alley. They found the first blood. 2 players left here for St. Clair. Oklahoma Christian, they can smell it. They can taste it. They've been talking the entire time, and the double kill will come through. Oklahoma.
Do inventory.
That's the way out.
I would have cried if it went.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague Grand Finals 2023 Fall Edition. I am Septilence, joined now by Oklahoma Christian, the Call of Duty winners here in what turned into a 4-1 scenario at the end of the day. We've got Gus and Cruz on the mic with me, but the whole team is here. And the first question, guys, I got to talk about it. It's not a 4-0, it's a 4-1. In map 1, the first one to lose. What happened? What went wrong straight away?
I fear we didn't get to warm up as much as we wanted to going into it. These two guys were still playing the Challengers Cup in Modern Warfare 3. So going into it, those guys had been set up, and we had a lot of PC issues, tech issues. But
sure.
Once we warmed up,
was that the change between 1 and 2? It was just you guys got warmed up.
We got used to the setups and everything.
Sure.
Because even the setups out here for the warm up, which Quarantine 2, like the player rooms and stuff out there, are a lot different than the ones on stage.
Sure.
So it took a little bit of getting used to.
A little bit of adjustment. Speaking of adjustment, you mentioned you guys are playing in a Challengers right now, but in Modern Warfare 3, which is the newest edition. So is jumping back and forth between those games difficult, or are you just so used to playing that it's not a huge change?
It's definitely weird getting used to it again.
Yeah.
It definitely takes a bit of time. The guns are different and the whole gameplay is different without having like a slide cancel in Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah.
So it is definitely different, but like I said, once we kind of played a map or two, we kind of got back into our rhythm, and then you kind of could see in the last 3 maps we kind of just took over.
Yeah, took over is a good phrase for it, I think. So is there any kind of preparation going into a game that's so mechanically oriented? You know, there's not a lot of, oh, this is the comp we're going to run, or, you know, things like that. So are you guys just going for mechanical warm-up and that's the plan, or is there any further preparation behind that?
There was no real further preparation. It's more warm-up. We played together the whole season,
right,
so it's not like we had to go over anything. We just warmed up and did our thing, how we've been doing it the whole season. I think that map 1 was the first map we dropped the entire season.
Yeah, right.
So
that's, I mean, that's not bad.
Not
you
bad.
still won the grand finals,
we
too.
obviously wanted the no maps drop,
right,
but one, we'll take one.
Yeah, I mean, you guys really gave a very strong performance. And I was wondering, with this being kind of the end of Modern Warfare 2, I don't know how many more times you're going to get to play it before Modern Warfare 3 takes over. How are you guys feeling about that transition?
It's great. I mean, the new game is a lot better. Yeah. Personally, I'm enjoying it a lot more. It's definitely a lot more fun. And yeah, it's been great. I mean, we've already been playing it, so we haven't actually been playing Modern Warfare 2 for the last sort of month. So it was a bit weird getting back on. This is actually the first time we played the game since we played our semi-final against St. Edwards. Hopped on for that. And then haven't played the game.
And then it only took you 1 map to warm up. And then it only took 1 map.
Yeah. So I mean, it is just muscle memory, you know.
Right.
Like, we play the game 8 to 12 plus hours a day, every day for a year.
Yeah.
So I would kind of hope we would remember how
like
to
riding a bike.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, that is awesome. Well, I mean, you guys literally go out with a huge win, go out with a bang at the end of MW2. So we want to pick up the trophy, celebrate the moment a little bit as you do walk away with $2,000 and a $100 Pizza Hut gift card. Oklahoma Christian are going to emerge victorious in that first place position. Our first winners of the day, our 5th of the weekend. And they're bringing home a big trophy, $2,000 and a Pizza Hut gift card. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. We'll be back with Counter-Strike 2 in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
It's JMU. They've come out of nowhere this semester. The freshest team on the block has successfully taken the collegiate siege scene by storm.
Our Rainbow Six program, honestly, is probably what defines us in collegiate esports right now. But Rainbow Six is where we are expected to succeed.
What's special about Rainbow Six is the strategic part to it, how you can really set up a map and create it however you want. Every single round is very different, even played in the same map. In Siege, you walk into a room and there's 100 places you have to check because anyone could be anywhere. Rainbow just always spoke to me in that strategic sense and how it's a little more realistic than most shooters. The realism to it at first is what really brought me to the game.
Without student leadership, the program wouldn't exist. The students have been taking charge every step of the way. They've been running events like our summer camps. They've been coaching the teams. They've been keeping everyone's spirits up.
Student leadership is really important, especially in esports, because it's really a student-driven program and process. I handle, as the leader of my team, I handle almost all of the scheduling of the game, scheduling of our practices. It's a very student-led program.
The fact that we have won 2 national titles, that's all because of what the students have done. We're typically not the highest ranked as far as like skill level in the game for each game that we compete in, but we are very competitive in every title we do compete in.
I don't think we're underdogs. I know other people think of us as the underdogs. A lot of people in the collegiate Rainbow Six area, the community, they don't think much of JMU. People like to talk a lot, but then they don't back it up when it comes to the brightest lights. In the playoffs, that's where we always play our best, and especially in the championships, where we have 2 of those. At JMU, we're the only team that's really won anything. We're the only team that's came in first. We have teams that have came in third or second, but not in big leagues like we have. So I think Rainbow Six at JMU just has a different winning culture, and we're trying to move forward and keep capitalizing on what we've built.
Looks like they have flipped this flashpoint.
Oh my gosh, honestly, when that Deadeye didn't work out, Emmerich, Dante on the front side, they've got Vision on Vision. 3next who ends up going down. Emmerich Bolt, Razor instantly after. Nox is not able to use that Blizzard effectively, and Squeak is going to be the last remaining member. Maryville has got their hands on this victory, and they're not just very low, but is okay with that because on the backside, you got Squeak moving in with the Sigma. Noxious does end up falling here. It's Tree, of course, that picks that one up. Maryville taking their time on this.
I mean, I think they can afford to, but right now they're being forced to. Squeak denies so many, drops 3 in the blink of an eye, and Tree looking for some rebuttal.
Be able to do enough damage with it. There is the sound barrier on top of it. It's gonna be enough to prevent at least some damage. Not quite as much as they need. The Razor to fall, Emmer to fall. Noxious is the next to go down. King and Tree both taking one for themselves, but it's a bit of a trade.
It is a trade, but it lands in Maryville's favor. Honestly, Noxious has been so annoying with those walls.
Nano boost that's gonna come through. Tree does have the ultimate as well. It's a lot of damage here. Noxious trying to do what they can. Emmerich has that Deadeye, but Tree takes 2 down. Dante is going to be the first to fall from the side of Maryville. It's not enough damage though for St. Clair to stay alive. It's just Squeak right now who is going to be the next to fall. Almost a team kill. Razor with the respawn just in time. Late to come out just yet.
I mean, this is a little bit of a problem here. Maryville feeling like they got this one. If they deny this fight, it is working all in their favor. Tree gets Noxious again. And Maryville, they smell it 40% till they are victors, until they are champions. But a turnover, St. Clair. Bite point, but that's a drop down from the high ground. Dante ready to draw fire, but in comes the chase. St. Clair ready to go. Emmerich taking quite low. Redux taken out as King goes ham. The sword flies through and Tree follows up. Squid is a little bit low, but Tree says, nah, let me plant my roots. Let me show you how it's done. The Tree blooms in absolute death. That's great, and they do. They reach it in OT time. Emmerich able to get a snipe on Tree. Tree is down. Squeak able to find Vision. Hey, maybe they can turn around. They are trying to cap halfway, 3/4. One more to go, and they do. It is granted by Maryville, and now they just gotta win at OT. The chase. Noxious says, please do not get there, and they do. They turn it. We are going to the Flashpoint 5.
They did it. They took it. They took out Cage way too much. Razor manages to pick that one up. Tree on the other side, though, is going to do what Tree does best, which is hit absolutely every single shot and charge up that weapon as much as possible.
so simple. Said, this is all me. A little bit of healing comes out. That is going to be a test, but it's not going to work. Squid says, let me get in the fray. The flail denies.
Not quite enough charge of it, but you got the nano boost on top of it. A beautiful wall to come through. That's going to prevent Tree from doing as much damage as possible, but it doesn't matter. They're able to engage onto the backside. Squeak will be their target after taking down Emran and Redux. Nox just not able to stay alive for more than a couple of seconds. Just keep giving them the Tree, man.
It's just given the Tree. I think the chase is out. Stay even further at the top, stay above champions, stay the champion of champions, you have to be functioning on all levels. This is a 5v5 game now. It is no longer 6. Everyone knows that. Maryville, you can swap.
As the IGL for this team, so St. Clair has to play. It's a weird flux between proactive and reactive play, and Maryville is just a little bit quicker on the draw. Maryville's defense, especially on a map like this, so many little holes and opportunities for these kinds of attacks. Tree is going to be the target. That's one down as Squeak gets closer and closer to that. Oh, King falls as well. You got Tree going down. Ember using that Echo incredibly well, but Squeak takes out the Primal Rage. It's too much damage. It's going to nano boost. It's going to come through. Tree does have the ultimate as well. It's a lot of damage here. Nox is trying to do what they can. Emran has that Deadeye, but Tree takes 2 down. Dante is going to be the first to fall from the side of Maryville. It's not enough damage though for St. Clair to stay alive. It's just Squeak right now who is going to be the next to fall. Almost a team kill. Razor with the respawn just in time.
Emran falls, looking for another Tree, getting smoked out here by that Blizzard. Denied entry once, but Squeak says no. Dante is down. St. Clair have done it. They have held strong against Maryville's onslaught, and it looks like they have flipped this flashpoint.
Oh my gosh, honestly, when that Deadeye didn't work out,
Have that. Break it out. Go ahead, line them up, knock them down, one shot apiece. If that is able to be lined up, it is a problem for the side of Maryville.
If you can find them all on your screen at the same time, that is difficult enough, especially when you got the Meteor Strike that's coming out onto the backside.
Oh, Tree.
Taking out 2 as well. Squeak gets so
Tree.
low, but they're not gonna fall.
No.
Tree, no way with the headshot.
And I mean, when it's on certain players, it gets even scarier.
Well, let's take a quick look at those 2 rosters. Of course, we have Maryville, Spirex in the top lane, Amazo in the jungle, Get Back in that mid lane, and the bottom lane duo Scary Jerry as the carry and Zyko as the support. Now for the side of Harrisburg, the Storm, you got Barlow is in the bottom. Wait, hold on. Barlow's in the bottom lane. We got this one, I think, a little bit. Yeah, that one's flipped around, all right. Barlow in the support, Makel is the ADC, Pain Shell as the mid laner, Kid Beats in the jungle, and Ego down there at the bottom is actually sitting in top lane.
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about. I would love to see the, I want to see Kid Beats on that Ashe, have a little bit of fun. I'd love to see Makel's, Zins out. But I agree. There are some very fun moments here. All the players are getting ready to go, and my eyes are specifically drawn into this bottom lane. The reason for this, and even though we can harp on it as many times as possible, is the fact that whenever you put priority into the bot side picks, whether it be the ADC or the supports, it always has to have impact. It has to be that glue that kind of turns everything around. And with the Renata Glass, you put so much emphasis onto this pick that it actually kind of scares me. Yes, it's a strong pick, but if it's picked off, obviously it has some problems. So I am looking at Maryville to almost target that bot side, have a little bit of fun, maybe try and put him behind as quickly as possible.
And that makes sense. That's probably the expectation for Harrisburg because they put so much priority in getting the bottom lane that they really want. And particularly for Makel as that ADC, as we saw, the adaptability of Barlow coming in to sort of form a cohesive bond down there. But at the same time, with the Xin Zhao on board, he's not going to be spending forever in the jungle. And my expectation is that Harrisburg has to make some really quick moves, because Maryville is one of those teams that no matter what game they're playing, if they encounter a tough spot, if they're between a rock and a hard place, they will find some third exit that nobody knew existed.
The exits is because the Yone has that exact same factor. We can't sit here and say, no, you're facing off against an Ornn that is literally going to join the team fights. No, this is another champion that we're sitting there going, we expect you to 1v1. We expect you to snap back. And yes, the early game maybe not as heavy as much as we want to. They're willing to take trades. The champions are made more for like level. The answer right now, Amazo's trying to get something bot side.
He's trying to. Barlow near enough to tower though that there shouldn't be a huge problem.
Oh, poor Barlow. I mean the wave's crashing in. I think this is a done deal.
Hey, you know what? do what you can. One tower shot is all that went off there. It's amazing.
Even trying to contest it. It was a mountain. This time around, a little bit more power behind it, a Chemtech to drag, and they're the first ones on it.
They kind of have to be at that point, right? If you give Maryville Dragon priority, I was chatting with Sue last night for Harrisburg University. He was saying one of the things that they noticed is one of their constant fallbacks is coming through from Zyko, but it's too much damage onto Amazo. Out comes the quickness, literally just to get in there. Save Mako is about to go down and will fall. Oh my gosh, it's the Varus damage, and Scary Jerry is living up to his name. No way that we get this Victor Page Shell able to make it out alive. He's sitting at a single health. So much damage. Barlow is going to go down. It's Getback who picks up one, and the first tower falls, but it's for Harrisburg.
I think that's a given. They're going to try and get more. You can see the jump down, a little bit of jump forward, and now the TP coming in.
Let's see it. The TP comes in, and oh my gosh, poor Ego just cannot move. That was like 3.5 seconds of crowd control.
A little bit slow, and Spyrex knew that. Also well done, expending the ults just to secure the kill. Painshell didn't even have a chance to flash. You need to secure that kill. They gave you the tower topside, and now that's a chase in mid.
I love it. The hard CC, they hit back on each other, but it's going to be enough on to Angle to get him taken down. Scary Jerry falls. Lots of it. Now they're running into the enemy jungle. Can they actually escape out of this one? They're going to get pinched by Harrisburg here, as we can see over the wall is where this buy is going to go. Amazo engaging on Barlow. A lot of damage, far too much. You get that shockwave, and it will be enough to clean up this team. Ego giving them the run around over the walls. Maybe you could try to be able to seal out.
A Scary Jerry did start that fight off. You thought you had to pick, you fell down. Now it's Baron and Maryville, who are already starting to steamroll ahead. We saw the kills go forward. We saw the likes of every player starting to ramp up. Now this is the icing on the cake. We are going to see them take the next few towers as well as push for that inhibitor.
Absolutely. It's actually really
good for Harrisburg. They're like, okay, you've been such an annoyance on our side right now. Stop dropping wards. Stop getting away for this almost for free. Very nice catch, especially right around this dragon. It does give credence to Harrisburg. Maryville will feel comfortable fighting this if they so wish. They have the TP on Spyrex. They could drop into a 4v5, a pinch, and still take the fight. Pinch, and still take the fight. Of course, do you actually want to have that happen?
You see the pings coming out, of course, and that is Maryville saying, hey, we're going to secure this. Barlow trying to play a little bit of proxy to stop Amazo. In the meantime, it's also the mid lane that's getting a lot of pressure. If you have a Varus who's able to solo push tail end of that hostile takeover, a beautiful grand entrance from Psycho, and the quickness to follow it up. What a crescent guard to send away those members that are trying to engage, but it's too much damage. A beautiful flash coming out of Phoenix, who just takes too much Spyrex. The shockwave on top of it, the double kill. I can't even keep track of Spyrex, dashing all over the place now, looking for the quadra here, and you can see, you know, Varus and Sivir are both ones that are going to be expending a lot of mana. Right now, we see that Scary Jerry is a lot further behind in mana. Has to be super careful about when to throw out. Oh no, when to throw these out. The engage with the death sentence. It's a burst blood going out of Barlow. That ignite should do it. No way, Psycho stays alive.
No, we'll keep going. You brought this to us. Let's keep going. And Kid Beats now, at this point, the beats are way too far behind. I mean, you saw the record there, you spun it, and it did not spin the way you wanted it to. You are now losing tower for free. Getback knows it, picking up free gold, and Maryville are now going to break over the map. We see the wards already down, and would you know, it's another
massive, but when it has been gained in less than the last 10, you can't expect to keep winning here. Maybe find somebody on your territory. Maybe find somebody on your turf here. Barlow taking a lot of damage, though. But the flash comes out at the end, and the ultimate was set before the flash, or as it went off, so it does not. Did it hit him?
We're in the flash. Maybe you can look at this dragon to have a little bit of power behind as well. But, I mean, this is also a little bit of desperation. You're all funneling in, and Maryville relenting, saying, we don't have to worry about that. We can just push mid lane and feel really comfortable as well.
But Harrisburg has to move as a 5-man squad.
Right.
So it's once more feeling like Maryville, right? Just a bait from Maryville. They don't even need the Baron right now. The Harris, no way that only hits one. Remember, the hitbox once again leaves me baffled. Barlow gets another kill as Psycho falls. And in the meantime, that gives space for Spyrex to jump in there, clean up some more for the side of Maryville. Now, if they want, they can. Fortunately, Harrisburg isn't trying. It feels like they're not trying to set anything up for themselves. There's the follow-up engagement. Mesa goes in with the Cyclone. Chains of Corruption coming out from Mako. Actually, no, chains are not even up yet.
No.
It is a big shutdown that Mako manages to get, but the hook comes through from Psycho. I can't say his name enough. He gets a double. Be the engage you want, though, because Kimmy's going to going to take a lot of damage. The equalizer drops down, but it's right on top of Bard's ultimate. So the damage from the equalizer is not enough. Same thing to be said about Pain Shells, Chaos Storm, Barlow, the heavy carry on the side of Harrisburg is now running away, and Maryville does not place. Why do they keep going back to that push?
Because it's manufactured chaos. You draw the vision away from the Baron. You know they're going to go for Baron, and you just find it. Kid Beats didn't have a choice, and now another little hook. Psycho getting ready to fight.
It is on Psycho. It's a lot of damage on him.
My
Does
God.
pull, but the damage in response from Maryville is just too much. Ego tries to get in there, throws down the equalizer. Maryville chunking away damage from the base of Harrisburg.
I mean, Spyrex had a great time as well, just like off on the side doing my own thing, but honestly, Harrisburg did not have another option. They had to go for it. This is the last-ditch effort, just try and pad the KDA. But I think it's all done here. This is that moment. Maryville take this series.
Props to the Storm for putting up such a good fight here, and I'm glad I got to see the Bard come out. You know, that was the one thing I was requesting. Let's see a little bit of that. Let's see a little bit of a classic Harrisburg. And Barlow did a great job, but just was unable to execute things because, hey, I keep saying it was written by Maryville. Apparently, I didn't catch that script.
Burn the Flash, maybe you can look at this Dragon to have a little bit of power behind as well, but I mean, this is also a little bit of desperation. You're all funneling in, and Maryville relenting, saying, we don't have to worry about that. We can just push mid lane and feel really comfortable as well.
But Harrisburg has to move into 5-man squads.
Right.
So it's once more feeling like Maryville right on it. Now they're running into the enemy jungle. Can they actually escape out of this one? They're going to get pinched by Harrisburg here. So you can see over the wall and where this buy is going to go. Mazo engaging on Bar. Damage, far too much. You get that shockwave, and it will be enough to clean up this team. Ego giving them a run around over the wall. Maybe you could try to be able to seal out just a bait from Maryville. They don't even need the Baron right now. The Harris, no way that only hits one. Remember, the hitbox once again leaves me baffled. Barlow gets another kill as Psycho falls. In the meantime, that gives space for Spyrax to jump in there, clean up some more for the side of Maryville. Now, if they want, they can be the engage you want, though, because Gibby's going to take a lot of damage. The equalizer drops down, but it's right on top of Bard's ultimate. So the damage from the equalizer is not enough. Same thing to be said about Pain Shells, Chaos Storm, Barlow. The heavy carry on the side of Harrisburg is now running away, and Maryville does not place. Why do they keep going back to that push?
Because it's manufactured chaos. You draw the vision away from the Baron. You know they're going to go for Baron, and you just find it. Kid Beats didn't have a choice, and now another little hook. Psycho getting ready to fight.
It is on Psycho. It's a lot of damage on him. Does pull, but the damage in response from Maryville is just too much. Ego tries to get in there, throws down the equalizer. Maryville.
Anyway, Perry, a huge opening here as Dice is going to be ripping a combo apart against Cody. The turnip goes out. It's going to be able to find purchase into a dash attack. Wide-eyed turnip is not going to be able to find much value, but Cody just struggling to get back onto the stage. Not able to find that side special, but will find the short hop recovery back in 117. Parry dash. And there it is.
Just how large is that advantage going to go? How much are you going to lose? Suspect should be used to these situations, but maybe not so much. Cody reading this very, very well across the stage, keeping Kazuya to the ledge. One straight hit could do it. An attempt at a smash not going to happen. Cody holding steady, 73, 91, and more. So hasn't been touched. In the second, are you going to get
tie? Jinx is going to get that neutral B reflected back. Moves in, looks for the dash attack. The forward smash. Suspect can't get out of the way. 107 on the board. And even a neutral B here could disrupt that recovery. Invincibility frames bring you back up onto ledge. 108 to 90. The aerial spin cycle is going to find purchase. The neutral B hits. That won't be. Yes, it will.
Characters all day long. That is static. The players that are hopping up behind, having your team be comfortable and say, we trust that you will carry this forward in second position and get a lead, I think that speaks volumes to Genesis. I expect so much more coming out, and I hope MSU are ready to answer because they are a team that have already defied the odds a little bit. They came into the semifinals originally. The Heavy, set. All right, let's get into it.
Yeah, we're scraping the bottom of the tier list ladder in a way.
All right,
nothing to do with the players.
I'm a little back. Why are you saying that?
Nothing to do with the players, right? But these are just characters we're not seeing as often. These are characters that a lot of people have written off. So I'm really excited to see this matchup because it may be the only time I'll ever see this matchup. Already, he's only on their second player. Michigan is on their third. They're on their penultimate player. So the only goal of Gintis right now is obviously to win. But if you can't, it's to take as many stocks as humanly possible. Gintis goes a little bit too low, has to use that down special to get back up. And I think Hydra might have the lineup there. Hydra, neutral special, doesn't allow
in there, but you don't want to be in that situation. Yep. You don't want to be in the situation where you have to face down 6-3, and Hydra feels it. You have only 27%. You have 170 on Vaunt. You know you can pull this off. You know you get a stray hit, a stray fatal strike. It's there. That's going to be an attempt at a grab, going to be rebuttal, and now you're in trouble. That's a spike!
You're kidding! You're kidding! Dodge finds purchase. Every move could be both of their lasts, and they are fully aware of this fact. Can Hawk get to that fourth and final player, or is Vance ready to wrap things up with a bow in this third matchup?
I think Vance is more than ready, but a nice little combo keeps that Mega Man off the ledge, and it is going to be the finisher. Hawk able to grab that last stock. And at the same time, it still felt like Vance was in control the whole time.
A little weird with it, but they enter 45% on Squirtle. 60% is usually the marker when you swap to Ivysaur. So about 1 or 2 more hits from this Rob before Hawk is going to force that swap.
I love it.
Great opening.
Just look
incredible.
At this. Side to side set. This is all the surf to follow as well. Oh, it's just playing with a little bit of food when you have the opportunity. Got to make it.
So my original prediction was correct partially. It's Cody versus Hydra here.
I like it. I like it. Let's go ahead and get underway. And a quick stab to start as Hydra is trying to set up a good opener. And we said it, right? The gamble pays off sometimes. And already we are seeing at the start, this first 15 seconds has been the option there. Not going to happen as Cody takes center stage, another grab, and a throw backwards. Now going to edge guard with another turn. That invulnerability feels so good.
Yeah, those iframes on that dash thing are so explosive. They're so prolonged as well. You can really stay alive for a good mix-up of the equation. 141 full rage Ridley, just 1 or 2 good hits away from sending Cody to the blast zone. Just like that. Cody going to be eliminated and even changing 70%. One more stock from Hydra here would be just, historical in a matchup against Vance.
You're looking at, you smell blood in the water. You smell blood in the water. You see the hunt, and even Vance is like, we can't let this happen. I can't let this happen. Might chase off, tries to get the down spike again, but learning over. Finish it up, up smash, might need one more.
I think that's the really scary thing about Vance is if Plan A fails, Plan B is already in action before you can even realize Plan A had failed. I think Vance is really talented about that adaptation, about that game change. But Dice right now, talented at kicking Vance's butt, I'll tell you that much. My goodness, not missing a shot over these past 35 seconds, 140%.
The hardest kill confirms. There are there.
Yeah.
But you are able to trade within that 60 to 70% tier for a little bit. I'm not saying forever, but enough. More so than the Ridley. More so than some of these other heavy hitters that the likes of MSU are able to bring out. At the current moment, though, it is the electricity on the top rung. Continuing Dice, not able to find any purchase. Still landing up front.
Will find that second stock, though, finally. And Suspect is right back into the mix. Can they force Stony Brook to their fourth player before they're forced by the hand of Stony Brook? Michigan State Suspect 80% online. Knows just a couple of hits onto this Pichu could be lethal. But Gintis, the high mobility, the high movement, dodging out of the way, the aerials, keeping them alive. But all of a sudden, Suspect back into the mix. 90%. Let's find the stock. And that's going to be it. Suspect takes that third and final stock off the board for Gintis, eliminating and obliterating, forcing Stony Brook to play their fourth hand first. Players on the board right now.
This single stock will determine what happens in the next, I think. You see them fighting over supremacy. The Charizard comes back out, the grab is there, the pile driver off the top rope. That is what the stage allows. That is what the stage grants. Quinn takes advantage and sitting on 150. We'll lose it. We're down to neutral. We are down to the last. Shields are so on point, and you want it. Nice angle off the edge. You go up air, not gonna land still. Hawk realizes they're in a dangerous spot, and now on the ledge, the Charizard's out. This is how you lost the last two. Who is gonna predict what? Good dodge, good grab into the throwbacker. Laser misses, but that's gonna be a forward air off the edge. That's a little bit torpedo. I think that's up. Who died first? It's over.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague Fall Grand Finals 2023. I am Septilence, joined now by the reigning defending champions, Stony Brook, here for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I've got Jintis closest to me, but the rest of the squad here to answer a couple of questions as well before we move further into the day. So, Jintis, the man in the hot seat, I'm so glad that you were the one to sit next to me, because you're the one we talk about every time we cast you. It's Pichu, right? And it's something that everybody looks at. We're all thinking it's not a character we see often, but you come out, and not only do you play Pichu, you do it very well. So I guess, how far back does that go? What inspires the initial Pichu pick, and how is it that you've stuck with a difficult character and done so well?
Well, you know, when like you're a young kid and you play Smash for the first time, Brawl, I just like Pokemon, so I played Pikachu. And I just stuck with it through Smash 4. And then Ultimate, I didn't really like how Pikachu felt. So I was like, you know what, I'll try Pichu. And I liked him a lot more.
Yeah, so do you think there's any kind of, I don't know, do you think people kind of go into the matchup against you like, oh, this guy's on Pichu? Do you think you almost get like a subtle like hidden advantage? Because I feel like taking a Pichu seriously is tough to do until we see you play. And then it's like, okay, that's what a Pichu can do.
I think at like, you get to a certain level where you just have to respect everyone, no matter who they play, whether it be like the worst character in the game or the best character in the game. You just always have to be ready and just not let your guard down.
Yeah, so I like that a lot. And then who's this?
Quid.
Quid. Okay, perfect. So Quid, you just wrapped up the series in what was a tough way, I think.
Yeah,
a pretty disappointing ending to what was an incredible matchup across the board. So you bring Pokemon Trainer to the table, and I think you bring a really fascinating circumstance, because I think PT is one of the best examples of. People often think, oh, PT's a lot better online than in person because you can get away with Ivysaur combos a little easier, et cetera, et cetera. So coming into this, do you think you found it easier to play things like Squirtle and Charizard, where Ivysaur really gets to shine online? Did you feel like you got to show off those other two just a bit more in this showcase?
Yeah, absolutely. In a lot of ways, I'm not too comfortable, specifically because I love playing Ivysaur just like as my favorite of the three.
Sure.
I'm very comfortable with him online, offline, regardless, right? But I'm not too comfortable with the other two online, so it's really nice to be able to come off for this in-person grand finals and be able to play more Squirtle and Zard. I think I was able to, in the games I was on. Even some Zard, who's usually not my forte, so it turned out pretty well.
I wanted to ask about that as well. Bringing out the Charizard in that very last matchup against the Rob, you dropped like a 60% combo. You hot swapped to Zard immediately. Yeah. I feel like that's not something we see super often, where you just thirsting for the stock as fast as possible. Is that the game plan?
Absolutely. I'm thinking of all the ways I could die early or get put in really bad situations, and most of them start with a bad Squirtle, like neutral loss, or even with Ivysaur, right? I tried to play some Ivysaur into the later percents, but I found it difficult to even set up like an opportunity to get that kill. So definitely going to look towards the Charizard more in the future in those spots. And this was a great opportunity to try that out.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And coming into this, you guys were defending champions. We had the opportunity to see you in Indianapolis, which was super exciting back at Butler. And I think, was there anything coming into this of, you know, we're the defending champs, was there even more of a hot seat? Not only have you made it to grand finals, but you're the team where it's like they've won already. Losing now would feel crazy.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways. I feel even during the online phase, you know we can't just coast through the bracket, where there's a lot of tough competition and we always got to bring our A game, right? But it is definitely like a reputation we would love to uphold for as long as we can, right? It's great to come in as the defending champs, and I think we enter with a lot of confidence, right? We feel like we can cover every sort of matchup or team pretty well.
Yeah, so I guess on the back of that, I had the opportunity to talk to you guys a little bit at Indianapolis, and you had mentioned, you know, you're not a particularly recognizable school in the esports space. You guys are still kind of making a name for yourselves. And I guess, what does that mean not only for you, but for Stony Brook as a whole, where you guys are not only coming out and competing, but winning now more than once? I mean, you guys are really starting to make those waves. So how does that feel?
Yeah, I mean,
anybody can answer that one.
I think it's great knowing that we are able to bring Stony Brook into the light in terms of like in esports. I know there are people behind the scenes that work really hard to get us here, to build up the
who, Jintis?
Like who? Well,
who's helped you with this journey? Who's helped you to get here so far?
Stony Brook Rec, first off. The people that work there, of course, our esports coordinator, Kevin.
Shout out Kevin. He's right behind the camera. You guys can't see him, but he's there.
Thomas Leal, too. He helped us. He was with us in the spring in Indianapolis. And then, I guess, just Stony Brook, everyone watching at the watch party. We appreciate the support.
Yeah, we definitely get a lot of support from members of the Smash Club.
That's awesome. That's a lot of support from the school. You guys are the competitive roster. Then how big's the Smash Club? How big's the program?
It's very big. Like we kind of brought it back up because initially after COVID, you know, there wasn't that many people playing on campus or in person.
Right.
And we kind of built it back up, and the Smash scene at Stony Brook is probably one of the biggest, in the nation, I might say.
Wow. Yeah, that's New York, yes?
Yeah.
The tri-state area, okay, which is one of the largest. Yeah, okay. So that checks out. For those that don't know, the tri-state area for Smash is one of, if not the largest in the country in terms of competitions. You guys are right in the hot spot. That's perfect.
Yeah, very stacked.
All right, well, I think that's all the time we've got to chat with you guys for now. Thank you all so much for joining us and being here. Congratulations on your win. So a big congrats to Stony Brook for their NACE Star League Fall Grand Finals victory. $2,000 prize, $100 Pizza Hut gift card, and, of course, the trophy sitting on the table right in front of me. And a big congratulations to Michigan State, who do not go home empty-handed. They will walk away with $1,000 in scholarships, which is genuinely incredible, $1,000 in scholarships prizing. And a special thanks to Truth, Extra Life, Pizza Hut, and all of the NACE Star League sponsors for helping make this event and scholarship prizing possible.
It's JMU. They've come out of nowhere this semester. The freshest team on the block has successfully taken the collegiate siege scene by storm.
Our Rainbow Six program, honestly, is probably what defines us in collegiate esports right now. But Rainbow Six is where we are expected to succeed.
What's special about Rainbow Six is the strategic part to it, how you can really set up a map and create it however you want. Every single round is very different, even played in the same map. In Siege, you walk into a room and there's 100 places you have to check because anyone could be anywhere. Rainbow just always spoke to me in that strategic sense and how it's a little more realistic than most shooters. The realism to it at first is what really brought me to the game.
Without student leadership, the program wouldn't exist. The students have been taking charge every step of the way. They've been running events like our summer camps. They've been coaching the teams. They've been keeping everyone's spirits up.
Student leadership is really important, especially in esports, because it's really a student-driven program and process. I handle, as the leader of my team, I handle almost all of the scheduling of the game, scheduling of our practices. It's a very student-led program.
The fact that we have won 2 national titles, that's all because of what the students have done. We're typically not the highest ranked as far as like skill level in the game for each game that we compete in, but we are very competitive in every title we do compete in.
I don't think we're underdogs. I know other people think of us as the underdogs. A lot of people in the collegiate Rainbow Six area, the community, they don't think much of JMU. People like to talk a lot, but then they don't back it up when it comes to the brightest lights. In the playoffs, that's where we always play our best, and especially in the championships, where we have 2 of those. At JMU, we're the only team that's really won anything. We're the only team that's came in first. We have teams that have came in third or second, but not in big leagues like we have. So I think Rainbow Six at JMU just has a different winning culture, and we're trying to move forward and keep capitalizing on what we've built.
The start after West Virginia putting together an undefeated season right up until this point right now.
Hey, you know what? Okay, hold on.
Moment to rotate correctly. That's the way that you can recover from a situation where things aren't going so well your way at the very least. And we are seeing that the physicality of the gameplay though coming in from the Akron side. And I think that that's something we're probably going to continue to talk about, I have a feeling.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, that also kind of, oh my gosh, Patty. All right, let's
That was a nice touch from Don. Fortunately, someone able to get back there. What are these demos? Everybody down. Little 1v1 right in front of the net, and some great movement there. A little flick over to give Tool the shot on goal.
Alrighty, Tool has hit his stride, and I'm assuming that it's not going to be a broom that we see as the Tool. That's something that, you know, I'll say I prefer to see kind of a slower pace game. Oh my gosh, no way already! I was going to have to argue with the ref on that one. It's got to get more than 50% through, and Tool was able to make it happen.
Give Tool, any sort of 1v1, I don't know what the right waggly term is, but field vision? Listen, I was a soccer player, okay, I'm sorry.
That's why it's car soccer.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh!
I'll get back to that. Patty doing it once again, and finding these angles has been so impressive. Watch this one back.
Yeah. That's just these team plays too. Tristan coming in to try to get a little bit of disruption in there as
midfield, or whether it be deep on your opponent's side of the pitch.
Let's see if Don can get this carry over here. Gets past Bullseye. The double touch is there. And he managed manages to secure it. Beautiful play right there by West Virginia.
This is Bullseye just doing the very best he can. And, well, Daunt getting a little bit for touch for a moment. Daunt's going to regain control and has one more opportunity. This is very dangerous. Not good for the one tap, but that's Daunt to score in the final second. Zeros on the board, and Daunt delivers.
The freshman says, no, I don't want to see any overtime. Not yet, at least. They keep the ball. What's the longest overtime you've had?
For me, only 7 minutes.
Oh,
So
what? I think for CRL last year, we had a 16-minute Batul. He's going to start this one at only 25. That's all they need. They don't need extra time.
Yeah, and listen, Tool, I'm going to say the word quiet. That's not really meant to be a negative, but wasn't as explosive as we saw in the previous game.
This is also the team that told us that, you know, during the series after that, where they did have the reverse sweep, they're like, what if we just, like, didn't play well? The Tristan's going to kick this one off. Well, this is it. This is the potential turnaround. They get the momentum in the early parts of that game, and that can really change the pace of this right now for West Virginia. A lot of boost to do that, so they don't have enough really for the follow-ups. And it's this vicious circle with boost, right? If you
nice drop. Did you see that drop?
No way.
That was absurd. Watch this one again. The setup for Tool was absurd.
I love it. Hey, you know what? If you need an obstacle, just use your allies' rear, right? You can make a name for West Virginia in terms of these overtimes. Does that give the chance, though? Over to Akron for that shot, and it's Bullseye from the corner.
They're doing it here. That's a comeback goal and a comeback game right now. Bullseye delivering when it matters most. You know what I've written down? I told you earlier in my notes. Right.
I'm feeling like things are coming to a head, right? Less holds being barred at this point in the series. So, less trepidation moving forward with these plays, right? They realize how much is on the line, how much they can prove, and it's these really standout plays, these explosive plays that are making a big difference in these games.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, these saves.
They're fighting for that 50, just all the way up. Every bit of boost being utilized. They know that winning these 50s right now is a key. And Daunt's done it.
Absolutely massive. Okay. He gets the reset off the ceiling. These are spectacular to see, let alone to be able to. I will say the last couple of games, we already talked about him covering all the bases. Is he going to be able to reinforce the lead?
Yes, he will.
He is. Daunt scores a second one. It's going to be almost impossible for Akron to get ahead on this. I don't want to call anything till the fat lady sings, but oh my God, this freshman is taking names for himself.
Just the bounce play, they're so incredible.
Stay even further at the top, stay above champions, stay the champion of champions, you have to be functioning on all levels. This is a 5v5 game now. It is no longer 6. Everyone knows that. Maryville, you can swap.
Push coming through from St. Clair. Already we got a good tight competition as it is once again in the hands of that blue side.
Like I was saying, St. Clair feel good, but this is the other side of it. King allowed to go off with this sword, said no, you are denied. Squid falls up behind, and it's just brutality. Maryville clean out 3, and it's so easily done.
Almost having his ultimate available. Razor able to use that one if St. Clair decides to engage. A nice little pick out onto Dante once more, though Emeren's not going to come out ahead, but it is some decent damage as the Lucio manages to follow it up. Contest is what you need to keep this one alive. 99% here for Maryville, but Dante is out for blood. He's going to take it. Maryville's defense, especially on a map like this with so many little holes and opportunities for these kinds of attacks. Tree is going to be the target. That's one down as Squeak gets closer and closer to that. Oh, King falls as well. You got Tree going down. Embree using that Echo incredibly well, but Squeak takes out the Primal Rage. It's too much damage. It's going to be farther forward and outside of the corner. That's not where Dante wants to be to stack up as much damage as possible. There we go. Now he's going to be able to go in, get some damage down, but against the Winston 1v1, you're not going to come out ahead.
You are not. Emeren sniped out of the sky by King. Dante follows up on Sux, and now they are in trouble. Maryville forced back St. Clair.
And put out. Maryville, they're holding back, right? They're waiting there. It's a hold, and then they release. And it does have to do with Dante's positioning, right? He's making a lot of these call-outs as the IGL for this team. So St. Clair has to play. It's a weird flux between proactive and reactive play. And Maryville is just a little bit quicker on the draw. Razor's going to use the Matrix. Is going to be enough for them to continue on. Vision gets very low, but that's not the target they're looking for. The Pulse Bomb is up and available. Noxious gets taken down. Squeak going to be the next target here. He's able to get out, but Freedex ends up falling very quickly. Maryville finds find themselves a lot of extra pressure now. Vision has the nano boost, and it's just the smacks into
Emran
the...
falls, looking for another tree, getting smoked out here by that Blizzard, denied entry once, but Squeak says no. Dante is down. St. Clair have done it. They have held strong against Maryville's onslaught, and it looks like they have flipped this flashpoint.
Oh my gosh, honestly, when that Deadeye didn't work out, Emery, Dante on the front side, they've got Vision on Vision. It's Redex who ends up going down.
Oh my gosh.
Razor instantly after. Nox is not able to use that Blizzard effectively, and Squeak is going to be the last remaining member. Maryville has got their hands on this victory, and they're not just very low, but it's okay with that because on the backside, you got Squeak moving in with the Sigma. Noxious does end up falling here. It's Tree, of course, that picks that one up. Maryville taking their time on this.
I mean, I think they can afford to, but right now they're being forced to. Squeak denies so many, drops 3 in the blink of an eye, and Tree looking for some rebuttal.
Be able to do enough damage with it. There is the sound barrier on top of it. It's gonna be enough to prevent at least some damage. Not quite as much as they need. The Razor to fall, Ember to fall. Noxious is the next to go down. King and Tree both taking one for themselves, but it's a bit of a trade.
It is a trade, but it lands in Maryville's favor. Honestly, Noxus has been so annoying with those walls.
Nano boost is going to come through. Tree does have the ultimate as well. It's a lot of damage here. Noxus trying to do what they can. Emran has that Deadeye, but Tree takes 2 down. Dante is going to be the first to fall from the side of Maryville. It's not enough damage, though, for St. Clair to stay alive. It's just Squeak right now who is going to be the next to fall. Almost a team kill. Razor with the respawn just in time. Late to come out just yet.
I mean, this is a little bit of a problem here. Maryville feeling like they got this one. If they deny this fight, it is working all in their favor. Tree gets Noxus again. And Maryville, they smell it 40%, so they are victors until they are champions. But a turnover, St. Clair. Bite point, but that's a drop down from the high ground. Dante ready to draw fire, but in comes the chase. St. Clair ready to go. Emran taking quite low. Rita's taken out as King goes ham. The sword flies.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague Fall 2023 Grand Finals. I am Septilence, and we are going to be talking a little bit about what is going on today. Hey, Game Marinos, there I am. We just got done with Oklahoma Christian beating St. Clair in Modern Warfare 2 in a 4-1 fashion, and now we're going to get ready to jump into Counter-Strike 2. We talked to Time Delight and Vincent about it earlier today, and now the experts themselves are going to walk you guys through this matchup as we see George Mason take on RIT.
Kicking things underway here in the Grand Finals. Thank you very much, Septilence. It's Counter-Strike 2 time here, Vincent, as we have GMU taking on RIT. No guarantees for the RIT roster. GMU storming back after their playoff run.
Yeah, I'm excited to look at what Counter-Strike has to offer. It's been a bit of a crazy season, some heavy hitters that aren't actually here as much as I love to see that underdog story. We're going to continue that with the dark horses of GMU.
Yeah, GMU coming into this series have been a massive underdog through not only their group with Fisher and with Stony Brook, but moving into this Grand Finals as well. They're the 4 seed coming out of play. They just narrowly got that bye. They were lucky to do so a little bit. They got the help of a little bit of tiebreaker scenarios, but no guarantees for them. Now moving into Grand Finals, taking on RIT, they have to make sure they play together. They have to really just win. That's what it comes down to. Just win.
The just win forehead. Yeah, listen, hey, that's a solid strategy. I'll be honest, getting there going to be a tough task. This RIT roster, man, they have been fantastic, undefeated in the regular season, and then continuing after some crazy runs. I mean, this team's been together forever.
Yeah, they have been together as this full squad for now 3 semesters. This is the end of the 3rd semester. The core itself has been together for a full 2 academic years.
Right.
Since the spring of 2022. It has been a while since they were put together. You can see the rosters on your screen now. Proto, Uni, Benji, K2, and MJB for RIT. They have been together since the dawn of time, it seems, at least in the collegiate Counter-Strike scene.
Yeah, and I think that the experience with that roster is what is so impressive about them, right? I mean, K2 and MJB, the leadership factor for this team, but George Mason, they have been putting together some fantastic moves. Like, throughout this bracket, it's been tough. They've been literally, like, moving through the matrix, dodging bullets left and right. It's been insanity, beating, you know, some fantastic opposition and or missing the likes of MTU, but beating out over Stony Brook and Kansas State in that 3-map thriller. I mean, come on. These guys have done what it takes to get to a grand final, and they deserve all the plaudits for it.
Yeah, and Stony Brook, their game in the quarterfinals was about as one-sided as it looked in favor of GMU. There was a really big statement for them moving into the Kansas State game, Kansas State taking down Michigan Tech as we move into our grand finals. I gotta say, this is a big step up required of this RIT squad. This is not a guarantee. I believe our map bans went about as we expected. We opened things up as I think we presumed with the bans. Inferno coming through as a pick to start things off for George Mason. I can't say I'm surprised by that. You predicted it earlier.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when we talked to them beforehand, they felt comfy on Inferno, and so I think that's why we're here to see what they have to offer. So, with all of that being said, jumping into the action, a little bit of a slower start for the T side regarding George Mason, as things are a little bit flip-flopped right there, but George Mason, T side.
Yeah, George Mason starting on this T side. It is their map selection. We will move to a second map of Overpass, and the third map, I don't believe we have it written down.
Anubis.
It is Anubis. Oh, they did it before. I am a fan of Anubis. I like the Anubis selection. It was RIT who got the choice there, as they were the last team to ban and pick, so their choice of Anubis. I don't think it was too far out there. We were theory crafting earlier. It was that or Ancient. I thought
Mirage,
was the final call. Yeah, Mirage was also in the cards, but I'm a fan of the Anubis pick. I'm also a fan of this very slow opening from George Mason, taking early banana control and making sure they were a presence in mid, but not actually pushing all too much. MJB is alone on the B site. It is a full stack of brackets, and it's not going to be one that's successful, but MJB already won the P2000 much better in CS2 than it was in the global offensive counterpart, but it only finds one kill before giving up the site and his life.
Yeah, just forcing that fight. No smoke apparently for CT Spawn as well, which is maybe, it's a mood.
Yeah.
Got the position though for Coffin. Quick flank, Benji, just dinked down, unable to make those moves. Uni, though, connecting with the refrag, and J-Cracker trying to fight from the back of the site. Molotov missed the mark, at least for Dark, but Pillar no longer a place that you can be living. Patience is the name of the game. It's J-Cracker and Zoker both do the work. It's all going the way of GMU.
Everything going their way. Not only taking the site, only losing one to MJB, who is quickly dispatched of. Who needs a CT smoke? It's overrated at this point.
Take the
and
fight.
It works out for GMU. They saved the $300. It was an economic decision to not smoke CT. It also baited in a much quicker retake from RIT than I think we were originally expecting. RIT, it wasn't a bad play to stack the A side. It's honestly reasonable. Most teams just rush B. Maybe GMU was going the other way. Not the case. George Mason take the pistol.
And I think that this is a team in RIT that they're fantastic, but there is a danger with them. Not getting started strong can be something that happens not all that often, but it's something I've noticed. And so got to keep that in mind to keep an eye out for it.
Oh my. Well, that was quick. Conversion round looks like it's going the way of George Mason fairly early. Already a couple opening picks, only losing one for their troubles, and taking most of this A side in their favor. They've seen two separate players, one inside the master bedroom, and the other just patiently waiting at the top of mid, trying to spray down. That's MJB with the same P2000, and he's taking more damage than he's dishing out. B site is taken, B site bomb planted, and they smoke CT this time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is an eco round. It's not like we expected too much different from this. I do want to say, though, expectations for RIT incredibly high, generally speaking. Like, you have to understand that this roster being together for so very long, they have, what, 3 semesters of situations where they've been close but no cigar. Like, we were talking in the green room beforehand, like, 2 academic years that this roster has been together, and spring of 22, lose to finalist UCF, right? Yep. Spring of 23, lost to Drexel, and then Davenport in fall of 22. Like, it's been winners or finalists that they've lost to every single time.
Yeah, and George Mason, we were talking about them being the dark horses. They have to continue to be. They already are looking pretty good at the start of Inferno. Unfortunately, we have a few technical issues in the background. You notice the screen freeze. I presume you understand why. We're going to fix things, and we'll be back with more of these Counter-Strike 2 NACE Grand Finals.
Toxic therapy from your vape.
Can't sleep? Listen to my voice. Your friends all bailed on you. Your crush thinks you're thirsty. The planet is dying. Keep obsessing till 5 a.m.
Vaping nicotine is associated with sleep problems. Find solutions at thetruth.com.
Los Angeles Comic-Con is back at the LA Convention Center December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Meet stars from hit movies and TV series like Matt Smith, Jamie Campbell Bower, Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, Rainn Wilson, and so much more. Shop over 800 exhibitors and artists. Experience the vibrant cosplay community and immerse yourself in the gaming and anime hall with tournaments for Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter all weekend long. Get your tickets for LA's favorite comic, gaming, anime, and pop culture convention at ComicConLA.com.
Hey, deal lovers. I'm coming in. Here's something new.
Just because we have good taste doesn't mean we don't like a good value. And in this hut, $7 gets you both.
The all-new $7 deal lovers menu at Pizza Hut. I'm coming in hot.
Because it's only a deal if you love it.
Choose your $7 faves 7 days a week. Only at Pizza Hut. I thought I heard pizza up here.
I'm Ryan Pruitt. I'm a sophomore at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. I'm a full-time college student, a future nurse, a small business owner, and a cadet in the U.S. Army ROTC. I'm the son of an Army officer, so I know the opportunities the Army provides. I knew the ROTC scholarship was the right choice for me to pay for the college that I wanted to go to. More than the money, I have people who are encouraging and committed to my success. I have big goals, and the Army is helping me make them a reality. I'm future 2nd Lieutenant Ryan Pruitt. That's my ROTC story. What will yours be?
NACE Starleague Counter-Strike 2 Grand Finals kicking off and back underway. Massive apologies for the technical issues, but finally we have solved them and we are ready to get things back and going. I'm Time to Late. Joining alongside me here is Vincent. I gotta say, it has been a little bit of a chaotic day, but both of these teams still rearing and ready to go. Both of them have been in warm-up servers in the meantime. They are here, and most importantly, they're ready.
Yeah, listen, the reality is that sometimes you need to get things settled, and now we have just that, TTL, ready to roll, I believe.
Yeah, I'm hoping, and I gotta say, in some more stressful broadcasts like this, sometimes I need a little bit of food. Now, I ate before this because I knew I was going back-to-back on some games, but I gotta say,
little munchies.
I may need some more, so I'm gonna call Pizza Hut really quick, because not only are we sponsored by Pizza Hut, but I just love their pizza. By the way, stuffed crust is amazing. Get it.
It's a great deal. Hey, and I'm pretty sure there's the $7 deal lovers menu happening right now. I think maybe we go for like garlic cheese sticks, something like that. We can, a little share situation going on. Well, you do that one as well. I think donut bites. I heard about them. They're fantastic. We should try that as well.
Hello? Hi. Hi, I was calling to order. Yes, delivery. Okay. $7 meal menu?
Yeah.
Okay.
Boise State Esports Arena.
Do you know where the Boise State Esports Arena is? Okay, we're good. Hey, they do. Apparently they deliver here a lot. Okay, Boise State Esports Arena. Okay, $7 main menu. Medium?
Medium works, yeah. Pepperoni?
Pepperoni. Yep, medium pepperoni. And cheese sticks. What else?
Donut bites.
Donut bites. Okay.
Chocolate ones.
30 minutes? Make it 45. 45 minutes?
That'll work.
Awesome. All right, thank you. All right, that should be here at the end of map 1.
Hopefully we get that. It's going to be fantastic. Just like we are going to jump right into the action here in a moment. We had a first round happen. We're going to jump into round 2. But if you missed it, here's what we have on the docket. Inferno is map number 1, elected by GMU to bring us there. Overpass, a strong RIT pick. That will be map number 2. Should it be necessary, Anubis is our 3rd. And I think that pretty much leads us right into the action. Let's jump in to this second round. GMU took the pistol after a B hit, I believe.
Yep. Yeah, massive shout out to the teams, both of them being very accommodating, allowing us to get things back underway, allowing us to get that pistol back and completed correctly. And we are restarting from the beginning of round 2. It wasn't fully completed. There were no guarantees. The teams didn't want to make any presumptive guarantees, nor did the admins. So understandably, we are restarting from the beginning of round 2. And believe it or not, RIT is running something very similar to what we saw the last time we tried to play round 2. A little bit of an A stack. Let's see if GMU end up switching things up just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, and while we have a second, it's just a classic swing down mid. What's so interesting about this version of Inferno is that everybody was like, oh my gosh, how CT-sided is this map from the beginning? And at B, it really is. But part of the reason I think we see those A stacks so often that we saw in the pistol round, where we had 4 RIT players over at A, is because holding bracket is a real tough task. It is so much more difficult than it is to hold the B site. So a lot of teams, playing a little bit of a gamble back and forth often here and there. So as we get into the first gun round, I'm curious to see if that continues as we move forward.
Yeah, I'm also hoping that this A stack works a little bit better for RIT. They're committing a lot to it, and they are still holding B off the back of it. We saw it in the pistol round. We've now seen it in the conversion. It didn't really work. Granted, it was a conversion round. They did not have the weapons advantage of. There were no guarantees on that one. But I really want to see them switch that. Moving into these couple rounds where they actually have rifles. Here, they're going a full house. They have 3 M4s and 2 MP9s. I'm looking for some more aggression out of the SMGs because both teams are actually running 2 SMGs.
Yeah, I mean, a little bonus round here for GMU on the other side of things. Cash wasn't exactly perfect, and having that utility, particularly towards brackets, is such a huge deal. And at the moment, we are having a fantastic little push towards the apartments as well. Don't know that we're going to be seeing the initial hit, but just getting this control is so very important. HE doesn't really find too much of anything, but the patience right now that GMU are putting together is exactly what we need to see. Full control of bracket alongside control of banana.
You've seen, again, similar to pistol, we're seeing much more passive play from both teams. Nobody trying to regain aggression to that top banana. Nobody trying to play immediately for the top of mid. It's boiler. It's a little bit of banana. It's your standard default we've seen a couple times over. for George Mason, and more importantly, they're not changing anything about that. They haven't been forced to do so, and running out of the top of mid, it ends up finding an opening kill, and they instead just break on towards this B side. SMG is the only 2 weapons that have picked up kills thus far, and Uni's still in the site, doubled up with the M4, make it a third. Oh my goodness, Uni locking in everything he needs, and he finds a 4K. Hello, what a step up.
That was incredible. Uni just, hey, taking the fights one after another, trying to play around the pillar there as well. Worked beautifully, and that's the kind of step-up behavior that we need to be seeing from the likes of RIT when it comes to some of the Inferno specifically. I mean, the game plan is clear for George Mason. They came in and they're ready to roll. With this passive play style, I think that they knew what they were doing.
Hey, it's worked, and it looks like it's going to work once more. Banana control gained early by George Mason. We've seen this from RIT, throw a little bit of utility and disengage. They don't want to overcommit to this, and understandably so. It doesn't find you anything long term. I don't think they want to commit to this when they don't have the same opportunities, or when they may be playing with weapon disadvantages elsewhere, utility disadvantages elsewhere. What we're seeing from George Mason is persistent control of that. It is costing them HP. They've lost almost 100 HP between 2 players, that being Crimson and Zoker. If that changes down the line, I'd be very surprised for RIT, but I'd like to see 1 or 2 rounds they completely change their purview and go for something different.
Okay, well, we might just see that here. A little bit of a bigger gun round without those SMGs that we were just talking about. Full control of Banana as well. That's that style of getting that early control. Nade reaching the smoke. That was a chance for K2, but nothing comes of it, and J-Cracker comes away victorious. And that's the first step to regaining bracket control. That's, you know, if you were to separate the T game plan on a default like this, it's get Banana, get bracket, then go wherever you feel you have the advantage.
Seems like A is the final call. Already picking up that opening kill massively helps this. Looking for a second through the railing, Buddy will find it, and then they'll set up preset utility for the rest of their team to push in. The problem is it's a little late. Benji finds one from the pit, but that's all they'll end up picking away. And it's a 4v2, and you can see RIT on the map. They are saving this one. It will be a third for George Mason.
And listen, a classic Inferno situation where you get control of that A side as the T's, it's pretty much over. CT's chances of retaking go down exponentially from that point on. Proto and Uni gonna hopefully get these guns saved. That'll be stupendous for them, especially considering their money with just 1 round victory isn't gonna be great.
No, they're having some difficulty starting to settle in with their economy. The last couple rounds have been okay because they picked up with their first buy round and then they went into the bonus and ended up winning it. That's not the case for George Mason. You're seeing this on both sides, though, where there hasn't been that real flow state starting to set in. You have to find guarantees if you're starting on this CT side of Inferno, especially on CS2, where it seems like it's looked a little bit more T-sided on occasion, but there haven't been guarantees, and it also comes down to sometimes the team play, where RIT has just been disengaged a lot. I like the disengagement, but it hasn't worked as often as they're hoping for.
I think it becomes more T-sided when you're playing a bit of that slower style, when you're getting into position to take advantage of the bracket space that we were talking about earlier. So gun round coming right back up, though. This one's a key one, specifically because the econ could be broken. The likes of RIT if they are unable to find victory. But it's right back to business in the normal situation for George Mason. We are seeing the fight for banana control start to heat up, though.
We're also seeing an XM 1014. So keep that in mind. It's currently occupying Porch. I believe there's a double stack Porch right now. 1 boosted, 1 not so much. K2,
best gun in the game, bud.
What?
Best gun in the game.
Yeah, 100%. But I've seen it way more in Collegiate than I've seen it anywhere else. In college, teams will try and play around the smokes with the XM because the weird interaction between assault rifles and smokes hasn't been the same with smokes and shotguns, where that buckshot just works perfectly and creates, hey, easy visible hole. You can find as much as you need.
I gotta say, I really love how George Mason are just continually working their game plan, right? They came into that first round, they knew what they wanted to do, and this slow play style can sometimes be really difficult to contend with because RIT gets stuck into a spot where, on the one hand, you want to be aggressive to take space. On the other, you don't want to run into like the meat grinder with all these AKs on the other side. It's a difficult decision to make, and you can see that RIT are making the right play, playing a little bit more passive after gaining that early info down banana.
And again, it is a very slow beginning of the round. A minute and 30 seconds gone, and finally you'll see utility start to set in. You can see Uni also patiently waiting above on Flower Pots, looking for one, will find it, trying to spray down a second, but the swing from Crimson, he ends up doing a 180 and dusting down Uni. He will not find a multi-frag this time around, but he still does enough to allow the rest of his team to rotate it.
The plan, whenever you're the site anchor there, is usually get a kill, fall back, and then allow for your rotators to come and play ball. K2 delivering the frag with Benji. You're there for the trade, and the second frag comes in to close out the round. There's RIT finding another gun round on the board, their second.
And the thing that we kind of missed there was the coordination from both sides, not only from the construction and church position, re-engaging off the back of the Banana pressure, but also seeing Banana start to walk in as soon as everything started to calm down. You had to watch the CT smoke because it was dissipating, so naturally the Banana swing works when that player sitting barbecue is looking the wrong direction. RIT very well set up on the retake there, and also very well timed. They had all of mid-control they needed. They were able to quickly rotate and set up that flank before they really needed to. That pre-preparation was the difference maker for the Rochester Institute of Technology.
And with that, I mean, we're just one round between them. Still buys, good enough. George Mason, it's not as if they're broken economically or anything like that either. I'm wondering if we're going to see a bit of a different approach. And it seems like Banana Control, with the utility that RIT have, now not #1 priority. Grabbing a bunch of space here in the apartments. And it might just be a little apps pop. Could happen.
Molly lands, goes right in front of the hay bales, at least setting something up. Another flash as well. The nade going up. It was actually a Molotov that ended up hitting Crimson as he drops for the kill. He doesn't check mini pit. One kill found by K2. A switch for a second, but he cannot find the third. In the meantime, MJB falls as well. Again, losing the A site, but this time it's a walk up mid rather than a re-engagement from the CT side. And neither player has been seen because there was a mid smoke that hadn't dissipated yet.
Got to deal with Zoker. Big problem. On the timing. Brutal. Uni doesn't spot him out. Should be able to check this, though, in the long haul. Doesn't adjust fast enough. Zoker the delivery as Proto now in the clutch. 1-on-3 TTL. Bad news bears as Proto falls. Zoker to deliver the second frag necessary. And 4-2 is our new scoreline. That Molotov from Benji, fantastic. The problem is he goes down for it. You can't allow that bit of utility to cost you your life.
Yeah, your goal there, throw the Molotov, tuck back behind and wait for the player in mini pit to hear a sound cue. If there's a sound cue, then you re-swing late. Make sure they're looking a different direction as you do so. The other thing I really wanted to point out for George Mason was the fact that Zoker got very proactive in that post lane. He wasn't forced to then react later on. He wasn't put out of position when he wasn't in a great position to do so. He got into a fight and he did it on his terms, and it worked. We're also seeing very good preparation from Satsy, just watching the boost. Hey, they're not swinging through the smoke. They haven't thus far this game. Might as well watch for that boost. Unfortunately, the rifle still dropped to Uni, but fortunately, he dropped a player.
The decision-making here as well about when to take Banana Control for George Mason has been great, right? Whenever there's big utility belts available for RIT, that's when George Mason are fine just to let him have Banana the first 30, 40 seconds of the round and then retake it late, if at all. Now, they know that there's not the requisite Molotovs and HEs in order to hold that position, and that's when they can take those aggressive fights and look towards half wall.
Seeing this engagement again, MJB patiently waiting around CT. He swung, he did not see the shoulder of Zoker, but Zoker saw his. Keep that in mind for later, as the information is very one-sided at this point. And as that engagement goes towards the A side, re-engagements on both sides, a 1-for-1 trade in B, but overall 2-for-1 trading for George Mason, and they have that doubled-up player advantage. They have every option and opportunity they want. They don't check Ninja, but again, it only cost them one member. The disadvantage, the bomb was left in T-spawn, and that's now rotating up T-apps. It'll take a little while.
Hey, speaking of costs, this was a full invest type of round. Couldn't afford everything, but it was whatever you could muster, whether it be an MP9, a rifle, or in the Uni's case, hopefully a saved AK. That's the plan at the very least. And at the moment, we're not seeing too many aggressive fights. Not going to try and hunt him down, or George Mason. So they have a full bomb taker to do that or make that decision. It's a long time to just chill here and find this AK.
Yeah, while this bomb ticks down, I'm going to do my taxes. Seems like that's about all the time we have for this one. RIT has a while to really figure out what's going wrong, what has been going wrong. The answers, notably enough, the lack of banana control for them, whether it's around utility or otherwise. George Mason has owned that just about every single round. Whether they've won it or not, they've owned banana control just about every single round. The other conversation I wanted to bring up was mid and second mid. We haven't seen RIT get aggressive apartments, and it's given them some free space to do so. One kill picked up by Uni that does expose their position. Everybody's very well aware of his current whereabouts. However, I don't think he's going to be taken out anytime soon. No over-engagement from George Mason. I like this. They don't really have all that much money.
I'm thinking next gun round, which should be not this round, but the next. Yeah. We're going to have to see something different. If I'm MJB, I'm calling something aggressive in the next gun round. Yeah. They're probably going to try to do something with this AK, try to work around it, maybe toss it back and forth. Yeah. But I want to see Proto get the AWP out. We haven't seen it just yet. There hasn't been a lot of cash to do it. And so that could be the adjustment that was necessary. And yeah, here we go. A little stack towards A. Meanwhile, Uni on his own over at B.
I mean, Uni has been the key rifle thus far, 7-4, the only one net fully positive, that meaning more than kills per deaths. I know Benji has as many kills as he does deaths. That's
You're doing some weird math over there.
I don't know. Whatever. Zoker has found an opening kill. Already you're seeing George Mason not only own Banana, as we saw earlier, but now starting to own up towards the A side in the stack. It has worked fairly decently. They are in the correct position. Problem is they are improperly positioned for the direction it went. Again, a bomb plant. And it looks like that won't stop anytime soon. And we're going to see the AK saved over in back-to-back rounds. It's not finding all that much pay dirt. It's picked up a single kill in 4 minutes of Counter-Strike.
After those first couple of rounds, have we seen George Mason even hit the B site? Like, they've gotten that B control, but they've not ended that direction, and that goes back to what we were talking about, right? This A site, brackets especially, can be so difficult to hold for the CTs, particularly without the utility that you need. This next round, I really hope to see that AWP. Proto, got to get active early and deny some of this space.
I don't know if Proto's going to have the money. They'll pick up, what, 3,400 or is it 2,900 at this point? Either way, they'll be around 5,000. They've only got 2,400. Nobody on the team has money for the AWP. Luckily, it goes 1 for 1. Uni actually picks up that follow-up kill, but it's still the trade favoring George Mason, and it's them walking away with as much free dirt and rifles as they can.
And you're right. Look, I mean, the money, you could have probably gone glass cannon, but like we've been talking about, all of that utility is so important, and MJD's going to throw, I think that's an early mid-smoke, deep, and that suggests they're maybe going to take a fight.
You were calling for it. First rifle round, they need some level of aggression. Molotov's traded top of Banana. Whole nothing burger there. But it's still looking like George Mason are owning that position. They aren't playing aggressive, but they're still forcing RIT with phantom pressure to keep an eye on it. You were talking about it, the AWP. It turns out it's in the favor of George Mason. I really did not think they were going to be the first ones to pick up Big Green, but I'm more than happy to see them try to use it. I'm also looking to see how they change their playstyle with it, because you don't play the same with the AWP as you normally would, and as we have seen them do.
Well, that T-side up as well. Not always, traditionally at least, the easiest thing to work with, but I think on CS2, as opposed to Go, you can definitely rock it, particularly when you're expecting the CT aggression that we were looking for. But at the 1 minute mark, nobody down just yet, but the utility belts are starting to get a little bit lower, and that's when things get a little scary. Full brackets, full Banana, we're back to business, but MJB delivers in a big moment. A second frag from MJB. That's going to give them the 5-on-3.
Just disengage. This is where I want to see MJB disengage and go elsewhere. I like this call. You give up some brackets control, and instead you start to pressure over towards this B side, and it looks like it's going to work. Uni's currently boosted up top oranges, which is no longer technically oranges, but I'm going to call it that, and as will everybody else until the end of time. And it doesn't seem like they're going to clear him off of this immediately. Flash will go forward. They don't look in his general direction, and as soon as they do, MJB actually has the perfect setup with a flash beforehand. It's exactly what they needed to return to form on the RIT side. They will still give up predominant control of the bomb site alongside the bomb plant because they cannot swing it. However, they have all the control they need to try and come back with this one.
Numbers a game that hey, it doesn't lie. 4-on-2. Not ideal. Get in the post plant. That's plan number 1. They come through the smoke. K2's going to deliver. Crimson might be there, but Benji will find the success necessary. A little bit scary. Bomb denial, though, the plan.
They got the bomb denial. That's what matters for RIT. They also got the round, but I think that conversation is one for later, especially considering they kept the AWP over. I want to see them use this AWP and get aggressive. I also want to see K2 with the XM. We didn't get to see it the first time you brought it out. Arguably best weapon in Counter-Strike at this point, just because of how efficient it can be. I will look at RIT's switch. Where does that AWP go? The answer, banana, and on an off angle towards the front side of 90. Now he's aggressive.
Yeah, they're grabbing this control. We're just a little close for comfort right there. Crimson will go down. Sassy, the follow-up, and it's a $800 per kill weapon right there in the hands of K2. Fantastic work, and he's still alive and kicking with util to boot. Problems are brewing. Without any armor, you're in big trouble.
You thought you would get one shot by an XM with armor? Try without. Oh my goodness, Soaker, clean shot. You can see a quick disengage by the AWP of Proto. They understand they're much more susceptible to the 50 caliber pistol than anybody else is, and it's gonna get aggressive. AWP out, Proto needs to disengage. They have some support. It's a two-man stack here, and it's gonna work. One picked up, he has to reload the AWP. He'll switch back to the P250, but Buddy will just disengage and hopefully stack up with his teammate. That's oh my goodness, Jcracker's in the middle of mid.
Great patience from Jcracker. I can't believe that he's just chilling there, waiting for the rotations to get activated. They know that whenever there is that B hit, there's fast flanks that have been getting activated for RIT, and
he has the
eyes on it. Indeed he does. And this is a very split RIT.
MJB about to get aggressive. He's going to swing it. He will find the kill. A little bit close for comfort if I'm RIT. I would have rather seen a two-man B stack and then retake A together, but it still works. The round one once more, and back-to-back now for the Rochester Institute of Technology. They're more than happy to take those, and even though they're close rounds, they're winning multiple in a row this time. That's the first time they've won back-to-back rounds since we've started the series, albeit this is map 1, but you get the general idea.
Back in business, though. George Mason served up their first eco, by the way, in that last round. Here we are in round 10.
Yeah.
Crazy to think of. But the comeback, the recovery for the moment, RIT, they are making waves. That's one way to stop it, though, with Zoker. This opening frag for Zoker has been so consistent, hasn't it?
And importantly, it's been everywhere. Not only Banana, where we've seen George Mason take predominant control, I'll bring it up again, but also seeing them flex elsewhere. You're not seeing individual players go one direction just because, oh, we've been on that roll for a while. You're seeing that flexibility from the attacking side of George Mason, and it's working more often than not. These last couple rounds of the half, it's down to RIT to try and solidify themselves into a tied-up scoreline. They need that. This is not their map selection. George Mason, you'd presume, are much more confident on that CT side of Inferno, especially considering they played it these last couple of weeks.
Now they have. I mean, I'll give RT a little bit of credit.
True.
Listen, they do play a bit of Inferno. They've won it a couple of times over the season, but it's by no means the popular pick for them. Seen a lot more on their side of Overpass, which we'll see next, or Mirage, for example. Working 5-on-4, though, can be a tough task for the RIT squad. Broda needs to get activated. But as the smoke goes down, his activation limited to just a shot, a hope, a prayer, and he does not connect.
The benefit is he disengages and he survives. This will be an attempted retake from the Rochester Institute of Technology. They have to make sure they get in quickly, though. They cannot allow more solidification of not only mid control, which is fully there for George Mason, but also all of Banana currently going to be there.
That re-smoke might stop it. This might be a save.
I wouldn't hate them disengaging here. They have another smoke still available on the T side. That would re-smoke CT, and yeah, you can see it. Disengage. There's the re-smoke as CT I was talking about, and understandably so, RIT gets the heck out of dodge. They will play for another day because you can see their money. I won't bring it up. They don't have any.
Yeah, but listen, it doesn't matter if you have 4 guns saved over.
Yeah, that's why they're saving.
Yeah, it's all good. It does give up another round, though, and that's half victory confirmed. As here in CS2, only up to 13 rounds, so 7-5 is the minimum scoreline that George Mason are going to go into the half with.
They're more than happy. George Mason are more than happy on this T side. They've started off well. They're finishing now. They went 3 in a row. They lost a couple, but they've now brought it back, and that B take was very well timed. Unfortunately, RIT again stacked the wrong side. They've over-dedicated themselves to A because they've had to just throw too many eggs into one basket. Great smoke from MJB. Hits nothing. But you have to pay attention to George Mason changing up what we've seen multiple times over. We've seen them take banana control. That's not the case here.
It's really important to note that missed smoke because that is what denies information towards mid about the aggression that could be coming down, but maybe will, maybe won't. Now they get free info does George Mason.
They also have free apps control. Not a soul is here for RIT. Jump up from MJB. He finds a headshot, but not the kill. M4 diff, that's what it seems to be. And Flash now being solidified. K2 finds one, even while blind. Needs a second if he wants to make it a worthwhile life. And he ends up finding one and disengages. He'll survive in through the apartments with the bomb-down boiler. And Zoker, not easily able to clear this, will swing it and will be able to find the kill. It will once more be a post plant on the A side.
Tell you what, Zoker, currently the king of the apartments over there. It just seems like, regardless of the situation, he's connecting the shots. And, well, bomb not planted yet. This is very, very winnable, though, for RIT. They've just got to be patient.
That patience, it seems like it's going to work out. As soon as they hear that bomb starting to go down, Uni's going to start to walk forward even more confidently. AK sitting pit, another one on the site itself. And Crimson is not holding that lane position. That's the most important part of this. He does not see anything in that direction. It is freely walkable by Uni, straight through the smoke, but Zoker still wins the first fight in through the library. The reswing from Uni. Does he reswing towards the A side? That's the real question. A flash around the corner. Zoker can get aggressive if he chooses to do so, but instead he's just baiting for Crimson, and it's working. Uni cannot pick a fight to do it. And it looks like it's going to cost him. George Mason, an 8-4 half, back-to-back to close it out, and 5 of 7 to give themselves a clear and obvious lead.
Incredible crossfire set right there.
Awesome.
By GMU. Uni, it doesn't matter how good you are. If you can't take those 1v1s, if you're fighting 2 players at once, even the best players in the world struggle to win a 1v2.
Yeah.
It's so difficult. And with that, I think that RIT need a good start here. If they want a chance to bring this map their way, pistol round seems like a necessity.
Pistol would be a great start. RIT seem to know it, but they have disengaged, and it's massive mid-control early for George Mason. They are wasting absolutely no time holding W on the CT side, and it's working. 2 for 1, make it 3, make it 4! K2 is alone. It's been 20 seconds, and RIT's saving grace seemingly has fallen on deaf ears. Okay, good night.
Yeah, just nice shot, right? You know, K2 could have a vintage moment right here, but I just doubt it. 1v4 the requirement. He's got the first already. Isolating a fight. They're going to swing him. Needed that headshot immediately, and it will be GMU. They've done it. 2 pistols, and they're up big.
This is a stat I love to bring up because I've seen it multiple times over on the professional scene. In MR12, the efficacy of pistol and conversion rounds is so much more important than it used to be compared to MR15. The statistic at professional levels is if teams win both pistol and conversion in both halves, that's 4 rounds for them, and they have an 80% chance of winning the game in regulation. Or 78 specifically, but I'll round
incredible.
it up to 80.
It really is. And now we've got that for George Mason. This is their map pick, and hey, one way to get it started, hell of a way to get it started, I'll say that. Blocks alone, and that's
oh my goodness,
pretty free round. Hey, listen, it's just Glocks.
Yeah, but it's a 10th. It is 10-4, and that is not one that RIT want to Roger. If RIT cannot pick up something in these next couple rounds, if they cannot stop the bleeding, not only will the game be over, but their mental's going to be kind of in the dumps. They have AKs across the board. This will be the round that basically determines things. If they are out in left field and have no response to the George Mason aggression, with or without rifles, I don't know how long this game lasts.
It's that double-digit mark at this point in CS2 where I do start to get a little worried.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to make that comeback from this position. That said, this is that gun round. The it factor needs to come alive right now, and whoever that may be. I mean, we saw some big moments from K2, some from Uni, but where's Proto been?
The question is, where's the utility? There's a severe lack of it on RIT's side. They have a couple smokes, make it 3 specifically, now make it 2, and they're just losing players left and right to SMGs no less. The MP9 close range, it fries with or without armor, and it's a 2-for-1 trade favoring George Mason, and they get out. They now have an extra rifle, they have the extra body with or without that rifle advantage, and more importantly, they still have the confidence. We were talking about it in the break between Call of Duty. Confidence can mean everything, and that's the case for George Mason here.
Exactly. You start to gain that momentum, and then you're in position to take the space when you get it. And K2, phenomenal frag. That's going to cut it to a 3-on-3. Here comes the side push. It's a man in pit. That's going to be Buddy taking a fight. And, just as Benji's tossing that Molotov, it's a good,
That's good enough.
retrade, though, from K2. that will set them up for a post plant.
They had the smoke moto already. That's the most important part of that. And they'll get the bomb down. It'll be in a safe spot where K2 can watch from a distance. That's the most important aspect. 1-for-1 trade. K2 finds one. He has to disengage. He runs out of ammo in the AK. He'll reload and try and take a different fight. But he has lower health. Make it even worse. And he re-swings Zoker without the visual advantage. He didn't have a flash. He didn't have the smoke. The lack of utility comes back to bite RIT. And they'll drop yet another. It's all 3 to open up the second half for George Mason.
I'm going to expand Zoker's domain. Not just the king of the apartments, but the whole A site is his. That side of the map, simply no more. Zoker is there to stay. Usually not so much a scoreboard Sally, but Zoker is 17-7 right now. This guy's farming.
He's gross. And in a positive notion, everybody on the team has been positive other than Buddy. And Buddy, even in that previous round, went 1-for-1. So they did what they needed to do. They set up their team for success. And George Mason prepared themselves towards a different aspect of a re-engagement. We haven't seen them get aggressive on a post plant like that. As soon as you flip the script, as soon as you change something about your play, you can catch your opponents off guard. That's exactly what we see here. Now, 11-4 is not what it used to be. Zonic's Law maybe not catching off what teams used to have in MR15, but still important. Will the curse bring RIT to a regulation win, or hopefully OT in their case?
And they got to be giving it their best shot here. This is that bracket control we talked so much about in the first half. Zoker, big moment.
There's 4 here.
Yeah, I think they're going to flash through that smoke. That's what it looks like they're ready to do, or maybe they're going to wait it out. Either way, the AWP in position. It's gone, but they clear it. MJB with a great swing, and Zoker falls. The A site nearly no more, but there's still one man here. His name is Buddy, and he's delivering. Molotov allows him for a second. Benji will get there instead, and now the post plant can get activated. It's a 1v3. Jay Cracker, it's a tough task.
MJB is the saving grace of that round for RIT. I don't care about the pit player. I don't care about the ninja player. I don't care about any of it on the site. If MJB does not clear the cubby, there are 3 players all looking the opposite direction of somebody hiding at the top of A, and they all die. This is a completely different round. It would have been a 3v2 in favor of George Mason on the A side, rather than a 3v2 in favor of RIT. It is a massive step up for one player and the IGL to really set his team back and start to cycle back into this game.
And you know what this proves? It's all about the impact of your frag.
Yeah.
Not about the number. The numbers are great. I
Yeah.
mean, hey, I like big numbers as much as the next
is my favorite thing to do.
Yeah. Listen, eco frags, they're my favorite. That said, it is all about when and where you make your impact, and we saw that there with MJP as you're talking about. A little bit of space to work with for RIT. It's not done just yet. That said, I think there should be enough to buy in here. It's a little dicey. Question of a save or a buy. George Mason have plenty of time to work with. I wouldn't hate to see them just save, and they will.
My favorite part about a team when they're fully above, fully up, 11-5 for instance, not overcommitting to rounds where you could have an opportunity. Yes, sure, they could have an opportunity. They could buy SMGs like we've seen a couple rounds ago, but it doesn't give you that guarantee like the next round may. A saved over rifle, you play with a couple upgraded pistols to the players that can afford it. That's the perfect position for them to be in. There's no overcommitment. There's no players getting overzealous. Oh, we're up 11-5, we'll win the game. That's not the case. They understand they have to be humble, they have to play correctly, and that's what we're seeing here.
Stay humble.
Stay humble.
Yeah,
Hashtag
absolutely.
Stay humble.
Is that the lead tagline for Counter-Strike 2?
I don't know.
Stay humble.
I vote everybody follows Kendrick Lamar. Get down. Stay humble.
See where you're going. This AWP for Proto, we talked about it, and its potential impact now has to deliver. It's time to deliver. Even up against Eco Frags, there's 2 Deagles in hand. We already know how deadly those could be.
3-player stop brackets. We've seen this position before. The stack working in rounds prior. I don't know if that's going to be the case here, but there will be a much quicker rotation, even with the smoke down. Spray, oh my goodness, Proto hits one through the smoke. An op, even more drastic to do it with. He's looking for another. He almost found the opportunity, and even K2 is hitting some shots of his own. You can see it's dangerous for RIT, but they will still pick up the opening kill, and they'll get the bomb down, and another kill all on top of it.
I do want to, on that topic of K2, you know, you said hitting some shots of his own. He's actually been really performing well. It's just been hard to see because the scoreline being what it is. Keeping that in mind, if that continues and we see MJP continue to step up alongside the likes of Proto, I've seen RIT make these comebacks is the point I'm making.
This is another round similar to round 15. where that was the bonus. It was RIT's opportunity to really set a comeback early. That hasn't been the case. It wasn't there. Nice shot individually, but nothing more for Crimson. They'll find an AK dropped, it'll be retrieved, and it'll be cycled out. Nothing to be picked up, and Jcracker once more will save over the other. The other conversation, this is another rifle round where if RIT lose it, not only will they be forced into a little bit of a less than ideal scenario being down on match point, or map point in this case, they'll also just lose all that momentum they've built up in these last couple rounds. It has been a streak, albeit a 2-round streak, but a streak nonetheless. It has to be a more consistent one for them to set something through.
Might be around for a pace change. Wouldn't be surprised.
Hold W, do it.
Yeah, would not be surprised. It's dangerous with the scoreline what it is, but you have to keep your opponents on the back foot, and they're coming in with a big gun round. AWP in Satsu's hands as well. Would be interesting to see, but for the moment, same situation. RIT going to wait, hold, play it passive, and see if there's any defensive aggression that comes right at them.
All I'm saying is that Satsi currently runs his game in German. And everybody's saying, oh, EU's better than NA. Maybe Satsi's op could be the X factor for George Mason.
Do you just become EU if you run your game in German? Is that how that works?
I should totally try that. I'll just run it in French or something, and instantly I become Kenny S.
Who is it? Hiko, who like changes his like game settings to be in different languages all the time?
Yes.
In Val?
Yes, he does.
Yeah. I don't know how he does that. That's crazy.
I see it in PUBG too. Very fun. How to learn a language with video games.
Yeah, exactly. Slow and methodical. I feel like we keep hitting on it, but that is currently the way these guys are approaching Inferno. Great frag. 1 for 1. K2 will end up getting the trade for Uni as everybody else defensively falls back to the site.
They split. That's the most important part. K2 not only finds that kill, but he also splits this A side, and it forces not only 2 players on the B side, but it isolates them fully. Even if this rotation comes through, it'll be a few seconds delayed, and K2 will hear it. Zoker is holding this position. I don't know if this gets cleared. Zoker has just turned a few seconds ago, but he doesn't turn the right timing, and he ends up dying off the back of it. Last player on the site, it's Jcracker. He finds 2. He'll almost find a 3rd, but he'll finally be shut down. Bomb will go down, but the rotation is coming from the banana position, and with K2 not seeing anybody in CT, he may know it, and they should turn their purview in this direction.
Yeah, K2, he has the info.
He knows.
He's looking, he's just making sure, but Sassy, buddy, they have these positions locked down. The problem is there's a lot of corners to clear on this B site, and they don't have the most time to do it.
Benji was just seen on the backside of Pillar. He swings, and he'll die off the back of it. Sassy finds the all-important first kill. Nade setting through the smoke. He wants to try and blow it, but no, it doesn't go far enough.
But
he'll
gets
still
it anyway.
find the first. That's the most important part. He finds a first kill. Buddy trying to hop on the bomb. He fakes the first time, but he doesn't end up sticking it, and K2 will force him off. A 3rd tap to come through. Will this be the fake that turns it all the way around? A swing on the far side. Is there time? You better believe there is. Buddy, ever so narrowly, he's got it!
No, he doesn't! He doesn't have it! Oh my gosh! George Mason losing it at the last moment to give RIT new life. Utterly incredible!
Tenths of a second. I thought he had it. I thought I heard it go off.
It looked like he had it. That's what the HUD was telling me.
No, what? I want to see the replay.
Yeah, let's get
everybody zoom in.
Lean in
here. Forward into your monitors. Everybody become JDM, but the opposite. I thought he had it.
It looked like he had it, but the game telling a different story, man.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
On the HUD, it's weird because it starts earlier than I thought it would. I think it went down to 3 or 4 seconds instead of 5. Hey, I thought he had it.
I ain't got a clue what happened. All I do know
that's an RIT round.
Is that RIT are still in this thing. No map point gathered for George Mason, and that is a brutal loss. We talked about momentum killers. That's one of them.
And look, they have pistols. Not only is it a momentum killer, it's an economy killer. Can't win rounds, at least not easily, if you don't have the weapons to do so. Deagle's out. I see a CZ. Actually, Deagle singular out, not plural. P250, CZ, and a couple of USPs. CZ from distance, not what it used to be. It still finds a kill. What is that from Zoker? He's strafing and hits a shot.
Wait,
I can't hit that shot while standing still.
I think Proto was behind Uni. That is so random. Oh my goodness.
Deagle.
Sassy.
Nah. If they lose the previous round and win this one like they are currently, I'm done.
There ain't no way.
Somebody's flower. I don't think they clear this. MJP doesn't clear it. Turn around. Turn around. Oh, he's dead.
And he certainly doesn't. Jcracker, he's going to get one, and Zoker, another, the 3K with the CZ? No, it will be the USP, but a full eco, an outrageous way after a clutch moment that doesn't quite go their way. They do it on the pistols.
Not a single member had rifles, not a single member had utility, not
Armor?
a single member had armor.
What's that?
And nobody spent any more than $700 individually. You bought a $250 US or P250, a $500 CZ, and a $700 Deagle. If I've done my math correctly, they spent $1,250 and won a full round and picked up full rifles.
They did.
That is absurd.
That is also one way to
And
make
they
your
won an
mark
opening
on
kill.
the game.
No way. Through a smoke, Benji's dead. Opening duel, George Mason.
That does indeed feel bad. They're just going to pick it up. Flash through the top mid smoke. They're going to fall back a little bit. This AWP getting into position. A missed shot. And Sassy will go down. K2, how's he done that? He gets one and a second, but loses his teammate in the process. Here comes the swap into the CT spawn, and they're going to isolate this fight towards B.
They have the bomb. MJB has the bomb, and they've seen Jay Cracker. Smoke goes far, though. It does not go off the wall as originally intended, so there is still an avenue in. The flash misses. They still swing forward, and are still looking for this aggression, and K2 ends up hitting the shot he was looking for. Oh my goodness, a 2v2, another bomb plant, and another post plant on the B side.
K2 bailing out RIT.
Absolutely.
So many times. But they're still going to have to do some big work. MJB and K2, long-standing duo, longest standing in this team. Been together for the entire time that they've been at RIT. Crimson and Buddy setting up the U-tilt.
There's the turn. MJB looking for the aggression. Swing forward. He'll spray down one. He'll spray for the second. MJB finds all he needs. And more importantly, the exposure of the first smoke ends up giving them away. Both players were able to look in that general direction. You have one player sitting top coffins. MJB just happily sitting under that BBQ position. And it's RIT with their 8th. Again, a round to set themselves back into it, but they have lost their buffer. They have no more mulligans. It is perfection from here out, or we're done.
But hey, look at the scoreline. It's 8-12. There's only 4 rounds required.
It's not absurd.
Exactly. Now, granted, George Mason, they got fat stacks of cash. That's with a PH, by the way. And they got an opt-out as well.
Fat with a PH. I agree. Crimson, aggression, always wins the fight. K2 either unintentionally elevated on the small couch in front of him or just got caught out and it looked like
it's called a sofa.
Either way, it's a kill. And another opener for George Mason. Back-to-back rounds where they picked up an opening kill. This time not through smoke and onto Benji. It's straight into K2, who has been the saving grace multiple times over for RIT. His heroics in these last couple rounds are the reason we're still on Inferno. They don't have that same freedom of playing with him.
Playing from behind has been an unfortunate situation for RIT. Back-to-back in so many of these rounds, and it's going to continue to be that. I mean, MJB does his job there, gets the one.
Jay Cracker has no utility. That's the most important part of this. He has absolutely nothing to work with. He'll be swung. Second oranges, that's where he hides. And he'll end up falling. A 3 versus 3 and another bomb plant on the B site. It seems like everything's going RIT's way, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. Benji dies to the smoke in the previous round, and he took that personally. He'll end up setting in perfection. And look, George Mason's disengaging.
They're done. An op in an M4. I mean, yeah, they've got a little bit of util, but trying to retake into the B site after the bomb's been planted, it's already a third of the way ticked. There's no way you want to go for that, especially not with the score starting to tighten up little bit by little bit. Exit frags, on the other hand, those are huge. Sassy with a nice one, shutting Benji out. But granted, with the bomb plant and everything, they should be okay.
It's about $3,400 a player. Look at K2 if you want to get curious as to how much you get for a win with bomb. I believe it's $3,450. Just add 100 to, or subtract 100 to whatever he has. No, 3,500. So, not bad. Everybody will still be able to buy. Everybody picks up their AK of choice. K2 will not have head armor unless he gets dropped an AK by a teammate. And with M4 still being prevalent on the CT side, that's important, especially with just now USPs or pistols being more prevalent.
Yeah, hey, who needs to get an AK when you're up against these USPs?
Yeah.
Money, 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 baby. That's what we're seeing K2 look to grab with this SMG.
And he buys head armor.
Yeah, $600 a pop. That is nice to build up on. The question, though, is how does Sassy and Buddy get involved? That's what we're going to be seeing trying to get activated. I do think, as well, it could be fantastic. They did it with just pistols. Now they have a couple of guns to work with. Do GMU.
I'm a fan of how GMU's playing this one. We've seen the last couple rounds look a little bit more chaotic than they would have liked. In this round specifically, they have to play a little bit more disengaged. You cannot afford to give away as much, especially without the weapons you're looking for. If that happens here, as this pause ends, I don't know how these next couple rounds look. RIT has way too much confidence for their own good, or for GMU's own good.
Here we go. Sassy Gonna get activated, just a leg shot. It's a nade to finish one off. And K2, he's delivering when it matters most. Zoker will pop one head and then fall back around the corner, getting a second shot at it, and he delivers a second.
No util, no help whatsoever. He just has a deagle, no armor, no info, and nothing to work with other than just the 50 caliber pistol, and he can't hit another shot, but he still finds 2 kills. That's the most important part. He gives GMU a chance. And Crimson picks up an AK. No, he picks up the MAC-10 from K2 who fell earlier. He does not have the rifle he was looking for, but he's walking through that banana smoke. He's seen, but he still finds the kill he's looking for. A 2v2, and it seems like they have the util they need to work with. A picked up Molotov from Crimson will look to give them the advantage, but it missed!
Oh man, that's brutal. Massive money though. He's got the $600 already, and any more damage is huge. MJB is going to deliver, and with Uni on the crossfire, it will be just fine for RIT. But here we are, double digits. Could not have told you we would be here.
It will be a bye. If GMU lose here, they will have max loss bonus going into the final round of regulation. But they will not have the utility. They will not have the kits. They will not have full rifles or weaponry that they're looking for. This is a must-win for GMU if they want to give themselves the best possible shot, because they have thrown the kitchen sink of money at this second-to-last round of the map. Or possibly last if they win it.
Proto on the lookout. Doesn't really spot too much. That CT smoke down mid that we were talking about before, it's so oppressive for the AWP for Proto to deal with. Like you say, can always go down mid. Banana control in the CT's hands for the moment.
That's only because of the smoke, though. This is very temporary for the CT side. They don't have mid control. They had phantom mid control again because of the smoke you were talking about. They don't really have banana control other than the top of it. And look, as soon as that smoke dissipates, they will disengage. This is a lot of phantom pressure that we're seeing from the CT side. And as soon as it's gone, they disengage. Understandably so, they cannot afford to give it away. The problem is they've given away all of mid, all of apartments. The extent of what they have, brackets in each site. That's it.
Hey, it doesn't matter if you're a phantom, though, if you run away anyway.
True.
You know? It doesn't matter that it's not real. Images in your mind can be terrifying. MJB with that opening pick. That's what they've been needing.
Crimson patiently waiting. Not cleared porch, not immediately. Nobody's looked in that general direction. The smoke has kept him patient. He'll find one. His position, however, duly noted, and he'll get aggressive into MJB, who will shut him down. An overzealous Crimson will finally be bleeding red. And Zoker, looking for the shot, cannot find anything whatsoever. We will see, you guessed it, another post plant.
I'm telling you, these opening engagements that were, they were brutal for RIT in the first half of play. Like, they weren't getting anything done, and even towards the second half, we were just seeing time after time shots through smoke. And not to take anything away from George Mason, sometimes they were getting a little lucky. Most of the time, they were just well-taken fights, and winning them out.
Goodbye.
No longer is that the case. RIT starting to find their rhythm.
Economy no longer really a factor. MJB will have enough money to buy in the next round. They want to try and take money away from this CT side. With the AWP, they're getting aggressive to do so. One found, the second looking for it. He'll still try and get aggressive with the AWP, but he won't get overzealous, and he'll die to the bomb anyway.
Oh, that's classic
That
Inferno.
is awful. Because
Mans was on T-steps.
Proto has money, so they should still be able to buy the AWP if they want it. I wouldn't hate just not going for it, though, because there's no need to overinvest into the last round.
I'm actually in agreement, right?
Yeah.
You don't need to have the AWP. It's also not been particularly easy to utilize. Yeah. Talking of that early mid smoke and how effective it's been at denying position for the T's, that's all in the past, but that's something where if you want to get aggressive, change your pace like we saw on that B hit, for example, with K2 on the MAC-10, perfect to have 5 AKs.
5 AKs on the board. That is indeed the call as the timeout comes to a close. It'll be rifles available for the CT side, everybody with their choice, minus a FAMAS on the board. That's the most important part about this. There is not a full investment from GMU. They're taking concessions in terms of armor, in terms of kits. Only 3 players have kits. And in terms of utility. That is the most important part about this final round of regulation, or the final round of the map. They do not have the utility that they've been relying on for control in the earlier stages of many, many rounds throughout the half.
No change. The way that RIT are taking this map control, they're going back to business as usual. It's almost a mirror image of what we were seeing from the early stages of the first half.
Well, they're going. One mini pit. There's the engagement. FAMAS misses the spray down. Crimson somehow still finds 1 kill, and he allows for a second. The Molotov even finds everything they need. K2 alone. He's been the hero multiple times over. A nade will find a first. He's in a 1v4. A second on the backside of the box. He'll find a second, but the FAMAS has found a headshot, and that makes things much more than dire. A minute 5 on the clock. He wants to re-engage, but his shoulder has been seen. He's on 11 points of health, and that's all he'll be left with. The M4 strips the remainder away, and George Mason, at the final call, will take it 13-11 on Inferno.
I mean, listen, George Mason, let's not pretend. They deserved that map win
absolutely.
Throughout. They played a phenomenal game of Counter-Strike, a struggle to get the final couple of rounds in there, but there's 2 things to note. First of all, listen, getting your map pick, that is step number 1. We are headed towards Overpass. Step number 2, though, letting RIT get so close to bringing that back, that is momentum swinging and confidence boosting for an RIT that can be deadly.
Brief reminder, it was 11-4. The game ended 13-11. They lost 7 of 9 in a row. Could not have been worse unless they went to overtime or lost in regulation. It was very narrowly very bad for George Mason, but lucky enough and fortunately enough, they walk away with map number 1's victory. And it seemed like they had some help, whether up above or otherwise, maybe from Odyssey Mushroom Elixir. We'd like to give a very special shout out to one of our NACE Starleague's latest sponsors, Odyssey Mushroom Elixir. You can boost your game with Odyssey Mushroom Elixir. It's your journey.
Hey, you know what? Listen, I need a boost too, and that is why I personally, alongside the NACE Starleague, run on Duncan.
As you should.
Yeah, if you want to find a Duncan near you, hey, just click the Twitch panel down below. It's pretty easy, pretty simple. I personally start my morning off with Duncan all the time.
As you should. Well, pretty good start. George Mason, not out of the woods just yet, though. This is a best-of-3 series, not one that will end ever so kindly as we move on to Overpass. We'll send it over to Septilence with an interview of a member of George Mason to get their thoughts after the start of map 1. I lied. We're not
just
doing
kidding.
that.
Yeah, a little bit of a moment. What I will say though, I think to add on to the momentum type of conversation, you have to look at what RIT were able to do towards the end. Their individuals were starting to step up in a way that we hadn't been seeing before. This time, for real, we'll talk to Septilence, see what he has to say on this interview.
Oh, I'm going to guess that we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague Grand Finals. I'm still Septilence, and I am joined by JJ Myers, the Director of Competition for NACE. So, JJ, first question, what does that mean? What is the goal and task of a Director of Competition?
So I oversee kind of all of our competitive efforts for NACE and ultimately NACE Starleague. I do kind of focus specifically on the varsity division, but that does encapsulate sort of everything, talking like rulings, first draft of rule sets, they go by the CC, Competition Council for NACE. It's a 10-man elected body from the membership. They kind of have the supreme authority over competition, but kind of oversee all those facets. Works very, very close with Playfly on sort of the execution of NACE Starleague and sort of this kind of live event.
Great. So do you work in terms of like eligibility and rule set, or more in the literal logistics of a competition?
Both.
Okay.
Okay. So I kind of oversee all of that. That is all sort of my pillar of what I run within NACE.
And so what is the most rewarding part of being a competition director like this?
So,
and I guess what are the challenges as well? That would be interesting to hear.
Yeah, so when I first got into NACE, I was on the Competition Council.
Sure.
But I didn't really kind of know what I was getting in with this position. And as far as like rewarding, so like we went out to the local host of Philadelphia, the Fall Grand Finals.
Yeah.
That was the first live event that NACE has run. After COVID, right? We had some before COVID, but like this was the first live event for us post-COVID. And we had these student athletes come through the door, and they saw, and this was, for most of them, for almost all of them, I believe, this was the first event for them post-COVID. They walked through and they saw the stage, and their faces just lit up. And I was like, that is my most rewarding moment, and I would have never guessed that's what it was. Like, I didn't foresee the students having that kind of reaction to the moment. Yeah. And sort of like the gravitas of being sort of the first event post-COVID for them. Directors loved it, students loved it, and it was very rewarding for me.
Yeah, I like that a lot, and I like that it is rewarding, on stage for them, and it's rewarding off stage for us behind the scenes as well. So where do you fall into getting into esports, right? How long have you been in the gaming sphere, and what drew you into wanting to be a director of competition?
So, a quick recap. In the early 2000s, I got into Warcraft 3. Probably way younger than I should have.
Okay.
And right around like 2008, 2009. Warcraft 3 was kind of dying. And I was just a gamer. I knew I wanted the game. I could play a little bit of WoW, but I never really like landed on that title. And got into League of Legends and played League of Legends all through the end of high school, all through college. Loved the game. Started making content for League of Legends. I was like, I'm gonna be a content creator. I'm gonna go pro, whatever. Wasn't good enough. I mean, most people aren't good enough.
Yeah.
And I graduated college, and I was like, I just want to be a part of kind of the space. So I applied for like every coaching job in the country.
Sure.
And I got hired. Worked at a couple institutions. Volunteered to be on the CC. And then when NACE was hiring a director of competition, I enjoyed what I had done on the CC so much that it was just a natural fit for me. I applied. I begged Michael Brooks to hire me. I was fortunate enough for him to say yes.
Yeah. That's awesome. I like that a lot. And JJ, you may not have gone pro, you may not have a championship ring, but Doc Haskell has gifted something very special to you. And as asked, I do this here on stream. This is the Champions Championship ring. I don't know if we can see it on camera, but it is Doc Haskell himself on the ring here for JJ Myers, Director of Competition for NACE. So that is a gift for you from Doc Haskell, JJ.
I'm going to treasure this forever, and it fits. It is my ring size.
A perfect fit.
So I'm going to treasure this forever and ever. I have Doc with me always in my heart.
Perfect. Well, JJ, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me. Thank you all for tuning in for this interview, and enjoy the rest of this CS2 series, because if Map 2 is anything like Map 1, we are in for a treat.
Of round 2. And believe it or not, RIT is running something very similar to what we saw the last time we tried to play round 2. A little bit of an A stack. Let's see if GMU end up switching things up just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, and while we have a second, it's just a classic swing down mid. What's so interesting about this version of Inferno is that everybody...
Around a minute and 30 seconds gone, and finally you'll see utility start to set in. You can see Uni also patiently waiting above on Flower Pots, looking for one, will find it, trying to spray down a second, but the swing from Crimson, he ends up doing a 180 and dusting down Uni. He will not find a multi-frag this time around, but he still does enough to allow the rest of his team to rotate it. Plan from both sides, a 1-for-1 trade in B, but overall 2-for-1 trading for George Mason, and they have that doubled up player advantage. They have every option and opportunity they want. They don't check Ninja, but again, it only costs them 1 member. The disadvantage, the bomb was left in T-spawn, and that's now rotating up T-apps. It'll take a little while.
Hey, speaking of costs, this was a full investment.
On the bomb, he fakes the first time, but he doesn't end up sticking it, and K2 will force him off. A third tap to come through. Will this be the fake that turns it all the way around? A swing on the far side. Is there time? You better believe there is. Buddy, ever so narrowly, he's got it!
No, he doesn't! He doesn't have it! Oh my gosh! George Mason losing it in the last moment! Standing in this team, been together for the entire time that they've been at RIT. Crimson and Buddy setting up the U-tilt.
There's the turn. MJB looking for the aggression. Swing forward. He'll spray down one. He'll spray for the second. MJB finds all he needs, and more importantly, the exposure to hero multiple times over. A nade will find a first. He's in a 1v4, a second on the backside of the box. He'll find a second, but the FAMAS has found a headshot, and that makes things much more than dire. A minute 5 on the clock. He wants to re-engage, but his shoulder has been seen. He's on 11 points of health, and that's all he'll be left with. The M4 strips the remainder away, and George Mason at the George Mason pick map 1. George Mason will win map number 1 as they will start this series off with a bang. Inferno goes their way about as narrowly as it could have been. 13-11 in their favor, but Overpass is next. And Vincent, every day of the week, Overpass is RIT's domain.
Yeah, it does not get much closer than that. That being said, there is a couple of points to talk about. I think there is 2 things specifically. First of all, we had some individuals have a really tough start for RIT. That isn't necessarily the norm, so I think if that is different, if they played like they did at the end, well, we could be talking a very different situation. The other thing to note is, as you mentioned, Overpass is so incredible for this RIT team. They played it how many times?
8 times.
8 times, and they really haven't dropped it all that many either.
So we like to talk to the teams. I think we brought this up earlier about what their map bans may or may not be, and we talked to them about prior engagements. MJB was very nice to send us some stats, and in his little stat sheet, he had Overpass, RIT, played 8 times, won 8 times, 100% win rate. They look very, very good on this map. About as good as a team can. But it's not out the window. It's no guarantee.
None whatsoever. I also think that, this is Overpass specifically. It is a map where, getting your AWP activated is a big deal. And we didn't necessarily see that on Inferno. I think it's going to be a little easier to make that happen, but I think that needs to happen. So win condition, let's talk for a moment about win conditions for RIT. Number 1, a little bit of a stronger start. We didn't quite see what they had to offer in the early stages of Inferno. And then secondary to that, got to get your AWP involved.
Here's a knife round. This is more of a courtesy than anything else. Our side's already determined for map number 2. RIT will start on the T side, so things will go through their normal circadian rhythm. Everybody's going to switch sides for about 2 seconds or stay on the same sides, and then we're going to get things back underway. There we go. Game number 2 off and underway here in this best of 3 series. Things much more difficult than originally intended for RIT. Some people thought it was going to be a 2-0, yourself included, and understandably so. RIT was a clear and obvious favorite coming into this. But George Mason has looked like a different team in playoffs. A massive step up against Stony Brook, giving up 6 total rounds. Kansas State beating Michigan Tech, the number 1 seed, coming into playoffs, and doing so fairly cleanly. We saw a win from George Mason over Kansas State. I don't know if this is a guarantee for RIT.
This is a Molotov.
I think that goes monster. No, it lands off the pillar. I've seen this before. It lands off the pillar and goes default.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So a lot of times, just for context, a lot of teams going to force stack towards the B site on the pistol round, and
I love this.
Just playing to deny the plant, taking the fights though, and it was a good idea, I feel, for GMU, but it's not been working. MJB, he's a different beast here with the B250.
And MJB already yelling across the stage. We can hear him. I'm sure you can too. Crimson does find that kill. That's the more important aspect of this. It does become a 3v2 rather than a 4v2. The player who planted is isolated. However, there is occupation in hell, and there is still one member waiting around that monster spot. There's the aggression. Flash lands around the CT position, but they don't find as clear and obvious advantages as they were hoping for with the smoke and vision obfuscation on the site itself. K2 still looking to swing if he can, but Uni will take care of the first kill. Re-swing from Uni for 2, and the round for RIT. Their first pistol of the series.
And it's a big win, especially with how creative George Mason were getting with that pistol strategy. Like I said, a lot of times you're going to see, having one guy at B is by no means the norm, but they had a game plan in action, and it was a good one. The problem is, Connector kind of is the one place that you are in trouble.
And RIT ran what I like to call the Colorado split. University of Colorado used to just sprint down the bottom of Connector, sprint back up the stairs, and then send one player fountain. That's basically what RIT did in that round. I call it the Colorado split because I saw Colorado do it, and they split. So, fairly even enough. George Mason,
makes sense to me,
because of the lost pistol and not being on the T side with the bomb plant, they will buy it at P250. That is it. $250 out the window. Nobody else buys anything. No nades, no smokes, no armor, no rifles, understandably. This is not a shoo-in for RIT. However, it is a round they should be winning on every day that ends in Y. And they've already lost the opening pick, because why not?
I want to just cast your mind back, TTL.
Okay.
It was a round back on Inferno. It was like, a few pistols, USBs, that situation. And RIT lost it.
Oh, no. And they're losing this one. a 2v3. They do have the weapon advantage. Don't get me wrong on that one. But they have given up connector control where multiple rifles lay on the ground and where Buddy currently starts to set up their flank. A very patient play on the back side of the site. 2 separate members waiting in this position. A nade near perfect does almost 190 damage. And that's good enough. MJB and Uni combined for 1 apiece. A rifle retrieved by Buddy inside of the connector. He did make noise when he dropped into short. No, he didn't. MJB didn't hear him as he was solidifying that bomb plant. He does not find the kill. Uni wants to reswing. He sees the shoulder. He'll get reswung just the same. The Galil will win the 1v1, and RIT narrowly win a full eco conversion round.
And, you know, you think you could breathe a sigh of relief after that. You're like, oh, okay, we won the round. No.
Now there's rifles.
Pressure does not stop. Not only is there rifles, but the econ for the T's ain't great either. Bad news. They lose this round for RIT. Getting that strong start of the pistol isn't always a guarantee. No. Neither is the second round, as we've just seen.
No, this is not a bonus for RIT. Saving one only player alive in that previous round meant they had to fully reinvest into this one. The most amount of money on any individual player is 1,050 on Benji. Nothing to write home about, nothing to buy any rifles. This is not a bonus. This is our technical first gun round on either side. And George Mason, they need something to work with. If they can find it, they don't have all that much pressure towards long.
Not only do they not have pressure, they don't have utility. Look at this. They've got like a smoke and 2 flashes. I think there's a Molotov somewhere in there. And Sassy no longer in this round. It's K2 who, big shout out to K2, really did a great job trying to pull RIT back in that first map. Now delivering in the second.
Great smoke. Basically removes all the vision towards brackets. Brief note, everybody bought an M4. I don't know if that was the correct call. I'll leave that one up to your prior judgment. Crimson does go 2 for 1. Great comeback for George Mason, but it doesn't give them the round as a guarantee. The M4s available don't have kits, and like you said, have a severe lack of utility. A single smoke is all that remains, but the M4 could very well be good enough. One opening found, Proto almost being shot down through that bomb plant, but the return is still there. K2 almost finds 2, but Zoker now left alone. 5 HP for Proto. He disengages towards Monster. He has help.
Slinking back into Monster is so perfect. Now K2 can double up with him. Double swing potentially coming in. That first shot is great, but he's got no idea. Thinks he's short. Clearly a question for Zoker, but he's going to get an idea. The shot's for K2, and he delivers phenomenal work. A 3K for K2 for RIT.
The combination there, Zoker throws the smoke short and re-engages Monster, but he doesn't do so from in front of the bomb. Even if the swing was coming through there for RIT, which it was, it would have had to go from a different direction than what was originally expected. He would have looked at the bomb originally. The fact that he doesn't is a saving grace for the Tigers. 3-0 to start. Again, George Mason on pistols, but it's better pistols than we saw last time. So this round, even less in the hands of RIT.
Haven't seen too many of these from GMU, Doigles. Along and across the board. Look at how passive this round is, though. Compared to last, they know. They're aware. Respect is being showed here from RIT to GMU.
I think an exact quote was, "They may be too confident." That was GMU in description of RIT before our game today. And that is not the case anymore. RIT understands they are not a clear and obvious favorite anymore. They've already lost a first map, of which is not a bad map for the RIT squad. They, too, look good in Inferno. They are 2 for 3 on playing, if I've read that stat sheet correctly. So still a good map, but not an absurd thing for them to lose. Smoke ends up missing. It was supposed to go long, not particularly short. There's still that level of aggression. Patience in towards Oil. I don't know if this gets cleared immediately. It doesn't, but still, Proto wins that opening fight. Looking for a second. It's Benji to find 2. J-Cracker on this flank. The Deagle has to step up for anything more than 1. In a 1v5, he needs near divine intervention. He'll find 1. That's the good start he needs, but that's about it. And it's 4 for RIT.
Yeah, J-Cracker, a guy that, coming in mid-season, by the way, you know, didn't start out, him and Crimson didn't start out with this squad. Came in, you know, a few games into the situation, and since then, they have not lost with these 2 guys.
Nope. They've yet to lose multiple maps with these 2 guys. Their best of 3s have been going their way. They lost a single map against Kansas State. Both of these teams have also lost only 1 single map in this playoff bracket, each of them having a bye in the first round. Winning their quarterfinals, RIT took them an extra map, but winning the semifinals for RIT was a 2-0 against Fisher. George Mason This is a problem starting to develop. This is another round where it is a near must-win. They do fully invest into the AWP. They also have rifles across the board. They have utility this time. That may be their saving grace. Nade, however, a few seconds delayed does absolutely no damage.
You said must-win. Listen, we're maybe getting a little too far ahead.
Not must-win, but like to give themselves a shot at this half.
It's 4-0 right now. RIT looking good, but George Mason, they've got some time to deal with. You know.
So it's a really nice win if they get it.
Oh, it certainly would be. Let's be real. GMU currently set up relatively well for a B site hit, which is where the majority of the T's are located. That said, it's not a clear indication of a B hit. Look at the control that they have. They have at least some control over at Playground and into Party. It's fantastic.
They are completely out of smokes. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flashes, 6 flashes total, and a nade. That's all that remains for George Mason's defensive utility. RIT is more than enough to set up, and they can do it in multiple different directions. Sassy, the only one here on this A side, also the upper of the team, actually has picked up some support. Zoker just recently rotated in that direction. The problem is that Singular Smoke has pulled over 2 separate players towards this A-side rotation. Sassy also doesn't see the member who's very far engaged up this mid position, and that may very well bait everything over towards the A-side. As soon as that fight happens, RIT will throw the kitchen sink at the B, but it doesn't find as much as it was looking for. K2 still at least a saving grace finds 1. Crimson walks straight to a nade and a kill, but there's 8 seconds left. Just now will the bomb be planted, and it will be solidified.
And that's where that lack of a Molotov late into this round can be devastating with J-Cracker and Zoker. They're just walking all the way forward, finding everything on bridge. 1, 2, and 3 with ease. The defuse will come through, and I love that aggressive decision to make the play immediately.
That's very similar to the round that gave them 12 back on Inferno. Get aggressive on the A side. That's what they did. It was bomb plant and immediate aggression. Everybody from George Mason held W in their own way. Whether it was from heaven, making sure there was no freedom on the other side of the default plant position, or whether it was from that bridge where you're doubling up, you're giving yourself a trade potential if you need it. They didn't even need it. Well, 3 players stay alive.
They knew they didn't have the util. You pointed it out earlier. They knew that, hey, long term, this is a losing battle. We got to take the fights now, and they deliver.
Sometimes, hey guys, let's hold W is a good and strategically sound call.
Hey, holding W together is a call. Separately, that's called feeding.
Can you communicate that to my ranked teammates?
Nope, sorry, I don't talk to those people. Uni says goodbye and good night to 2. All the way up and in through the connector as well as Benji. Space gained at the A side of the map. A lot of B presence from RIT early in this series, or on Overpass specifically. Now they focus towards A.
I actually like this call. George Mason, they are going the go all in or bust. That's the call for them in this round. What they're doing is they're fully dedicating themselves to the B site. If it's a B hit, they go for it. They try and defend if they can. If it's an A hit, like it is right now, you will see a very slow disengage. I would not be surprised if this is a near immediate save, and you can see as the bomb's being planted, everybody's disengaging from that A side. I like this call from George Mason. You don't overcommit to one direction. If you do overcommit to that one side, you play for it. If you're wrong, you save. That is okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a numbers game.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't make the right call, you're all good. Those opening picks from Uni, I mean, I keep hammering it home, but it's so important for the T side especially. Getting those opening frags is exactly what you need to find the space required.
Op is holding his position. K2 has absolutely no idea. He's going to walk out. He'll die in 3, 2, 1.
Nice jiggle.
Oh, no. He does end up walking away from the first fight. Flash will land. Finds 1 player. No, he will not find that first kill. He does find a player. He just doesn't kill them. Unfortunately, the hide-and-go-seek does require an extra little avenue of tag in CS2. Not one that K2 will walk away successfully.
Some good news and some bad news here for George Mason. The good news is they held on to all 3 of the guns. The bad news is that, well, Crimson is Baroque. He's going to need to drop. He'll get just that. And with that, we should see one of the better buys, actually, from GMU this half. They've got a full belt of util on their back.
Could be worse. That's my right home for this one.
Ooh, that's a Miss Molly.
That was supposed to go into Playground. It did not. At least not to the far side of the Playground. It did end up landing right in front of the Playhouse, but nothing to write home about. And again, you're seeing some B dedication from the GMU side. Nothing absurd from them, but they are playing much more towards short than they have in previous rounds. They've also just opened up the connector door. They want to hold as much towards this short position as they can. That smoke is dissipating, and it seems like RIT could not care less. They're just holding through Monster, and it's going to work. Buddy doesn't see anybody. They're crouching. It's a game of Turtle, but he still finds a headshot.
This is the prep showing.
Goodbye.
Entirely caught with the HE out. Got to be aware of the possibility of the player inside of short. I think that's J-Cracker over there. Crimson goes down as Proto's AWP is holding station towards heaven. Zoker's going to try and find some support back in. He'll do that and cut this to a more manageable situation.
The flank connector. The connector door's open. J-Cracker has no idea. He's dead from behind. That's the most important part. They opened the connector door 35 seconds earlier. They had absolutely no idea that it could still be occupied. They thought the entire investment was through Monster. However, RIT don't put all on red. They have a little bit on black to save their butts.
It's one of those things that J-Cracker has to deal with two different angles. And whenever you're dealing with both of those angles, you're in some big trouble. Yeah. And it's not about not realizing that the door is still open.
Yeah.
It's just about you have to deal with two angles, and you can only look one way at a time.
Those angles not always available to this George Mason defense. Surprisingly enough, RIT is the one that has called this timeout. I am curious as to why. I think the call here is not only, hey, we've just dumpstered you in that previous round, we want you to think about it for another 60 seconds, or 30 seconds in this case, but also there's not as much available for George Mason as we've seen in the couple rounds prior. They will still have a full buy. It'll still be an AWP on the board, surprisingly enough. Shout out max loss bonus. But it's not going to be utility. Again, that conversation has been a drastic one for George Mason. Back on Inferno, when they did not have defensive utility, they were not winning rounds. That may very well be the case here on Overpass. It has been already.
Well, look at this. Sassy getting forward position with Zoker in support. That's what this smoke is all about. It's taking this control towards Playground and Fountain and allowing for RIT to have to fight back. But, oh my goodness, this call cannot be better.
Again,
MJB has them wrapped around his fingers.
He's calling everything perfectly. He is omniscient, it seems, not to be confused with a T2 player or T3 player. Benji, nice swing, just gets aggressive in hell and sends Crimson straight there. A 6-1 scoreline may very well become 7. Again, that lack of utility requires a W hold, and I don't know if it's going to be quick enough. George Mason, again, are forced in an impossible call. It is hold W without utility and try to get in as quickly as we can without all that much of a man advantage what it could be, or disengage and save. It seems to be the former. They seem to want to go for it. They don't have that opening pick. RIT is not even giving them the time of day, and as soon as they do, Benji will fall. A second not found. Uni finds that kill, and he'll end up walking away with his life. I don't know if it'll end up being enough here for the defensive side. They'll walk in, and it looks like they'll die to the bomb. Yes, indeed they will. Valiant effort, unsuccessful, and the Brazil comes through.
So this is a situation where it wasn't even that George Mason didn't have enough utility. It's that RIT had all of theirs.
True.
What was it, like 3 mollies in a row
yeah.
for CT, for Graffiti? There's no way to get back out of there. And honestly, this is the first time I could confidently say George Mason making like a very real tactical error.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think you should be going for that, especially after all these Molotovs come in. But clearly, a little bit of desperation starting to apply.
If they went 15 seconds earlier, I think that would have been perfectly fine. But as soon as they waited as long as they did and did not find an opening duel,
floor was lava.
They basically walked away. Yeah, it's a game of the floor is lava, and there's no way to just hop on small gold paddles to stay alive. Spray unsuccessful. Benji still looking towards that short position. He could be seen on the little vertical hold. There's swing, there's damage, no kill though. Benji still escapes with his first kill and his life for the time being. Oh my goodness.
Zoker had such a great timing there. No idea.
So close.
Benji didn't know what's going on, but in the meantime, whilst all that's going down, not only do RIT now know that full short control is in the hands of the CTs, but they also know that, well, there's probably not as much presence elsewhere, and they've taken full bathroom and long in the meantime.
Hey, it's the end of the round, and George Mason have no utility. Last smoke just goes out towards that long position, and it seems like K2 could not care less about it. Everybody just holds W on the Tiger side. They do end up falling. 2 separate members end up being dropped, but K2 will find their second kill of the round, and that may very well do it on this one. Not an unreasonable call once more for George Mason to save, but it seems like they're just saving to lose once more. K2 actually falls, though. That could be the entry pick that they were looking for in the previous round that may be the deciding factor of whether they go or stay.
Proto's got the AWP, though. This fight won. That should seal the deal. Crimson going to have to give it its best shot, but that's going to be tough. And, well, without a lot of time left, maybe, just maybe he can do it.
No smoke. That's the problem. He could hold this, but he also doesn't have a kit. Oh, my goodness. Nothing going his way. Proto will swing. See the player without a kit. Crimson standing there. Absolutely nothing he could do. Even the leg shot would have done it in that instance. 8-1. now for RIT. They have a streak. I think we know why they picked this map 8 separate times during the regular season and playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it on the desk, and I think it's so clear the way that MJB is calling this game as well. Yeah. He knows what George Mason are looking to do. I mean, the calls towards B have been utterly incredible.
Hey, everybody, look, George Mason bought again. They didn't buy enough to have full utility, so it's going to be another round that we've seen in multiple times over.
I don't know if I'm on the same page. It's 8-1 TTL. What are they supposed to do?
I mean, a lot of these rounds have been ever so close where if they had that utility multiple times over, this 8-1 could be 6-5, or however close it could be after 9 rounds, like 6-3 or 5-4.
I don't think so.
Oh my goodness, there's the shotgun. There's it for 2. MJB will shut it down, but it's still 2 members lost by the semi-automatic slug shotgun. It's a dangerous one to say the very least. Molly will land, does a heck of a lot of damage on the buddy. He'll have to disengage.
That's a nasty Molly, by the way.
Missed that's a problem. That actually cuts off so much vision.
NT, I mean, this is still a 3-on-3. I wouldn't call this a done deal. RIT, very cautious about the flank that could be coming up. There is no such flank getting activated, though. And that means post plants are going to be really strong.
Oh, they clear it, but he's dead. Oni will find one. Looking for a second. Will actually be shut down second time around. Buddy, that early damage didn't matter at all, and MJB will make it 3. 9-1 on the cards for the Rochester Institute of Technology. No signs of stopping, much less slowing down in this first half. Another timeout. I don't know if it's by RIT. I'm pretty sure this one's actually by George Mason.
Yeah, it looks like a GMU timeout to me. What I do know, to be certain, is that the conversation of what to do here has got to be a tough one.
Yeah.
Like a real tough one. It's not as if you have a clear indication of, like, even if you should buy. Like, Sassy's already bought an AWP, but look at the money for everybody else. Like, Zoker can't buy an M4. Neither can Crimson. J-Cracker, I mean, you could get a FAMAS, but nobody wants that gun. And it's brutal.
We've seen this a lot of times over, where everybody's trying to invest into what they want, but they don't have what they need. I will say it again, GMU would probably be better off buying FAMASs and or MP9s with utility than they would buying less than ideal rifles. They say the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. That's been the case for GMU. I believe in 5 straight rounds, they have invested to what they can for rifles, and then not bought utility off the back of it, and then lost the round in a fairly close fashion. That has been the case multiple times over in this first half, and they're not changing anything about it.
I can see your argument. The one thing as well that I'm down to see this aggressive buying behavior. What is not so interesting is that, well, this is the way they were playing at any point up until this moment. It seems like they may be starting to get a little bit lost in the weeds here.
I said this at the beginning of the series. Rochester are much more seasoned in this scenario. You said it as well. They've played teams that have won. That is about all they've played. They lost to UCF in spring of 2022. They did it against a team that ended up being a finalist. Davenport, they lost to them in the semifinals. Davenport won. They lost in the grand finals just last semester in the spring of 2023 to, you guessed it, Drexel, the victors. Granted, it was a grand final. And it already looks like they're going to be in the grand final with a clear and obvious advantage going into map 3. Anubis is our third map, which now seems to be more than likely to be on the cards, especially with how coordinated we're seeing this engagement on towards B. Not a plant into default. There's the aggression, trying to shut it down if they can, but it's actually planted on the backside of the pillar. Crimson ends up walking through, finds 2, finds an AK as well. He wants a third, but he'll be shut down in doing so. RIT, back-to-back, multiple times over. They will not lose 1v1s. They will not lose rounds.
Crimson was so sneaky inside of that smoke as well. It looked so good. He snuck in behind everybody. Unfortunately, 3 kills wasn't enough, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
When 3 kills isn't enough to get you a round
what
win,
is?
You are in trouble, man.
Oh my goodness, it was another round where they didn't have utility, and they bought up less than ideal weaponry and utility, and they lost it in a close fashion. That was a statistical outlier. I just wanted to bring it up because it's kind of funny. But you gotta say, it's still a similar scenario.
Same situation here. 1 kit, that's on Buddy's back.
Open a kill, and it's immediately traded. Seems like everybody's throwing the kitchen sink towards connector. 5 players in this general vicinity, and everybody's trying to swing as much as they can, but it seems like RIT has gotten the heck out of dodge. They've removed themselves from what was a much more risky scenario than they were originally hoping for. K2 is low, but he's not dead just yet.
This is a nice response from the squad over at RIT. I think you notice how much presence has been put there for RIT, and their control of the map definitely revolves around getting connector control most of the time. Realizing that, GMU trying to answer back, and immediately RIT have another option.
We are seeing a return to form for GMU in this round. However, it's not a round that has ended just yet. There's still a lot of time available, 50 seconds, and a heck of a lot of utility for RIT. They still can go towards this A side as quickly or as slowly as they please. They have as much freedom to move as they hope for, and they have the AWP still to work with. FAMAS's, M4, and MP9, all that stands between them, and an 11-1 first half. And I think Zoker actually just saw the AWP.
But that's the first bit of information that has been given over towards the A site. But the time is ticking down. 25 seconds remain. And it's about time to get rolling. 4-on-4, one-man at truck. That's all that's located. Great molly indeed.
Force him at the open. They're not predicting it. That's the problem. Zoker ends up still finding a kill as he re-engages in the front side of the truck, and he has help from the backside of Bank. Dumpster even becoming an important part, and a 10-2 first half. George Mason, that's the round they needed. The opening kill ends up going their way. It does immediately get traded, but then they disengage and play around trades. The early information that Zoker found, if he does not see the AWP there, George Mason does not win that round.
George Mason have finally got some foothold into this game. But 10-2.
It's 10-2. It is pistol round or bust. And I don't even know if winning the pistol round will give you enough. But
well, I mean, it'll give you a chance.
Yeah, true.
You know? Pistol round loss, though, we are probably talking Anubis already. Let's see what they have on offer. George Mason, a little bit of control towards the fountain area. Everybody else, all three of the remaining Ts, ready to walk out B.
These CTs playing a lot more disengaged than we've seen RIT a little bit on this CT side, whether Inferno or otherwise in previous matches. I like this call. Pistol rounds a lot more calm than we usually see. George Mason doesn't want to over-aggress into a lack of information, but the problem is they're not really poking or prodding for information. They sit outside Monster for 40 seconds and then disengage like they weren't even there in the first place. And they don't even get information for their time or trouble. There's a shoulder. Oh, Proto didn't see it.
Doesn't seem like you noticed, but...
Oh, wait. He looked back because he saw it on the map.
Yeah, good call. Absolutely did. It'd be the disengagement, though, towards A. No longer the plan. And it'll be the relatively late B hit as the door gets open. Everybody rolls in. Benji, he's just going to be playing from Toxic.
Smoke through. Flash available, but it's not even needed. Benji finds two as he's locking in. He'll end up finding a third before finally being shut down. A 2v2 as it stands. All that remains in terms of utility for either team is a single decoy grenade. An absolute nothing burger in the utility conversation, but not so much in terms of weaponry. A 1v1 now as it stands. A P250 and a USP, both equally as viable, but Satsy even better with it in his hands. A third on the board for George Mason and their first pistol round since back on Inferno.
Not a bust. That's the way it goes. And with that, now we can see what George Mason have for Overpass. This is always going to be a tough map. We talked about it beforehand. We've been talking about it all throughout with this score line getting ballooned out of control.
True.
George Mason, I think the T side is where they could have had the most prep, though.
Yeah. I mean, they're expecting RIT to invest a little bit more towards their CT side. It is their map selection after all. It is a full investment of nothing for RIT. Not a single soul has bought anything. No utility, no rifles, no even upgraded pistols. It is USPs across the board and a stack of log with one player sitting inside of the connector. Not a whole lot going on for the Tigers in this round. Can't really blame them for it. They don't have the facilities for that big man.
Long stack, a little bit of a classic. Always got to give it a go, especially on USPs. It's got to start to build into the back of your mind.
Oh, they're right. Oh, no. Two players have just swung in front of Playground. They're hearing this. Two players are sitting right in front of this Playground entrance. Does this get clear? That's the real question. First player is seen, first player is killed. Do they see a second? Yes, they do. Benji still wins the first fight, but absolutely nothing off the back of it. There's still three players sacking this mid position. This is not a done round just yet. Uni's still here. He wants more, and if he swings about 3 seconds from now, he has it. Oh, no.
Oh, he does indeed. And this is great setups. Oh, he's got it. 2v2. I mean, yeah, it's pistols, but Buddy's got to pull one of his out. Not like this. Oh, George Mason able to clutch up Crips in there.
deja vu to the first half, where RIT had a clear and obvious advantage into round 2, and yet they just narrowly win it. As a matter of fact, of the first 4 rounds that RIT won, 3 of them ended in 1v1s. So they weren't out of the woods just yet in that first half, and it very likely could have been George Mason in a return to form on their own CT side. But if ands or buts out the way, it was not the case. And now, into the second half, we see a very similar scoreline to what we saw back on Inferno, where RIT was behind. Now they have that 6-round lead. Does George Mason start a comeback of their own?
Bit of mirror image technology right here, you know? AKs, though,
great flash.
They can lead the charge. George Mason, at the moment, they have most of the map control you would want in the first 30 seconds of a gun round. A little bit of fountain control, not quite poked their nose in too long, but they have B as well.
They have all of connector. They have all of fountain, all of mid, basically as far up as the front steps of the A site. They don't, however, have the brackets now. Good smoke at least denies some of that control. That spray almost did a lot more damage than was originally intended, but Satsi will only lose about 1/3 of their HP overall. This is more than okay for RIT, but it's also much better for George Mason. They have good early control, and RIT is forced away from utility because of these last couple rounds. They didn't even find kills to have some extra money available.
Look at NJB's spot right here. Great off-angle, but Zoker
Goodbye.
is so quick on the trigger. That's 5-on-4. Opening pick.
Oh, and they immediately pivot.
30 seconds remain as well. 2 at the B site.
And watch K2.
Split, ready to roll.
K2 is hiding oil, and they have some support from the backside of the default.
The Molly!
Great Molotov. It'll give away information, but the flash lands as well, and they're forced away from the angle. K2 does not find anything, but he still has help. Uni will find one. Benji a second from up above. That's all they'll end up walking away with. 13 seconds remaining. Bomb still in the control of this T side, but it's not safe by any means. No utility to deny that plant, and now Proto left alone. He needed to step up more back on Inferno, but was unable to answer the call upon him. He now has the opportunity to send RIT up to 11 and really balance the scales in favor of the Tigers, but he doesn't have the space to do so, nor the information. Both players currently stacking around the short spot. A flash now available for Buddy as he's picked it up off a dead player, but similarly, a smoke for Proto. He, however, does not have a kit, and it seems like they're aware of it. Flash forward, one player walks out, he shuts down the first, but he has to hop back on the defuse and maybe bait out the second. Sassy, the spray, he has to find the kill, but he doesn't have the time. That's the problem. He runs out of the time, and it gives George Mason a 5th and a lifeline.
George Mason making it happen. I'm here for it. Comeback trails starting, and we are ready to roll. The big issue for George Mason here is they did lose everybody, so they're not going to be in the best position, but
they can still buy.
Neither are RIT.
No.
Losing all 3 of these first 3 rounds of the second half doesn't put them in any better spot.
It is a Galil, a 5-7, a Deagle, and another Deagle, up against AKs and a singular Galil for J-Crack. This is a more than opportune position for George Mason to really storm back into this game. It wasn't over from the start, and a few rounds have really turned the tides, as RIT has been shut down since the flip. Their CT side went out to lunch and forgot to return at the break, and it has to show up. This is not a round where it's going to, at least not immediately. We've seen absurd things multiple times over. We've seen pistols step up in multiple different avenues of attack. And we've also seen more than enough eco rounds that could have, would have, should have been. Maybe a single rifle was the difference maker. That's what they have right now.
I mean, think back to Inferno and how many times we saw those pistols that George Mason put to good work. It's only been close calls this time out.
No one's on B. I'm going to play a little bit of fortune teller here. What's going to happen? George Mason's going to walk into B. They're going to see absolutely nothing, and they're going to plant the bomb. As soon as that happens, RIT is going to send 4 of their 5 members in this general direction. The 5th is going to save over the Galil to the next round because, again, they still don't have the greatest of weaponry available. However, 2 players actually have armor, and they actually have an opening pick as well. MJB gives them an opportunity, and nobody's going to go for it.
That's now a round where you had just pistols. Honestly, saving 2 guns is not bad at all. I think that I'd be happy with this, and exits are on the mind. The efficacy of those, well, TBD.
Proto, he needs to save this rifle. Oh no, you can't afford to get aggressive. What are you doing on the backside of slabs? That's a questionable decision for me. It's okay. Not the end of the world. George Mason's still very much in this. They pick up a 6th, but RIT, there's a couple rounds that they probably should have been able to walk away from. This one, maybe a little bit notwithstanding. Now 4 in a row for George Mason. 5 if you count the last round of the half. And RIT, where have they gone?
I don't think it's more about where they've gone. I think it's more about George Mason and how they have got that strong start with a pistol. Then from there, able to deliver in the second round, even if it was a little dicey. And now we're going to see what they have to offer here in this second gun round. 6-10, still pretty dominant scoreline for RIT, but it is starting to wither away.
This is a similar round to what we saw when it was 4-0. It's not a must-win for RIT. They won't go up against the ringer. They won't be out of this one by any means. But it's a round they'd much rather pick up than lose, especially if it's close, because you cannot afford to be giving away very similar scenarios to George Mason in that first half, where it's close rounds, you had an arguable shot at it, you could have won it multiple times over, but it hasn't been the case. They're playing a lot more disengaged in this round than we've seen in previous with the same level of weaponry. I like this call. Play around one another if you can. You have the utility available comparatively to what George Mason had in that first.
Well, they started disengaged. Look at this re-aggression. It's over towards A long, and the op posting initially. Now, MJB walking forward, inking his way into position. He's about to make contact. There's a shot, and MJB delivers. Proto now just to lurk smoke in order to get out, to disengage, and allow MJB some safety as he moves back.
Zoker is so much more forward than they were expecting, though. This is a problem. It gives him a free avenue around the far side of the dice, and Zoker has absolutely free reign of the A side. The issue is MJB, as you brought up earlier, still on that flank, has a lot more control towards mid than what was originally expected, but he's walking straight in towards Crimson, and he wins the fight onto the player walking through the top of connector. 1-for-1 around Zoker, as he ends up falling at the end of the day, but it's a 3v2 on low HP are both Buddy and MJB, but MJB's playing a lot more passive than originally intended and as originally expected for this post plant. He wants to get aggressive, but he's waiting for the rest of his team to step up, and he's doing so off the back of their engagement. Buddy wants a fight, he'll find one, and he'll find a kill. He'll look for the frag as Jay Cracker finds one and switches onto MJB as he runs out of ammo and out of time. He'll sprint for the distance. George Mason, so close for RIT, yet so far, as it's 7 on the board for the Patriots.
Doing a little dance right there, a little tango happening right in the bathroom, and the engagement, the decision-making for George Mason, whenever they're trying to take those fights, they know as soon as they try and take a swing, that's when MJB is going to be shooting him right in the back.
RIT CT side has not been good today. They started on the CT side of Inferno, not good. 8-4, could have been better, could have been much worse, but it was not good at the end of the day. They also
CT side on Inferno is tough.
True, but they also have lost pistols and conversions on both halves that they've played the CT side. And if they win those, if they pick those up, it's a completely different conversation on both maps. They would have won 13-11 rather than lost it, and they'd be up 12-5 rather than only winning by 3. It's a very different conversation if you are better with lesser weaponry, and we haven't seen that as much from RIT as we have from GMU, whether in full gun rounds where they're ecoing, or in pistols where similarly they give themselves an arguable shot.
Contact play over here at B, just trying to catch someone off guard, but K2 will not be felled. Uni ready for it as well, tries to fall back, and a little bit of damage there, and Buddy will take advantage of it. But this B hold is currently standing as tall as you can.
Free swing from K2. He finds a second, looking for a third. He'll find that as well. 7-11. RIT finally break what was a 6-round streak from the Patriots, and the Tigers finally back to life.
First round in this second half, and it's one where, honestly, George Mason take a bit of a gamble.
Yeah.
Right? You never know if this is going to work out for you, but they try and take a contact play. What that means is just walk up and take a fight.
Yeah. Giving yourselves an opportunity has been much more difficult for RIT than it has for GMU on their CT side of both maps. But here, they finally give themselves an opportunity to stop the bleeding. They cauterize the wound, and they win yet another opening fight. We've seen this multiple times over. Opening duels for the CT side gives them much more room to work with, and a great flash. Benji swings for 2! He didn't even hit the first spray. He spray transfers for both kills, ends up basically locking the round in. Map point almost a guarantee as Anubis lurks on the horizon.
Things don't get any better for George Mason, and let me tell you why. They had an eagle this round. one round lost. That's how close all these rounds have been. And things will be bad. Jay Cracker hoping to make a statement this round, not over yet. 2 on 5. Jay Cracker is timing as he walks away. There's still a whole minute to work with. Maybe we shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves.
It's still possible. However, plausible or probable are two very different conversations. K2 still patiently waiting underwater. He finds the first kill as well. The bomb rotating in is very late. K2 low HP. He won't even have the opportunity to be involved in the fight. It ended before he could swing. Both members, both MJB and Uni from Graffiti and Heaven respectively, locking that one down. 5 opportunities at map point for RIT. Mulligans galore. They just don't want to have to use.
Well, George Mason had to.
Yeah.
And they still were able to pull it off. RIT probably with the same level of confidence. Right this moment, though, the biggest problem and why this timeout probably being called, how do you approach a buy when you have 2,200 or less on every single member of your team?
I got to say, this is a question mark for me. As this timeout ends, that is the 3rd of 4 for GMU. They have been the ones calling it, not RIT. They're 30-second timeouts, so the little overlay at the top of the screen is a little bit of a misnomer. They have actually called their final timeout as well on the T side. This is dedicating just about everything you have to the end of this game. And MJB, calling well above his years as a young collegiate student, seems to be locked in as ever. He's happy for these timeouts. He's happy to let that momentum start to sink into GMU and for the rest of his team to start getting a little bit more confident, because this is the first time we've really seen that confidence between the first half and now the later stages of the second half.
I mean, we just saw him on camera. He was yapping
He's
away.
cooking. He's cooking.
He was talking, and even considering that this is going to be a really tough buy round, I mean, you have to give it your best shot for GMU. Still, he's making that conversation, talking about what the plan is.
Seems like the B-Rush is the call. They spent a minute talking about the exact same thing that I could say in 3 seconds or in just 2. K2, an ace to close it, and it is a lock-in to say the very least. Oh my goodness, a return to form, and oh my goodness, a statement for the Rochester Institute of Technology. We're headed to Anubis.
That we are. And I mean, RIT, we knew they were going to be strong, but like the first half, the domination that we saw, 10-2 scoreline, I don't know how we could have seen anything better. It was really what they needed to just shake off that frustrating loss, the almost comeback type of situation. No longer an issue whenever you're doing that. GMU.
Yeah, this is a statement made in the later stages. You can just see the replay. K2 looking for everything. Seems like the B-Rush is the call. They spent a minute talking about the exact same thing that I could say in 3 seconds or in just 2. 5 players and about 23 bullets. I don't know how much more of a statement you can find on a nearly full eco for GMU. For some reason, a nearly full eco in the last round of regulation that would have been them against Matt Point.
I mean, like I said, their money was just screwed. They didn't have anything to work with despite winning all of those rounds. They won, 5 in a row? And the problem was they were all close. They were all incredibly close. And with that happening, your money doesn't build up. You don't get that additional cash to work with, and it's over from there after just 1 round.
Well, if you're having troubles with money buildup and you may be looking for a free round or maybe even a free chair at the end of the day, whether you currently are comfortable or just looking for an extra one in the back corner, I gotta say a massive shout out to Mavix, one of our partners here at the NACE Starleague, because luckily enough they are giving away a chair towards the end of this broadcast, a Mavix M5 chair as a matter of fact, at the end of every single map and or series throughout this broadcast through Rainbow Six as well. You can type !Mavix, give yourself an entry into the giveaway, and at the end of Rainbow Six, after this series and the following, we will be giving away that same chair in Twitch chat. However, you do have to be present at the end of Rainbow Six Siege to claim your prize through Twitch, so keep that in mind should you be a little bit more concerned about, picking up, are you going to get a Whisper? No, you have to be here.
Yeah, got to stick around. Hey, it's all good. You know what else I want to mention before we do head away? RIT, they dominated throughout that map. There was a lot of crazy highlight moments, wasn't there?
Lucky for you, we have them. We'll send it over to our replays from RIT between our 2nd and 3rd map. Anubis on the cards. However, it'll take us a few minutes to get there. Importantly, they're not changing anything about that. They haven't been forced to do so, and running out of the top of mid. It ends up finding an open kill, and they instead just break on towards this B side. SMG is the only 2 weapons that have picked up kills thus far, and Uni's still in the site, doubled up with the M4, make it a third. Oh my goodness, Uni locking in everything he needs, and he finds CZ and a couple of USPs. CZ from distance, not what it used to be. It still finds a kill. What is that from Zoker? He's strafing and hits a shot.
Wait,
I can't hit that shot while standing still.
I think Proto was behind Uni. That is so random. Oh my goodness.
Deagle.
Sassy.
Nah. If they lose the previous round and win this one, like they are currently, in the time of day, and as soon as they do, Benji will fall. A second. You're an obvious advantage going into map 3. Anubis is our third map, which now seems to be more than likely to be on the cards, especially with how coordinated we're seeing this engagement on towards B. Not a plant into default. There's the aggression, trying to shut it down if they can, but it's actually planted on the backside of the pillar. Crimson ends up walking through, finds 2, finds an AK as well. He wants a third, but he'll be shut down in doing so, as he's picked it up off a dead player. But similarly, a smoke for Proto. He, however, does not have a kit, and it seems like they're aware of it. Flash forward, one player walks out, he shuts down the first, but he has to hop back on the defuse and maybe bait out the second. Sassy, the spray, he ends up finding the kill, but he doesn't have the time. That's the problem.
A whole minute to work with. Maybe we shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves.
Still possible, however plausible or probable are 2 very different conversations. K2 still patiently waiting underwater. He finds the first kill as well. The bomb rotating in is very late. K2 low HP, he won't even have the opportunity to be involved in the fight. It ended before
Considering that this is going to be a really tough buy round, I mean, you have to give it your best shot for GMU. Still, he's making that conversation, talking about what the plan is.
Seems like the B-Rush is the call. They spent a minute talking about the exact same thing that I could say in 3 seconds, or in just 2. 3 maps are requisite to decide our champion here at the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. In Boise, Idaho, Anubis is on the cards. And Time to Light, joining alongside me is still Vincent. And Vincent, it is still RIT sticking around.
From 0 to hero.
Absolutely.
It's exactly what we saw from RIT. And you know what? I think that there's 2 things that really stuck out to me from that overpass map. First of all, what an incredible T-side that MJB called.
Absolutely.
Like, so many times, and listen, you don't know exactly who's calling the shots, but as the in-game leader, listen, I got to give you the credit. Yeah. So many times, they were just walking on the right site where there wasn't players. I mean, or there wasn't enough players in order to play the defense game. That said, I think you really did hit on a good point. The CT side has been such a struggle for RIT, and George Mason have been putting together T-sides like nobody's business. That leads us into Anubis, which is traditionally a little bit of a T-sided map, and that does beg the question, is that where GMU are going to find their favor?
So this will be a knife round that actually matters. So I'm going to kind of prompt our production, try and show the knife round this time. I also wanted to point out that this final map is up to RIT to change something about their CT side. Just a little bit of a stat, one that has not been great. As we move to Anubis, I wanted to do that. I've been waiting all day to do that. As we move to Anubis, you have to focus on RIT's CT side or GMU's T side, depending on which one you give the accolades or de-accolades to. RIT did not look good on the second half of Overpass. For context, they lost 5 of the 8 rounds we played after a 10-2 first half, and they lost 8 of the 12 rounds we played for an 8-4 first half back in the first half of Inferno when they played the CT side to start there. Something has to change on the defense for the Tigers, or I don't know if their CT side being absolutely off in left field or exiting stage left, or in their case stage right, will be good enough in our third map of play.
Well, they also need to figure out a way to stop losing pistol rounds because it's been a struggle to find consistency there. They're only getting 1 out of the 4 that we've seen. And I mean, over on Inferno, where they looked the worst, that's where they got no pistol rounds. So I don't think that it's a insta loss or anything if they can't pick those up, but it certainly would help. GMU, though, how many times have they just found that success? I think they deserve a lot of credit for it.
GMU has been setting up well with pistols. Not a team has lost a conversion round. I think that's an important aspect of this. Not a single team has lost the round after the pistol, usually what we call it pistol conversion bonus. Nobody has lost a conversion round thus far. Yes, multiple times has it been close. Both times, actually, on Overpass it was close. In the second half of Inferno it was as well. But not quite for the teams that have lost the pistol. If you see a team return to form, arguably winning the conversion round is better than winning the pistol, assuming you lose the pistol or even assuming you win it.
Indeed. I mean, and just to remind everybody, 13-11, it got incredibly close over on Inferno and 13-7 towards Overpass. Crazy that was a 10-2 score line that then got that close. But
it's actually 10-1.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it was. But hey, you close it out. It's fine. No questions asked. We are looking at the knife round. Yeah. And just to hammer it home one more time, this determines who gets to pick where they start. So a big deal on a map like Anubis.
Yeah, it's actually a knife round that is physically being played for the first time all weekend, or even arguably for most of this season. The knife round seems like it's going early on in the favor of RIT. Trades back and forth, and RIT wins it. RIT will have the choice. Now the question for them, do you choose CT side? Because 95% of the time when you win a knife round, you choose CT side. But they suck on the CT side. They've won 7 total rounds on the CT side all day. They've lost 13.
Yeah, it's not been ideal.
And they chose T side.
Yeah. I think a lot of teams do go for the CT side start, even if they win the knife. What I think RIT has to be thinking right now is, just like you said, hey, it's been a struggle. So let's get a strong start like on Overpass.
35% win rate on the CT side for RIT. Shout out them for making it 20 even rounds that they've played. However, their T side's significantly better. 10-2, obviously, as we talked about. The second half of Inferno was even an arguable good start. They went 7-5 in the second half there. However, all that means very little. Anubis, a much different map than both Inferno and Overpass, even those two are very different from one another, and they've already won an opening fight. They've gotten the bomb down. This is a dream scenario for RIT. 1 pistol round all day. 4 have been played. They've picked up just 1. Now could be that absolute differing factor. Both players rotating back in through this main position. It has to be the round win for George Mason to kick off their CT side. Well, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. 1 bullet left for Crimson, and even as he jumps, he gets clotheslined by the Glock headshot. It is RIT, now 2 for 5.
Hey, there we go. A little bit better stats starting to get together. I also think that RIT making their way forward into those positions and taking aggressive gunfights as opposed to waiting and playing back and playing a crossfire, for example, the right decision to be made in this specific moment. Because George Mason, well, we've seen how quickly they get back onto the sites for the retakes.
Quick note, 72% is their T-sided win rate. Not counting that round, it's now almost an even 75%, if anybody's curious. RIT has looked much better on the attacking side. No beating around the bush. It has been much better, and understandably so. They choose the T side. They now win the pistol. They have a very good scenario for the conversion round. They've also picked up a couple Mac 10s. $600 a kill for these SMGs. It's $300 for your ARs and $900 for your shotguns, if anybody's curious. Gotta say, I'm a fan of the SMG by second round. It gives yourself a little bit more flexibility up against pistols that are much more malleable on that defense.
A little stack up towards A. Not necessarily going to work out, but it is always a good decision, I think, to try and get creative on a pistol round. It's nearly given George Mason, what, like four round wins?
Minimum.
Like they had 2 almost wins and then 2 actual wins over on Inferno.
Zoker's a staring contest with the sun and loses to an AK. That's a great flash. Somebody write that one down for my ranking. Like I say, this is about a dream scenario for RIT, kicking off well. They started off on the T side as they were hoping for. P250 from behind does damage, but no kill, unfortunately enough. Proto will live through that engagement. And it seems like George Mason wants to go for this. Granted, they don't have anything to save, so might as well. These are free weapons they currently possess. It seems like they are going to send it. Mac 10 does not find the second kill they were looking for. Actually, doesn't find any kills. But it doesn't matter. It's RIT with 2.
Reminder as well. I mean, think about what's on the line for RIT specifically in this game. 3 times in a row, they have lost to the grand finalists or in the final.
So, I was actually thinking about this earlier. In 3 straight semesters, they have placed 4th, 3rd, 4th, and 2nd.
They're on the upward trajectory. I mean, that's it. George Mason.
The nade?
Yeah,
it's like 20 damage.
Yeah, a little standard nade. Feels fantastic whenever you hit the T-steps players with it, but the fight out and through connector no longer going to be working for Sassy.
I'm going to note this now. Everybody keep this in mind maybe for later. After this fight, obviously. MJB wins that. Nobody's in mid. Nobody has been holding mid all around for George Mason. The extent of mid control they had was from the B connector earlier on. This may be a more impactful case later down the line. Not really here as Crimson re-engages, but early round they do not have mid control. In late round, they don't either because MJB's won back-to-back fights. Nice shots with the Gleal.
I've just heard MJB scream, and I don't think he thought he was going to get either of those frags. A little bit outrageous on the retreat. You know, a little gunplay. K2, we saw what he could do with this weapon before. A lot of damage starting to get taken through, and the AKs will clean things up. A 3-0 start.
More of a yell from RIT that time around. As a yell and more exuberation and happenstance than yell or scream in MJB's case of being scared of a player rotating out of B main. This has looked very good for RIT. Much more similar to Overpass as a start, but again, this is their T side. They need a near perfect T side if they want to have a similar CT side as they had in previous maps. Here's in Rush, seemingly everybody holding W on the CT side. Proto sees 1, he'll see a couple more, he'll be actually dusted down by the Deagle of Zoker, but that should just about do it. It does. You lose 1 AK, more than happy on the anti-eco. 4-0 Rochester, similar to Overpass.
And it looks incredibly dominant there, but you're not expecting too much. The other thing is you're going to see a setup similar to that in most of the beginning of these T rounds. You'll have a guy towards the A site looking for some aggression. You'll have somebody looking down into connector, and a couple of players keeping an eye out towards mid and towards B. That's the plan, at least from what we've seen thus far. Let's see if it changes.
Jump up from Proto. Odd stack. We haven't seen this one yet. Trying to play over top of the smoke. You can see all the way back to the far side of mid with that, but you can't use it if Crimson finds 2 kills through smoke. Outstanding start, a return for George Mason, and 2 opening kills in the first full gun round for them. The bonus, not so much.
That's why you got to be careful when you have an AK in your hand about spamming those smokes too aggressively. Yeah, you can get lots of information. Damage done is the hope and the prayer, but you can also get found out. There's getting back. K2 doing it twice. They'll get the 3-on-3, the site taken at B.
Gives him a shot, this flank, a little bit earlier than may be expected. B main will be occupied about 20 seconds time, but it will not be immediately heard. The AWP for Satsy also on the board in this gun round, and Crimson, oh my goodness, missed opportunity, but he still ends up walking away with a kill. That's his 3rd on the round, and the smoke off towards B main. A full dedication towards the connector for this T side. The post plant still favoring them. About 15 seconds for the CTs to hop on the bomb. They don't see Uni. He wants to re-engage. He'll find a first, a spray for a second. He's looking for a 3rd. Close range Sassy switches to the USP, but he still wants to play with the AWP. He doesn't have the time for this, though. That's the problem. That'll end up being his undoing. The AWP, his Achilles heel, and RIT still flawless.
The Uni 1v3 clutch to keep him that way, and a timeout instantaneously called for George Mason. They know they need to talk that over. It's just brutal to have the AWP out in that specific spot as well. I mean, you're one missed shot away from a loss, and that's what happened.
I'm surprised nobody stuck that. You send 2 players to go swing and nobody's sitting on the bomb at that point. You're not expecting him to swing out of connector. You're swinging into him.
I mean, they tapped it.
They even lined up for it.
Gave it the best shot, but you can see the conversation started. And we're talking with GMU, by the way, it's their coach, Driver, who's kind of the guy behind them, keeping the vibes up, keeping them in the right mindset, and that's got to be what is happening right now. You saw him talking right there on the camera just a moment ago, and consistently getting your team in the right mind space, that's what a good coach does.
Hopefully that's the case for them. Round 6 now underway as something has to change for George Mason. Last round, fairly close. That's been about the only one thus far. It is Deagles once more with a P250 on the cards and a rush outside of the B side, but nothing really to write home of off the back of this, and there's only 2 players sitting around this general vicinity. Oh, Buddy seemingly aware of it, but MJB still wins the fight. Uni with another. It's a 5v2 in 25 seconds.
So there's a conversation that we did touch on in Inferno, but we didn't really revisit. And I want to come back to it right now. Remember how Inferno started with RIT, I think, struggling individually to get activated. There was a couple of players, and I think it's fair to say, like MJB, Proto especially, were a bit missing. We've been seeing step up after step up from everybody there on the RIT side.
Crimson just shouted an expletive after being dusted down. AK valiant effort. This now becomes a 1v2 though, and this is not an unreasonable round to pick up. AK can be retrieved, the angle being held by Proto on the AWP. He doesn't see the swing, that's outside of your line of sight. X-ray vision trying to help us in that one. He will, however, reswing, and with the AWP he'll find the shot, even through the wall. J-Cracker, no longer for this world. Much closer in the round than I think RIT was originally expecting, but it's still a round victory, and they still have the money to sustain.
And to add to what we were just talking about, when MGB and K2, two of the most experienced players on this RIT roster, when those 2 guys aren't the ones required to be having the insane performances, then you're looking good.
Proto to start, map number 1 was 4-16 back on Inferno. Since then, not only was the second half significantly better for him, but Overpass was nearly flawless, barring the first 5 rounds or so of the second half. And he's already 6-2 with an AWP out here in this first half of Anubis. A much different showing. Crimson dropped behind. The sound cue should be there, but there's 2 distracted by Buddy on the front side of the site. He'll end up finding 2, but it's not a full dedication to that direction. MJB has the bomb and still the freedom to go back towards the A position, and they already have a water control with the AWP up. Crimson, oh my goodness, he lives! Proto missed. I casters cursed him.
Yeah, that's you really need that frag. That could have cut it down to the 2-on-2, and instead, well, now you're going to be playing on hard mode. The good news is Proto has a full kit of utility. So smoke for Heaven, Molotov for camera, that sort of thing can get going.
The bad news is they're pushing the wrong direction. A is the call, it seems, for RIT, and there's still 1 player here, a second rotating, and a third in through mid. This will be a very short rotation towards A fully for the CT side, should they need one. But Proto op out is clearing just about every angle he's being given, but nobody's swinging by George Mason. They are waiting for anybody to give them the time of day, a sound cue or the go button. Crimson already multiple kills in these last couple rounds. A smoke going to smoke off that connector side. The utility already preset. It ends up missing. A bomb looking to be planted, and nobody immediately swings this. It will be a post plant. This now becomes more than likely, but MJB now left alone. The IGL can only find one, and there is George Mason here on Anubis.
What is it I always like to say, TTL? Patience pays off. Just waiting a few extra seconds, allowing a bomb plant even. George Mason realized RIT have won 6 rounds in a row. There is no difference between them getting a bomb down and them getting just the kills.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
It's $800 a player. It's not like they're hurting for money at this point. They're still going to buy this round. Nobody's going to be down below 1,000 even on the T side. So that money, like you said, not becoming a factor. They didn't overcommit. I like the call. It works. George Mason correctly measured aggression, and it pays off.
Next up, I want to see Sassy get involved with this AWP. And he's going to go for it. About to see the op duel in Proto. This time he delivers.
7-3. There's the opening duel. He's looking for a second. He'll find it. Zoker, no! The saying is, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Maybe not when you're facing Proto.
Proto saying, any other takers? Hey, I'll take another duel right here. All good. Just give me the shots, and we'll go forward. He's just barely missing a moment to take a shot towards Crimson, but in a 5-on-3, does it really matter? Not so much. Group up, make a decision, and hit a site. That's what RIT have to do.
I'm also focusing on how RIT has been spreading themselves, even with player advantages, with or without it, honestly. They've still disengaged over towards the A side. They've given themselves the freedom to rotate over towards B quickly through underpass if they need it, and they've made significantly less noise towards B compared to the A pressure they've just put on. And as soon as they did, look at the rotation. No one from George Mason is within 5-6 seconds of this B side, and as soon as it smokes up, there's everybody. They're going to send it, and George Mason's going to save. This is a 7th for RIT.
This is a map that RIT has kind of been sitting on for a little bit, is what I understand. Not always Anubis being played a ton in the collegiate space, but whenever it's been pulled out, it has been RIT's saving grace.
Going back to MJB's stat book, Anubis has been played by RIT twice. They've won it a singular time. On the other side, GMU is 1 for 1 on their attempts at Anubis. Granted, players are not written down, or teams are not written down for this, unfortunately. Would love to have that info, but MJB doesn't care about who they've played. They just care that they've played. Nice swing. Oh, my goodness. Everybody's seemingly falling here. J-Cracker alone. Does he survive here? That's the real question. The M4, a pivotal part of this. He's faked. MJB still will swing, and he still will fall. Only one gun saved over there.
7-1. Extending that lead, but what is the decision? Buddy and Sassy, they can't really full buy, but J-Cracker can drop. An attack timeout called to talk it over, to try and have a conversation about what the right play is. We already talked about how at 7 rounds, victory is a guarantee in the half. It's a matter of how big the victory actually is.
I'm also a little bit more focused on this CT side when we switch. Right now, it's looking very good for RIT, but we said the exact same thing back on Overpass. Is that going to be the same case in the next few rounds when we switch? We've played 2/3 of this first half. There's still 4 to play. RIT are not out of the woods yet. This still could be a 7-5. Maybe not. But, again, no guarantees for the Tigers. They need to still play with as much conviction as we've seen in the first stages of this. If they don't, they could be caught off, and we could see a little bit more of a dire scenario similar to what we saw in Overpass.
Need to see some defensive aggression now. Get control of the map, and we're seeing that at A. Forward position for GMU. They take an A main, and they'll just leave the AWP up in there, it looks like. Sassy, the one to just chill. And that allows for a rotation back towards mid, double up in this position, make it a lot tougher to hold on to.
Multiple rounds ago, I brought up the false sense of security that the lack of mid control early for George Mason is offering. RIT is fairly forward in through the mid bridge and trying to get aggressive on that same scenario. There's a smoke in front of them right now. MJB is still sitting in this corner. Could get aggressive if he wanted to, but there is still support available for both members. A Molotov towards the double doors will allow them some free space, but Satsy's opening pick will kill Benji. Proto, however, still alive, an AWP of their own.
Now, how do they rotate off? MJB has the positioning in mid, but it's not a guarantee. It's not as if they can rotate back and split towards A because the AWP is in position. Now they have a hard decision to make. Where do they go? B. Back through Con and towards B seems to be the answer.
MJB still with that mid control. He ends up losing it as well. That pincer maneuver now absolutely cut off at the head of the snake. This now becomes much more difficult for RIT. 2 members here, a third on a quick rotate if they need it, but nobody's holding the bottom side of that door. 1 for 1, good enough, but they won't find the second they're looking for. K2 on for an ace if he can find it. A smoke off towards the backside, but this is not a wall. Crimson could get aggressive, and it seems like he wants to, but he won't too early. Bomb will be solidified, it will be planted, nobody contesting it immediately. But he plants on the front side of the boxes. That's the most important part about this. He wants to get aggressive, he wants to play in front of this position, but he has, however, been seen, and 2 players pushing from in front of the smoke. As it dissipates, he may have the advantage, but it's not like CSGO. If you're sitting inside of the smoke, you do not have the advantage like you used to. You can see exactly why, especially with 2 players on their side of it. They diversify their assets, and it pays off in dividends.
All the time, getting that up involved. It's such a critical part of Anubis' CT side. And with Sassy, you talking about the opening kills and the aggression that we needed to see defensively. Well, there we saw it. Sassy put into position to succeed. Early round, they take a main control and find that space. From there, it's easy pickings. Benji walking right into his crosshairs, for example, cutting them off at the knees. 7-2, starting to get back into business, GMU. Although they're going to change the pace. It's time for the rush over at A for RIT.
Watch the flash. Jay Cracker on the backside of the site itself with an AK. He can't see a dang thing. He'll smoke himself off, but I believe he was seen before it fell. K2 already an opening, but it's still 2 for K2. He finds 4 kills in the last 2 rounds, and he's back in business. I wouldn't hate George Mason disengaging here. They have the time, but what do? It doesn't even seem like they're confident in their retake.
I mean, I wouldn't be trying to get back in. Listen, no utility was even utilized, just 1 set on that take. That means there's at least another smoke, maybe even 2. Well, we can see that just the 1, it doesn't seem to matter. Hopefully an exit frag? Not even that.
Nope. That was a really early call to save. I said I wouldn't hate a George Mason save here, but I'm really surprised they made it as early as they did. Zoker even falls afterwards. This becomes much more dire for them. You're looking at 8-2, last couple rounds of the half. I want to see the money for them. It still will be a decent loss bonus. There's not the old reset like it used to be. But K2 walking through CT spawn, does he find a kill? No, he actually dies. So, at least mitigated damage, but still not a full buy available for George Mason.
As much as we can talk about, hey, you know, great round to see previously and all that kind of stuff, at what point is it too late here for George Mason? Is it too late at any point? That's the question.
I'm looking at this from George Mason's perspective and saying this round is probably a do or die for the series. I'm going to make that statement fairly early in this game for the main reason that RIT's CT side had difficulties with real estate, but that's not as much the case on Anubis, and that could be the changing factor. 1-for-1 trade, no real early pick engagement mattering. MJB does take 50 damage through that smoke as the spray went a little bit further, but it's nothing to write home about. This is not the end of the world by any means for RIT, and they keep the 4v4 going. They're happy with the real estate they gained for that trade.
Certainly are, and I mean, listen, 4v4, that's going to favor the T side more often than not. Means that the CTs have to spread back out. They have to play to a site, 3 different locations for them to be in, mid, A, and B, with only 4 to cover it. It's bad news, and it's time for the execute. Looks like MJB is setting up for the B hit.
And K2 already wading through water. He's going to get help in a few seconds as the drop behind him will come through. Here's the engagement. Here may very well be the round, as the occupation of B site needs to hold this time around. They'll clear the backside of Cubby on 2 separate occasions, but Zoker will step up for 1. A second for Buddy. Here's the return to form for George Mason. Here will be the round. A 3rd for the Patriots as they step up and step out.
Just got to win those engagements. Where were the flashes? None of them hitting. Nope. They're never blind. All the utility came in, but you're also missing a Molotov for the back of the site. Got to be clearing out those dark angles, and, well, it was doubled up anyway. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered. Regardless, GMU delivering big time. It's RIT now. We're on the back foot, but I want to see if they try and change the pace once again. We haven't seen like a straight execute from the beginning of the round, and I think that's what RIT are setting up for.
Early engagement. Flash will not land. Buddy avoids it. He'll spray down for one. He wants more. He has help on the other side, but it won't immediately pivot for another. Uni still alive. Wants this kill. Will not be able to find it. Still the 2 for 2. Make it 3. Make it 4. J-Cracker steps up. And again, it's K2 in a clutch. Again on the B side. And again, has very little help or utility. Crimson will make it 4. Much more reasonable for George Mason in the first half. And now, what say RIT?
4 out of the last 6 rounds going George Mason's way. And I think, like you said, respectable the right word. 8-4, very much able to come back from. And on the T side, no less. George Mason, what an incredible performance that they've been putting together this entire grand final. Remember, they come in here as the dark horse. They aren't the team that we expected to be in these finals necessarily. They make all the moves, and now they're close to bringing it back.
On paper, this was supposed to be Michigan Tech versus RIT or Fisher. Either of those scenarios would have been likely. But Michigan Tech gets dropped by Kansas State. George Mason then return against Kansas State after then absolutely dusting Stony Brook in the quarterfinals. It was everything. Now it needs to be even more. The problem is RIT won the first half pistol round. If they win a second, we'll be dead even. 3 for 6 on both sides. George Mason looked to get the bomb down. They won't even have that safety to do so. A little bit more support this time around as the bomb gets solidified once more. They also don't have that same CT control they're hoping for. P250 out. It'll find a follow-up kill. Actually help from Uni as he finds the final shot. But Zoker's still alive. A P250 not even needed. He'll find the Glock, and it's a Glock once more for Crimson. George Mason, 4 for 6 in 3 maps of pistols, and it's a 5th on the board. This is the closest we've been since the beginning of Overpass.
How many times will Crimson find just a key individual frag, just a moment in time where he finds the impact necessary? I cannot believe how consistent it's been here on Anubis. Every time it feels like on that sight hit, it's Crimson finding success.
Maybe once more. RIT not buying. CT side very rarely does in a conversion round, so all fairness to them. Even more Mac 10s available for George Mason. 3 of them compared to their AK and Galil. They don't want to invest too much into this, and understandably so, but it seems like the stack is on the right side for RIT. However, up against Mac 10s and with very little armor. Less than ideal, we'll say, for the Tigers, and it doesn't seem like that's going to change anytime soon. Proto does find an opening kill. A return onto the only AK that Zoker had. That's now stuck out in the open, but maybe retrieved later.
Crimson's so deep. Got tons of space. Uni was in a good little angle. It's hard to check that. Crimson, no problem whatsoever. Dink down, not going to go down.
No, he's safe. And it seems like that may very well be the round. There is a rotation through T-spawn that is so delayed, I don't think it's going to matter all that much. And Sathzi, nice little headshot. Proto's dead. That should be just about it. K2 even trying to activate. This is a very narrow off angle. I didn't know this angle existed until about 3.5 seconds ago. Still won't find much. Nice little jump peek coming through will be more than fortuitous. And MJB will take the extra 20 or so seconds he has and call a pseudo-tactical timeout. He'll take the advantage.
Maybe can find one of these low HP bars. I mean, J-Cracker and Crimson, both relatively low HP, but honestly, stick together. That's exactly what George Mason should be doing, and for the most part, are doing.
It's very calm. All calm on the Western Front. MJB may actually get the business of finding an extra kill if he doesn't cleared. Oh, no. He's dead. They don't even take away an extra Mac 10, much less what could have been the Galil. Back-to-back, George Mason, actually 4 in a row, standing back to this first half. And you got to say, RIT now having some difficulties, and we've talked about their CT side. It's having even more.
K2 on an MP9 as well. Not the full weaponry at their disposal, though utility in its stead. Fast B, time to go. Rolling out, and the flashes come in. Defense going to work out for Proto. Though with the late round, little secondary push towards the T's, and it's working wonders as Crimson's done it again. I tell you, this guy does just connect.
So low. That low HP, however, comes back to bite him. Zoker needs to clutch. He's only got 22 HP, and against both M4s, that's one shot just about every day of the week. He needs a near miracle. Divine intervention called on, but will his prayers be answered? That's the real question. Very narrowly, could they fall on deaf ears? But it seems like everybody deaf at this point. No sounds made in the last 15 seconds, and Zoker will just disengage. take his fight another day, or, in this case, to the other bomb site, and with time in his favor rather than against him, because as soon as he gets that bomb down, they're now forced to push on the RIT side.
Yeah, the issue is how low HP he is. Bomb plant a guarantee at this point, but look at how they're sticking together. RIT not going to split up. Know that they're better as a duo.
How do they retake this? That's the question.
Gun out, stick together. That's how.
They are sticking together. That was my concern. I thought one of them was going to go CT. That's not the case. Both of them rotating straight through this mid position, but both of them will be heard. A small herd of elephants for Zoker, as he knows exactly where they're coming from. There's a smoke, however. There is no kit. That's the one issue. Do they clear this top side? He makes more than enough noise in the spray. He had the gamble. Unfortunately, he finds absolutely nothing. Shoves all in, returns with nothing. RIT, their first round on the CT side, and it's a big one.
But here's what that plant does to. Sassy still a little bit on the poorer side, but that's $800 additional to every single person, and it allows them to continue to make investments and put the pressure on. Now, RIT need more than one round in a row in order to continue to gain momentum.
That $800 additional is utility for Jaycracker, Crimson, and Buddy all combined, and allowing them to keep some small amounts left over in their back pocket. 6-9, much nicer for RIT in this second half of Anubis compared to what we saw in the earlier stages of Overpass. It was 5 in a row in the second half specifically, 6 spanning back to the last round of the first half, back on Overpass as our second. Not the case here. It is shut down early, it is cut off at the head. Finally, RIT finds some level of stabilization with rifles this time around.
Pace was quick in that last round, just a straight B hit, more of a rush than anything. Zoker putting together some of those Inferno performances once more.
Smoke off, try to find something. Proto will find that kill, and another molly will go towards that connector door. This will allow them to push through, but where's the call? RIT have fully dedicated themselves, almost fully at least, towards this B side. It's not going to work. The op almost finds a second. Proto gets legged and or locked through the wall. He has no opportunity to get out there. He has no help. His teammate has to still hold that A side.
That's the sassy that we've been missing throughout this grand final. AWP, just to get activated. George Mason, not only now do they have the advantage, they have the space.
Oh, they thought it was clear. Benji does go 1 for 1, but it's not good enough. This rotation in through mid, I don't even know if it's going to come through. I honestly would not hate a Proto save. They don't have all that much money on that RIT side. They've only won 1 round. They will have to disengage. It will be George Mason bringing it back to win 2, giving themselves the opportunity once more to bring it even closer, and again, hurting the confidence of RIT. I will bring up the stat again. Not great. Through the first 2 maps of play, it was a 35% win rate, 7 of 20 played rounds through the first 2 maps on the CT side for RIT. Already, we're seeing them lose 3 of 4 in the second half of this one, so it's 8 of 24. Dead even at 1/3 of rounds. 33% win rate on your CT side between Inferno, Overpass, and Anubis in that order. And we still have some Anubis to play, just without an extra AK.
I mean, that AK, honestly, it kind of makes things simpler here for RIT. If you save the AK, suddenly you're thinking, oh, okay, maybe we could buy around it. Now there's no question. It is got to be a save. No question whatsoever. And, I mean, a 5-7 upgrade for Uni will be the only thing that makes this a less than USP round. 4 out of 5 players up mid. Waiting and watching. Crimson. That HE going to be chunky. Yes, it is.
80, 20, 40. All in all, 100, 240 damage? 150. Something like that. Numbers are hard. You get the general idea. Nice spray. Crimson actually does find 2 more kills. AK is given away, but it will not be for free. Spray down for Buddy. He finds a couple kills of his own. George Mason within 1. Anubis, I will remind you, the decider, but technically the selection of RIT. Between this and Ancient, seems like they chose it, and it's not particularly going their way as much as they were hoping for.
I mean, granted, they're still in the lead. It's not as if they've lost that just yet. Proto has an op-out. We saw how impactful that was in the first half, and, well, CT side op even better, really. Once Sassy got activated, that was a game changer. Proto's going back to a place he feels comfy with, Connector.
Yeah, but he's been smoked off. I don't think he has the angle towards water. However, K2, a nasty boost set up with MJB. Opening kill for the Aegis. Sassy gone. AWP off the board. Outstanding start for the Tigers.
You see that boost all too often. The problem is trying to anticipate it. When will it come out? It's a dangerous game and one that you will almost always be losing if you're the T side. Seems like B still the main point of conversation, though, with water control now in their hands, but a smoke out for the CTs. K2 will hold them back for 25 more seconds.
They're hoping for. But the question remains for George Mason, how do you split this? You do still have utility. It is still very much available. But that coordination required, and you have a fairly quick rotation of Proto still occupying the backside of mid. If he gets there in more than enough time, they have an opportunity to get back. And it seems like that's going to be the case. Here's the utility. Here's the dedication. But Uni, on off angle, he's holding it, but he will not find the opening kill. They have to clear the backside of Pillar, and it's not going to go their way. There's that quick rotation from Proto, and K2 holds his own angle. That's the most important part about this. RIT have a player advantage, even with the bomb down.
Where do the post plants go? Buddy, that's a Molotov. That's going to allow them time to escape, to get back. 1 HE left in the T-side's hands. Lead on the line. Flash comes in. Crimson dodges it, but Benji and MJB all overwhelm. Proto will hold the defuse. There's double digits for RIT.
Took them a little bit longer when we saw back on Overpass. They actually finished the first half with double digits. Here, they still have it. They still have a 2-round lead, and they still have some level of comfortability, not only on originally holding the site, good rotation from Proto, but disengaging and waiting for the rest of the team to catch up. While we're in this timeout, I want to point a couple things out about this retake. George Mason played this 2v3 very well, regardless of its result. It could not have been played better. The flash was good. It forced him off the angle. Even with this reswing, you saw Buddy inside of B main, still trying to sit there and hold as much as he could, but multiple players holding multiple angles for RIT. It was playing the man advantage to perfection for the Tigers, and they walk away with a very well-deserved victory.
Even better was the hold from RIT. I mean, like, when you walk into that, Proto's job there needs to be to get a frag on the trade and then not die. He does that and can be there for the retake, you know, just holding an angle and sticking with it. That's what you have to be willing to do as an AWP. Sometimes it's not as flashy as, you know, your, like, Kenny S and Guardian plays.
Kenny S, days of old, coming back to days of new. At least he's trying to. Nice Molotov will go in front of everybody. A good nade doesn't do as much damage as it possibly could have been. But everybody's already held W. This is full B control and nothing now going the way of RIT. Bomb's going to be planted. A fresh smoke in front of CT. It's a very drastic scenario. Nade almost kills him. It ends up being the up through the wall. How does Sassy die there? How does a bomb get denied? Regardless, it does. Second opportunity for Proto will not be the case. But a 5v4 retake here for RIT. That opening kill may very well be the difference.
A perfect call, though. This is up against a double op that was just invested by RIT, and honestly, trying to retake B with it is nigh impossible. They're gonna have to make these moves.
P90, it's been seen, the legs as well, the spray down. Proto ends up hitting the headshot he's been looking for. The smoke off of B main, but they're re-engaging towards connector. Do they know a second player's there? It seems like they want to go for the swing. They will as well. Buddy goes 1 for 1, but it's still left just down to Zoker. The smoke dissipating, the spray down as well. Doesn't go his way, but a smoke's still up on the bomb itself. It'll go towards the Tigers as they solidify the lead, go up to 3, and they'll take the gun away. Uni only saves an MP9, but he takes the final gun.
The Ninja! At the worst of moments, doesn't have any bullets in the chamber. Not enough to take this spray. I mean, a fantastic defense.
But he jumped.
Brutal.
Oh, no.
Absolutely brutal for George Mason.
This is an RIT timeout.
I mean, gotta calm it down a little bit. I mean, we heard him going crazy right behind us. And, you know, sometimes the adrenaline gets to you and you need to take a moment to reset. Because, look, it's just 3 rounds down. It's not as if this is a guarantee. It's not as if we are here on series point.
It's close, but not quite as we move into our possible penultimate round of this map of Anubis. I got to say, it's about as close as it could be. But it's not over just yet. 11-8, we've seen the scoreline before. We've seen comebacks from it before back on Inferno. But as we move into our map once more, it is RIT CT side that has stepped up much better here on Anubis than it has on any other map before that. And Proto once more with an opening kill, this time from mid.
This is why we talked about on Inferno how imperative it is to get Proto activated. It's because this is what we could have been seeing, as opposed to what we did see. Problems for George Mason with that opening pick. No double op this time. Losing out on it is an expensive bit of weaponry to lose, but still. After that opening pick, they just spread back out. Triple set up towards B, but the decision seems towards A for the T's.
I don't hate this. They are still walking into 2 players. Proto is currently looking the wrong direction, but a fresh smoke right in front of them. This would be the time to pull your Stewie 2K out of the hat. You have to become a smoke criminal. You have to be aggressive through this. If they wait and wait and wait for RIT to start walking and watching that direction, you have to focus on that position. And I gotta say, it seems like they are. The flash late, the smoke already dissipated, and look, that's exactly what RIT is paying attention to. Benji finds 2 before being dispatched of, and Proto had more than enough time to turn his purview. Zoker wants to lock in the bomb plant. Proto will not restrict him. He plays patient as ever, as it's a 4v1 for RIT to go in a match and series point.
How can Zoker do this? He's done it. First 2, all his. Isolating a third, the missed shot from the AWP. He knows where the 4th's coming from, but MJB, the leader, delivering, and 12th round on the board.
4 mulligans for the Tigers. But still not over just yet. They're still very much in this game on the George Mason side. That round, and more importantly, the bomb plant. I want to look the left side of your screen. In the middle, it says lost bonus 2,900. In the previous round, it was 2,400. If they did not find that bomb plant, they would have only picked up $2,400 a player. They'd be stuck at sub 3K each. But with the bomb plant, they can pick up a few AKs, Galils, and some utility to make this a somewhat reasonable game to close out the map.
Hey, that's great. But notice Sassy doesn't have an op, and Proto does.
Yeah.
No money for it. I mean, how many times have we seen Proto deliver in these early engagements?
I'm looking at 2 Galils. I see maybe a third on Buddy. It depends on what they pick up off the ground. No, it's a Mac 10 for Buddy. It is 2 AKs, 2 Galils, and a Mac 10 for George Mason while facing match point as we possibly move into our final round of the CS2 Grand Finals. A rush seems to be on the cards, and that's exactly the call. They don't clear the corner, though. A Mac 10, no match for the MP9, especially ever so patient as 1 for K2. He will be dispatched of, but not before many, many kills go RIT's way, and it's just Zoker left alone, and it will be Proto, he who stepped up poorly in Inferno, returns to form on Anubis and sends RIT to the champion stage.
And look at what it means to them. 3 times they've been in position. 3 times they have lost out, and now they deliver. RIT taking it all the way. Utterly incredible.
4th place in 2022, the spring. 3rd, 4th, as they found a semifinals exit in fall 2023. Spring 2023, or fall 2022. Spring 2023. Left in 2nd place. Heartbreak against Drexel, and now grand finals of the fall of 2023. They step up against George Mason, they show out on their own map selection, and they walk away with a championship victory, finally, for the Tigers.
And it's so well-deserved. I mean, undefeated throughout the regular season. They come into this just on the precipice of success in all of those years, all of those semesters that you just talked about, and they do it in the perfect fashion, right? 2-1, GMU. Hey, plaudits to them. They absolutely killed it, particularly on their Inferno map. But overpassing Anubis, just a little bit too much to ask for.
That is Counter-Strike coming to a close, but I gotta say, it is a massive return to form for George Mason. I was about to say James Madison. We've been calling him GMU/JMU. It is GMU. My apologies, George Mason. But they looked good. They looked involved, and more importantly, they looked competitive through this broadcast. They looked very good in Inferno. They had a return in the second half back on Overpass, and now here on Anubis, it was still up to their T side. Both teams having a less than ideal CT side, but RIT, they made it work at the later stages.
Yeah, and I think that Proto getting activated with the AWP, like that really just kind of sent it over the edge, didn't it?
It was the change. It also has been the change for multiple different seasons for RIT. One change for us is a sponsorship with Monster Energy. Monster Energy has teamed up with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and us here at Modern Warfare 2. You can buy Monster to power up and receive 2 XP plus exclusive in-game rewards. You can go to monsterenergy.com now to redeem. Plus, you can look up custom, Call of Duty Monster cans in store now. I gotta say, I was looking at those personally, and I am a very big fan. Otherwise, LA Comic-Con is also running this weekend. It's coming to a close today, at least as of right now. But if you want to go run over, you can use promo code LEVELUP for $5 off a gaming pass and your opportunity to get into the later stages of Comic-Con. It's running this weekend, but it will be back in the next couple years.
That it is. And, hey, do you smell that?
I mean, I placed an order a while ago.
Hey.
Hey,
Well, thank you. Got food for days.
Oh my gosh, they actually got my order right. Pepperoni pizza.
Hey, I don't know that I ordered these, but I'll take the wings any day.
I actually will totally eat those between games. Speaking of between games, not only is Pizza Hut our sponsor, but so is Ubisoft with Rainbow Six Siege. Rainbow Six Siege is up on the cards next, and we have some credits to give away. So if you want to stick around through our Rainbow Six Siege series, we have some credits to give away as the series goes on. Keep an eye not only on Twitch chat, but on some of our overlays when we go to the break.
I want that. Thank you.
Okay, that's fair.
Sorry.
I still have to cast another game.
You can have these.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Mine.
Are they garlic parmesan? They are. Awesome. All right. Well, while I go eat these, we are going to take a look at our top 5 plays from this series. It's not over just yet, the NACE Starleague Grand Finals, but Counter-Strike has come to a close. The Tigers take it over the Patriots from George Mason. We're going to send it to our top 5 plays, and then an interview with Septilence and the winners of RIT. Custom, Call of Duty Monster cans in store now. I got to say, of round 2. And believe it or not, RIT is running something very similar to what we saw the last time we tried to play round 2. A little bit of an A stack. Let's see if GMU end up switching things up just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, and while we have a second, it's just a classic swing down mid. What's so interesting about this version of Inferno is that everybody
on the bomb he fakes the first time, but he doesn't end up sticking it, and K2 will force him off. A third tap to come through. Will this be the fake that turns it all the way around? A swing on the far side. Is there time? You better believe there is. Buddy, ever so narrowly, he's got it!
No, he doesn't! He doesn't have it! Oh my gosh! George Mason losing it at the last moment.
It's good enough.
Retrade, though, from K2. That will set them up for a post plant.
They had the smoke moto already. That's the most important part of that. And they'll get the bomb down. It'll be in a safe spot where K2 can watch from a distance. That's the most important aspect. 1-for-1 trade. K2 finds one. He has to disengage. He runs out of ammo in the AK. He'll reload and try and take a different fight. But he has lower health. Make it even worse. And he
considering that this is going to be a really tough buy round. I mean, you have to give it your best shot for GMU. Still, he's making that conversation, talking about what the plan is.
Seems like the B-Rush is the call. They spent a minute talking about the exact same thing that I could say in 3 seconds, or in just 2. K2 an ace. We possibly move into our final round of the CS2 Grand Finals. A rush seems to be on the cards, and that's exactly the call. They don't clear the corner, though. A MAC-10, no match for the MP9, especially ever so patient as 1 for K2. He will be dispatched of, but not before many kills go RIT's way, and it's just Soaker left alone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague Grand Finals. I'm still Septilence, joined now by RIT with a capital T at the end, because I don't think you guys know yet. You had a 69.4% success rate on the T side today, which is obviously well above 50%, so notably above average. And I think you guys can agree that may be your strongest side.
Yeah.
This is MJB. I should go over names. This is MJB. We've got K2 mic'd up and the rest of the roster here as well. But is there something you guys feel you do differently on the T side that's working well? Is it your momentum? Is it your pacing? Is it your utility overall? What is it that gave you a near 70% win rate?
Yeah, so right now the game is actually very T-sided just with how it is in its current state and form. It's not been out for the longest period of time. Obviously, it's getting worked on pretty much every week. But as it stands, the game is kind of T-sided. Obviously, not to that extent.
Right.
I think we found a lot of gaps, especially once we got more to our more comfortable maps of Overpass and Anubis. But Inferno's our T-side's always been better than our CT side, even back in Go. So I feel like we're especially comfortable on at least that side of that.
Yeah. And with map 1 being so close, was there any changes you guys made between 1 and 2? Because obviously you win 2 and 3 out, right? So some changes were made there, but were there any critical discussions or very clear points where you're like, we've got to wrap up on that?
I think it was just mainly reassuring each other that, like, we know what we're doing as long as we're playing our game.
Yeah.
And we have confidence in ourselves. I think our strong point is that at any given time, one of us can be the playmaker. It's not.
I like that.
Like, we all have been playing for a while together now. Like, so we're just lucky to, like, have good chemistry in pretty much any situation.
Yeah, and speaking of playing together, last time you guys were in a grand final against Drexel, this same roster of 5, it was unfortunately a second-place finish. So coming into this, did you guys feel maybe a little bit more nerves or a little more weight on the shoulders? If we've made it this far, we've got to rewrite the story.
Yeah, obviously that's in the back of the mind. We got here last semester and just fell at that final hurdle. So especially directly after we won that semifinal, mind is lock in. We can't come here and lose again. So I think the team did a fantastic job, at least prepping for this event, and I think that really showed with our how we played today.
Absolutely. And with this transition coming in from CS1 to CS2, do you guys feel the game being different, is that a benefit? Is that a deficit? Do you feel like it's similar enough that you haven't made any huge notices?
I think it's similar enough in general.
Same game plan and whatnot.
Yeah, I think we've all put in the hours to get a grasp on, like, the main change is the smokes, really.
Yeah.
So I think we've all gotten adjusted to that change and are able to make plays based off that change. So it's helpful.
Nice. Yeah, absolutely. And going in toward the future, I'm not sure, how many trophies you guys are putting away this season and how successful you are, but I know you guys are a very talented team. So what does this trophy win mean for the program? What does this mean for the team, especially having come so close before?
Yeah, it means the world. It's my 5th year. It's K2's 5th year. I was unfortunately on the sidelines when we did win our last hardware, so this one feels really good to get off my chest. I have a record of losing in finals, and we finally broke that, so I can't be happier. It feels the world.
I think it means justifying last year's shortcomings.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Most definitely. I mean, you guys, it's a deserved victory. It was a close one, but a win is a win. And it was probably the closest or arguably most entertaining series we've had today, this weekend, dare I say. But a big congratulations, because that is your trophy, gentlemen. You can take this home. That is a first place grand finals victory. So let's pick up the trophy. Let's celebrate a little bit. It's a huge moment for RIT. A very big congratulations to them for walking away with the first place prize pool. We're not going to be sending our second place team home empty-handed, as they will walk away with that second place prize pool. And I believe RIT also gets a $100 Pizza Hut gift card. Pick it up. You don't got to wait. Let's go. Hey, huge congratulations to RIT, who are penultimate winner, but not the final winner of tonight. We've got Rainbow Six Siege coming at you in just a couple of minutes, folks. It's been a long day this weekend, but we're not done yet. We'll be right back here in just a couple of minutes.
You joined a little late.
Oh, my God.
Of round 2. And believe it or not, RIT is running something very similar to what we saw the last time we tried to play round 2. A little bit of an A stack. Let's see if GMU end up switching things up just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, and while we have a second, it's just a classic swing down mid. What's so interesting about this version of Inferno is that
they're not changing anything about that. They haven't been forced to do so, and running out of the top of mid, it ends up finding an open and kill, and they instead just break on towards this B side. SMG is the only 2 weapons that have picked up kills thus far, and Uni's still in the site, doubled up with the M4, make it a 3rd. Oh my goodness, Uni locking in everything he needs, and he finds already picking up that open and kill massively helps this. Looking for a second through the railing, Buddy will find it, and then they'll set up preset utility for the rest of their team to push in. The problem is it's a little late. Benji finds one from the pit, but that's That's all they'll end up picking away. And it's a 4v2, and you can see RIT on the map. They are saving this one. It will be a third for George Mason.
And listen, it's classic.
A minute and 30 seconds gone, and finally you'll see utility start to set in. You can see Uni also patiently waiting above on Flower Pots, looking for one, will find it, trying to spray down a second, but the swing from Crimson, he ends up doing a 180 and dusting down Uni. He will not find a multi-frag this time around, but he still does enough to allow the rest of his team to rotate it.
The plan, whenever
patiently waiting above on Flower Pots, looking for one, will find it, trying to spray down a second, but the swing from Crimson, he ends up doing a 180 and dusting down Uni. He will not find a multi-frag this time around, but he still does enough to allow the rest of his team to rotate it.
The plan, whenever you're the site anchor there, is usually get a kill, fall back, and then allow for your rotator.
Actually a Molotov that ended up hitting Crimson as he drops for the kill. He doesn't check mini pit. One kill found by K2. A switch for a second, but he cannot find the third. In the meantime, MJB falls as well. Again, losing the A site, but this time it's a walk up mid rather than a re-engagement from the CT side. And neither player's been seen because there was a mid smoke that hadn't dissipated yet.
Got to deal with Zoker. Big problem. On the timing. Brutal. Uni doesn't spot him out. Should be able to check this, though, in the long haul. Doesn't adjust fast enough. Zoker to the delivery as Proto now in the clutch. 1-on-3 TTL. Bad news bears as Proto falls. Zoker to deliver the second frag necessary. And
engagements on both sides. A 1-for-1 trade in B, but overall 2-for-1 trading for George Mason. And they have that doubled up player advantage. They have every option and opportunity they want. They don't check Ninja, but again, it only cost them one member. The disadvantage, the bomb was left in T-spawn, and that's now rotating up T-apps. It'll take a little while.
Hey, speaking of costs, this was a full invest over there.
I don't know. Whatever. Zoker has found an opening kill. Already you're seeing George Mason not only own Banana, as we saw earlier, but now starting to own up towards the A side. In the stack, it has worked fairly decently. They are in the correct position. Problem is they are improperly positioned for the direction it went. Again, a bomb plant. And it looks like that won't stop anytime soon.
A little bit lower, and that's when things get a little scary. Full brackets, full Banana, we're back to business, but MJB delivers in a big moment. A second frag from MJB. That's going to give them the 5-on-3.
Squid is a little bit low, but Tree says not. Let me plant my roots. Let me show you how it's done. The Tree blooms in absolute death. Right, and they do. They reach an OT
site alongside the bomb plant because they cannot swing it. However, they have all the control they need to try and come back with this one.
Numbers a game that hey, it doesn't lie. 4-on-2. Not ideal. Get in the post plant. That's plan number one. They come through the smoke. K2 is going to deliver. Crimson might be there, but Benji will.
It is freely walkable by Uni straight through the smoke, but Zoker still wins the first fight in through the library. The re-swing from Uni. Does he re-swing towards the A side? That's the real question. A flash around the corner. Zoker can get aggressive if he chooses to do so, but instead he's just baiting for Crimson, and it's working. Uni cannot pick a fight to do it, and it looks like it's going to cost him. George Mason, an 8-4.
Their way. Pistol round seems like a necessity.
Pistol would be a great start. RIT seem to know it, but they have disengaged, and it's massive mid-control early for George Mason. They are wasting absolutely no time holding W on the CT side, and it's working. 2-for-1, make it 3, make it 4. K2 is alone. It's been on deaf ears. Okay, good night.
Yeah, just nice shot, right? You know, K2 could have a vintage moment right here, but I just doubt it. 1v4 the requirement. He's got the first already. Isolating a fight. They're going to swing him. Needed that headshot immediately, and it will be GM.
And they have an 80% chance of winning the game in regulation. Or 78 specifically, but I'll round
incredible.
It up to 80.
It really is. And now we've got that for George Mason. Yeah. This is their map pick, and hey, one way to get it started. Hell of a way to get it started, I'll say that. Blocks alone. And that's
oh my goodness,
pretty free round. Hey, that's good enough. Retrade though from K2. That will set them up for a post plant.
They have the smoke moto already. That's the most important part of that. And they'll get the bomb down. It'll be in a safe spot where K2 can watch from a distance. That's the most important aspect. 1-for-1 trade. K2 finds one. He has to disengage. He runs out of ammo in the AK. He'll reload and try and take a different fight. But he has lower health. Make it even worse. And and George Mason prepared themselves towards a different aspect of a re-engagement. We haven't seen them get aggressive on a post plant like that. As soon as you flip the script, as soon as you change something about your play, you can catch your opponents off guard. That's exactly what we see here. Now, 11-4 is not what it used to be. Zonic's Law maybe not catching off what teams used to have, and
But they clear it. MJB with a great swing, and Zucker falls. The A site nearly no more, but there's still one man here. His name is Buddy, and he's delivering. Molotov allows him for a second. Benji will get there instead, and now the post plant can get activated. It's a 1v3. Jay Cracker, it's a tough task.
MJB is the saving grace of that round for RIT. It's dangerous for RIT, but they will still pick up the opening kill, and they'll get the bomb down, and another kill on top of it.
I do want to, on that topic of K2, you know, he's had hitting shots of his own. He's actually been really performing well. It's just been hard to see because the scoreline being what it is. Keeping that in mind, if that continues and we see MJP continue to step up along.
I don't know if this gets cleared. Zoker has just turned a few seconds ago, but he doesn't turn the right timing, and he ends up dying off the back of it. Last player on the site, it's Jay Cracker. He finds two. He'll almost find a third, but he'll finally be shut down. Bomb will go down, but the rotation is coming from the banana position, and with K2 not seeing anybody in CT, he may know it, and they should turn their purview in this direction.
Yeah, K2, he had
the bomb he fixed the first time, but he doesn't end up sticking it, and K2 will force him off. A third tap to come through. Will this be the fake that turns it all the way around? A swing on the far side. Is there time? You better believe there is. Buddy, ever so narrowly, he's got it!
No, he doesn't! He doesn't have it! Oh my gosh! George Mason losing it in the last moment!
CZ and a couple of USPs. CZ from distance, not what it used to be. It still finds a kill.
What
is that from Zoker? He's strafing and hits a shot.
Wait,
I can't hit that shot while standing still.
I think Proto was behind Uni. That is so random. Oh my goodness.
Deagle.
Sassy!
Nah. If they lose the previous round and win this one like they are currently, somebody's flower. I don't think they clear this. MJB doesn't clear it. Turn around! Turn around! Oh, he's dead.
And he certainly doesn't. Jay Cracker, he's going to get one, and Zoker, another, the 3K with the CZ? No, it will be the USV, but a full eco, an outrageous way after a clutch moment that doesn't quite go
through a smoke. Benji's dead. Opening duel, George Mason.
That does indeed feel bad. They're just going to pick it up. Flash through the top mid smoke. They're going to fall back a little bit. This AWP getting into position. A missed shot. And Sassy will go down. K2, how's he done that? Kill. He gets one and a second, but loses his teammate in the process. Here comes the swap into...
Through a smoke. Benji's dead. Opening duel, George Mason.
That does indeed feel bad. They're just going to pick it up. Flash through the top mid smoke. They're going to fall back a little bit. This AWP getting into position. A missed shot. And Sassy will go down. K2, how's he done that? He gets one and a second, but loses his teammate in the process. Here comes the swap.
Though it does not go off the wall as originally intended, so there is still an avenue in. The flash misses. They still swing for it, and are still looking for this aggression, and K2 ends up hitting the shot he was looking for. Oh my goodness, a 2v2, another bomb plant, and another post plant on the B side.
K2. Bailing out RIT.
Absolutely.
So many times. Longest standing in this team. Been together for the entire time that they've been at RIT. Crimson and Buddy setting up the U-tilt.
There's the turn. MJB looking for the aggression. Swing forward. He'll spray down one. He'll spray for the second. MJB finds all he needs. And more importantly, the exposure
to finish one off in K2. He's delivering when it matters most. Zoker will pop one head and then fall back around the corner, getting a second shot at it, and he delivers a second.
No help whatsoever. He just has a deagle, no armor, no info, and nothing to work with other than just the 50 caliber pistol, and he can't hit another shot, but he still finds a 2v2, and it seems like they have the util they need to work with. A picked up Molotov from Crimson will look to give them the advantage, but it missed!
Oh man, that's brutal. Massive money though. He's got the $600 already, and any more damage is huge. MJB is going to deliver in with Uni on the crossfire. Fine for RIT, but
the hero multiple times over. A nade will find a first. He's in a 1v4, a second on the backside of the box. He'll find a second, but the FAMAS has found a headshot, and that makes things much more than dire. A minute 5 on the clock. He wants to re-engage, but his shoulder has been seen. He's on 11 points of health, and that's all he'll be left with. The M4 strips the remainder away, and George Mason, at the final call, will take it 13-11 on Inferno.
I mean, listen, George Mason, double swing potentially coming in. That first shot is great, but he's got no idea. Thinks he's short. Clearly a question for Zoker, but he's going to get an idea. The shot's for K2, and he delivers phenomenal work. A 3K for K2 for RIT.
The combination there, Zoker throws the smoke short and re-engages Monster, but I don't know if this gets cleared immediately. It doesn't, but still, Proto wins that opening fight. Looking for a second, it's Benji to find two. Jay Cracker on this flank. The Deagle has to step up for anything more than one. In a 1v5, he needs near divine intervention. He'll find one. That's the good start he needs, but that's about it. And it's 4 for RIT.
Yeah, J-Cracker.
But it doesn't find as much as it was looking for. K2 still at least a saving grace, finds one. Crimson walks straight into a nade and a kill. But there's 8 seconds left. Just now will the bomb be planted, and it will be solidified.
And that's where that lack of a Molotov late into this round can be devastating with J-Cracker and Zoker. They're just walking all the way forward, finding everything on bridge. 1, 2, and 3 with ease. Side of short. I think that's J-Cracker over there. Crimson goes down as Proto's AWP is holding station towards heaven. Zoker's going to try and find some support back in. He'll do that and cut this to a more manageable situation.
The flank connector. The connector door's open. J-Cracker has no idea. He's dead from behind. That's the most important part. They open the connector door 35 seconds the time of day, and as soon as they do, Benji will fall. A second not found. Uni finds that kill, and he'll end up walking away with his life. I don't know if it'll end up being enough here for the defensive side. They'll walk in, and it looks like they'll die to the bomb. Yes, indeed they will. Valiant effort, unsuccessful, and the Brazil comes through.
So this is to say, Proto's got the AWP though. This fight won. That should seal the deal. Crimson going to have to give it its best shot, but that's going to be tough. And, well, without a lot of time left, maybe, just maybe he can do it.
No smoke. That's the problem. He could hold this, but he also doesn't have a kit. Oh my goodness, nothing going his way. Proto will swing. See the player without a kit. Crimson standing.
Call this a done deal. RIT. Very cautious about the flank that could be coming up. There is no such flank getting activated though. And that means post plants are going to be really strong.
Oh, they clear it, but he's dead. Uni will find one. Looking for a second. Will actually be shut down second time around. Buddy, that early damage didn't matter at all. And MJ an obvious advantage going into map 3. Anubis is our third map, which now seems to be more than likely to be on the cards, especially with how coordinated we're seeing this engagement on towards B. Not a plant into default. There's the aggression, trying to shut it down if they can, but it's actually planted on the backside of the pillar. Crimson ends up walking through, finds 2, finds an AK as well. He wants a third, but he'll be shut down in doing so.
Down. 25 seconds remain, and it's about time to get rolling. 4-on-4, 1-man at truck. That's all it's located. Great Molly indeed.
Force him at the open. They're not predicting it. That's the problem. Zoker ends up still finding a kill as he re-engages on the front side of the truck, and he has help from the backside of Bank. Dumpster even becoming an important part, and a 10-2 first half. George Mason before finally being shut down. A 2v2 as it stands. All that remains in terms of utility for either team is a single decoy grenade. An absolute nothing burger in the utility conversation, but not so much in terms of weaponry. A 1v1 now as it stands. A P250 and a USP, both equally as viable, but Satsy even better with it in his hands. As he's picked it up off a dead player, but similarly, a smoke for Proto. He, however, does not have a kit, and it seems like they're aware of it. Flash forward, one player walks out, he shuts down the first, but he has to hop back on the defuse and maybe bait out the second. Sassy, the spray, he ends up finding the kill, but he doesn't have the time. That's the problem. He runs out of the time, and it gives George... What are you doing on the backside of Slabs? That's a questionable decision for me. It's okay. Not the end of the world. George Mason's still very much in this. They pick up a 6th, but RIT has a couple rounds that they probably should have been able to walk away from. This one, maybe a little bit notwithstanding. Now 4 in a row for George Mason. 5 distance. George Mason so close for RIT, yet so far, as it's 7 on the board for the Patriots.
Doing a little dance right there, a little tango happening right in the bathroom. And the engagement, the decision-making for George Mason, whenever they're trying to take those fights, to catch someone off guard, but K2 will not be felled. Uni ready for it as well. Tries to fall back, and a little bit of damage there, and Buddy will take advantage of it. But this B-hold is currently standing as tall as you can.
Free swing from K2. He finds a second, looking for a third. He'll find that as well. 7-11.
A whole minute to work with. Maybe we shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves.
It's still possible. However, plausible or probable are two very different conversations. K2 still patiently waiting underwater. He finds the first kill as well. The bomb rotating in is very late. K2 low HP. He won't even have the opportunity to be involved in the fight. It ended before.
Considering that this is going to be a really tough buy round, I mean, you have to give it your best shot for GMU. Still, he's making that conversation, talking about what the plan is.
Seems like the B-rush is the call. They spent a minute talking about the exact same thing that I could say in 3 seconds, or in just 2. K2 on ace. DB doesn't care about who they've played. They just care that they've played. Nice swing. Oh, my goodness. Everybody's seemingly falling here. J-Cracker alone. Does he survive here? That's the real question. The M4, a pivotal part of this. He's faked. MJB still will swing, and he still will fall. Only one gun saved over them.
They're going to change the pace. It's time for the rush. Over at A for RIT.
Watch the flash. Jake Cracker on the backside of the site itself with an AK. He can't see a dang thing. He'll smoke himself off, but I believe he was seen before it fell. K2 already an opening, but it's still 2 for K2. He finds 4 kills in the last 2 rounds, and he's back in business. I wouldn't hate George wading through water. He's going to get help in a few seconds as the drop behind him will come through. Here's the engagement. Here may very well be the round, as the occupation of B site needs to hold this time around. They'll clear the backside of Cubby on 2 separate occasions, but Zoker will step up for 1. A second for Buddy. Here's the return to form for George Mason. Here will be the round. A 3rd for the Patriots as they step up. And wants this kill, will not be able to find it. Still the 2 for 2. Make it 3, make it 4. Jay Cracker steps up, and again, it's K2 in a clutch. Again on the B side, and again, has very little help or utility. Crimson will make it 4. Much more reasonable for George Mason in the first half. And now, what say RIT? So a little bit more support this time around as the bomb gets solidified once more. They also don't have that same CT control they're hoping for. P250 out. It'll find a follow-up kill. Actually help from Uni as he finds the final shot. But Zoker's still alive. A P250 not even needed. He'll find the Glock. And it's a Glock once more for Crimson. George Mason
stick together. That's exactly what George Mason should be doing, and for the most part are doing.
It's very calm. All calm on the Western Front. MJB may actually get the business of finding an extra kill if he doesn't cleared. Oh, no. He's dead. They don't even take away an extra MAC-10, much less what could have been the Galil to go CT. That's not the case. Both of them rotating straight through this mid position, but both of them will be heard. A small herd of elephants for Zoker as he knows exactly where they're coming from. There's a smoke, however. There is no kit. That's the one issue. Do they clear this top side? He makes more than enough noise in the spray. He had the gamble. Unfortunately, he finds absolutely nothing. Shoves all in, returns with this one, so it's 8 of 24. Dead even at 1/3 of rounds. 33% win rate on your CT side between Inferno, Overpass, and Anubis in that order. And we still have some Anubis to play, just without an extra AK.
I mean, that AK, honestly, it kind of makes
20, 40, all in all, 100, 240 damage, 150, something like that. Numbers are hard, you get the general idea. Nice spray. Crimson actually does find 2 more kills. AK is given away, but it will not be for free. Spray down for Buddy. He finds a couple kills of his own. George Mason within 1. Anubis, I will remind you, the decider.
Line. Flash comes in, Crimson dodges it, but Benji and MJB all overwhelm. Proto will hold digits for RIT.
Took him a little bit longer. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague Grand Finals. I'm still your host, Septilence, and we are jumping into our 3rd and final game of the day, our 7th and final game of the weekend, Rainbow Six Siege. From what I understand, this is going to be a very good matchup, Fisher versus Akron. And as a guy that does not know a lot about Rainbow Six, I've heard that this series has the potential to be anything and everything incredible and amazing. And my fingers are crossed that it is just as good as that CSGO that we saw just moments ago. That's all I've got for you guys as of right now, but Time to Light and Fellow are ready to walk you through what is hopefully a banger series. Thank you very much, Septilence. Our final, grand final in back-to-back semesters is indeed Rainbow Six Siege. It's Akron taking on Fisher in the culmination of our two-day show. I'm Time to Light. Joined alongside me is the very handsome John Commentate himself, Fellow. And I gotta say, coming into Fisher Akron, both teams underdogs coming into this season compared to what we've seen in multiple NACE semesters beforehand. What's changed?
Well, now we see the Zips finally inside of the NACE Starleague. This is their first semester in actual play during the Varsity Premier Series.
Yep.
And they've already climbed the top. They are the top seed. And against Fisher, I wouldn't deem them the underdogs here. We've seen previous experience between these two teams facing off in other collegiate leagues. And Fisher College, they were just dead out of the water off the rip, losing 0-3 in a grand final series not too long ago.
Yeah, we also saw Fisher have some difficulties in the last couple semesters. Very close, similar to how RIT's been, just not in grand finals, more on the precipice of them, semifinal exit, quarterfinal exit. They've had some difficulties, but now's a great time for them to come back. We talked to them earlier. They've said it themselves. They've had some difficulties against Akron. Now's a very good time to remedy those scenarios. Here is also a very good time to look at our schedule. We saw earlier on Oklahoma Christian took on St. Clair. Thus far, I am 2 for 2 on full game predictions, down to like the game specifically. I said Oklahoma Christian was going to win 4-2, and they did. I said RIT was going to win 2-1 while Call of Duty was still going, and they did. Now, earlier on, I said Fisher was going to win 2-1. I'm going to stick by that. However, Akron has had their number time in and time out, but just not in best of threes. We'll see if that's the case here.
Absolutely, and we were talking briefly with them for the pre-show regarding map bans, and both Akron and Fisher were under the same assumption that it's completely different. It's night and day between best of fives and BO3s when it comes to that map ban selection, because you have more options and you can be a little more accurate as to where you want to go. And both teams have a lot of experience on similar maps. Bank and Oregon, for example, Akron and Fisher have played quite a lot. So if we were to see some of those maps in play today, I wouldn't be surprised.
We could see a couple of those maps dropped or picked up by Akron and or Fisher. These three maps still very much up and on the card. Speaking of drops, by the way, Ubisoft is very kind to sponsor this event as they're hooking us up with 9,000 R6 credits throughout the entirety of this event. So keep an eye on Twitch chat. You can find unique R6 codes to use in the game. You have to have the game open to use them. It doesn't work through the Ubisoft client. It doesn't work through ubisoft.com/redeem. Use them in the game. You can pick up R6 credits, 2,400 apiece throughout the entirety of this event. Very kind from Ubisoft.
That can get you really anything at this point, Dan. An elite skin, it can get you Pro League skins as well. It goes a long way to have that many credits. And the new season pass. I mean, the new season sure got delayed, but it's coming out just around the corner. So you can even spend those R6 credits on that for free.
Yeah, new season coming through, new battle pass, everything. Speaking of new, we had a new pizza earlier that I absolutely devoured between the break.
Sounds great.
So
I'm starving.
While we have a second, I am grabbing. I'm going to call Pizza Hut. Give me a few.
Yeah. Can you get something for me too as well?
What do you want?
Anything that's edible, please. So like anything on the Pizza Hut menu at this point.
Lots of things are. Okay.
Absolutely.
1 second. Hello? Yes. Yes, I'm back. Yes, I'd like to place another order. Something similar, preferably. Medium pepperoni. Still.
We can work with that. We can work with that.
The wings from earlier were also good. Could I get wings? Honey barbecue?
Sure.
Okay.
We can work with that.
Honey barbecue works.
And 8 pounds of ranch, if they have it.
Ranch 2, please. Okay. Boise State Esports Arena. Yep, same place. Yep. Okay. 45 minutes, an hour probably for the first map.
Yeah, give or take.
This should be close. So 1 hour. That work? Awesome. All right. I'll see you then. Thank you.
Say, if you call them again, you might want to give them the hotel address for after our event as well.
I'm actually getting pizza after this.
Oh, that
more.
You need to invite me to your room then for a little bit of a pizza session. Sounds pretty good.
I'd go for some pizza later. Well,
yeah.
I gotta say, opening things up has been no guarantee for Fisher. They've had some difficulties. These two teams played in the regular season, both in CR6 and here in NACE, and it was about as close as it could have gotten. Akron, however, has had Fisher's number just about every day of the week. We saw it on Bank back when they played in the regular season, 8-7 in favor of Akron. About as close as things could get in a best of one. Quite literally as close as things can get in a best of one. I don't know if that's going to be the guarantee here. We can take a look at our rosters. Some new faces to some of these teams. Some old faces to some of them as well. Techwill, the new addition to Fisher College alongside Scoob, Maple, Cappy, and everybody's favorite, Brennan Beezer.
And for Akron as well, ever since I have started casting collegiate, I have recalled IMAT just playing the game. This is his final semester inside of collegiate, so topping it off with a nice win inside of NACE Starleague would go such a long way for the storyline, for the plot. And Akron, they've had so many accolades in the past couple of years as well. They've won inside of NACC. They've won inside of CR6. The list goes on. So just adding more to the trophy room as well, it would be phenomenal. And they also have some new additions as well.
Yes.
CL specifically is the newest member of their roster, but I got to see him play a little bit. Some warm-ups were going on for the Zips earlier, and they're phenomenal.
I wanted to bring up some of the older members for Akron, though. Akron on Twitter is at Zips Esports, posted 5 days ago. The Akron Rainbow Six Siege team will be joining our Rocket League team in Boise, Idaho this weekend. The Rainbow Six team will face off against Fisher College in the NACE Starleague Grand Finals, December 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's right now. We're headed into Bank, by the way, as our first map. But some of the responses were gold. Quote, JetCon has to be the Bo Nix of CR6. Bro has been playing forever. And then somebody else responded, wait till you hear he's got another year in him. Somebody else said, the year is 2042. My son goes to Akron to play on the Siege team with IMAT on his 7th master's degree. It's
Bro is
amazing.
completing all side quests.
All of them.
He is going for the 100% completion record for Akron Esports.
Absolutely.
Say for JetCon as well, him and Scoob, a little bit of rivalry between one another. They played recently inside of Element 2, which if you don't know is the semi-pro league inside of Rainbow Six Siege, and Scoob clocked him, specifically on Blitz. So if you see a Blitz ban distributed by Akron, you could probably put 2 and 2 together. That has to be targeted. But so far, we haven't seen that just yet for the attacker side. It's been a Ying and Dokkaebi off the board, which Dokkaebi being a great operator for gathering info, hunting down those roamers in the early and late game, whereas Ying, she is so explosive, literally and figuratively, with those flashes. She can make or break in attacking execute into the bomb site, so having her off the board is a great selection.
And no change for Fenrir as well on the defensive side. Fenrir gives you so much free information and free real estate when you're trying to take some of these more advantageous gunfights. Valkyrie, a very similar scenario. Free information, and information leads to gunfight victories. Absolutely no surprises across the board in terms of bans. I want to bring up bans elsewhere, not only here. In E2 right now, the 2 top banned operators are Ying at 75% of games and Dokkaebi at 62.5% of games, 6 times and 5 times respectively through Swiss round 1. On the other side of that, Fenrir tied for the 2nd most banned operator, technically 3rd. He's got 3 bans of 8 games played, and Valkyrie 5th, 2 bans of 8 games played. So none of these bans are outside the ordinary. This isn't a collegiate moment, oh my goodness, I can't believe we're running these bans. This is about as stock standard as things get in the Rainbow Six Siege realms, and lockers and CCTV will be where we kick things away on Akron's defense of Fisher's first map selection of Bank. Apparently, compared to what we saw in the regular season, they think Bank can go their way this time around.
Wouldn't be surprised. They have a star-studded roster, and on any given day, these players can pop off. Unfortunately, we have a minute disconnect, but I'm sure we'll finish that we'll fix that momentarily, pardon. For the lineup of Akron, it screams that they want to have a little bit of diversity. They've got a lot of plant denial and intel with those toxic babes via Jobu on smoke, CL bringing Echo as well. The Yokais are quite literally a camera to help you get information during the round, and also deny a plant if necessary. Solus, Capcan, Legion, these are all operators that are a lot more inclined to be roaming across the map, wasting time and providing a lot of good resources for your team by either working picks or just destroying utility, so it cannot be used in the late round when trying to plant that diffuser.
Yep, looks like this will be a rehost. We'll get this game restarted. Both players' game crashed, it seems. Cappy's game out the window.
Just these
unfortunate
things.
But we will remake the lobby. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Welcome to Rainbow Six Siege.
No.
This is not the end of the world, though. We are on LAN. Everybody should be able to boot their game back up. Everything will be just
like
fine.
that. You know, it's funny, Dan. I think we had a rehost almost immediately back in Indiana as well during the spring, if I remember correctly. We had a couple of connection issues back then. Yeah, it's just Siege things. That's the way we like to highlight it. It does.
This is the
all
best
the time.
case scenario for it to happen.
Get it out of the way early so there will be no more problems, hopefully. Knock on wood.
So I was actually going to say the exact same thing. Knock on wood. We don't have any problems. This is the exact same thing we had in Indianapolis back when Butler hosted.
Yep.
We had a rehost to start, and we didn't have any more technical issues throughout the rest of the day. I hope I'm going to knock on wood once more just because we're on
that
camera.
massive 10-head.
Yeah. I got to say, this is a weird scenario for both of these teams to come into. No real guarantees for either of them. This is the most even predicted game that we've had all weekend, where Oklahoma Christian and St. Clair could have been close. Our last game, RIT and GMU, was close and was predicted to be fairly so, but it could have gone 2-0 or 2-1 in favor of RIT. Either one was reasonable. Yesterday, we had favorites all day. Maryville, League of Legends, enough said. I feel Maryville and Overwatch, similar scenario. This is a very star-studded roster on both sides, and it has been throughout these weekend plays.
even during the Open Premier Finals just a few days ago, Fisher, their B team, who was playing in the Open Premier against, I believe it was Central Florida, they were the favorites at a good point. I commentated that game with my friend Klimps, who was the color commentator at that time with me, and it was a complete slugfest. We went to full maximum overtime in the third best-of-3 series, or the third map during the best-of-3 series, pardon, and it went down to the very end. It was a 1v3 post-plant. Staz on Fisher tried to clutch, and it just was not enough to seal the deal. I'm hoping we get that same kind of energy going into this best-of-3 series as well, because everyone on Fisher and Akron can pop off when needed. Even the support players like Jobu, for example, who tends to be a little bit farther in the back on those operators like Smoke, like we just saw, he can still clutch up when need be, especially when this game can come down to the final seconds in many situations.
Yeah, this is a scenario, at least in the earlier stages of this game, is if you start off well, you will have some level of momentum. We were talking earlier with Fisher College and getting their thoughts on some of what could be our maps. Both of these teams, spoiler alert, because we've already gotten our bans done, both of these teams did not want to play Nighthaven. Actually, both of these teams didn't want to play Clubhouse. Fisher wanted to play Nighthaven, but Akron's like, that's not happening, so they banned it first. Those two maps were off the board early. But when I asked Akron, I said yesterday, this was waiting while I think it was Rocket League was being played. I asked Kosa, I said, hey, what are map bans looking like tomorrow? He leans back and goes, Nighthaven and Consulate. And here I am, thrilled, because I'm thinking, oh, we're playing Nighthaven Consulate. Lost in translation, he meant they're banning them immediately.
Off the rip, and that's exactly what happened. Beezer showed me the map bans right before we got on the desk, and it was Nighthaven, Consulate.
Yep, first two. Gone.
We get to have no fun here. But hey, I mean, Bank's a really entertaining map, especially depending on what operators are available. Solus is a phenomenal example of someone who can make or break a round off the rip. If you don't have any drones to gather info and you have to clear out the entire map, there's no chance you are going to have enough resources in the end game to do your job as an attacker. So I'm really hoping both Akron and Fisher on their defensive side can really crutch that operator to make the attackers' lives a living hell.
I'm also curious as to what some of our operator selections will be on the defensive side. I've seen many different schools of thought over many different games of Bank. And on the defensive side here for Akron, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something that is stock standard. We talked to them, like I said, they've been playing a little bit more stock standard in some of their scrims, what scrims they have had this season. And in regulation, they've looked about as, I'm not going to say common as a team can, but it seems to be their playstyle. And they're very good at owning it. They start off well to most of these rounds. Opening kills are a very big part of their game, but they're playing up against a very effective and early aggressive team of Fisher. I wouldn't be surprised if Scoob on the defensive side in the second half holds W at a window in 4.5 seconds.
It could come down to the wire in almost every situation where it's some sort of 1vx for either a support player of Jobu or a roamer trying to come back to site, for example. And even on Fisher, I think we've all had instances for when they play in collegiate where someone's popping off. I mean, Beezer on the rare occasion, despite him being the IGL, if he's feeling frisky, he'll play Ayana and just try to run across the map and kill as many people as possible. Even Cappy, once in a blue moon, she will go crazy in the lobby securing massive clutches. I think you and I were casting that Jaeger 1v3 on Oregon where she had to retake during a post plant and still won the round, which I think eventually led to Fisher sealing that map as a successful win.
Actually, we were talking with Fisher as well, and the conversation of roles came up, what they've been for multiple seasons. A couple seasons ago when Yali was still on the team.
That's a throwback. Yeah, that was right when they were a team at the very beginning.
Yeah, so the team started. Yali originally was a player, then went to coach. Beezer, through all of this, was hard breach, although Yali would pick it up sometimes as the coach. It kind of helps to IGL in that scenario. Then he was like, I want to play entry. I want to play entry. But the problem was in the earlier stages of this team, nobody had that same experience to play hard breach to the same efficacy that they needed to succeed. So Beezer took the role, and he did so very well. But on the few scrims that they played in the earlier stages of the season, Cappy was hard breach. He was entry. He was dropping a few 20 bombs because he's Beezer on entry. And Cappy was like, oh, I'm happy with hard breach. Second scrim. I don't know. We'll see. We'll wait for the third. Third scrim, I'm never playing hard breach again. Beezer went right back to it. He's like, yeah, I thought it was going to happen, but we were hoping for it.
I had a similar conversation, and she went, I sometimes blank out when I play hard breach. It's just not a role that's suitable for me. And you eventually figure that out via trial and error. Yeah. So when you have all this time to play in a majority of 3/5 of this team you've been playing with since 2021 at this point, I think it's been over 2 years now since Fisher has been a collegiate team instead of Rainbow Six, that gives you time to experiment and then figure out what suits you the best for your play style.
Yeah, they have had that play style about locked in, but it's been a similar scenario for Akron. By no means are these guarantees. By no means will their team solidification over multiple seasons be any difference maker against Akron than it would be the other way around. Like we've said, IMAT is like the oldest player in collegiate Rainbow Six Siege history.
Yep.
He's been around longer than JetCon and is graduating this semester, so congratulations, IMAT. Unfortunately, will not be here in the spring, so this is his last collegiate match. Other than CR6 finishing in the next couple weeks, I think NECC as well. Some of these leagues are finishing, but this will be his last NACE official game before he graduates Akron University.
Really unfortunate that we have seen the good times come and go, and now a new series of that beginning as well for the NACE Starleague specifically. Getting to see teams like JMU, for example, still be a consistent top 4 team despite them not making it into the grand finals this time around. Having Fisher as well. They've only been a team for 2 years, but they have also had the same kind of success. And also still having some of the old guard members. I remember when we used to cast, Purdue and NC State, for example. It really feels like Akron is the last of a dying generation that we may not get to see again for a long time.
Akron playing NC State with CDAPS on the team.
I have casted CDAPS playing in a collegiate match. He played Finca LMG back when it was good and dropped a bomb in the game. He went crazy on Oregon.
He knows what he's doing, whether in the game or out of the game. We'll go through our exact same bans. Nothing will change here. We're just doing it as a formality because it looks really cool. I got to say, of course, moving into this first round, Akron starting the defensive side. This is not their map selection. Fisher chose it as a first map. That is my surprising part about this. I was expecting something different. Chalet is second as our second map, and then Border will be our third to close. We are not getting the collegiate special of Chalet Oregon Club or Oregon Chalet Cafe or something along those lines. Cafe was banned. Shout out Fisher. And we are going to see, in order, Bank picked by Fisher, Chalet picked by Akron, surprisingly, and Border as a decider.
For the last finals that Fisher and Akron played against one another, we saw at least Chalet in play, and that was a 7-2 stomp by Akron.
Yeah.
We also saw Cafe. That was also a win for Akron, albeit a much closer bout. And Oregon was even in play, which I mentioned earlier. Both Fisher and Akron love to play on that map. However, it was banned this time around. Instead, Bank will be in play.
Yep.
And, of course, if you didn't see it earlier, still the same operators back in round number 1. We didn't talk much about the offensive side, but it looks to me that they want to have at least some emphasis on the hatch presence. That's why they have the Habana to get open area and the admin hatch opened up to put more pressure on the bomb site. But they also have a lot of late round operators that can be very successful. For example, you've got the Grim, who can be really good at making these very annoying choke holds where the defense can't really get past because of those Bs providing so much info for the offense. And also the Twitch, which might not seem that crucial, but if Scoob is able to sneak in somewhere, lurk around with that DMR or F2, whatever he prefers, and also have those Twitch drones for more intel and some utility destruction, that can go a long way as well.
I like this engagement. You're playing an Echo to start. I'm really a big fan of this, actually. Not something you usually see, and not something that's going to be predicted early. A Twitch could directly counter this, but you actually have to see the Echo drones. They are no longer translucent like they used to be, or transparent. However, they do still catch you off guard if you don't hear the rotors of the moving drone up above you. Beezer will open things up as we expected on that hard breach roll. We were talking to Cappy. She said she doesn't play Lion as much as she used to. It's not Lion every round. It may be in the next patch because he's got nades. However, Cappy will start things off on the Grim. This is not an absurd start on either side. The two notable operators I'm seeing, again, the Twitch. Techwill will pick up the Finca on a fairly often basis compared to what used to be the Iana. And you're already seeing a top 4 clearance, but no one's home. It's an Akron Turtle.
Hoping that Fisher will waste a lot of their own time just clearing out empty corners, which so far seems to be the case. You still have a little bit of presence down below in the first floor, but with the hatches already being opened up, you can fall off comfortably and not risk your life and play that proper 5-man anchor, which is very beneficial because you can hold any kind of angle that you need. For example, if someone tries to lurk down garage across the map, if you have all 5 defenders alive, you can put someone purposefully in garage to shut down that lurk and make sure Fisher does not get any cheeky kills to start off their execute on the right foot.
That Akron Turtle, bar 1, will occupy just the site, and Archives has just one. There's Cappy. Opening kill of the NACE Starleague Rainbow Six Siege Grand Finals goes the way of this Fisher College attack. Cappy with the 5.52 commando, and with the can openers will pop open the lobby hatch. I like the setup for Fisher. You bring the Habana for hatches, you bring the can openers. You will give yourself so many opportunities to get in when your aggression time arises. They even find a second Techwill cooks a nade and cooks Kosa.
Another kill collected by Fisher. They are just racking up score after score so far, and they still have a minute to play. This gives them so much time to gather info and just power their way down the marble stairs. That leaves just IMAT.
CL dispatched of, and IMAT left alone. Decent position for him to be in, but he's off the site. He does still have that Spec IO sensor, but it's not going to matter. Fisher start things off. Flawless round. Tech will finds 2, one with a spear as a headshot to close it. And clean as ever on the attacking side. We were talking about their attack and what we could expect. They said we usually take these first 3 attacking rounds, the first half of the first half, to really feel out what the defense is doing. Not always will you see them successful. Not the case here.
It was instant aggression. Sure, there was about a minute spent on the top floor clearing out any potential roamers in that position. But once they realized there were no roamers above, it was completely vacant, they spent little to no seconds working their way down into the first floor and hunting for that first initial gunfight, which they found in JackCon in the midst of tellers. Once that isolated defender was taken care of, they worked their way into open area so they can try to get the hatches opened up and play for an objective rush to get that diffuser down. And after they already had a 5-on-2, they figured, let's just barrel down marble and just play numbers. And it went perfectly. Quite literally a flawless round for them. And if we, again, continue to see that aggression, it's going to be Akron's job now on the defense to try to play that same game against Fisher College, so it's not going to be, a one-sided affair where it's entries coming out left, right, and center for Fisher.
Akron also changing a little bit about this defensive hold in the bottom floor. They are intentionally opening up multiple hatches. This is what we see similar to the previous round, but the one change is bringing in the Echo more aggressive. They're setting up similar cams as we saw in rounds prior, but I'm also surprised that they're not getting more aggressive. You don't see any more players in the top floor than we saw in the previous rounds. You don't see Twitch being brought, at least to counter anything specifically. I think it's just the Mozzie. That's the change in terms of operator selection for the defensive side.
Hoping to maybe slow down Fisher, breaking a lot more drones in that position, but you could argue that Solus was doing the exact same thing. That all is kind of, interjected, though, because Beezer is on Montaigne, a human shield that cannot be denied. Sure, a bit of damage was dealt towards him via that Capcan trap by ATM single, but it's not going to slow him down whatsoever. They're still going for a lobby overtake. They detected JetCon and are looking to push him further into the map and maybe even work for entry, but this time they've got IMAT to worry about as well.
Cappy looks away. Beezer does find the refrag, but JetCon at least goes 1-for-1 on the Capcan, and here's that level of re-aggression for Akron. This is the change of pace we were looking for them. The Legion getting a little bit more aggressive, finally disengages as they go 1-for-1 on the middle floor. That's more than good enough on an engage, on an extension to the top. That is what you needed if you're seeing this from the Akron point of view. 2-for-1, Cappy's down, you lose the can openers, and I don't think there's a primary hard breach. There's not. There is no primary hard breach anymore, and you've lost your own can openers.
Having that aggression mid-round worked wonders for Akron, keeping that lead up. It's going to be a lot more challenging for Fisher with an extra gun down because Montaigne is on the board to work this man deficit back. They have to gamble a couple of 50-50 gunfights, and if Akron can just play for the trades in this next minute 20, they should be comfortable to tie us off 1-1.
CL hearing and seeing the Montaigne, but not doing anything about it, at least not directly. And it seems like everybody's dedicating themselves towards this general direction. But is Beezer a bait? That's the real question. Nobody, at least right now, here to support him. The C4, even through the shield, it does much more damage than it used to, and you can see exactly why with that shield falling. Scoob and Maple left alone. Nades available, but not going to hit anything, right, at least not right away.
50 seconds left. A lot of time to work this round for Fisher. But again, the man advantage that Akron has built up from the early round and is still working around is just so darn strong. And they still have utility. We didn't see this last round, but both the Smoke and Echo are still alive, giving more info for the defense to work off of as the Marble players shut down. That leaves just one attacker left on Fisher College, and this does not seem to be a good spot for Scoob as he tries to lurk his way through server into sight.
Yeah, he's got 30 seconds. Diffuser not in pocket. I don't think he's been seen, as the barbed wire that was there had been dispatched of. Actually, it wasn't put down. Jobu still has barbed wire in his back pocket. But it's not going to matter. It's 20 seconds. 2 players are low, sure, but it's really not going to matter at the end of the day. He'll still swing. He'll still look for the aggression if he can find it, but it's still going to be an Akron round. We'll look to be tied up as soon as they find the kill. As soon as there we go. Give him a few seconds.
Really waiting on the final bell to toll. Quite literally, we've got bells
in
the crowd. We need more cowbell. Hopefully that happens at some point.
I think it's the players with the cowbells. I'm not gonna lie. I think they picked him up out of the crowd and brought him.
That'd be awesome. That is some Sun Tzu level of war tactics. Every time you get around when you start shaking it like a rattler, that's a great idea. But for Fisher, they probably weren't expecting that same level of aggression off the rip. You saw how fluid Fisher was in that first minute, just hunting down one roamer by Tellers, and Akron, instead of picking a new bomb site, trying a whole new strategy, they just put more of a defensive stronghold up above, which wastes more time by Fisher, and it grants them more opening success in the kill department, giving them less resources in late round. That is exactly what we talked about, and that's one of the benefits of picking a map like Bank is you have so many options to work with. It can really make the attacker's job taxing if they lose too many bodies off the rip.
Akron surprisingly going to open area instead of the top floor. Usually you'll see teams try to favor that CEO position rather than open and staff, but I suppose you do you. And the defensive side bringing something different this time around. You're going to see the Kiba barriers for the first time today. A Monty not on the new patch. If this was, as expected, run by Rainbow Six Siege, last week was supposed to be the update. Monty would have 3 Evil Eyes. He does not. He will not until the update date is mentioned, and said date then culminates. But unfortunately, Monty will not have his 3 Evil Eyes. Dream.oxg is not happy just yet.
So sad.
But he'll be fine.
My favorite NAL support player of all time, besides Mr. B, of course.
I don't know.
Little bias there, but
he's technically not
North there
American.
anymore. I was
he's
literally
not
about to
North
say
American.
he's not there anymore. Save wavelength.
Well, not even that. He's British. Not NA support player.
You got me. You got me good.
He's British.
We can make some exceptions.
Wow. Imagine your favorite NA support player not being from NA. Not very NA.
You had to do me that dirty on broadcast. I can't believe this, Dan. After all these years, I thought I could trust you. It's been thrown down the drain. At least the Alda is still just as potent as ever. Really nothing much changing on that weapon, more specifically as well. It's still just as powerful, just no ACOG.
We're also seeing Scoob playing on the Nook with being active droned up blue. They haven't taken top square because they really don't feel like they need it. The problem is all this information gained on the top floor, that means that the Nook can't immediately push down. You can see it bottom right of your screen, Nook still blue stairs. Tech will smokes off the single wall, at least the single hole available in it, and he takes that top floor control. Maple's still here. He has diffuser. Needs to be a little bit more careful if they want to play around that same time available. But a minute change gone. An opening kill goes the way of Jobu with a shotgun, no less.
I saw the idea for Techwell trying to push in to allow Maple to hop into the building safely, but bit off a little more than he could chew. Scoob does find that response after some proper drone work, assisting him up that staircase. Kosa shut down. That leaves a little bit less info on the defensive side, but things tied off at a minute 20. This is a very awkward spot for Maple to play in. There's still roamers up above, and he has no one left to assist him, but that kill collected by Cabby could be a huge space maker for the rest of the Falcons.
Something we didn't talk about. Techwell brought in the Brava to counter out that Maestro, and it ends up working. They do not have the Evil Eye as information even on the backside of open area. So keep that in mind should the diffuser start to go down there. The information that usually would be available is not.
They have
the other
sight.
conversation is where the heck is Akron? The site has been taken on both sides. They've walked in the open window and inside the staff double door, and nobody can do anything about it. IMAT, those are not breachable as they used to be, and he'll fall off the back of it. The 417 from Beezer locks in one, make it a second. Fisher retake the lead.
Beautiful round by the Falcons, working off the back of the info. You talked about it earlier, destroying those Evil Eye cameras, which, with them gone, there was no one able to calm that there were people pushing into bomb site. That was such an awkward retake because Akron were entering the room completely blind in a 3, if not 4 versus 2 during that round. But the info for Fisher as well, supporting people to get rid of Kosa, for example, that pulse being shut down at a good time frame, and acknowledging that the bomb site is open for the attackers, they wasted no seconds, no effort whatsoever just to hop in, plant the diffuser, and really put the hurt down on the Zips.
Third round goes away of Fisher. They retake the lead. They gain back in round number 1. But they're not out of the woods just yet. And the most important aspect of this is Akron still made it somewhat close in the earlier stages. The issue was that on-site presence that you talked about, the lack of information because of the Brava, because usually you say, hey, dead players hop on cams, and you're relying on the Evil Eye cam at the back of open. But when you don't know it's been taken, and or you don't know it's dropped, you don't have the information. A lack of information, granted, is information in and of itself, but not good enough to write home about. That's the issue at the end of the day. Fisher take the lead, they earn it, they play really well to start off that round, and also they're gaining early information here. Mozzie again required from Akron. This is the second time we're seeing the offset going out.
Now they have more info as well, not only from the Mozzie and Echo, of course, which we've already seen in this first map, but even a Malusi, which is a great operator at stalling the offense. If we saw that exact same round panned out, there could have been more opportunities for Akron to readjust if they had those Banshee traps, because they slow down the offense from entering certain portions of the map where those Banshees are being deployed. It's one of the best gadgets in rank to stop people who just run at you and try to work their gunfights. And given how reliant Fisher have been on those opening kills and that tempo, I think the Melusi is a great pick.
I like the call. I'm a fan of the Melusi for the main
100%.
reason that it is the direct counter to Brava. Sure, they can still be hacked, yes. However, you have so many more things to hack. You have, what, 3 hacks per Sludge Drone?
Is it really worth it to hack a Banshee?
Exactly. And that's where you have that extra variability. You have some level of redundancy available should you need it. That's the most important aspect of this. That's what has to change.
Nice opening found by Kosa. Scoop off the rips. That same lurk play that granted Fisher the early man lead is not going to be a factor here in this round. Still a pretty strong roam presence here by Akron as well. The dock may be falling off a little bit closer towards the marble side of the map, but Jobu's still playing above by the hatch, and with him being so close proximity by that hallway with a shotgun, it is going to be a nightmare for the offense to try to clear him out unless they have some sort of potential to try and force him out with utility, which they eventually do so.
Already won. TechWill finds at least a return, but that's not enough for Fisher to say the very least. Akron's difficulty has been these opening duels, and finally they bring 1, make it 2 back, but TechWill there for 2 of his own. And just like that, there's the change of pace for Akron coming back to bite them. Overzealous, I think, to say the very least. And more importantly, in this round, they don't have that same freedom to move about. Kosa is the only outlier in this round. That has to change. If he's forced out of position, then I think this round may very well go Fisher's way again.
Seems like it. One more line scan left, but IMAT just narrowly winning that gunfight. Beautiful shot, and with the help of the dock as well, he'll stem himself all the way back up and can still look for more confrontations in the final 45 seconds. Maple above, sure he's got some vertical to push back the defense, but all things considered, Akron just has to burn out this timer and wait for someone to try to plant that diffuser. Nice kill calculated by TechWill. That's his 3rd in the round, but it's still a very tough spot to come back from given the amount of utility that's left here for Akron in terms of those yokais.
And IMAT has taken somewhere in the neighborhood of 250 damage. He's actually found a follow-up kill off the back of it. That has to be more, and it's not at all. The dock selection was nearly everything for Akron. IMAT, calling well above his years, even though he's one of the oldest players in Collegiate Rainbow Six, can still have that same freedom to move about when he has all the health in the world. 125 default, plus everything more when Doc re-stims you up above that same number.
Same thing cannot be said for Fisher. No Finka on the board, so after Maple took that confrontation through the hatch, he was on a sliver of HP for the last dying moments of round number 4, and he was just so vulnerable to both tellers in case someone were to, or archives, pardon, to retake from that position given there was still the rotate hole available to the defense, and the double door, which IMAT just swung him from, and he died. So solid job by Akron to once again keep that tempo in order and make sure Fisher are not going to be getting any more freebie rounds when these bomb sites are being reattempted.
Seems like Fisher wins a round, Akron picks the same site and wins the round. That has been the back and forth and back and forth. Surprisingly enough, Akron in this round does not decide to go down towards the bottom floor. I'm a little surprised they don't reselect it. They've already won it once. I suppose the devil you know versus the devil you don't. I hate algebra, so I despise unknown variables. That's the case here for Akron, is the top floor has not been played thus far today. Something different being brought for them is the castle, and understandably so in the top floor. You want to give yourself a little bit more freedom around many, many barricades in the windows, but also the Warden, and a fairly unprompted Warden, in my personal opinion. I'm a little surprised this is being brought.
Given that there has been only one smoke operator this whole game, and that was Twitch, played a little bit earlier by Fisher, it does seem a bit questionable, but given how effective an operator like Capitao can be on this map because of the window repel pressures that the offense can create, it's not a bad bet. You also get a deployable shield, which can be used to help with those extensions on the top floor, and it's a 1.5 gun with no recoil, so you really can't go wrong with Warden, but of course there could have been better options given the context of what we know with Fisher being brought here in terms of operator selections.
Kanto position being cleared out. Any utility that was there would have been removed. There wasn't a whole lot, maybe a couple of magnets, but that has been dispatched of just the same. You see Akron not really caring all that much about it, not all that much changing about their defensive setup. They're very condensed. That's the most important aspect of this. Nobody's roaming on the bottom floor. Nobody's even on the first floor. But Jobu playing the Warden inside a janitor. Kosa still around meeting. You have the rappel down somehow skylight without being dispatched of, and JetCon trying to play aggressive here on the Azami. Needs to be careful. He's fairly low. I suppose Montaigne isn't that much of a deadly operator, but when you're low, he can kill you in 2 shots on the P9.
Just being that spearhead to allow the line to walk up that lobby staircase almost for free. This could be a power position for Cappy. They'll trade with the Azami, but there's even better coverage by Akron. CL creeps in from the front desk and shuts down 2, leaving just Maple and Tekwil. And the ace wasn't even inside the building. Both attackers are either on repels or just now entering the building. This is such an awkward spot to be in for Fisher right now.
This is dangerous. Fisher had trade opportunities, but Cappy being dispatched before finding that finish forced Beezer to try and go for it, and in doing so, he exposed himself with the shield down. Maple even taking damage on the vertical angle from Kosa through meeting. He's going to re-engage. He'll miss the shots just narrowly, but Maple will end up being dropped down. It's the secondary super shorty there for the Castle, and it's the round going the way of Akron. Their first lead today, and their first lead in the series, since they played West Virginia in Rocket League yesterday.
Wow. That's a bit of a throwback.
It was like 24 hours ago. That's the best part.
It feels like forever. It's been a very long day. It's been a marathon, I think I like to say, but an enjoyable one at that. Akron acknowledging there was no presence by the offense over by Square. They put all of their eggs into the basket of that lobby attack, which is exactly what Fisher were going for. They wanted to fully commit with the help of that Montaigne to sneak upstairs, work immediate gunfights, and cause confusion in the ranks of Akron. But with the communication being top-notch by the Zips, they immediately acknowledged that and all recentered their way back towards that side of the map, and it gave Fisher zero leeway. That Montaigne became more of a nuisance than it did a problem solver.
Here's your opportunity. Only one player or person will get to use this. Open Rainbow Six Siege. Go put this inside the redeem a code angle at the bottom of the shop. Get there quickly. This will only be up for the next few seconds during the prep phase. You can pause the VOD, you can get to the VOD, but you have to get that code in before anybody else does. 2,400 credits to the victor, or in this case, the quickest one who can put those keys down, because you cannot copy-paste things that are not sitting in front of you.
Kind of big brain, actually.
Yeah.
Now you have to have the game
It's
on your
not
other
chat.
monitor and go into your game to type in that code, which again, 2,400 credits. That's 2 battle passes, maybe an elite skin perhaps.
This
maybe
is
some
worth
lighter
leaving
camos.
a ranked game.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
I mean,
or you leave, you put it in, then you join back.
ELO's temporary R6 credits can be forever if you never spend them. Big brain.
All I'm saying is that the way that the battle pass is set up is if you buy it with 1,000 credits, you will never have to buy it again as long as you complete it every time. You get more than 1,000 credits.
Infinite money glitch.
Infinite battle pass glitch.
True. One of the other genius tactics that Akron has deployed in this first half was, again, going to CEO. And because they won there, they can just go to CCTV, already in that round advantage. And if they find this 4-2 split on Bank, that would be critical. Like you mentioned, this was more of a tempo setter for Fisher to start on the offensive side. So they really would prefer getting that 3-3 half. So if they're already starting their second half on the back foot, essentially, that just causes them more stress to really overperform on the defense to make sure Akron don't get away with a pretty straightforward victory.
Echo Drone has been seen. I think it has escaped safely. Surprising notion for Akron. They've brought multiple operators that rely on electronics. Legion no longer the case. Cannot see those by an IQ.
Mechanical.
But speaking of IQ, Fisher hasn't brought one thus far. There's the Echo Drone once more. There's the information being played by Akron, and the opening kill as well. JetCon with the T5. You're seeing 2 of them brought by the defensive side, with Kosa on the other. They brought the opening, but they've also been immediately traded as IMAT falls.
Akron now looking to fall away. Some info gathered with the death of that
3?
Frost. There's someone pushing Garage, and they are hunting this soul down to make sure there is no map control on this western front. Scoob maybe forcing to fall himself a little bit further back. He does get another one, and he gets all of them! Are you kidding me, Scoob? On a fraction of HP, he claims Garage as his own, leaving just JetCon above. Sure, he's got hatch coverage, but this could be a dangerous retake in the 1 versus 3.
Oh, and the plant's going down behind the bomb chassis. He has no information as to where it's going down. He saw Tekwil, but Scoob is on for the ace, and he's holding the cross. The only way to get across here for JetCon, with the 417 holding him, is using the Rima dash. I don't think it's going to come through. Scoob's holding him. He finds one shot. He's looking for more. Will he find it? No ace, but still the round. Dead even. 3-3 the split at the halftime whistle, and a near ace to close it for Fisher.
Akron not even doing anything wrong necessarily. They had info there was someone alone inside of Garage, so they send
3 people.
They send 3 bodies to confirm this kill, and Scoob is just him.
And the greatest
Scoob
part
is just him.
They did not send 3 people individually. They sent 3
As
people
a
at the
unit.
same time. Somehow he is just that good. Scoob is
Team
that
Rainbow
guy.
was hunting this guy down, and they still lost. That is just insane mechanics by Fisher to tie the half. There's no better way to describe that. And when you're in that deep of a rabbit hole, there's no way of getting yourself out of that position as well.
Valiant effort, and honestly, the strategy was good. However, the shots, not so much. He ends up walking away. 417 is good. DMRs are better, and DMRs are basically what owns things.
DMR lands as well make a very big difference compared to online.
I want to bring one thing up. We saw Echo multiple times in the first half. It was exclusively with the MP5 SD. Here, we're seeing the Supernova being brought, with a suppressor, by the way, so it won't be hurt as easily. So, oh my goodness, we don't know the shotgun is being brought by Echo. But Beezer playing the Echo, using a shotgun, will have the Bearing 9 as a secondary, so it's not the most absurd thing ever. It's kind of like seeing Smoke or Mute with a shotgun, with the SMG-11 as a secondary. Arguably, Bearing 9 worse, but still very viable. And if you're not bringing anybody else with a shotgun, other than maybe your Castle, it's nice to have an extra one.
Another operator we didn't see all too much, if at all, was the Goyo, which having all those Vulcan packs can waste about 80 seconds, give or take, for the defense. If you see Akron trying to go for an execute closer towards CCTV, which given where the outlines are currently by the offense, it seems like they want to get server control, open up that main wall, maybe get a bit of hatch pressure up above, just barrel into the bomb site and hope to play for that post plant with the help of the Montaigne shield as coverage. If those Vulcan packs can pop off at the right time, that can burn away a lot of valuable seconds Akron could have used to begin their plant attempt.
But with the Twitch being brought, the Twitch can immediately counter those Goyo cannons. You should
and
actually
they're already
see
being
one
destroyed.
being brought.
I
think it's a second one denied as well. So already 40 seconds of your would-be denial of 60 available on that wall because the 80 seconds, the extra 20 seconds and one Goyo canister was put at the bottom of marble stairs. So they don't dedicate everything, and even if they did, all of it would have been quickly dispatched by the 3 shots of the Twitch. A near thermite-like hole being brought. All 18 X-Kairos pellets popped on the left side of that wall, and just like that, Akron have a very easy way into the site. If they had a smoke here, which they do actually, they have 2 sets of smokes, they could get in. They have to worry about not only Echo, but the C4s as well.
All they got to worry about is the Yokais, though. They can still be activated through those smokes. As long as you know for a fact they are planting, it can still be denied. Lovely shot landed by Imad, and through the breach he had just made, explodes another. Scoob is gone. Sleeping with the Fish is stuck on camera duty. Great openers found by Akron, and Maple might be looking to get a little frisky here as well. The Castle playing up above too, hoping to stop that plant, but with the Montaigne being a literal mountain to guard Akron for that plant, this hatch presence might not mean as much as you would expect.
For all of you non-multilinguals, Montaigne quite literally translates to mountain. Between French and English. We are going to see that plant put down, but here's the problem. There's the Monty sitting directly in front of them, so even if you had the Echo, which you do, the aggression works, it will deny the plant, but it also loses your life. You could not use the Echo to deny that plant because of the Monty sitting in front of them. Jetcon will try and solidify it second time around, and Imat finds 3 separate kills on the G36. He even looks through the hatch. He drops through the hatch, actually, to find that 3rd kill. Nice shot around the bomb chassis, and a very good round from Akron's attack.
One of the most vulnerable spots you can be in as well when fully committing to a server attack is that top floor presence. Someone could retake closer to bottom square, either look through the open hatch or walk down blue stairs to go for a flank. And if you have to look at 2 separate directions at the same time, you're most likely not going to win one of those 2 gunfights there for the offense. So given the fact they had so many resources, several different bodies up above to guarantee nobody was flanking, it just adds that insurance policy so the rest of Akron feels even more comfortable to stick that plant and commit to the plan A and not steer away from it.
So the variation brought by Fisher this time around, notably just strategy, it seems. I will bring this up. I've seen this multiple times over. Scott loved to used to say this, where he'd say, oh, I hate when teams play the exact same site. I'm not opposed to it as long as they change one of 3 individual things. Number 1, their play style into a round. Number 1, their pre-setup into or number 2, their pre-setup into a round. Or number 3, their operator selection. Sometimes operator selection can take care of one into itself, but that has to be the case. If you bring the exact same thing, I don't know if it's going to work. Maybe if you identify a singular issue and you solve that without changing anything about your defensive side, it could end up going your way. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. We see the exact same operators across the board. We see the exact same preparation across the board. And, more importantly, the exact same utility placed across the board. Lots of things similar, apart from Maple Spawn Peak.
Which falls on deaf ears. Nobody spawned alleyway. It is, again, a similar attack to Akron, as we saw last round. I believe there's a bit more presence up above. still having that Montaigne, and now a Thermite to make it even easier to open up that wall to allow the Montaigne in. Yeah, it's going to be the same strategy, and there's no denial for the Twitch drone. And with there being only Goyo again, that lack of change, the complacency you just talked about, it's going to be another big challenge. And he shot the Yokai, I think.
No way.
This has been great for Jetcon so far. He's having an incredible round with these Twitch drones.
Jetcon shooting 3 for 3.
Oh my God,
yeah,
he did.
He got
Wow.
the Yokai. Luckily, there's another. Beezer has another one in his back pocket, but does it really matter? You're seeing the exact same setup beforehand, this time with a Thermite instead of the Habana. Arguably better, opens a wider hole, but does leave more room for error. I'm at once more holding above blue. We saw this in the previous round on our replay that we just showed. And more importantly, we're not seeing any levels of re-aggression for the defensive side. Scoob, already using a C4, shoots a drone, doesn't find it. The Yokai will see the Thermite, but what do you find out of that? You expose your Yokai and just hand it over for free? Congratulations, you've done nothing.
And now you have nothing to stop the plant from going down as well.
They saw him.
have to push past this Montaigne like we saw Beezer do with the Echo Shotgun. But I think Akron's aware of it, like you mentioned. They're waiting for that perfect moment to strike and just threading the needle to get this plant down as well.
Nice shot from Beezer, trying to get that plant down. Nice shot back for Scoob, onto Scoob at least. The drop down behind, they end up taking out the Montaigne, but it still ends up going CL's way, and it's down to just Cappy. A 1 versus 3 as her teammate is down, but she still has more than a reasonable opportunity of picking this up. The issue is she cannot immediately retrieve Scoob. Because he is inside of the site, she has to jump in, and it ends up exposing her, but he still ends up falling. Cappy tucked in the corner. The information once more comes back to bite Fisher, and Akron storm to a 2-round lead.
And if we just saw more utility there by Fisher, we could have seen a different outcome perhaps. It was still
more
a close
presence.
round. Exactly. There was a complete lack of anything to slow down Akron and their full frontal assault into the bomb site. It was almost a repeat of what we had just a couple of minutes ago. Not having the smoke, not having Tachanka, not having any other piece of utility, not having the Yokais because Beezer had them destroyed so early in the round. It didn't force Akron's hand as much as Fisher needed to tie us up going into the second half. Now Akron have a 2-round lead and one more secured in the books. They'll have map point as well.
Yeah, the surprising part of that, the most surprising part of that for me is not seeing Fisher in person, although I can turn around and see their faces, not seeing them at the door. We saw the Twitch drone do the exact same thing in back-to-back rounds, take out a couple Vulcan canisters, take out all the denial you were hoping for, and then just walk and find more information. That Twitch drone tucked into the exact same corner that we saw the X-ray through of, and found even more info after taking out the utility it was looking for. Every job completed to near perfection for the Twitch, and it worked. Akron had all the information they needed to work with. They walked in, they took free kills because of it, and yeah, Fisher found a couple kills back. It was a nice shot from Beezer, but it wasn't enough.
Big fan of Akron's lineup. We briefly discussed the Capitao that Jetcon is now running, with there being so many windows you can play off of as an attacker for a CEO attack. It makes a lot of sense to bring him. You can deny a lot of lines of sight Fisher would normally be able to use, and there's lack of Warden, so no direct hard counter to him, besides the Lamai, of course. But with that being said, you have burn potential with the Habana, the Zofia, and Jobu as well on Zero, having so many pieces of primary and secondary utility. These Capitao bolts will most likely be distributed by Akron during the action phase and find some sort of value, whether it's space making or finding an elimination.
I will say this multiple times over. I don't know how Zero is not played more often. He is, imagine...
Very slept on operator.
Valkyrie had an extra camera that could go through reinforced or soft walls and was much quieter and much more difficult to see from distance.
And if she had a 1.5 weapon. Or,
yeah, 2 1.5 weapons. You can put the 1.5 on the MP7.
One of them being an AR. That'd just be crazy.
It is insane
People
that Valkyrie gets banned on 30 to 40% of games, and Zero is not picked 60 to 70% of the time.
And Zero has secondary heartbeat charges too.
Yeah,
so
it's
again,
gross.
Jack of all trades. He is one of the most versatile operators in the game as an attacker. There's the 1-for-1 trade. Jetcon exploding up and getting rid of Scoob. He did find Zosa, but I'd say it's a pretty fair trade. 2 pieces of utility off the board, no more magnets available, and no more lifelines when you still have I'm out on Ash. Not the end of the world, and a couple of gone 6s as well for the offense.
Ooh.
And for Akron, they are already up the lobby staircase looking to challenge Beezer, but that spray down was effective as ever to find that kill.
So it was a preset bait setup. What they had was Cappy waiting inside an elevator, seen by a Twitch drone, shocked by a Twitch drone, and noted earlier on. She has yet to move. What they do is they bait players up spiral stairs, and then Beezer re-swings them on the mute. And it walks away with an opening kill. You have information that ends up just being a falsify or falsity, scarcity. I don't know. You get the idea. It was
difference.
very well set up. That's my take from it.
Really clear about that. Tech will getting explosive here. That's JetCon now gone. The X Factor operator we were mentioning so heavily during the prep phase. And speaking of which, the timer is not in the favor of Akron right now, and neither is the man advantage. Beautiful double swing by the defense, and Fisher find the gap they needed on the defense to close this one off.
The distraction ends up working. Cappy again sitting inside an elevator, noted, seen, and swung, and Beezer reswings this time from Trump rather than from distance, as we saw beforehand inside of the meeting desk. You'll see this in the replay. You'll see this multiple times over as Fisher sets up crossfires. Whether it be in 1vx scenario or 2vx scenarios, it is Fisher setting up well around one another and with the advantages they've had prior. Here it is. Walk up CL, too distracted by Cappy, and Maple even flanked around Banana. It was a great setup from the start for Fisher College, and it ends up finding them the round, and Scoob finds his 10-piece. IMAT's also at 11.
Another Montana play by Akron. This lineup screams they're expecting it to be open area, so yeah, now that they've got some drones in the building, they will change their lineup completely and now look more towards, again, that top to bottom consistency we've mentioned several times now with the help of that RAM for vertical coverage while also being safe outside the map and not exposing yourself to defender lines of sight. Also having the ace as well. If you work your way down bottom square after getting top floor control, you can open up those main walls and give less hiding spots for Fisher to play off of and make the site a lot more vulnerable to just general gunfights that Akron are looking to scope out. Even having the Flores as well to deal with those deployable shields and even Evil Eyes if you can get past those mute jammers, it can be very beneficial to have that dry up for intel for Fisher, making it even more vulnerable for them to potentially lose some lives almost for free by Akron.
You have information and utility denial for the attacking side, and then information gain as well. The explosives, the zero once more. I am a very big fan of both of these lineups. Beezer's trying to play something similar to what we saw Akron bring in that first half, and more importantly, Akron's changing something about their attacking side. Granted, it is a different site, so that makes perfect sense, but trying to play around verticality with our newest operator, Rainbow Six Siege, albeit newest operator for the next 2 days, if I'm correct. But JetCon bringing in the RAM, looking for that vertical pressure, it seems like it's going to be given fairly early. Tech will already opening up that very early hatch and availability to get out should they need it, and the top floor clearance here for Akron much quicker than I originally expected. However, it's already been a minute.
JetCon has interestingly chose to start on the CEO side of the map, but if a roamer falls off in through archives, they will now be pretty exposed to any attackers who get this top floor control, and also makes cutoff angles much easier during the late round. There is still the roamers prowling up above though, plenty of info established by Akron as they now hop into the building proper, almost scope out an early engagement. That could have been a massive entry here for the Zips, but they're still slowly trying to push back Fisher, get closer and closer towards that vending machine, and Scoob now realizing there could be someone pushing up from ATM. This could get bloody real soon.
Opening kill is going to be the most important factor of this round. With 90 seconds left, Kosa taking a decent bit of damage, not actually winning the fight nor losing it just yet, but that distraction allows Tekwo to get aggressive. He saw the player, he didn't know it. We have the benefit of X-ray vision. He doesn't have that same availability. Tekwo in the middle of a fight with IMAT. I don't know if he's aware of it. He may not need to be, but Scoob very much is, and he'll disengage once more. Drops down 2 separate hatches in the span of 6 seconds, and Tekwo will join him. They're going to disengage, go all the way around a square, and get the heck out of Dodge.
Now, for Fisher, they've got to potentially use this basement floor pressure to their advantage. You could flank up the blue stairs, go back to Marble, and make sure Akron not only has to worry about defenders who are now in the site, stopping them directly in their tracks, but also be concerned about someone who could flank you and make things just a living nightmare, especially when you're still at that man advantage and don't have a genuine way of trying to get into the objective right now because there's so many anchors still.
There's a return. IMAT makes it 2.
Wow.
And Akron, span of 3 seconds, go from a man disadvantage now to the man advantage. Maple wants to re-engage there, but doesn't have the HP, and IMAT makes sure he doesn't have any. This is a problem starting to develop if it wasn't already. Somehow not seen. It's actually the Monty behind the reinforced wall. My X-ray eyes play tricks on me, and Beezer wants to try and play aggressive, but he doesn't have the freedom to do so. He does, however, re-swing IMAT with the ult, finds the kill he was looking for. He wants another, and he'll find it through the wall, looking for a third. He'll find that as well. It's down to Kosa. Remember, early damage taken by Cappy. He'll end up finding that return kill, but Beezer, a return to form, and Fisher, a return to a tied-up scoreline.
The might of the Alda singing throughout the crowd as Beezer goes big in the lobby. A close call for Fisher, but that'll tie us up going in around 11. And I thought for a moment that lack of a roam presence up above, that could have been the final nail in the coffin to secure map point for Akron. But with there being nobody to rotate towards that printer window, Beezer can just sit behind that reinforced wall, use his evil eyes, use his ears to figure out when the attack is dropping to plant. And with there being no safe spot to get that diffuser down when someone's playing by the printer position, it was lights out for Akron. We go back to CCTV, and sure, this has been won by Akron on 2 separate occasions, but now that gives Fisher the opportunity to change their lineup, which on their third attempt, they finally do.
Oh my goodness.
Thank God.
It has taken them a few opportunities, but there will be
Third time's the charm.
lot of changes. Yeah, it has to be. Cappy going to bring the Cade. I love this decision. It seems like they want to play a little bit more towards denial, whether it be hatches or the main walls. It does seem like it's going to be the hatches. Seems like they're also looking for a little bit more of a different open floor plan. Shout out the Romans. I gotta say, I don't hate this. Something has to change, and it seems like they're going to throw everything out the window of their original decision. It is Plan ZZ in the strat book. They went all the way from A to Z, AA to ZZ. This is where they are. Malusi, as we were talking about earlier, being brought, and the Solace for that extra information denial of the attacking side. But in back-to-back rounds, Zero was brought. Zero's not brought here, so Solace may not mean all that much.
Grand scheme of things, Zero was not as effective as we might have assumed.
None of the
just
bottom
looking
floor.
at the operator, especially the bottom floor. He would not be good at all besides the pocket hard breach, but I mean, everyone's got one of those now at this point. It's just, it's the new gadget.
Ubisoft Montreal is like, hey, you have a hard breach charge. You have a hard breach charge. Oprah hard breach charges.
And everybody gets grenades as well. It's one big happy family of grenades and explosive gadgetry. But Akron looking to find an explosive opening so far in this first minute. They've got a Buck playing right above the blue staircase. If there were a defender playing there, it would be pretty tough for them to swing and go for an advantageous gunfight. Maple detects the Montaigne down by dirt, so it's a sure guess that Akron is going for a very similar attack to what we've seen the past couple times CCTV's in play. And given there's someone probably behind the Montaigne, Maple falls off. He does not want to take that disadvantageous engagement. He'll go back to site and wait for his teammates to back him up. But this could be a massive opening for Scoob, and he gets it, hiding in the rack corner, looking for a second, but he's traded back, and all those toxic babes go down the drain from CL's massive refrag.
1-for-1 in IMAT. You will take IMAT falling there every day of the week because each team loses their top fragger. But like you said, the toxic babes off the board. And that was the lone denial other than a C4 that could remove this possibility of a plant. Now, Beezer in multiple rounds has just gotten aggressive off the back of an attempted plant behind the Montaigne. I don't know if that's going to be as safe of the case here. There's still the Buck up above to hold that. There's gridlock of Jobu sitting at the top of square, and CL is going to cross their T's and dot their I's. Drone out, make sure, and they still have that same freedom. That's exactly what's going to happen.
One thing you didn't mention, those impact grenades, if you can sink them past the Montaigne shield, that could do plenty of damage. And CL, the case player, is low on HP, but he's already taken care of before the impacts become a problem for the offensive side. JetCon losing a sizable amount of health as well, and now they've got the flank to worry about by Fisher as well, as the Solus is still lurking above.
Yeah, they now have to put all their cards into one deck, and that's the problem starting to develop. You were talking about the impacts. Talk about the impact frag coming through onto CL, who didn't have that same freedom, and now Kosa has to try and plant himself. He'll put the shield on his back and try and turtle this one. He has help from JetCon as the C4 goes through, though. That's the denial they were looking for. JetCon on low HP, the Monty being dispatched of, and Jobu still not in the conversation, and TechWill starting to distract. Everybody having to turn their purview to distract in one direction or another. JetCon will walk in. He will find a singular tap onto Cappy. She'll trade with a slug TCSG, and Beezer will find the one tap with the MP5, a little bit more, but a Fisher round, and them now on map point.
A very cohesive showing by Fisher as well. Everybody having impact in that round, especially TechWill as well, who sure, he didn't find any kills towards the final 20 seconds, but just being a nuisance above and just causing a distraction for Jobu, it made a very uncomfortable situation for Akron where they forced themselves to push all the way down below, commit to that plant, and again, with there being so much utility to stop a Montaigne from being really effective there, they had no chance of going with plan A, and that was the lack of comfort we saw by Akron, giving Fisher the opportunity to now take the lead for, it seems, the first time in this entire map.
So in today's episode of TTL's Theory Crafting, I'm looking at these operators, and I'm saying Fisher have the advantage. They are heading up to the top floor, of which they were successful on. They have now won 3 straight rounds after losing 2 straight on the bottom floor. They were successful in the bottom floor on their 3rd straight attempt, or 3rd individual attempt, but you said it 3rd time's the charm, and it was. They also changed a lot about their defensive setup.
Right.
They don't have to change all that much about their defense as they head to the top floor. I love this decision on this defensive side. I gotta say,
Oof.
I'm really upset the PC's turned off.
That's tragic. You hate to see it.
On round 12.
That's a big mental reset moment as well. You had such good tempo by Fisher, winning 3 rounds in a row, and I got to sit in the lobby and wait for the match to be reset. That's such a pain. I actively cringed when I saw that computer disconnect. You hate to see it.
I saw Rehost in the chat. I honestly thought somebody was screwing with me because we had that at the beginning of round 1.
If only.
I'm really upset they weren't. I mean, it hurts. If you're Fisher, you have that advantage. You have the momentum. And in Rainbow Six Siege, I talked about this with Vincent earlier in Counter-Strike and with Septilence as well. In first-person shooters, sometimes that confidence can really be the deciding factor. Sometimes teams can get overconfident. There's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. Neither of these teams have crossed that line by any means. We've seen very good play thus far, and I think that's going to be the case in round number 12. But Fisher, their obvious underlying advantage, may be falling off a little bit because I don't think this rehost will take any less than 3 or 4 minutes. At no fault of anybody, but we have 11 rounds of round history to set up and 2 full PCs to turn back on. You see the glowing lights right here? You don't see the glowing lights right there because they're off.
Looking into what bomb site we could see as well,
it's tough.
I feel like it had to be CEO.
Yeah.
Even though we have the hindsight of we got to see what selection we were going to before the rehost, CEO makes a lot more sense. Again, open area was a very close confrontation between Akron and Fisher, and the way that the defensive round was played as well, much more fluid by Fisher. They were very successful in securing at least a refrag, because sure, Scoob didn't win that first gunfight, but it was almost an immediate 4v4 right after, and they stopped the initial threat, which was that window repel presence. If you can have 2 people constantly fighting back and forth on those windows for CEO, there's not many options for you to fight back besides maybe hopping out or getting a lucky 50-50 engagement there. So with the Zero and Capital being gone off the rip, it gave more room for Fisher to breathe and also allowed them just to, again, play the numbers game, which we've talked about quite a lot. But when both Akron and Fisher are so willing to just play dirty and look for these instantaneous responses in the round in the first 30 seconds at moments, and even hiding in rat corners like we saw in E-Box by the smoke, it makes sense.
And both teams understand the importance of that opening kill. We were talking earlier with Scoob where he played, I think, an E2 qual game or an E2 game against Gunner, and he said, first thing I did in that game,
Bro's a menace.
Jump out, first 30 seconds, Gunner's dead. We won the game at that point. They ended up winning the game, by the way.
That's
but
the mental
sometimes
effect.
it's the mental game, and that has to be the case here. Sometimes the mental game can go against you, like we were talking about, not having the same availability of your momentum because of the rehost. Unfortunate scenario, sometimes unavoidable. It happens. But as we move into round 12, as it actually comes to fruition, as the PCs turn back on, as you just saw, and as we get the lobby back underway, something has to change for Akron, losing 3 straight rounds. And one of them on a site you had already won twice. That shows Fisher's bringing something new. They changed their playstyle. They were more in-person rather than focusing on their utility to complete their jobs for them. And that difference was the difference maker.
The Montaigne's got to go now. Same story for Fisher. They were relying so much on the Montaigne, it became more of a hindrance when it didn't work. So now having the ability of this very long rehost going, okay, guys, the Montaigne's not working anymore. What do? We bring another gun to the objective. We have more utility. The Flores, for example, bringing grenades, having the gridlock as an option. We've already seen gridlock, of course, but now having more operators to synergize with that gridlock that is not just a Montaigne shield, that's the right way to go about it. And you can still bring a shield operator for CEO. An operator like Osa can do so much for your team. We saw no pressure over by the square side of the map. Osa is one of the best operators to have on your roster for a square take, because then you don't have to worry about those long horizontal angles the defense have set up during the prep phase because you have that natural coverage of the shield. So if we see Osa in play, this would be a great sign for Akron to maybe have a chance at scoring overtime.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to suggest, you're saying Montaigne's sometimes becoming a hindrance. It's because he basically isn't a gun until he exposes himself. Osa's not the case. You still have that same shield if you need it. You can put it down and then play with a full rifle, arguably 2 of the better weapons in the game, one of them being the 5.5611, if you'll recognize that's the thermite primary. The other is the PDW-50, which is the Jackal primary, not the C7E. It's very, very viable, and we're seeing that multiple times over on this side. That has to be the difference maker for the attack of Akron, something has to change, whether it's operator selection, whether it's their play style of getting in quickly or out quickly. They have not gotten a successful plant down, even winning multiple rounds on that bottom floor. That has to change, even if they have to go directly into the site to do it. I wouldn't hate a W key here.
We have seen a good roam presence as well. We've talked about having all your eggs in one basket. For CEO, a lot of the flooring on that objective is soft. So if there is a defender below who has active information someone's planting, they could deny it with an impact or just shooting above themselves to stop that planter. So if we see a full commitment towards that objective and lack thereof a roam clear, perhaps, he's probably going in a little rage monster, perhaps. I don't even know the way to describe it. But again, having the right tools for the job to stop that potential plant setup would also be very beneficial for Fisher, obviously. And we even get to see Scoob replaying this. Oh, my God.
That first shot was nuts.
I frankly cannot believe he survived all 4 of those gun engagements in garage. That, like, statistically speaking, that's such an anomaly.
I'm also looking at Akron's attacking side and what changed versus didn't change between rounds 7 and 8 and then 9, 10, and 11 that have set us to this now 6-5 scoreline. One of the massive changes that just was not good enough, in my personal opinion, was seeing the Monty play separately from the team compared to how it played directly around them in rounds 7 and 8. It was good. It was a good selection. They played around it properly. That has not been the case for them in these last couple rounds. We've seen 3 straight from Fisher for a very good reason. We've also seen Fisher basically completely change their defensive setup to address that Montaigne on the bottom floor. I don't think we'll see the Monty again when we go to the top. Fortunately enough for Akron, like you said, it's been more of a hindrance than a help.
Right.
But that has to change as we move in, because round 12, you've run out of mulligans. You were up 5-3. You were 2 rounds away from closing out the game. Now you're a round away from losing it.
Individualism as well is a very big topic to discuss when Montaigne is in play, because that is the best environment for a Montaigne, is having someone right behind him with their gun up and ready, since Montaigne obviously does not have a primary weapon, and also spotting defenders who are isolated.
Montaigne is the primary weapon.
I mean, kind of real. You have to be an active threat as Montaigne, because if you're just a brick wall in front of people, they'll just walk away, and then you don't get a free kill. So you have to have your shield and extended constantly, basically juggling your shield as Montaigne while having somebody with you, creating another line of sight this lone defender has to now worry about. So again, when we're seeing Fisher play as a cohesive unit, not allowing these defenders to be isolated and be vulnerable to that Montaigne, it also adds another layer of challenge that the Montaigne now has to face. So on top of having less guns to shoot back the defenders when they're falling away, also having more weapons turned against you, it's not even a double-edged sword. It's just a sword being used against you tenfold.
I have to say something has to change, and quickly, for this attack. Whether that something is something that we've seen on the front end, whether it can be the communication on the back end, I don't know if that's a definitive change that has to be seen by individual players, whether it's some calling decision on the back end, if it's IGLing, but we haven't seen that same revitalization of early engagements and early real estate control like we saw in security on 2 separate occasions. Maybe they just were good on the bottom floor. Maybe they can't win open. They can't win CEO. They can't win the bottom floor when it's not being unoccupied. As soon as Fisher were like, oh yeah, we're playing the bottom floor, we should probably stay there. Akron just went out to lunch.
Wait, we have to defend the bomb site? That's crazy.
We have to defend the bomb site around utility that is still there. They brought a Goyo. It was
Who would have thunk it, right? Who would have thunk it?
Yeah.
You don't just bring the operator for the gun? That's news to me in Rainbow Six Siege. Little news update, though, as well. We almost have the rehost fully completed as well, just double-checking a couple of site selections, making sure everything is done to a perfect T. That way we don't have to rehost again, because Siege rehosts, they take forever. I think it's the perfect example of that, but just, dotting our I's, crossing our T's, making sure everything is 100% good to go, and making sure all the PCs are up to snuff as well, so we don't have any more issues going into map number 2 as well, which Chalet, I'm really looking forward to. There are a lot of similarities on both Chalet and Bank. They're 2 very comfortable maps because they've been in the pool for such a long time, and they're both fairly large in size horizontally and vertically, so it adds that variety factor where you could see several different teams play on this map, and there's always something new you can talk about.
My favorite map pool was when Villa and Chalet were played back-to-back, because they were so similar geographically and topologically. I think that's the word. But they were played so differently. And I think that's been a change for Chalet, where it's now malleated, changed its attacking setup more towards what Villa used to be, except for Mezzanine, because that's just a completely different conversation.
Mez's a can of worms.
Yeah, that I just despise the entirety of the open lobby for Chalet. Whoever cooked that one needs to go.
And there's so many good defenders who can play there. I mean, Mira, Azami, Wamai, the list goes on. We're just keeping it short. Real. Look, unless it's staff 10-mans, then you go a little crazy on Chalet. That's just a given, though. But
not in Mezzanine.
Yeah, all right, whatever. You might sell yourself a little short, but you only look short near me, so everything else is completely fine.
Okay, okay. No. We're standing up next to each
do we
other.
have?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
are we going to go for that little stand-up action?
So
I think it's time. I don't want to trip my wire, though. We need
for
to
some context.
Go back to full cams here.
I don't know if this will be able to be seen on both sides, but
you can't even see my head. You can. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you can't see his head at all.
And now we're back to sitting down.
Yeah,
it's as if nothing ever happened.
This is absurd. I have to say, I don't know how he's so tall. So he's 6'5", maybe 6'6".
More. Yeah, I don't know.
He hasn't measured himself since he was. Yeah, see.
Yeah, look at that. Hey, you can see my nice little monster pocket square though. That's love to see that.
Oh, yeah.
We love Monster.
We do.
I had to chug a Monster before this. It's been such a long day, and just watching Siege be played, but not for the grand final. I needed something to spark it up, and thankfully the Monster Energy did exactly that. Which,
a massive thank you
Monster.
to most of our sponsors here for keeping us sane. We have awesome Extra Life stuff here. One thing I wanted to bring up while we have a second, Extra Life is actually running a mild sponsorship / cohort giveaway.
Yeah.
Oh, hold up. We have a.
Oh my God, we are confirming this
okay.
right now. Do I take off the headset just briefly? I'll have the mic next to me.
I got you. Here you go. Yeah, we have a tape measure out for John. Figure out how tall he is. This is Doc, by the way, standing next to John, Doc Haskell. Shout out to the entirety of the Boise State roster. The exact number. Almost 5'6". Almost 5'6".
Nice. I mean, almost 6'6".
Okay, I was about to say 5'6". John.
I thought it was like a running joke. And he's like, "Whoops, meant to say 6." Happens.
Yeah, John is very tall. That's the TLDR.
Unfortunately.
He's
every time I walk out of my room, I almost bump my head on the door frame. And then it's really funny online as well, because typically for the camera view, for example, right here, you can see more of my upper chest right now in person for the LAN. But on camera, you see up to like this much. So you would not know I am this tall normally on an online broadcast. So every time I go to an in-person event, it is just jaws drop. I am usually one of the, if not the tallest person at a venue. But
oh no.
We have the game back from the rehost, and someone is immediately gone.
I think it was Cappy again. I'm going to check as soon as we get to the game. Techwill's there, Maple's there, Beezer's there, Cappy's there. It was Scoob.
Yes, it was.
It was
Scoob is no longer swag. That was not a swag play.
That's so unfortunate.
Oh, his name's not even Scuba Swag anymore either.
No, it's not. It's just Scoob. It's Scoob.fc.
At least the rehost did look correct, though.
Yes.
So we had Scoob joining and then instantly leaving, so it might just be a computer issue. Like I mentioned, though, rehost done correctly, so fingers crossed.
We have
get
the
him back
correct
in
score.
once PC's fixed.
We have the correct score, and we can select the correct
site.
site.
That is more than half the battle.
Yeah.
That's like 90% of the battle.
And we have the operator bands. That's something we always forget.
We do.
Yeah. We never get the operator bands right. Again, something I wanted to say a little bit earlier on during the timeout, but didn't get the opportunity. A massive thank you to the entirety of Boise State Esports, not only the production team, but the admin team as well, making sure all these players are not only playing correctly, but playing at all. And we have the opportunity to broadcast them to you. We've run 7 separate game titles in the span of about 36 hours. And the fact that Boise State University has been so malleable, so fluid around all of the games, especially how difficult Counter-Strike was earlier, they have been a massive help and the reason that we can run this here in Boise, Idaho.
Yeah, with thousands of broadcasting experience, I mean, it just shows with how adaptable and how flexible we've been able to be for the production aspect of the show. It goes a long way, because if you don't have someone who's comfortable, doing their job on production, segments like this can get even longer. You have to do multiple measuring segments where we bring on other casters to test their height against mine. we might need to go down that rabbit hole at some point. That is a possibility.
That depends on whether
I'll put a
Scoop
little
can get back in the game.
footnote on that. We might head towards that later.
Okay, so we have the back end view. Everybody's just tabbing through. I can't blame them on that.
Wait, they got all 5? No, they don't. No. I can't count. No. Nothing's new.
Down the line.
Okay.
So actually, this is Akron. I thought it was Fisher for a second. I thought we were in the back
I did too, because I saw the blue as well.
It was a nightmare earlier when West Virginia played Akron. Both teams had to be blue. That was so much fun. Vincent had a blast with that one. I know he was relaying his thrills there. I have to say, just not only with them, the production team, but all of our sponsors as well. Monster for keeping us energized, quite literally. Pizza Hut for keeping me fed between games. I was talking about Extra Life. They're running a pseudo giveaway. Extra Life, by the way, giving away a set of keyboards to a full collegiate team. So you can update and go across 5 separate players. You get a nice keyboard. It looks really cool. It's a nice little decal on the top with the keys on the front side towards where you're sitting down, actually showing the key letters. But we're getting into the game.
We're back.
A few minutes later, game properly updated, computer properly functioning. We are underway once more. Again, apologies for technical issues, something that quite literally could not have been avoided. And even as soon as we got back into the game, a lag out because LAN mode.
Game is done. We have a Thatcher in play, which
and
I'm a little surprised about.
No.
Nope, you got trolled. You got attacker repick trolled. Of course, Jet Conley is going to be rocking the Ash. What else would you expect? EMPs, I can imagine, are just going to be to help the hard breach, so there's going to be no problems when it comes to getting those main walls opened up. Especially with Ace, you could still get the elevator walls opened up and then rotate to square. Of course, we're not seeing the OSA. That is a little upsetting on our aspect, but the info game, which has been harped about several times for both Akron and Fisher, having an operator like the Lion in that pool is going to make that info game a lot stronger for the offense and even give room to breathe. We talked about trades for Fisher. When a Lion skin's going off, you really can't trade, because if you move, the attackers know where you are, and they'll probably find a way to kill you.
My only problem with this attacking setup, everything looks very good. Bringing the Thatcher period allows you
That's
to
the problem.
avoid the Cade and avoid the mute. The problem I see is bringing only one hard breacher, especially considering that hard breach is an Ash, or an Ace, sorry. If you're bringing a Havana here, or even a Thermite, you have a lot more flexibility to play towards square. You can create some of that pressure you need elsewhere while having the freedom to, we'll say, lose a body in case it happens. If CL is dead early at all in the round, I think Fisher win this in regulation. But if CL survives and gets off their utility as expected, as they need to do so, I think this is a toss-up. It's a coin flip on this top floor.
Definitely the make or break here. Minute burned away, and it's been rather silent so far in potential overtime territory. Max regulation, round count, as Fisher will just sit and wait. They don't really have to be the initiators here. Some EMPs being tossed up above, probably to get rid of that K-Claw to then help, but also the nade presence. Like you mentioned, all 3 EMPs deployed, and none of them meeting their mark except to potentially help the wall get opened up, but not kill a player right beside that now turned open breach.
Cappy's in the exact same position we saw her in last time, and Beezer's doing the exact same thing. They're playing that split contact at the top of stairs. I'm at nade, misses. This may very well be the last successful or unsuccessful nade through the floor on Bank in NACE history. And Fisher's defensive side has been more than comfortable with 65 seconds left.
Now, if I asked you, if you could have unlimited nades but no nades, would you take it? Most likely not. There's Kosa, though. Big opener. There's the castle gone. Sure, not a lot of active utility, but just one less rifle to worry about when pushing up this staircase. But again, that contact play between both the Cade and Mute is going to go so well together, especially with that deployable cam that you just mentioned, Dan.
You're worried about 3 separate things all at the same time. 2 players and the camera. C4 misses. Beezer aware of the window as well. He'll reswing. He'll find one. The reswing from Cappy, however, unsuccessful, but Beezer goes a different direction. He's holding the Trump windows from inside of Exec, and nobody knows about his reposition. That's the most important aspect. It's the lack of information for the Akron attack, something we've seen multiple times over, especially in these last 3 rounds, and Beezer still safely occupies the door between Conference and Exec. Does he get seen? The answer, not a dang chance, and the refrag not there whatsoever. Finally, he'll fall. Still a down for Kosa. Still a possible 3v2 if Akron can pick them up, but it's not the case whatsoever. Beezer's kill will be finished, and Scoob will finish with 2 of his own. Through the wall, he finds the lineup of both of them. And Fisher win Bank in regulation.
Massive second half for the Falcons, owning Bank to the fullest extent, only giving Akron a little bit of wiggle room towards the beginning, but once they had time to adjust and think about how they could reattempt that basal 4 bomb site, it was a night and day comparison, really. There was no standing chance for Akron when that bomb site was reattempted, and we already saw so much success in CEO, in open area, and it had to do with that lack of diversity by Akron. It really felt like they just weren't fully prepared from out number 1, which is a major concern, to say the least.
Yeah, Bank having a less than ideal finish for Akron. They spanned 2 rounds in a row on 2 separate occasions. In the first half to find their second and third round, and in the second half to find their fourth and fifth round. After that, they just left. They collapsed. They didn't have anything to work around. The split holds for the defensive side of Fisher College was the differencing maker, and that has to be the most important conversation. Usually, about this time, we'd bring up Extra Life in terms of an ad read, but we have a better scenario for you. We actually have Septilence with members of Extra Life for an interview between our 2 maps.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Okay, we're live. I'm going to take it down. We're live. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to NACE Starleague Grand Finals. I'm still Septilence, and we are hanging out here during the break between games. We're going to, between maps, excuse me. Rainbow Six is not going anywhere, but I am joined by Aaron, the director, no, not the director, the senior manager of ideation at Children's Miracle Network Hospitals, which is here partnered with, working with Extra Life. So, Aaron, if you could tell us a little bit about what Extra Life is, and also maybe how it correlates to something like NACE Starleague.
Awesome. So Extra Life is a program of Children's Miracle Network Hospitals, and we unite gamers across the nation, people across the nation, to raise money for their local children's hospitals by playing games and having fun. So we like to say that you play games to change kids' health and change the future. And we get to be the official charity of NACE Starleague, and that's why we get to be here. And we've been offering a sweet raffle this whole weekend long for anyone to enter. So we have Cisco from Playfly Esports here to demonstrate or look at all the things that we have available, and we're going to announce the winners here.
Yeah, so something I learned during the break is that we've got 4 winners, and I thought it was, okay, 4 people winning a keyboard. It's 4 people winning 5 keyboards. They're getting 5 mouse pads. They're going to get a small, like, Extra Life little light as well. They're going to get some shirts, or a shirt at the very least. I mean, they're going to get a bunch of stuff. So Erin has 4 ticket winners, and she's going to read off. Ticket winner number 1 is, we don't have drums, but
Sean Byrne from St. Clair.
Sean Byrne from St. Clair, winner number 1. And when you win, I don't know which camera to point at, when you win, go to the Extra Life table in the front, in the lobby. You guys have been walking past it all weekend, so go over there. When we're done here, we'll meet you guys over there to grab that stuff. But let's get to winners number 2 through 4. Winner number 2, Aaron, is
Brian Cron from Boise State.
Brian from Boise, let's go! Which means 2 winners left, and winner number 3 is
Lucas from Oklahoma Christian.
Lucas from Oklahoma Christian, let's go! And winner number 4, our 4th and final winner of 5 mouse pads, 5 keyboards, a shirt, a light, an Extra Life merchandise miracle is
Aiden from RIT.
Aiden from RIT, let's go! So with that, that is, what is that, 20? I can do math sometimes. 20 keyboards, 20 mouse pads, and a whole bunch of stuff to be given away, and all the money raised from the raffle goes to Extra Life, which is incredible to keep Extra Life going. We appreciate Extra Life. We appreciate all of you donating and signing up for the raffle. And the winners, meet us at the Extra Life table. Everybody enjoy the rest of Rainbow Six, because if Map 2 is anything like Map 1, it's going to be a banger. We'll see you guys back here in just a couple of minutes.
A daring decision, to say the very least. Fisher choose Bank, a map they had lost just weeks ago to this exact same team in an 8-7 fashion. They win it here in regulation, 7-5 to the Falcons. Now it's time for Chalet. Pick of Akron. Akron need to win it if they want to stay alive here in our NACE Starleague Grand Finals.
The magic is in the air for Idaho, 100%, because we both assumed going into the map ban phase that Bank was the selection of Akron. Again, team that's very well known to have proper gun skill, knowing how to adjust and adapt mid-round, but we didn't really see any of that. Oddly enough, we weren't able to see the whole second plan B that Akron could have distributed whilst they were playing mid-round. It was trying the same thing over and over and over again and hoping Fisher would stoop to their level. And when Fisher finally took the time to step back, even after that long rehost, they were still able to make the adjustments required to keep themselves in the driver's seat during Bank. And now going to Chalet, where this is one of their most played maps in all of Collegiate, this is exactly where they want to be, Dan.
Yeah, and it has been for a while. This has been both of these teams' main maps for multiple years at this point. I'm at like 5. But Fisher, the last 2 years they've been a squad, this has been one of their saving graces. I like this decision for them. Try to sit around the same map you've been playing for multiple generations of Rainbow Six Siege collegiate talent, but also something different where you're still innovating as you see fit. Here's another opportunity. If you happen to want to get your own Rainbow Six Siege credits, here's an opportunity for 600 of them rather than 2,400. Codes down below. You have to go into the Rainbow Six Siege game, go to the shop page at the top of the screen, and then scroll all the way down to redeem a code. You can redeem that code. First one to do it gets 600 credits. Everybody after that gets absolutely nothing, so get there quickly.
Fisher starting on the defense for their first half. It was interesting that they opted to pick the attacking side just last map, but they won't be in the same position for quite a while.
Yeah.
Akron moving on their offensive side where, again, didn't see a lot of change, didn't see any, new ideas brought out by the Zips. So for a map like Akron, which you also mentioned, they have a lot of experience on, even some experience playing against Fisher where they kind of stomped them 7-2. We might see more comfort bands in play because now they realized something has to change drastically, and just playing by the book, playing by what we feel like is going to work, isn't going to be the best strategy. We have to reinvent the wheel and make sure Fisher cannot get these massive leads where they either deny all the map control when Akron are trying to attack or just stop a direct take, because Akron tried to keep things simple on so many occasions but still weren't able to successfully win rounds on the attack despite these direct takes.
Yingband first. Dokebi would usually follow in this case, but she won't. Ram is removed, and understandably so. Chalet has many more open floors than we see on Bank. Again, similar to Villa, as I brought up earlier. Surprised and really upset Villa isn't here because Ram would be kind of gross on Villa. Not the case. Anywho, Ying off the board, Ram to follow. The attack, a little bit more different than what we've seen in prior maps.
Another good concept for Ram on Chalet and the map of Chalet as a whole is how many opportunities you can find on the attack while not even entering the building. There's so many cutoff angles you can find on different windows, several other balconies, find a 5 versus 3 lead to some extent, and then enter the building and begin your proper attack in the map. So when Ram can be used outside the building so comfortably, it makes sense to have her banned on the map that revolves so much around exterior gameplay. Azami as well. Since Chalet is so big, like we discussed earlier, similar to Bank, Azami's really good on this map because she can extend with those keep barriers and waste more time for the offense, which if they're spending more time outside, then they still have to worry about Kibas. It just stacks up over time.
Everybody always argues about the hierarchy of bomb sites on Chalet. Some people despise the bottom floor, others despise the top, but the first floor seems to have a general consensus that kitchen dining is a very good primary bomb site, gaming a decent secondary bomb site, if not office and bedroom. The case here for Fisher, they fall into everybody else's general consensus. They go kitchen dining to open things up. You were talking about the Mira. Mira is the call here. Specifically, I want to see how the Mira tries to play around Mezzanine, because I don't think she will, and that's what surprises me. You were talking about this earlier with the Azami as well. Mezzanine is a very good position to hold on any of those operators. Not the case for the Mira, at least towards Mez. Still bringing the Mira, but I think you're all too familiar with this possible attacking setup. You've seen this many times before here, John.
I have. One of the first few to ever cast Sens on this map for a projector post plant. That's one of the terms used for Sen's primary gadget. mixing that with the Amaru and the Sense gadget that can obscure the vision of the defense, that allows Kosa to get close quarters confrontational with the shotgun to work some very aggressive picks, while also having Jobu sneak his way into the bomb site with the help of that coverage from his primary gadget, plant the diffuser, and make Fisher scramble to retake the site. The only problem I see here is that there isn't a lot of vertical distance granted by Akron here in this round. We could see either a very fluid retake or the Sense play being denied completely if the projectors aren't placed correctly for both horizontal and vertical coverage.
So I want to know where Kosa's going at this point, because the two schools of thought is you roll the ROUs through Trophy. That's a way to find an opening kill. Goodbye, Scoob. He wanted to get aggressive. This is something I thought we were going to see a little bit more back on. Bank, not the case.
He's got
dead
by
to
Claymore.
a Claymore. Imagine getting
that is
killed by an inanimate object.
What?
Misplaced ROU. Not sure that was supposed to be
definitely misclicked there.
Setup, but the fact that I wanted to bring up, Kosa playing on the Amaru, not going in Trophy hatch or dining hatch.
Well, there's JetCon with another, technically speaking, or no, it's his first one. I just saw G316 and assumed it was Ash. There's the 5-on-3 lead, both Legion and Frost taken care of, and Kosa just blows up. Not too sure what it's from, probably the C4 of Beezer, so he'll be down for the count as of right now. With a minute 30 to go, the defensive hold by Fisher in their own bomb site has flipped a whole 180 degrees, but it's working. They're stalling this trophy push so well that they've technically tied us off, since, again, Kosa can't be picked back up.
That's great.
But IMAT is able to find another one off screen. Beezer no longer a factor in this round, but it's still a consistent back and forth.
And Beezer was forced out of position because of that vertical pressure being put forward. Cappy, now out of position, had to break the mirror in front of her so it does not have that free vision he was looking for. And Tekwil playing around this ROU. He's waiting inside of West Main. This position had previously been cleared, but with the ROU in front of him, intended to pick up Kosa and make him safe. It's given Tekwil an opportunity to get back. We're seeing the firebolts thrown through by CL, alongside the mini smokes from distance, but Cappy's still holding the main entrance into dining, and Tekwil still playing the off angle from West Main. This is not a safe round by any means for Akron.
Kosa has got to make a play here up above. If only he knew someone was right beneath that soft wall, he could have found a massive frag here, making it a 1 versus 3. The shotgun to open things up, but that angle works both ways through the wall, though. He connects a nice spray down. Tekwil the last one alive, but like you mentioned, Dan, do they know where the Somai is playing at? This could be a huge way to keep things in their favor.
And they don't have any drones watching this position. Tekwil has yet to be cleared, but they drop through the hatch to get in. That's the most important part. Nobody crosses in front of him. He has no information.
Oh, you're
he
looking
doesn't
at
see
him,
him, but he has absolutely no idea. CL finds the kill. Tekwil exposes himself without finding the kill. I don't know if he saw him on the backside of the bomb chassis or if he was just forced out of position later on. At the end of the day, it's a round for Akron regardless, and their attack storms to fruition.
Oh, from that open breach, he saw for a moment the guy planting behind the bomb chassis. That is tragic for Fisher. And on top of that, too, once you have your planter gone, that causes so many different ideas flowing through your head for Akron of, well, do we have to push the Wamai now? How do we recover from this location? Sure, the Capital probably would have found the refrag, but still, just finding that opportunity could have made a massive difference. It did not, though. Akron still steal the round despite starting. I was going to say in a pretty big deficit, but no, that was during the mid-round. They found the 5-on-3 opening, so via Scoob running out. And I believe it was, JetCon finding a nice one-on-one kill lurking across the map. That did put them in the right direction to keep things straight ahead. But also Fisher, I have to credit them for being able to readjust and change spots to then give Akron a run for their money.
Akron's round, and it's Fisher needing a change. Not changing all that much about their operator selection. We're still seeing the Frost, this case for Scoob. Maple back on the Thorn. Again, we're seeing Olamai this time for Cappy. Tekwil, I think, is bringing the only new operator in the Jaeger. And Mira, similar for Beezer as we saw in the previous round. Nothing, at least not too much, change for the defensive side other than their bomb site. I like this decision. Go Bar Gaming and try and play a little bit more outside of your own purview. We didn't see them extend to the top floor as much as I think we would have liked. And their extension, at least their attempted one, outside was just shut down by an inanimate object. Shout out to Link.
Wondering where CL wants to set up. He has a diffuser, so I imagine he'll use these Capital bolts more for a post plant and trying to get in the objective to put that diffuser down rather than clearing out this top floor. it might be more of a simplistic take here by Akron because they don't have really any hard breach for this top floor, albeit you don't need it most of the time. And they don't have a lot of utility to clear out those deployable shields. So if they can get library control and then set up for that plant, all they have to do is play outside and use that window pressure to stop Fisher from finding any success on barring games.
Great way of using the Capitao. Unfortunately, they're incorrect in their presumption as to where that library player is playing. Scoob actually does step up from that same position. He finds 2 as well, alongside a down onto IMAT. Unfortunately, the Twitch drone jumps straight into a mute jammer or gets EMP'd instead by the Bulletproof. And JetCon saw somebody, realized it, went back for more, but ends up being forced out of position. And the re-engagement down the fireplace stairs. JetCon, the 1v1 here with Scooby, wins the first one, but he's still got the 1v3 to contend with, and now just 40 HP.
Not a good spot to be in here for the Twitch. Quite literally on an island. Minute 30 to discuss things through with their team. If they see bar and games back in play, they'll be a little more aware as to what Fisher could be cooking up, and going for a direct take, probably not the wisest idea when we see this objective played a little bit later during that first half. JetCon now detected by the Mira playing right beneath this bar top table. And just, yeah, goodbye.
Yeah.
Simple as, just waits for him to walk in. It's easy pickings with that Vector, and things are tied off once again.
That round from Fisher was the most innovative thing I've seen, while still sticking to something that is fairly simple. Scoob waiting inside a library. Usually you sit suicide. It is called suicide because people go there either to die or to disengage very barely with their life. Instead, we saw the Capitao at the beginning of the round try and step up. That, most importantly, thought they cleared the library position. And the false sense of security walks 3 people into mezzanine, and they find 3 separate kills. And Beezer was able to just lock in this final kill. Not too difficult, to say the very least. And the walk-in from JetCon. The lack of information, he thought Beezer was still sitting inside a stock. He was wrong, and then he was dead.
That is one of the bigger problems with trying to keep things a little simple, is some of those extensions can come to bite you towards the later part of the action phase, especially for that top floor. You mentioned mezzanine being such a powerhouse position for the defense. We saw that perfectly because several bodies died there, giving no other options left for Akron. And now we see Master in play. Funny enough, this is one of the least favored objectives inside a chalet. A lot of people actually prefer to go down below into the basement, but one of the more enjoyable parts of Master is how easy it is to extend over by library. And when we saw almost the entire round being won solely off the mezzanine presence on that top floor, it does make a little bit of sense that they want to go here.
No primary EMPs, no primary hard breach. No hard breach, period, sorry. Not no primary hard breach, no hard breach. End of sentence. What is Akron trying to do here? My guess, with this current setup, either solar or playing on the bathroom and piano balcony and trying to get in either ego window or piano window and trying to take those positions because they have a heck of a lot of soft breach. Maybe they could play that from below, the Buck, the Ash, they have that availability. They have the nades as well with Kosa, again, for the next 2 days. But I don't know if Fisher's going to be expecting this because Cappy's playing the Cade, understandably. The nade forces him out.
Smart.
But no, the Magnet actually caught it. Caught another as well. And goodbye, Maple. Go down the stairs, not up them.
Instead of using the grenades to clear out the top of Solar stairs, they'll pick a Firebolt instead, and that'll do the trick. But like you mentioned, Beezer will retaliate with that same force, and no more Smoke Bolts left to assist that potential plant. So it does look like we assumed, it would be more of a Solar type of take. They still have the gridlock tracks to stop either a run-out or some sort of flank watch, but this cutoff by Jobu could be damaging. But no, he gets past him! No. Does he even know?
So Jobu's actually holding Solarium stairs from
with the skeleton
bottom.
Key.
Yeah, he's looking up. He's actually trying to look up through Solarium and possibly through the 2nd floor.
Now that is flank watch.
No idea. That is how you flank watch. And watch, Tekkel's going to walk right into it. He has absolutely no idea the Buck's sitting below him. If Jobu waits here for another 7 seconds, Tekkel's going to take the Solarium stairs and he's going to die from below. Wait for the patience. The trophy window occupied, heard by JetCon, but Jobu still patiently waiting below. Is it going to work in his favor?
Game of cat and mouse.
Where's Tekwood?
Opportunities here could be tenfold for Akron if they can land these shots. Beezer knows someone's on that window repel, but he wants to cross to be a little more helpful when it comes to that Solar presence. But with Cappy playing right by bathroom, this shouldn't be a problem.
Jobu ended up walking outside of the Bing garage door. He's currently outside the trophy window right now. Tekwil has that freedom to move on the bottom floor, and he should not be perturbed in doing so. This is a much better scenario for Fisher than we saw in these last couple rounds, and that rotation ends up working. Beezer gets down and then finished. A follow-up from JetCon. IMAT walked into the site. He tries to walk out, but he only dies to Scoob, who steps up for his 4th kill in 2.5 rounds, but this one still far from over. The repel in for JetCon. He's low. He's dead. Scoob finds 3. Make it 4. Fisher their 2nd, and the lead definitively in the Falcons' favor.
Not having enough bodies to clear out Master, hiding behind that half wall, the natural cover, and waiting for that final move, that final breath to be taken by Akron and just stolen away. Sure, JetCon's in a power spot, but with only 2 players alive, you have to cover your other teammate who's trying to plant that diffuser, and JetCon simply cannot do that given where Jobu's playing. He has to hop in the building, he has to expose himself, and sure, he knows where Scoob is, so he'll try to take that 50-50 gunfight, but it backfires. So, given the fact they couldn't go for a plant and they had to play dirty in the bomb site and having no utility to push back Fisher, it was just a simple waiting game for the defense.
This has been a drastic change from what we saw back on our first map of a brief recollection back to it. Fisher looked much better on the defensive side as soon as they got their wits about them. It took them a few rounds to do so, though. That's not the case here. Akron look a lot more uncomfortable in a lot of these gunfights, and yes, they're finding early advantages. We've seen that in all 3 of our rounds, either an opening kill or opening player advantage past the 1-minute mark, but they haven't converted as often as you usually would. About 60 to 70% will you see teams converted an opening duel into a round victory. Here, at least mathematically, it's 33% through 3 rounds, albeit low amount of rounds played, maybe statistically insignificant for all of you AP stats people. But I don't know, it's still Fisher with a lead, and that number doesn't lie.
Back to dining room as well. It was an objective that Akron definitely won. I mean, well, obviously it's a score, but how they won it, it's not a consistent strategy. It's kind of just a pocket strat. You bring it out once. Now Fisher is definitely expecting it, so you have to reinvent the wheel and go for something different. And now they've got the Osa. We talked about her several times, and it's on the board. And for this site, she's very effective. If you can get fireplace/main lobby control, open up that main wall into sight, and deploy those talent shields, it becomes a very complex matter for Fisher, if that plant goes down, to retake, because you have a literal shield you can see through and take gunfights off of advantageously.
So happy they're bringing the Osa. It's just 5 rounds too late. Would have been so much more useful back on Bank, but not the case.
Hey, but they still won.
In either way, yes. Well, no, it was Akron that needed to win the round. Yeah.
Happens.
Yeah.
You know what? It's been a long day.
That's fair. Yeah, this is...
Maybe that's why Akron took so long to bring out the Osa. They just had a long day.
That's so true. Maybe like mental lag, brain lag. They were like, oh yeah, what operator should we bring? Oh yeah, Montaigne 7 times. Nope, Osa. Nope, opening kill. Kosa instead. Kosa, Osa, opening duel. I don't know. Gridlock looks good to start.
Having these track singers down below as an effective flank watch is also very essential. That's one of the bigger concepts that Fisher could establish to deny a main breach play, is having flank up one of the main staircases from either Blue or Snowmobile. So that's no longer going to be as easy, because those track singers will give away your intentions throughout the round. There are still roamers up above, so if you're going to go for a main breach execute, you need to get at least some control on that vertical aspect to make sure no one can play above and stop that plant. And getting that thermite to open up the main wall above is now going to force back the defensive side of Fisher, and now make things much easier and very straightforward to get into sight later.
They'll be able to open up mezzanine. They have the Osa on the board. They have the Kosa still alive, and they have CL playing with the smokes. Keep that in mind for later. As soon as the mezzanine breach is open, which it just was, as a matter of fact, they have to remember to pay attention to those smokes, as they could try a plant, but C4s are still available, as are Razor Bloom shells around default and dining. Lots of things to keep in mind as Fisher still has to prepare for this engagement, and they do so with an opening duel. Again, a Frost looks good in an opening fight.
Kosa still needs to be alive here, though. When that main wall's opened up, there's a Mira to greet the offense. If you cannot use those nades or even those smokes by CL to force back Beezer in that position, there's a C4 that could greet you, and Tekla has a Nitro in and of itself. So this could be 2 massive opportunities for Akron to be denied of their plan.
15 seconds. Now's the time to go if you're on the Akron side. They have to get through the main breach, though, and that's the main problem of this. Even with the smokes that could be available, Tekla steps up for one, and he's still playing on the Warden. Smokes or not, they're having difficulties getting in, and now they just have to get out with their lives. IMAT holding the cross. His position duly noted, but he prones and finds the kill regardless. Diffuser will indeed be put down, but Tekwill's left alone. A 1 versus 2 as he walks through, and IMAT gets aggressive. Low HP. He doesn't care. 2 fights go his way, 2 headshots, and a second round for Akron.
And although that deployable shield was still intact above, not having any way of ignoring the window player right beneath Piano made it a nightmare for Fisher to retake. Because again, if you can play above, there's vertical options to stop a plant. And since both the Mira and Warden were so far away to try to use their Nitro cells, they had to rely on the vertical. With IMAT shutting that down, it opened up the chance of planting that diffuser. And he doubled down by dropping through the hatch, which Fisher did not know about. They were completely unaware of that play.
Yeah, one thing I didn't see before the replay, shout out our replay team, IMAT actually found the kill on Cappy up above and then dropped.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. Really good play to not only get aggressive, even on low HP. He was low HP as he dropped, much less after he found that first and then second kill. Fisher in the dumps after that one. They will bring in the Goyo. I am scared. I'm going to say it right now. I think Akron win this round because Fisher are 0-2 when they've brought a Goyo.
But do they notice it? Do they know, Chad? Maybe not.
Do they pick a Twitch? That's the question for Akron. We see a Thatcher.
They've got like 7 seconds. So at the 2 to 3 second mark, your pick phase is over for the offense.
Right
about now. And they don't. They will commit to a lot of hard breach, though, which is good for a basement floor site. You can open up both Snowmobile. You can open up the wall that's all the way down by Big Garage, looking into connector to literally cut the 2 bomb sites in half, make them very disjointed for the defense. And also the boiler wall, which then allows you to plant in what's called default, right beneath the pillars of wine. And given the fact you've got smokes and stuns to create space, planting here seems like a good idea, so long as they can avoid TechWill, who is quite literally the best counter when it comes to being dealt with for smokes and flashes.
You know, one thing that we've seen those last couple rounds is the switch onto the Warden. As soon as the ROUs were brought with the Sens, we saw, because the Sens was brought, they forced TechWill to stick on that Warden. And as soon as they did, it ended up working at the end of the day. I don't think there's any impact EMPs. There are not, but there's just regular EMPs. I noticed that Kosa's playing on the Thatcher.
No wall denial.
Yeah.
Except the mute, but
that's all they have to worry about. It'll take 3 seconds. They throw an EMP at it. They just have. They blow up the exothermic charge, which they will now. And just like that, step 1 completed. But Akron will go a different direction and start to open up other avenues of attack and maybe circle back to what they've already given themselves later on.
Look at the drone economy, Dan. There are 5 drones left with 2 minutes. I could imagine, albeit Maple is in a very common location for this top roam, there's someone else playing with him, and that's the Legion. So having Cappy up here as well, if she doesn't get detected here, with the fact there's no drones to spot her, this could be a great way for Fisher to not only get the man advantage, but also give Akron a lot of questions to worry about if they just commit to the horizontal play and bite the bullet when it comes to dealing with that vertical hatch presence later, or if they fully commit to the top floor and potentially risk more lives being lost.
Wow. That exothermic charge took out the deployable shield from that distance. That is absolutely gross. Unless it was an Ash charge or something different. I didn't hear it.
It could have been.
I don't think it was, but at the end of the day, it's still broken. Shots through. Both players trade damage. Beezer takes significantly more than he deals out, but he's still alive, and that's the most important part. One-shot headshots being what they are. SMG-11 high firing. He's still very much in this. He was very much in that round. He's dead.
Top floor presence now as well for Akron, looking to push away Maple from this hatch. There's over a rebuttal for the Falcons. They will tie us up 4-4. Maple more damage dealt, and this Thermite is still kicking off this round for his team. Maple finally dropping down, but no, he misses! It's CL another! As he tries to stick this plant down, 30 seconds left to go, and Cappy's looking for a flank. This could be the moment to seal the deal.
No
Person
way.
detected by Trench, but Kosa wins it!
I refuse to believe that he misses an entire clip of the Vector onto a Thermite who was not moving.
Stuck. He is stuck.
He is prone, stuck, in a corner, and that is something that will cost you. Fisher, that is a momentum killer. And Akron now go back-to-back after being down 2-1. Their attack looking much better than what we thought it was going to at the start of this game. And more importantly, similar to our first map, they have the lead going into the last round of the first half.
For round number 5 as well, the big what-if was, can they deal with the hatch presence? They did. They had someone fully commit their life to playing on the second floor to then push back Maple and force them to drop the hatch when there are 3 people right in the middle of sight, essentially, either playing off an open breach or trying to plant. CL went crazy that round, especially because he didn't have to worry about the vertical coverage in that round by his opponents. So Akron, massive round to secure that lead in this first half. And now we go back to Dining Room for Fisher, which has been not great. They have lost it 2 times now against Akron. I'm really surprised that we didn't see Barbie played.
again as well.
Or I would say even Master, because I believe it'll be opened up around 3 now.
Akron's gone back-to-back, so everything should be open.
Yeah.
They have it. So, Fisher, you have any site open that you please, and you go to the one that you've lost twice. The math is not mathing
Definitely
on that
controversial.
I don't know. We'll leave that one up to your opinions.
Quote of the day, I don't know.
Yeah, that's questionable to say the very least. Maple actually almost got his head ripped off. He was opening up a little bit of a hole in the bottom side of the bathroom window, and in doing so, somebody heard it outside and shot at it. So he was trying to prep it for a run out. Instead, he almost got his head ripped off.
Akron looking to maybe utilize these air jabs for another sense of a pseudo flank watch instead of the gridlock track stingers. I would have thought having the nades would still be very beneficial because, again, a lot of deployable shields played above, a lot of distances you need to close as an attacker where a grenade can fit that little niche perfectly, especially when Mira has been played so consistently by Fisher. In particular, Bees are running that operator now several times. It does seem a bit odd to have Kosa on this operator instead of Gridlock, but still gets the same job done, and it's still some sense of flank watch, which is the primary goal of both the Gridlock and Nomad. Akron looking to do a similar attack to what we saw a couple of rounds ago, where they get this, highway presence, open up these back walls to force Fisher away from these power spots early on, and they even have IMAT getting aggressive too, where you could maybe use that Ash Charge to break the shield and take a gunfight.
Fact is, he has to get around this door to break that shield. He'll do so successfully. Maybe will have to disengage. He gets out with his life just narrowly.
Nice.
But Kosa on the double window, that's the force away. That's the combination and coordination that they've needed on the Akron side, and this time it finally sets into fruition. Opening kill retrieved, and free real estate, meme intended, over towards this piano position. And Fisher has to disengage. Scoop the only one occupying it. He still wants to try and play aggressive around the bathroom and closet position, but he doesn't have the safety to do so. And more importantly, he doesn't have the support.
Fisher trying to fight back, but Akron just have such a foothold of that top horde. Jetcon will begin to work his way back down below. He's got the diffuser, so he's looking to plant that diffuser perhaps. Jobu still maybe waiting for that talent shield. Nice shot by Scoop playing off that Mira window. And Beezer is in bar stock as the Mira. And I don't think Akron is aware of this.
They shouldn't be. Nobody's droned this position. They still have many drones available, 4 to be specific. But with this position being held down, they can play much more passive on the site and play the full bait setup. Beezer just needs to not make noise and not be caught out by an air jab. All of them have been placed down, but the diffuser will not go down in the default position, at least not likely. Beezer just now making noise, has not been heard from behind. One picked up, a spray down, will not be able to find the second kill, but he may not need it. Jetcon planning in the dead center of sight in front of the half wall. He doesn't have the safety, nor too does Jobu, and Beezer will dispatch of 2. It's Fisher to tie at the half.
Desperation attempt there by Akron, planting in the middle of no man's land, but I can't blame him. Because again, Beezer is flanking, and there's no one to stop the Mira from pushing back towards site to the bomb chassis that gives you so much natural cover from the dining room and kitchen side of the map. That doesn't matter, because there's someone shooting you in the back. So you've got to readjust. Akron attempted that, but with so much time being spent above, it wasn't done quickly enough, and that cost them a couple of moments where they were cutting corners. For example, not droning dining room, or not dining room, sorry, droning out stock, for example. But to be fair, no one ever played there, so just the little quirks of where you can play. Those rat corners we mentioned quite a lot on Bank, they eventually come into fruition on Chalet and get Fisher a round win as well.
Imagine sitting in the corner of stock with 30 seconds left as Mira. I bet Akron
in
Tom's was like, what is Beezer doing? This guy needs to
Bro,
go outside.
I died to flanking Mira. What is this? What is this guy doing?
I think words that I've said in ranked games multiple times over. Yeah.
What is this guy doing?
What is this guy doing? Go outside, do something. I don't know.
Take a walk. Yeah. It stopped raining. This is your time.
Honestly, these last couple days, at least yesterday, has been cold and dreary and really rainy. But like the last 8 hours or so, really nice. Septilance and I walked outside with Vincent, and we were able to see the mountains from a distance. You ever come to Boise, Idaho? About 30 minutes from the city center is a great set of mountains. My Uber driver on the way to my hotel from the airport was like, yeah, great skiing. It's really nice. So, you know, if you ever want to come up, either for Boise State University, Boise State Esports, or just to ski, I recommend it.
That's one of the most satisfying things of taking an airplane somewhere. It's just if there's mountains, you can just look right above them. It's just so mesmerizing. Yep. Even clouds as well. They kind of look like snow from a distance if they're like really thick. So it really added to the atmosphere. But
Better trick.
Yeah, I think he's going to get it off. Oh no, you're right, he missed it up. He backs away though, so he won't die. It's still a 5 versus 5 situation, but now Maple's able to set up those talent shields. Info being gathered. They've got several different smoke grenades as well. They could use a couple to try to bait out Akron's nitro cells. Wow. But with there being a Warden as well, that could be very counterintuitive because Warden again hard counters those smokes. And wow, C4 for the vertical play, that is nasty.
This is my favorite angle. Usually what I'll do is I'll play like a Frost and put a deployable shield at the top of mezzanine because I'm a little rat, and I'll just sit there and hold from like 25 meters and 2 floors away.
Self-report.
I gotta say, it works. It's functional. Even if Maple tries to put down one of these Talon shields, he's actually visible from up above, and he will not know it. He sees the floorboards open above him, but does he note it well enough for somebody to help him at any case? Warden is alive. There are smokes available, direct counters to one another, but does IMAT hold this from a distance? It seems like he still will at the top of Mez.
Shotgun holes being made.
Wow.
Jetcon taken care of, though. Kosa, quick to reply. Plant being attended, but does Maple have enough room? What? Just narrowly. They'll have to sideswipe this one, but they hear the nitro cell. It's destroyed, though.
What?
Second one for good measure, but it misses, and Cappy above finds a massive kill. Still a back-and-forth conversation, though.
Safe?
And there it is! The vertical! There's no chance of playing a diffuser. Jobu almost finds another. You now see Maple trying to fall away, but he catches the tail end of a bullet. Beezer, no one left to cover himself besides these smoke grenades and the Talon shield, but there are no more C4s. He could bait this, but CL and the Bandit looking to try to play this one together. They know they've got 7 seconds to close this gap. Thermite gets off of it! And Akron closing the gap and closing the round with a solid performance down below.
The two surprising things were, number one, they pushed nowhere near as far in as they would have needed to for a single Talon shield to be effective. They were available to be shot at from the blue door, up above, and at any level of walkthroughs, C4s from a distance. They did not have the space they needed, and Fisher relied too much on a single Talon shield, which is not large enough to cover you from any more than about 75 degrees of an angle. And it just wasn't good enough. Fisher College, a rare misplay, and a round utility that we've been bringing up many times is very useful. They don't play it the way they honestly needed to at the end of the day, and Akron take full advantage. Vertical play ends up working. Yep. Not only the blue side play as well, the TCSG ended up working from that distance.
That's the difference maker between having more of just a direct play for your attack and then cutting corners. We didn't see anyone lurking by trench, no one trying to go blue, and then if we didn't see any destruction made above, there might have not have been an attacker there to deal with it either. It looked like everyone was just so focused on the main breach, they forgot about all the other intricacies that you can have for a direct take by still keeping things complex. When there was no pressure by blue to cause chaos in sight, there was no one trench to work for kills looking by connector. If they had anybody by connector, that could have been a difference maker because there was so much done by the Bandit there.
Beezer is on Iana. Even with the nades being removed.
He's cooking.
Beezer's on Iana.
It's time.
Cappy's gone on to the Lion. It is all faithful for Fisher.
Garfield is getting real.
And
it's just in.
Importantly, there are no hard breach operators for the defense or for the attacking side, or for the defensive side. For that matter.
Dining room, yeah, that's a new one. So West take down below.
And
I think they tried it. Yep.
Okay. Well, this isn't working. Everybody's dead. It's been 8 seconds and 4 players have died for Fisher College and Akron.
They did try West.
Yeah, they were cooking. Just the wrong recipe.
With the stove off. They forgot to turn on the gas stove.
And Scoob's left alive in a 1v5.
Guys?
Okay, this is all part of the Fisher plan. This map has gone exactly like map 1 has gone. Fisher won 0.
Almost to a T, yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly to a T. Fisher was up 1-0, then it was tied 1-1, then 2-1, 2-2, 3-2 Akron. Fisher tied at half. Akron win round 1 and 2 in the second half. And Fisher going to come back and win 7-5.
Perhaps a timeout would be in order as well. They do have good bookwork now for round number 7 and 8. That for Snowmobile, there is going to be a roam presence. Dining room as well, same story, albeit that's fairly common for both objectives. I can imagine with the roam presence being fairly strong that we might see bar and games in play, but to counteract that, we've seen a lot of times Fisher going very direct. It's incredibly challenging to go for a direct take on Master in comparison to bar and games, because if you have the right operators, you can just hop to that double window and try to plant, but they are going for bar and games, as we both kind of assumed. Now the question is, will Fisher try to triple down and go for another direct play, or will they be more methodical?
I don't see any way in which Fisher go for something similar, unless from a different position. I didn't hate the West main decision, but the issue was, not only do you fall from there, you fall trying to walk into mezzanine. You were basically trying to split the site in half. And in doing so, you force yourself out of position. You don't properly drone out the 3 spots you were susceptible to. Top mezzanine, bottom fireplace, and the west main hallway from like the bottom of Solarium Stairs and Trophy. And just like that, you lose the round because of it. And in 8 seconds, 2 players get a combined 4 kills. And Fisher were dispatched of in very quick fashion. I think they're doing it again.
They're doing it again.
Oh my. Where do they go in? Do they just walk in mezzanine again? Do they drone it this time? Because usually you don't see teams set up pre-placed drones in prep phase. And to make things worse, I think there's been 3 drones dispatched of, if I'm seeing this right.
They have a Warden, they have a Mira, they have a Mayan Jaeger, they have a Frost. These are all perfect operators to stop this exact play Fisher is going for that we were hoping they would not do.
I'm going to ask our observer. I think our observers can hear us. Top of mezzanine at the double window where the Frost was just putting down 2 separate mats.
What's going on over there?
They had 2 separate Frost mats under the main canine window. I don't know about this one. Fisher may try the exact same thing, except from 2 separate angles. Here's JetCon looking at his Frost mat, seeing if he's got anybody. He hasn't. There's sound cues. But already the mirror open. Shot up the Twitch. And it seems like they want to try and split mezzanine and force people out of the bar site. Just try and plant early. Is that the call?
It'll have to be the timing effect for Fisher. Beezer's already in the building. He's waiting on Scoob to be a distraction. Then he'll begin to push up. Now JetCon's a little worried. He's got his teammate there to back him up, but there's Scoob. Springs around the corner at just the right time. And now that might be a bigger concern for Akron. They do not have anyone to help back him up by that back position near mezzanine.
Goodbye.
And that allows Beezer to also pop up at the exact same time. Almost connects another. But it's going to be CL to find the trade and still hold top blue.
Great setup from CL, playing around the deployable shield to near perfection. But he's not out of the woods just yet. Not only has Jobu been downed, Kos is now dead. He's left alone. He needs to ace almost virtually for this one. He'll find a second kill, and he'll actually start to recover back towards the site. He has a very good opportunity to deny the plant. He's behind you!
Oh my God, he
CL,
doesn't
turn
know.
around!
He
Oh
doesn't
my
know.
goodness!
Wait, he got him!
Found 4! It's a 1v1! But Scoob will shut it down. CL almost has an ace clutch with no business being alive, but he'll be dispatched of, and Fisher fined 4.
Crazy discipline to just stick the plant when there's someone in front of you.
Watch this. Everybody watch. CL's going to walk into bar. On the right side of your screen, you're going to see the planting player. Cappy's planting.
In the corner.
Close right. Behind you now. And he has no idea. Cappy's like, wait, somebody's around me? And then she just dies. How does CL find 4?
Not a fifth one, those you mentioned. Despite our concerns with the direct approach that Fisher went for, there was team play from separate angles as well. We talked about how important Twitch was, and not only opening up the mirror window, but also then allowing Beezer to find a kill by top mezzanine. So they kill both the Warden, and they end up killing the player who was top mez. That leaves a lot more openings for the rest of Fisher to then push into the building. And although there was, again, a response by CL, the rest of the teammates were dead, and with there being so much commotion up above, that allowed everyone else to hop into the site and plant, which was, again, the main goal that Fisher were trying to look for there.
So for some clarity, I turned around and saw our admin having a conversation with Akron. Usually in all chat you'd see this, but according to NACE regulations, not allowed to talk in all chat. Interestingly enough, Akron crashed out. You saw IMAT end up leaving the game because he crashed out. We saw that behind me. I saw our admin, who's actually standing in the middle. I don't know if he knows I'm talking to him. He has no idea. He's very nice. Great dude. But
locked in.
Yeah, making sure we can get things taken care of. Unfortunately, Akron did have to force the rehost. We will get things back underway in just a few seconds. We have everything taken care of. We know all the players and all the bands. Everything should be done. I give it like 3 minutes.
Fingers crossed, right? That's what we hope for. But now begs the question, with the direct take finally working, are we going to see snow and dining also have a different outlook by Fisher, or will they also keep it consistently now as well? I don't think a direct take would be a problem if they, again, do what I referenced earlier of just having some other operators lurk. I mean, Nook's available. Nook is one of the best ops on Chalet because it's so easy for her to go across the map and find somebody with their back turned. If you just have somebody by Trench later in the round or Blue Stairs, that just gives less positions for the defense to hold against you while you're trying to plant out in the open, completely just exposed by the defense.
And with Bar Gaming now going the way of this attacking side of Fisher, our most likely site now to come is the basement of Snowmobile Garage.
Yeah.
So now looking at this, you have so many opportunities. You were talking about the lurk possible presence. I wouldn't hate that. Nook could probably go in over towards Solarium if they want to try and split it over towards the master side as well. You have a lot of opportunities to quickly clear the roam. But the other conversation is trying to force the roam out of position earlier or just deny the roam entirely. We were talking to Cappy earlier. Cappy was like, yeah, I'm not just playing Lion anymore. She has played Lion a few times, but she's not just playing Lion anymore. She brought up the gridlock. She also brought up that she's been playing the Nomad recently. Yeah. I would love a Nomad selection should the bottom floor be taken because she was trying to clear that roam but didn't have the utility to do so. If that changes into this next round, I think this is a completely different outlook into our 10th round of the game.
I think even a Nomad or Gridlock would also be beneficial, not for just the roam, but the anchor. Because you look at Connector, throw an air jab on that doorway, no one's getting through there. No one's throwing a C4 by Connector. That's no longer a problem. You throw track singers there, same effect. You throw a grenade in Connector, if there's someone playing right beneath that position, they're dead. So that would be a good option to consider, or also doubling down on the roam clear with the help of the Nomad, maybe getting a sledge or a buck for vertical. Now nobody can play Connector, period, because the floor is open above them. They simply cannot play there, or they are also dead. There are a lot of ways to spice up a direct take without cutting corners, and that has been just such a talking point. Akron's, they cut a lot of corners on Bank, and now we're eerily getting that same feeling with Beezer's team, Fisher, here on map number 2. But again, it's still a much closer conflict so far. It is only a 1-round difference right now. So they still have time to actually change up their act.
Yeah, and barring rounds 7 and 8 of Bank, I don't think there has been a single scenario of them making the same mistake on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
They've been much better at really changing their setup depending on what is called upon. And I got to say, things have to change. Unfortunately, things have to change for us as well. We're going to send it to a break, fix all the technical issues in the background, not talk your ear off. We're not going to go podcasting here on the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. Possibly the culmination of our series. Only a few rounds between Fisher and taking it, or Akron and sending us to map 3. What will happen? We'll find out when we return.
Los Angeles Comic-Con is back at the LA Convention Center December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Meet stars from hit movies and TV series like Matt Smith, Jamie Campbell Bower, Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, Rainn Wilson, and so much more. Shop over 800 exhibitors and artists. Experience the vibrant cosplay community and immerse yourself in the gaming and anime hall with tournaments for Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter all weekend long. Get your tickets for LA's favorite comic, gaming, anime, and pop culture convention at ComicConLA.com.
Hey, deal lovers. I'm coming in. Here's something new.
Just because we have good taste doesn't mean we don't like a good value. And in this hut, $7 gets you both.
The all-new $7 deal lovers menu at Pizza Hut. I'm coming in hot.
Because it's only a deal if you love it.
Choose your $7 faves 7 days a week. Only at Pizza Hut. I thought I heard pizza up here.
Toxic therapy from your vape.
Can't sleep? Listen to my voice. Your friends all bailed on you. Your crush thinks you're thirsty. The planet is dying. Keep obsessing till 5 a.m.
Vaping nicotine is associated with sleep problems. Find solutions at thetruth.com.
I'm Ryan Pruitt. I'm a sophomore at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. I'm a full-time college student, a future nurse, a small business owner, and a cadet in the U.S. Army ROTC. I'm the son of an Army officer, so I know the opportunities the Army provides. I knew the ROTC scholarship was the right choice for me to pay for the college that I wanted to go to. More than the money, I have people who are encouraging and committed to my success. I have big goals, and the Army is helping me make them a reality. I'm future 2nd Lieutenant Ryan Pruitt. That's my ROTC story. What will yours be?
Everybody able to get sniped on Tree. Tree is out, Squeak able to find vision. Hey, maybe they can turn around. They are trying to cap halfway, 3/4. One more to go, and they do. It is granted by Maryville. And now they just gotta win out OT. The chase. Noxus says, please do not get there. And they do. They turn it. We are going to the 5.5.
They did it. They took it. They took out Case way too much. Razor manages to pick that one up. Tree on the other side, though, is going to do what Tree does best, which is hit absolutely every single shot and charge with that weapon as much as possible.
So simple, said this is all me. A little bit of healing comes out. That is going to be a test, but it's not going to work. Squid says, let me get in the frame. The flail denies.
Not quite enough charge of him. You got the nano boost up.
Ends up working. Beazer gets down and then finished. A follow-up from JetCon. IMAT walked into the site. He tries to walk out, but he only dies to Scoob, who steps up for his 4th kill in 2.5 rounds. But this one still far from over. The repel in for JetCon. He's low. He's dead. Scoob finds 3. Make it 4. Fisher their 2nd, and the lead to get through the main breach, though, and that's the main problem of this. Even with the smokes that could be available, Teckle steps up for 1, and he's still playing on the Warden. Smokes or not, they're having difficulties getting in, and now they just have to get out with their lives. IMAT holding the cross, his position duly noted, but he prones and finds the kill regardless. Diffuser will indeed be put down, but Tech-Will's left alone. A 1 versus 2 as he walks through, and IMAT gets aggressive.
Top 4 presence now as well for Akron, looking to push away Maple from this hatch. There's over a rebuttal for the Falcons. They will tie us up 4-4. Maple more damage dealt, and this Thermite is still
nearly finished games, and technical issues. Name a more iconic duo, fellow. I'm Tom Delight. Joining alongside me here is still fellow. We are currently in map 2 of our best of 3 series. Fisher, down a round, just narrowly, but still down with more than enough opportunities to try and mount their comeback. We're heading into our 10th round of play. Fisher on the attack, Akron still on that defensive side of, by the way, their own map selection.
Yeah.
This is a must-win for Akron, not only these next couple rounds, but the map before they try and send us to border.
The map to which we're just about to hop into as well. Everyone's in lobby. We're all good to go.
Yay.
Engines are readied up, and we go back down to Snowmobile and Wine Cellar as we had assumed. And another thing we brought up quite a few times was the factor of Fisher might want to, after their resurgence when winning on barn games, will they pick another direct lineup for going straight into sight? It looks like that as of right now, but the adjustment, they have a buck now, so they can play above and make sure that Akron are not able to add these layers and layers to their defense if they can get their buck actually in the building.
In 2 separate conversations, they were about to bring the IQ. Tech will decided to bait me with attacker repick. Love that mechanic for casters. But Scoob is bringing the Twitch to deny that Bandit. Instead of trying to deny Bandit tricks and playing around the utility of the EMPs, which they actually are still bringing, they may just send in Scoob and try and remove the Bandit batteries before they even get placed down. Now, unfortunately, you can't shock the Bandit battery out of Bandit's hand, so he can technically still Bandit trick, but it's narrowly much more difficult.
What you could do, though, since the EMPs disable the Bandit batteries that are still on the wall, he could zap the disabled ones so he can't keep picking them up over and over and over again. So eventually they're going to get the wall opened up. And they have nades, so Bandit also has to be pushed back.
Right.
Yeah, look at this coordination.
No!
Oh, he didn't time it, throw the nade! He might be dead anyways. Oh my goodness, the nade won't kill him, but the open breach most certainly will. Tech will, a nice shot landed, and the Bandit trick, and the Bandit as a whole is unsuccessful.
So the reason he hesitated to put that second Bandit battery down is because you can see the glow of an EMP through the reinforced wall. And when he saw it, he thought that it would have denied the Bandit battery, but it would have found a second of efficacy, even a 10th of a second of efficacy. And as long as the wall is electrified for any period of time, no matter how small a fraction of a second, it would have taken off the exothermic charge. So close yet so far. That one cost Jobu his life, his C4, and the opening kill after the rehost.
A valiant effort by the Bandit, but it's not going to get Akron very far in round number 10 so far. Nice shot landed by CL. That will at least get rid of the Twitch, but it seems like their job has already been done for the most part. And like we mentioned earlier, with there being a buck, that skeleton key factor is going to help tremendously when it comes to getting this plant down. The only concern could, of course, be Kosa. Finka currently back-turned, unaware of the Legion's position. And they were previously damaged by a Capcan trap, I believe, and finished off by that Legion. Now putting a lot more concerns in the eyes of Fisher as to where these defenders are currently playing, trying to hunt them down in several directions.
And one thing we're not seeing from Fisher is a direct take after seeing multiple members off the site. CL still occupying the fireplace stairs. He ends up finding the kill back onto Maple, but I'm at dispatched of otherwise. That makes things a little bit more difficult for this attacking side. And they're dedicating in multiple different directions. Cappy going to head over towards the bar side and is going to get caught by yet another EDD. The Capcan trap ends up taking out the Thatcher, and it's Beezer in a 1v3 on the Thermite. Not going to happen. JetCon will get his finishing blow, and CL will find the final kill. Great round to come back from what was an abysmal start losing your Bandit.
And that IQ would have been very effective for several things. The Capcan traps, which ended up getting a kill and dealing a lot of damage in that round besides the general elimination. The Bandit batteries to know where exactly they're being placed down, besides the electricity gives away the intentions of that. So to an extent, maybe having the IQ would have been really effective, especially against Solus as well, which we didn't even highlight. It wasn't a necessity in that round. But also maybe something like a Dokkaebi to hunt down those roamers above. If you're going to get vertical, it could be a very dangerous game of knowing when to be gunned up to look for roamers that could be killing you, or to do your job as a vertical player. And we saw clearly that one of those two options was picked more heavily over the other, and that cost a couple of bodies up above, granting map point for Akron to potentially bring us to border, making this a very interesting series if we actually get there.
And border a little bit more attacker-sided than what we've seen these last couple of maps.
And two aggressive teams on that map, too.
Oh, my gosh. I think we'd see Scoob run out more than is healthy. He
That'd
died
be
yet
a whimsical game.
Scoob would die to yet another Claymore. I feel like that's
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. We've seen Blackbeard picked. Nope.
And Valkyrie brought through. This is the first time we've seen Valkyrie all day, as a matter of fact. Banned in the first map, surprisingly not played the first half, nor any part of the second half until right now. Fisher bringing an IQ to respond to that, respond to the Wamai as well, and the Warden. If Warden's glance glasses are active, it is visible to electronic detection, including the IQ. So, should IMAT try and use his utility, which Wardens very rarely do, he could be found out.
Ow. I will say, it might not be as important to spot where the Warden typically is. You can put 2 and 2 together 9 times out of 10. However, we can maybe see something be cooked up here by TechWill. More specifically, again, black eye cameras, so less info for Akron, which they've been playing off of just general positioning when it comes to that info pretty well, knowing when to take these gunfights, knowing when Fisher is going to be vulnerable to some of those aggressive peaks, and also maybe seeing some other fluidity happen.
I see a prone player in the back corner of stock. I don't know who it is. I don't know why they're
Not
sitting
this
there.
again.
But we're seeing something similar to the Beezer Cook. It is the Valkyrie sitting in the back corner of bar or stock on the far side of the map. This is a very long lurk that requires not being properly droned, something that Fisher does not fall victim to all that often. However, everybody does every so often. No guarantees by any means here for the Falcons, but some decent droning seems to be going their way, some decent information gathering, and top floor clearance. Can they take out that Mira? Not immediately. Maple, I think, is out of Twitch drone.
No opening by the wall, forcing the Twitch drone to go back into the line of sight of the defense. Speaking of positioning there, it's not going to work out whatsoever for Cappy.
Wow,
all those grenades, yeah, same. Grenades and also the track stingers now removed off the board. There were still a couple deployed, but all things considered, that is a ginormous entry kill for the Zips, and they still have a lot of positions held up above as well. That Mira still being intact because the Twitch drone failed to destroy it, and there being a long angle to shut down anyone walking into offices. A lot of positions are still being thoroughly watched over by Akron, and Fisher still have not found an opening to deal with it.
No, they also haven't opened the Piano Castle Barricade. A minute left on this clock, and very little progress, all things considered, for Fisher. And losing out on your gridlock without finding an immediate trade, and all you've given over is taking away a C4, just not good enough for the Falcons at this point. And 45 seconds left. Akron are on the precipice of sending us to border, and it now looks more than likely. Timing doesn't go Scoob's way. He's been seen. The barrel of his Mark 14 exposed. He can't even find a kill off the back of it, and TechWill will end up falling in the 45 hallway to Jobu through the main breach. Almost a second. I thought he found it, but it's Scoob up above onto IMAT, and with now 30 seconds remaining. Jobu yet to be cleared out of position. The Mira's yet to be taken care of. Actually, this one here for CL has been, but he still will spray. He'll still fall. Maple now makes this a more than reasonable round. Diffuser out in the middle of the site, and Scoob making more than enough noise. His position duly noted, and the flank once more starting to come through. It's just not going to be enough. Diffuser nowhere near pick-upable. That's a word. And Scoob has no way back into this round. The 1v2 will absolutely fall short, and Akron will send us to border.
Unrecoverable position for Fisher College on the end of this matchup. We see Akron with a phenomenal recovery on their opponent's selection. It's the collegiate special. Actually, no, they picked Shelly here this time.
Yeah.
We don't see a collegiate special. Just a grand final series that goes the full distance off of Akron really playing into the fact that they still had so much utility throughout all those rounds. It seemed like Fisher College just never had the right tools for the job. They didn't have any soft destruction that round for the shields, for the mirror windows. They were just relying on Twitch. And when you bring the same operator over and over and over again, like we saw with Montaigne on Bank, your opponents, if they're smart enough, they're going to counter you by just changing up their lineup just slightly. And that's exactly what happened. They weren't making it easy for the Twitch to do her job.
Yeah, and the Twitch not being able to find that mirror on the top floor really just slowed them down. Having that difficulty with the speed ends up coming back to bite them. And yeah, you cleared the top floor with like 25 seconds. That rotation just wasn't good enough. Here is the TLDR of how this game went. And the replays really show the story of Fisher having obvious advantages in a lot of these rounds. But then the second half, just not there. A much different showing after the rehost. They had the opportunity of bringing it back, but once more a rehost around that same general vicinity this time costs them the map.
Seemed like for the early half, it just kind of slipped through Fisher's fingertips. Yeah. Either just opting to go for different objectives when they should have, and instead just reattempted dining room a couple of times. The fact that they went dining room 3 times, only won it a singular moment, it definitely made things more concerning, to say the least, Stan. So if we maybe had seen different objectives played, could have had a different outcome there, but now we get to see how border pans out exactly.
Yeah, credit to Akron, and credits to you. If you want to try and get your R6 credits into the game, we have another opportunity to pick up 600 R6 credits. Whoever puts that code you see in front of you into your in-game shop redeem code page first, they will have the opportunity to pick up this game. Maybe you don't miss out on the opportunity like Maple just missed out on that magazine from the Vector.
Ow.
That was a round of all time right there.
That was a bird of all time. And he winked at me. Okay. This day just keeps getting better. This day just keeps getting better. One thing to talk about I feel like we've kind of missed out on is not the grudge match aspect of this game, but the history that both Akron and Fisher have amongst one another, not just as the teams between one another, but even JetCon versus Scoob. We talked about them playing against one another inside of Element 2 on the same map we're heading to in our decider pick of Border, where it was complete action left, right, and center. I mean, we saw Blitz brought out several times on that occasion. We saw extensions flatlined up above. And Border's a map where your extensions need to last a certain period of time on the defense, or you will lose because you don't have the distance to push away the offense. So if you lose your initial defensive front, you're gone. You're just the round's gone.
Something has to change for Fisher. Their defensive side
100%.
just has not looked good enough to make up for their attacking woes. And they did look okay on their attack in the later stages of Bank. They made up for what they needed. But Akron's defense really stepped up in a big way here. They change a lot of their play styles to get much more aggressive and in your face. They don't allow Fisher to set up the rushes they were looking for in that round specifically. And after the rehost, it seems like they were clean as ever, not making any mistakes, not giving away free kills, not giving away free real estate, not losing out on any opportunities nearly gifted to them. And you can see exactly why they walk away with this game victory.
Attacking teamwork for Fisher was also very lackluster on Shelly. Even this round, they just got away with it by the skin of their teeth because CL wasn't looking towards Scoob's direction for a good chunk of time. Having that lack of teamwork, though, when you put it into perspective on a map like Border, where, again, sure, it's very small, so it might be easier to set up other positions on the map if you're not able to time those correctly. If you cannot communicate the proper comms for that round, you're going to have people walking in one by one, and in the same breath with the defense, because they also have less positions to hold, they can stack more bodies in certain areas across the map. So if you're still going in for these very isolated attacks and looking for one-on-one picks, that won't pan out the way you had envisioned on a map like Border, because it's a kill box. That's the best way to describe Border. It is one of the most gun-centric maps you can have in the game right now for comp.
Fisher's defensive side needs to step up. 3-3 splits in both maps. Not terrible, but needs to improve. Their attacking side much better on Bank, just absent here on Chalet. And with Border being as much of an attacker-favored map, both of those aspects of their game need to improve. But that'll have to wait towards our third map of play, the final map in the NACE Starleague Grand Finals, not only in Rainbow Six Siege, but in the event as a whole. We'll go to Border as we crown our final champion. one final time here at the NACE Starleague Grand Finals at Boise State University's Esports Center in Boise, Idaho. It is Fisher College and Akron University headed to all three. Border is indeed a requisite to decide a champion here in our Rainbow Six Siege Grand Finals. I'm Tom Delight. Joined alongside me physically and in person, thank God, is fellow the caster.
I am real. You could move over to me and actually grab me and it would be real. Oh.
He's real.
We are real.
I can't believe it.
It's happening. It's not like you've met me in person before.
No.
Several other times.
No.
In any other Siege event, no. Just this one time. Forget about Indiana. Forget about Charlotte. Forget about Montreal. Forget about Atlanta. Just forget about Columbus.
And Columbus.
I want to forget about Columbus because I got really sick there, but that's a whole other can of worms that we're not going to get into right now. We're not going to do
One thing we will get into is this series and the end of it. This is our final map. This is all we've got to close things out. But before we do so, we want to shout out not only Mavix Gaming Chairs, but our winner. We want to take a moment to announce our Mavix giveaway winner, Old Franz. Old Franz won a Mavix M5 gaming chair, the official gaming chair of the NACE Starleague. Thank you, Mavix, for an awesome prize. Mavix, the best kept secret in gaming, and Old Franz, our winner of said best kept secret. Check your Twitter whispers or Twitch whispers or whatever you're being contacted on. Keep an eye on that.
Just keep a heads up, a mental note. That's like one of the best positives of these LAN events is getting to sit in the Mavix chairs. I remember Philly like it was yesterday because how comfortable the casting Mavix chairs were.
Love that.
I need to buy one.
Yeah.
It's been too long. I have like a $50 office chair that's like falling apart. I could put my hand under it and just like take out foam from it. I need to get rid of it. I got to move on. Move to greener and more comfortable pastures.
Supporter on the cards. Our final map of play. Now, before we started, about 15 seconds before we went live, I believe it was Scoob who yelled, "Tails never fails." It was him or a member of Akron. Either way, whoever won the coin flip, which is how we decide things in a best-of-3 series, as to who gets side selection on map 3. Higher seed gets to choose the coin flip, and whoever wins it gets to choose the side. Akron, I believe, ended up winning the coin flip, and they chose defense here on Border. Not too surprising. Another thing that's not too surprising, our operator bands. Wow, Dokebi and Ying band. It's not like they're the most banned operators in every tier of play. Oh my gosh, shocked Pikachu face.
The one time we saw Dokebi available, it was also brought, so we're not having that same river floating down. Fenrir gone as well. I mean, Color Me Shocked, really small map, can deny a lot of entryways for free, a lot of info for free. It's just annoying. Just get rid of them.
Ready, Valkyrie.
Yeah, I'd say Valkyrie or Mira here. It's two pretty solid options. And no, Solus. Just kidding. And by Akron, too, which I think Akron played Solus more consistently than Fisher. So that's a little shocking. But also, we talked about like soft destruction last map and the map before that. Border is also a very like soft map in terms of that context. Not as many hard walls. So if you get info down below as Solus, you can deny a lot.
I wanted to point this out for Akron, importantly enough. They kept the Valkyrie over and aren't bringing her immediately, but they were the only team to play Valkyrie. They still, as of right now, are the only team to play Valkyrie thus far in regulation play through both of these maps. The surprising notion here is seeing Mira go unbanned by Akron, though. They played Solus, as you said, more than Fisher did, and Fisher basically relied on the Mira on that defensive side. And on Border, she's arguably more impactful.
Missed the mark. Missed the mark on that.
Oh, Akron did. I was like, what?
you
didn't see the hand signals he made.
I tried putting two connecting points together in my hands and then just like flop them as far away from each other as possible. Two polar opposite points.
Yeah.
There's also a rook in play. I did not notice that. Oh,
rook and Doc.
You have rook and
it's
Doc.
2/3 of the big pharma.
And oh my God, that's a reference. All we need now is Thunderbird, and you have all the heals in the game for defender side. Yeah, IMAT is just running out of the building, looking for any potential damage early on. Also, Jet Khan and Jobu, even Kosa can do the exact same thing. Yeah, look at this. The French ops are doubling up. French together strong. Look at this.
And it still looks like they want to go for it. The Rook taking a heck of a lot of damage. Luckily, he's got the Doc on him. He'll stop moving for a few seconds. He'll get healed. No, he's going to swing first with the revolver.
With the revolver.
Oh my goodness. No, he's just running to get there quicker. I was a little concerned as to what we were seeing. IMAT is confident. He's not that confident. Thankfully so. That would just be arrogant.
Finka moving down below. with the new update not being introduced yet, you can still play with grenades underneath if you time the explosion correctly upon impact of that floor. So there is a chance you could find a kill, but with there being Rook Armor and Doc Sims available, that would only injure someone, even with a direct nade, but a direct shot lands on the Maple Skull. No more Rotero drones, and I would be livid at this point in the evening getting destroyed like that.
See, now, I yelled to both of the teams, hey, who's winning border, before they sat down ready to go. And Kosa, in a very nice South African accent, as he's actually South African for all of you who didn't understand, or didn't know that at least.
Didn't understand him.
No, so Kosa, in a very nice South African accent, says, well, hopefully us, but that's just the Akron bias, I think, playing. Maybe that confidence now exuding.
That's another.
2 separate kills. Scoob dispatched up as well. Flores and Ash, most of your breaching / explosive potential, and IMAT will step up for 1 as well. The French combination seems like they are indeed strong for 3 kills combined.
Call it a buddy ace normally. Might see a baguette ace perhaps between the 2 French ops. Just over a minute remains. Cappy having all of their utility, she could use that to maybe deny some angles like Archive's Door and some other positions, burn that Surya Gate. But you gotta worry about your backside as well, and JetCon will deny the buddy ace. But it still could be a momentary lapse of judgment. Flawlessly done by Akron. And the cowbell's back. You love to see it.
I am a big fan of the cowbells. I'm also a big fan of how Akron played that. Every single fight, they had a reasonable shot at a refrag, except for like the opening single duel, which was just a gross, quick shoulder peek.
Yeah,
and
but then he
had
backed off.
no business landing. Watch this. Oh, we didn't get it.
Unlucky.
Oh no.
This was the other confrontation where like you might not get a trade, but
yeah,
it's a 5v2.
Yeah, but
that's pretty.
And watch this goalpost. Absolutely goalposting.
Dude, you slammed into the filing cabinet. That's got to leave a bruise mark.
That's unfortunate. Usually not supposed to whack your head while you're trying to take gunfights. Maybe that's why you missed. Honestly, understandable. You run into a file cabinet.
He's mildly concussed. Been there, done that. Now we got a Tellers.
Hitting your head on the top of a door frame.
Oh my God, don't get me started on that. I could talk for hours the amount of doors I've hit my head on. But Tellers and Archives, one of the more preferred bomb sites for border. Mira's in play for it. We still have a Doc, this time picked by IMAT rather than Kosa. He's on Mozzie, so still a 1.5 optic, but now a little more room to kind of graze around the map, basically. You're much thinner up, easier to move from one point to another, and you've got drone denial, so if anyone tries to look for you with their intel, your primary gadget flat out just gets rid of that problem. So this could allow for a bit of a longer extent on this top floor, and also maybe give more info for the defense to use and turn against Fisher College.
Akron seemingly playing a very similar setup to what we saw in the previous round, just on a completely different bomb site. Other side of the map, different floor, completely different conversation. IMAT still wants to get aggressive because he can, and honestly wouldn't blame him here on the dock. Even if he takes a little bit of damage, he can heal that. Kosa, not so lucky to do so. That opening fight, make it 2 going the way of Fisher. And the over-aggression of IMAT, you can heal yourself as Doc, just not if you're headshot. And he's dead. Done, dusted, down the drain. Great start here for the Fisher Falcons.
Yeah, if it were me, I'd probably prefer eating a Pizza Hut than lead bullets for dinner. But, you know, to each their own.
Agreed.
Yeah. Realest thing we've heard all day. Are we going to see back-to-back flawless rounds on opposing teams? I don't know if last round was flawless or if there was one person dead. It was flawless for Akron. We might see the favor returned by Fisher, but Jobu denies it, and is good for a double spray down with the MPX as well. 2 minutes remain, and there are half the lobby members now just gone, off the board, just erased as if they were never there to begin with. And there's still roamers afoot as well. We could maybe see Fisher try to just take the bomb site, but I'm not too sure they're aware that, yeah, they have site control, or they're just beneath it.
One player inside of site.
There he is.
Techwill just walking in. Happy is the one with the diffuser, though, and she's now just walking in. SoundQ will be there, and she actually gets caught out. Jobu finds a third and makes things much more difficult for the Fisher Falcons. That distant shot all the way from West Main is where actually Jobu has retreated back to. I don't hate this decision. The issue is they have no idea Sile's still sitting above, and that's a problem. Shot misses. Now they do.
Doesn't connect through the wall, and Jobu's gone. They know that CL was last seen above. They can dodge the vertical and force this mute to retake, but they've got a Nitro cell. Techwill's got to be concerned about this. Scoob hurt him from the backside of Server, but he wins that gunfight. Techwill having no more coverage, but still a lot of opportunities here to hunt down this mute. He will look to just chase him down with 50 seconds left to go. This off angle could work, but he doesn't land it against the Finca, and Techwill will punish. Watch. Fisher ties this up once again. History continues to repeat itself tonight.
TechWill disengages. He backs up, and about a split second before the shot was being lined up to close out the round, TechWill's like, oh yeah, I want to unpromptedly walk forward now. And he avoids the entire spray of the SMG-11. No blame whatsoever to CL. That shot would have been landed every day of the week if TechWill moved as he was seen doing. However, he didn't, and he wasn't. And Fisher win the round that they were supposed to win a lot easier in a 1v1.
If not for Jobu, yeah. If not for Jobu dying, bottom east stairs, and if not for an unfortunate miss with the SMG-11, an unwieldy gun in some confrontations, and usually that tends to be mid to longer range positions, that CL was exactly in. We'll see Tellers reattended by Akron, as although they did lose 2 bodies off the rip, if they don't spawn peek as aggressively, they'll have more bodies to waste time against Fisher. And I could imagine they'll be able to hold the top floor much safer in that manner as well, because you can have some people play a little bit closer towards CCTV, maybe get some info, then fall off. And you can play over towards Armory, maybe deny a West Main Stairs push-up, for example. Just having more positions in your grasp is going to force Fisher to either ignore some spots and either get flanked or just waste more time clearing out those spots. And Akron, of course, with there being a lot of hatches on this map, they can also fall away and not feel so bad about it because they got out with their life and then can just fall back to site.
Questionable position now for Akron's defensive side. Playing the exact same site, but still bringing some separate operators to what we saw in the previous round. Mira back on the board. I like this decision for Akron's defense, but the one issue I see with it is if those Mira windows are caught off guard early on the top floor, it basically removes all of your presence that can indeed be available. I'm at an impact grenade of all time. I don't know what that was to take out, but it took something out. I think maybe a drone, I suppose, but it doesn't hit all that much. Nothing to really write home about other than that maybe questionable decision to use it.
Speaking of drones, Mabel just spotted the player by triple wall. With that Ash charge available as well, you can break some of these gadgets from a safe distance. Jobu, though, close quarters conflict, gets rid of Scoob. IMAT as well, soon to respond as well into Beezer. It's that double opening that we saw, but just turned on its head. This time, Akron are the ones to win these initial engagements, and there is no hard breach left as well. The buck is gone. The ace is eliminated, and IMAT once again pops out his head, and Maple was not prepared for it. CL gets active as well. He's on the hunt for more with that SMG-11 as TechWill, sure he's got all of his gadgets left, but this is not a position you want to put yourself in almost ever.
On the Brett side, he's got some adrenal surges to make up for some of the damage he's just taken, but it doesn't make it any better. It's regardless a 1v5 on less than full HP. The max HP he'll finish on is about 70 to 80, depending on what the exact numbers are at, but it's 20 HP per adrenal surge, and if you go above full HP, it falls at 1 per second, but that's a different conversation for a different time. Akron, their conversation is, hey, let's disengage, let's play together, let's play for trades if we need it. If we go 1 for 1, we win the round. If, however, we give 1v1s, we could give it away and give a free one over towards Fisher. Again, this would be an ace clutch scenario, but Kosa has actually just heard and now seen TechWill walking into Workshop. This should be just about it, as all the information is needed and has now been seen. That there's no way TechWill wins this, right?
Tough spot to bounce back from. We've seen worse before. Like you mentioned, he's kind of just on an island. First of many to be collected, though, is eventually found with that spear. They've got no idea someone's right beneath the corner. Finka injured. She could, of course, try to revive herself, but everyone is prepared to finish off the downed attacker. Fisher College unsuccessful on their second attempt against the Teller's defense. Akron respond very fittingly.
The first 2 fights there that Akron gave over were not too disappointing / concerning. If you're on that Zip side, you lose the first one as an early fight. Oh, Kosa's caught off guard, re-rotating in towards Workshop. After that, everybody's holding this exact same door frame. If TechWill even wins that first fight, he's going to be swung by a Warden about 1.5 feet from him. There's no way he wins this. There's no feasible way he walks away from that one successfully. You can see exactly why. Akron set it up well. Yes, it was a little bit too close for comfort. A 3v1 is still reasonable to pick away, but not at the end of the day.
Rook and Doc.
Oh, no.
Back on the menu, it seems.
And a Rooney again.
There's another Rooney and a Warden. Just as many angles you can hold from long distances to...
You get a 1p5. You get a 1.5. Yeah. You get a 1.5.
We all get 1.5s, except Mute. Well, he has the MP5K, but no one runs that.
Yeah.
Almost. Well, actually, does CL have it? We could go look to him just to double check, but he's one of the only few operators that can make rotates in a timely manner. Sure, Doc and Aruni can also do that. Any of impact grenades by Rook, I would assume. But the shotgun is just, the primary shotgun is just king at making rotate holes. And Jack Con's got 1.5 with his MPX and SMG-12 combination with his Phoenix, so it doesn't hurt to have it. Oh, there's the blitz. We were hyping up Scoob on this operator specifically. Now let's see how well he can use this German op to actually clear out that CCTV extension Akron still continues to hold with.
They're gonna use a Rotero drone to open up the break door. Does that
and
get
just have
pushed
him
off
barrel
of
through?
Scoob? No, he actually decides to wait. They still open it early, maybe faking, at least feigning early the initial engagement. Flash is even dedicated. I'm at still just waiting inside of break, though. This is a problem to try and clear out, especially with extra help from Kosa, because that blitz can turn the other direction, but as soon as they do so, they're forced out of position. Kosa trying to re-engage here. That flash should not force them off the angle, but they've been seen and dispatched of great shots from Maple and great droning beforehand, but Scoob dies to the mark 14. Joba will dispatch the blitz. No longer for this world.
Oh, and the Flores just not looking the right direction. Good swing for JetCon. Got Cappy and Bees are sure they get CCTV control, but that's only half the battle. They still need to put pressure into the bomb site, activate those Selmas, get the hard walls opened up, and look for more engagements. I don't think they know someone's top metal as well, so with that wall being soft right beneath the Rook, he can have pressure being put down by his teammate while also swing at the same time. Maybe a beautiful 1-2 punch to maybe find this 4 versus 2 lead.
Dekwo finds one. Draws it back to even. He ends up getting down in the process. CL ends up finishing him just before that adrenal surge could have brought him back to life. Nade being prepped, Cappy, that one could land at the end of the day. CL, however, just forced out of position, doesn't end up dying. Will still take damage, but still in the fight. That's the most important part of this. Beezer aggressing at the same time, and 2 players waiting inside a fountain. The re-swing, he misses it. He misses the opportunity, and the jammer catches off the Selma, as does Jobu Cappy. That should be it. Beezer alone in 1v3. We've seen this in back-to-back rounds now. It was 1v5, turned 1v3 last game, or last round at least. I don't know if it's going to be any more successful here for Beezer.
Doesn't look like it. Yep. Nope. Prone angle with the shotgun. Right around the corner. 1 pellet, all he needed. Blasted away. Akron doing a phenomenal job on the defensive side, needless to say. They will have to pick a very awkward tertiary bomb site pick of either ventilation or customs. 9 times out of 10, it's of course vent and not the custom side of the map. But Akron's doing a very good job of not only looking for early gunfights to slow down Fisher, since again the map's very small, so you need to be more of a confrontational defensive team than you would on other maps like Bank, for example. But they're also making sure that every other bomb site is not just being left vacant. We saw that problem a couple of times on Bank and maybe even once at a Blue Moon on Chalet. But Akron, they've been very willing to fall off their roam, play towards the bomb site, and with those 1.5 optics as well, still play at range. So Fisher, they can't close the gap from CCTV, which is somewhere they just captured and could have used advantageously, but now they have to give it up to try to push site, so it basically means nothing to them anymore.
This is the first time a team has had a 2-round lead in the first half of play.
Yeah, it's almost always been a back and forth.
It has been back and forth all day, whether it's Fisher up a round, Akron up a round, or Akron ending up losing the final round of the first half to have it tied at the end of it. This is the only time we've seen a 2-round lead in the first half of play. And that drastic change for Fisher, I was talking about their lack of an attacking side, having difficulties back on Chalet. I said it needs to step up even better on Border, not only to the new normal of Chalet, but to the normal of Border. Losing 3 rounds already, having a risk of losing a 4th or maybe even a 5th, and your defense hasn't been good enough to shut down Akron on a couple maps that aren't attacker favored, much less now one that is.
I'd say a 3-3 half is kind of necessary for Fisher right now. You could argue a 2-4 split, but again, that just gives less room for error on their second half, which we have seen Fisher mess up a handful of times on the defense. And look at this, look at how much ground Scoob is trying to capture so early, but of course the bomb site is not Teller, so it might be a little bit more tricky for him to make some magic happen. There's a drone sailing right past him. Does Jobu know about this info? He'll detect the drone, but not too sure about the Nook, who is just 1 wall beside him.
So because he's being active drone, some of the sound from Scoob that he would make otherwise may have been deafened. However, the hell presence reduction is no longer sound deafening. It is just visual.
Oh,
it's a perfect setup, though. The bait with the drone gives Scoob a free opening duel, and Maple follows up on a JetCon just the same. Fisher, the dream start to what has been a nightmare first half, and exactly what they needed to revitalize their attacking side and give themselves an arguable shot at this first half of play.
CL knows there's someone right outside of Archives. Might wait for him to hop in, a very audible cue. Then looking to get that kill for the shotgun. Yeah, the Nook is in the bomb site through tellers. The head was detected, but it's IMAT to find the first scalp of that position. These are some damage dealt towards him as well. Now you've lost your spearhead, so Fisher most likely will try to reset since they still have that man advantage and take the next minute 10 to look for another isolated defender and hope they can play together. There it is.
I was going to bring up. You have so much time, and now you even have a doubled up man advantage. CL is still on this top floor. IMAT has disengaged back down, but he's now dead. And seeing CL inside of the small office, he's since dropped down into workshop, but into a meat blender that's down below. Beezer will find 2 to close out the round, and Fisher exactly what they needed to turn back the clocks, albeit to the last map or 2, but still looking better on the attack.
And teamwork can be displayed in a lot of different ways. We saw that perfectly with the drone work done by Fisher, which drone work has been very, very much so a coin flip between Akron and Fisher, where they either have great info that wins them rounds, or it's like they're walking in with a blindfold on. They don't know what they're expecting 9 times out of 10, it seems, in other instances. But right there, we saw Scoob being enabled perfectly by 2 separate drones. They know where the first isolated defender is. That's the tipping point of the spearhead. And another drone is used, like we both mentioned, to bait the K to shoot the drone so they can't be gun up against the Nook, giving a free kill. And that also forces Akron now to look close towards the bomb site, allowing the rest of Fisher to still roam clear, and then reset with a man advantage.
Yeah.
When you have so much time left because you had such a fast roam clear with the help of that Nook, it makes those one-man advantages seem a lot more winnable than you would think, just by looking at the kill feed.
Yeah, the 6th man for the defensive side is the time. But when the time does not have that same impact in the later stages of the round, that 6th man becomes then significantly less impactful, or in that case, not impactful at all. Fisher had forever and a day to try and set up that push, and they only took about 30 seconds to do so. Great setup early, way to get early map control for Scoob. Good way of droning him in by the rest of the team and giving him that actual opportunity of picking up early frags. And then, yeah, you lose a follow-up gunfight, but who cares? You find the return for Beezer, you find the round, and now you're starting to develop a little bit more of a cohesive attack as Scoob once more is on the duck. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Also, 6 different grenades when there's only been a Jaeger once in a blue moon doesn't really seem like a problem to me. And you've got track swingers, 4 of them to burn those ADSs. So there really isn't much stopping anyone on the side of Fisher from finding explosive success in a literal sense with all these frag grenades available to the Falcons. Cappy already setting up by AC. They'll get the sandwich window opened up as well, maybe forcing back some defenders towards the bomb site. And is someone already in above on that extension? I think so.
CL.
Yep, there's 2 of them. Oh, what a pinch!
2. Almost a third. Oh. Beezer finds Kosa, though, in the meantime, and there's that immediate refrag. It's good enough. That's exactly what you need if you're Scoob. You take the time, you take the patience, and you take the positioning, and you end up walking away with 2 opening duels and a refrag to make it 3. A 3v2 now as it stands. Still not an abnormal round for Akron. Not one that we can write them off of just yet. However, nobody is currently defending the site. The extent and the closest they have to current site defense is 1 player sitting inside of East Main. And that's Jobu actually disengaging from the site, so my point's null and void. Thanks. Thanks, Jobu.
Just saw briefly a grenade sacrificed for that camera.
That's what it was.
Jetcon is in Passport. That's not a spot you want to have your mirror right now. They'll open up the barricade, maybe to find a line of sight by bottom courtyard. But Fisher, they are hunting down Jobu. They spotted him on a drone trying to rotate back into the site. They have the hatch opened up. They've got Gridlock Shotgun and the Skeleton Keeper vertical. So it's only a matter of time for, they drop down and look to use that hatch to their advantage to plant and make this a nightmare for Akron now that it's just Jobu alive.
No C4 here for the Warden. He has to rotate elsewhere. It's seemingly going to be through the main bathroom door. Nobody's looking that general direction. 1 picked up. A second almost down. I thought he picked up the kill. He doesn't end up walking away with it. The switch to the SMG-12. He'll be shut down by the P9 of Ace. And Beezer, the lesser secondary weapon, but the better aim. And the round for Fisher. You said it. 3-3 required. It's exactly what they retrieve.
They're locked in. They're good to go on the defense now. But I feel like they'll have to run a similar lineup to Akron. It feels so necessary to run the Azami, for example, because how small the map is. You want to waste as much time as you can with those Kiva barriers. Even for a moment, having a Wamai, too, they'll switch off of it at just the very end to bring out a Valkyrie instead for more info, which I can't really fault them for that as well.
Yeah.
The lineup that we see right now being distributed towards your screens looks pretty good. And the Thorn as well, for another shield and some extra info with those Razor Blooms, maybe even a free kill if you get lucky, that also can be very beneficial. It's not something you really think about nowadays. You just want to run the gun and the shield. That's like, half the reason why you bring most operators on the defense. It just means you have more to work with here against Akron, where they've got a lot of soft destruction, to be honest, despite them not having a Flores.
No Flores. We saw that a few times from Fisher, not only here, but back on Chalet. Importantly enough, switching to the sledge, I'm going to hesitantly say switching to the sledge because there's still attacker repick, and I've done this, but it will be locked in on the sledge side. Gridlock for flank watch if they need it, and more importantly, they have the availability of nades once more. We brought it up. Fisher had 6 nades. It's Akron with 4 in this round, and there's no utility denial on the defensive side. The extent of it is technically Warden denying any flashes or smokes, and there's 2 of them, by the way. But Akron still need opening duels. That's been a massive part of this. There's also somebody prone under the window. That's a Valkyrie. Scoob is sitting under the window. He can run out of this. It's prepped.
Do they have intro to work off of?
Do it.
Oh, there's a yellow ping. They know that the defender's right underneath this window. They actually know about Scoob's position. Yeah, the upside down angle. Oh, he's waiting for it. Yeah.
No way.
Red like a book. Ooh. Adding salt to the wound as well. JetCon is happy about that bitter rivalry crash. No more roamers down below. Can see some potential east stairs presence because of that now to help assist this office overtake. Akron as well, still right outside the catwalk, so they can hop in and also work their way in through CCTV. A lot of variety so far for the Zips, and that opening kill just goes to show how effective that pre-game drone work can go into sealing the deal to an early round start.
5v4 early, and Fisher seemingly forced very far back in comparison to their early setup. Doc seen inside of CC and multiple drones discerning his current whereabouts. He still wants to get aggressive. I don't hate this from Beezer. Take a fight. Take it with confidence. And more importantly, take a duel if you can find it. Kosa's prepping a nade. This one should go too far as they don't know he's re-engaged forward inside of the close door near Greg. But that lack of information still does not yield a frag. Comparatively, Tech Will with the 9x9 will bring one back and even the man count.
All things considered, though, there's one person you'd want dead. I'm at probably one of them. He can still comm very effectively while just looking through cameras. His Ash charges aren't going to be as effective as they would be throughout the rest of the round, and whatever you could have used for the breaching rounds, you can substitute with those frag grenades. So not the end of the world here, and whereas Scoob could have had a C4 from down below, could have had a massive flank erupting as well. That was obviously no longer a threat since JetCon dealt with it so early, but it's a second kill spotted by TechWill and capitalized on. Now there are no more grenades left, and there's someone else who could try to hop out because TechWill has reclaimed that position.
Yeah, TechWill reclaiming Tellers. They didn't expect him to try and retake that at all, much less do it successfully. Beezer seen through the rotate hole that's created around, and he ends up being downed and then dead. Maple just the same, and it's TechWill. He is on for the ace at this point, but this is a 1v3 from the start, of which he loses without any opportunity of coming back from it. Akron, flawless in the first round of every second half. 4-3 has been our scoreline on 3 separate occasions. It's all been Akron's favor.
But for good reason. They've been the team to set the tempo in mere seconds, right? Again, JetCon playing down below. Valkyrie dead. There's no chance of hopping out, getting a free kill on someone who's repelled, not paying attention to you. Now the rest of Fisher is wondering, okay, do we try to replay down below? They eventually did, which sure, TechWill eventually found a couple of kills, but once Office was cleared out, he had a retake in 1 versus 3, and they had his number. They were trying to pre-fire him from the top of metal stairs, which almost killed him instantly before he had a chance of trying to get back into the bomb site. Akron very aware of their surroundings right now and playing off their info, probably the best we've seen this entire best of 3 so far.
Fisher bringing something similar, almost a carbon copy to the previous round. However, there's a Goyo. Now, I'm not going to say it because I've brought this up before, but Fisher and Goyo go together very poorly. We'll say. I don't have a direct analogy right now.
Water and oil.
Water and oil, yes. They mesh about as well as those two things. And it hasn't been great. It wasn't back on Chalet either. That individual round where they played Goyo, they ended up losing, unfortunately enough. And the 2 rounds they played Goyo back on Bank, they lost as well. They're 0 for 3 playing Goyo. However, there are still 4 other operators they are fairly successful with, including Beezer on the dock and TechWill, who's looked very good in the Azami thus far. The other issue that we saw from them in the previous round was the lack of information and the lack of a Valkyrie past the 30-second mark. That's because she was caught out early. The droning, the information gathering from Akron, something they've been missing if the round's over, has been solved, as they're looking a little bit better.
This could be Vulcan's curse, perhaps. Saw Scoob dead on the entry. roughly at this exact same time frame. It might be
Zeus on
Beezer
one.
instead. He is just holding on by a thread. And look at that Dock Stim will bring him back from the cusp of death. Jetcon playing down below. He's got those frag grenades, but heard the drop via Courtyard. He'll pre-fire, but it's just a little too early, allowing the defender to escape his grasp as well. Keeping us still at this stalemate. A stalwart position now, but Scoob will find way more success just swinging the top of East, and the Kiba's helping him as well get a bit more aggressive as well. He finds yet another. They can't shut this man down.
And they miss yet another opportunity.
Oh my God!
Scoob makes it 3. He escapes death narrowly on 3 separate occasions. Will he make it 4? He will indeed. Jobu an ace clutch required, and on for the ace Scoob will be. Fisher tie it up, and Scoob will ace down the Zips.
You could not ask for a better round via the Falcons, and Scoob specifically.
Hey, he was alive.
We just talked about how well Akron were clearing out border and then proceed to drop the ball at the roaming Valkyrie.
Wait.
I mean, we're going to just see this in real time.
Imagine the kill comes through from the sledge, how different this round is.
Exactly. You're even the gridlock at that, too.
Wow.
Also, again, when you have less to worry about as a defender, that gives you a lot of chances to be really crazy on your wide swings like that. The Kibas help tremendously with stopping Akron from kind of like pushing away Valkyrie in a forced manner, kind of like artificially, than what you would expect on a natural roam fall off.
Oh, absolutely.
And also, again, the Vulcans, sure, they weren't as effective, but if we had seen a little more pushback from Akron, you could use those Vulcans to then safely escape with the help of the Kibas. There was a clear direction set by Fisher, and that led them to a very straight shot at tying us up once again.
The word I'd use there is redundancy. They had a lot of redundancy available for the defensive side. If they needed to get out of jail free card, they had multiple. If they needed a quick escape, they had the availability to do so. Scoob even had a quick escape down to square, then went back down to square to refrag what should have been his death. In the end, it wasn't. And it was still a Fisher round. 5 kills from Scoob. 9 and 7 thus far in this game, with 4 assists as well. And, more importantly, that ties things up. It stops the bleeding as Akron could have gone on a streak there, but it was only 1 round, so no terrible showings.
Tellers now in play.
Did they mute Jammer?
They even extended into detention, reinforcing the wall and jamming it so no one can lurk by customs, which is kind of a power spot for the defense. If you see an execute happening by Courtyard, there is a wall that tends to remain soft, and if a defender's still by customs, they can shoot through that wall and stop a default plant. So it's very important for most attackers to get customs control. So having that wall reinforced, it makes sure Akron can not go in that direction of the map. They have to back away and go for a new strategy, which is kind of diving into the belly of the beast, which is this top floor extension done by Fisher yet again, even having the secondary shotgun to make these very long horizontal angles, giving even fewer opportunities for Fisher to hop in the building without taking an unnecessary gunfight.
I love this angle. 3 things to look at. Fountain, office, and armory. 3 different positions, all on this east side of the top floor, or north side of the top floor, I suppose, all being held down fairly definitively. Scoob, after his ace, is quickly silenced, dispatched of, and dead. Akron find that opening kill once more. However, Fisher still have all the top floor control they need. Yeah, you have an opening death, but who cares when you have that availability to still hold the site without or with man disadvantage?
All things considered, at least Scoob can use his black eye cameras and comm to his teammates. That is always something you tend to forget about when Valkyrie is actually available, is that her black eye cameras are very valuable as long as they can remain intact. But IMAX currently on a tear, now equalizing his KDR, and the plant being attempted as well.
Wow.
What will Fisher's response be in this deficit?
Apparently it seems like give it away, and that's exactly what happens. Plant goes down the far side of Archives itself, and it seems like that may very well be the round gone. Beezer 1v4 on the fastest operator in the game. However, I don't think any amount of speed is going to save you from this one. Not only is the diffuser planted in a terrible position to try and recover, but the wall next to it is open, and you have multiple flanks to worry about. He'll try and deal with JetCon first. He'll find the down. He won't even go find the kill. Beezer is task-oriented. He's not even playing for the KD. Unfortunately, it's really not going to matter at the end of the day. Kosa even finds a spray transfer. He was originally going through the wall. He switches to the window and finds the round.
Funny thing as well, Dan, I could hear the comms from our casting booth because the players are so close to us. They were locked in. They were calming what positions they were holding. They were making sure that they were not going to just give up free one-for-ones, because that's the last thing you want to do when you have such a large man advantage in those competitions, is not play into it. Having everyone work together, hold crossfires, play for trades. That's what Akron were willing to do there in that post plant, and just fizzle away the timer so Fisher could not get another free win on the defensive side, which so far their win condition on the defense has been just Scoob. When he's the opening death, it's a straightforward win for Akron, and when Scoob is alive to get the entry, well, he kills all 5. So I think we have found the king of this matchup, and the potential king slayers have to be Akron if they want to win.
2 separate conversations as well. If Fisher doesn't win this round, they'd have to go back-to-back. They've yet to go back-to-back since rounds 5 and 6 of this game, and that was on the attacking side. The only other time they went back-to-back on the defensive side in the entirety of this series was when they won 4 rounds in a row after going down 5-3 on bank. That was to win it, 7-5. Since then, they have yet to go back-to-back on the defensive side. They've since only won actually 2 defensive rounds, 1 here and 1 back on Chalet, which they ended up losing 7-4. And more importantly, they haven't had that same stability about their defensive side since we saw them on bank. Something has to change, or a round has to be won absolutely now, or this could be the series for Akron.
Saw the vision for JetCon, trying to find a cheeky kill without having to make himself too vulnerable to the favor being returned. I think they have info. Someone was just by break room, then rotating into catwalk. Yeah, Kosa is on the prowl currently. Might have misdrowned him the second time, though, but you've got to hear Tekl. Yeah, he just shot, gave away his intentions. He'll back off, just drops down to courtyard. About a minute burned away, and a good chunk of drones destroyed as well. So all things considered, not a horrible spot for Tekl to be in, and since he's, him staying alive builds up more and more value throughout this round.
I was really concerned for Tekl there, mainly because I thought he was going to disengage back into CC, but he heard the window being opened earlier and understood that was no longer a safe position, so instead of rotating back into CC or into break, or even towards West Main, which the door was open, he took the safe route, dropped square, and re-engaged back up metal. This is a really good situational awareness play from Fisher to keep all 5 players alive. Good yellow ping. I think IMAT was actually pinging to find information rather than somebody else pinging that they already had information. But it's a lot of free availability for Akron's attack. It seems like it's working thus far. They don't have customs this time. I say that as the skeleton key's used, and Cappy drops down to 50 HP. And Jobu, an opening duel with the 417, almost a second. It's IMAT with the second.
That phantom pressure confusing Fisher College currently. The Mutant Oryx out of the picture. Akron another large man advantage. Tech will force to rotate into customs, but now they've moved back into detention and they've got info. This could be an easy kill for JetCon and an even bigger chance at series point for Akron.
He's too focused on the other wall, but he looks the other way. Tech will with the timing, but he only finds one.
Trade.
That's the most important part. IMAT needs to try and refrag. He wants to try and find a second, but he won't be able to do so. Scoob doesn't die first and will be able to find a kill. We've said it, good for 1 just about every time, but he needs to be good for 4, and he's stuck in a corner. His position duly noted. The mute jammer at least keeping him alive for the full timing, but he won't be able to escape safely. Kosa just takes the straight-up gunfight, and the F90 wins that every day of the week. Akron, match, series, and grand finals point.
One more chance at doubling down against Fisher. Again, we've seen this match before. Beezer even quoted it with one simple word when attacking or dealing with Akron in any situation: loss. That's been the storyline for Fisher for half of their lifespan so far in collegiate. They're definitely the underdogs going into this moment of round 11, series point against them. They got to claim a few more rounds, and I guess Chad now can claim some R6 credits as well.
They can indeed.
Maybe turn away from the suspense, get a little breather during the prep phase. It's much appreciated.
Yeah. Hopefully much appreciated for somebody. Make sure you do this in the in-game shop, not on your Ubisoft launcher, not on the ubisoft.com/redeem website. Do it in-game, go to the shop tab, scroll down to redeem a code, and use the code currently on your screen. We've only got this for about another 20 seconds before we take it down. You have to go hunting in the VOD for it. So get it in, get the credits, 2,400. That's about $20 or so, give or take, of R6 credits. So save yourself some money, and shout out Ubisoft for giving us these amazing opportunities of giving these credits away.
Over 9,000 credits total, so a lot to be purchased with that. Even talked about the infinite Battle Pass glitch by just completing the Battle Pass and playing the game. a Siege player being forced to play Siege, that is...
That's the only reason I play Siege at this point.
Yeah, maybe a fate worse than death, perhaps.
The Battle Pass is the only reason I play Siege. When they ended the Battle Pass a week early and then didn't release the game, I was like, I'm just going to go cast.
Yeah, that's my argument 9 times out of 10. I gotta go cast. I gotta talk about the game. I can't play it right now. Ranked? No.
What's that?
Never heard of it. Never won a ranked game. You know, that's lame. That's silly. Yeah. I only got to gold. I couldn't even try to climb to like Emerald or Diamond.
I
so
finished gold. Yeah.
Yeah. It's for the best. It was for the best. Happens. I mean, every Siege caster's gold. We know this. It's just. It's tradition. It's what you have to do.
It's my aim, not my brain. My brain gives me the fact that I can be gold, much less the fact that I am forced to be there. Opening kill.
My God.
I was about to bring it up. It ends up being a wall bang through, I believe, the floor or the window over towards the teller's wall. That's nasty. Another nade being prepped here for JetCon. He almost finds the kill. About 6 seconds delayed, though. Almost had 2 separate openers in what could be the final round of this grand final. And it seems like Akron kicking off well. Scoob is dead. And Fisher have a 0% win rate in the second half of this game without him alive.
Could be the beginning of the end. Akron not looking to drop the ball here. They're still droning in. Finally, IMAT will enter the building. And it looks like someone's right beside him as well to guarantee they keep this man advantage if someone dies.
Cappy 1-7 thus far has just taken 50 damage without turning anything back the other way, and TechWill has had to step up in different avenues. He's found the down, but he cannot find the finish. There's a very hard wall on the outside of the rafters. He cannot find the immediate finish, and IMAT has actually dropped to the bottom of the square, so he's safe to be retrieved as of right now. This is a great scenario for Akron. Yes, you get down, but TechWill may think he has a false sense of security, and opportunity to open up this wall. Somehow CL doesn't find a kill immediately, but it forces Cappy out. She dies to JetCon elsewhere.
Great spot now for Akron. Bees are forced away. He knows someone's pushing him by the triple wall. He has to take this fight and win it.
He'll find a down. A follow-up kill there for TechWill. A 2 versus 3 still very, very reasonable for Fisher, but they are not out of the woods just yet. Bees are still tucked in the corner. He ends up dying behind the bomb chassis. TechWill needs to be the saving grace. He'll find damage, but he will not find the kill. Jobu with the 417. It is DMR Supremacy. It is Akron Supremacy. They will take your NACE Starleague Grand Finals.
And what a way to end the career for IMAT. We have seen this old dog play in collegiate for years. And he is still the GOAT for the Zips.
You may not be able to teach old dogs new tricks, but you can certainly gift them grand finals in their first season and his only season in the Varsity Premier League here in the NACE Starleague.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And the old dog's tricks have been working since 2019. Got to give credit where credit is due. And the new pickup as well, CL.
Great
We
show.
really thought for a moment that that could be a hindrance. Again, we talk about that chemistry so many times. You want to have that core roster for as long as you can for big moments like this in a LAN environment. And CL, despite the lack of time he's had on this team in comparison to his comrades, I mean, it looked like nothing had ever changed, really. It looked like he's been there since the beginning, since the Zips start in the collegiate scene, not just R6, but just collegiate as a whole. What an impressive showing by Akron. Sure, it was a lot closer than the last time they played against Fisher, so I got to commend Fisher for improving over that time frame, but we still saw a very decisive win by Akron nonetheless once we saw the conclusion of Map 1.
And credit where credit is due, Fisher made it extremely close at the end of the day. 2-7-4 losses is by no means a terrible showing, but the challenge they had at the end of the day was not being able to finish rounds well or start them correctly. Scoob dying was the Achilles heel. He went 10-10 in the game. Of his 10 deaths, 4 of them were entry deaths, which is abysmal for a player you need to have opening kills. And of his 10 kills, 1 of them was an ace, or 5 of them were an ace. Half of his kills in an 11-round game were found in 1 singular round. Fisher played well, but individuals needed to step up, and they didn't have that same opportunity.
I talked with Scoob, who's on Fisher Falcons, obviously. We just saw that for like 3 hours. I was talking to him about his previous matchups against JetCon, and he said, and I quote, "I own that little guy." Well, how the tables have turned. JetCon, the final entry kill of the game, is on to Scoob, the top performer of Border.
Yeah.
And that really did feel like the final nail in the coffin before they buried the casket.
It was one sign of life for Fisher College in that final half of play. It was Scoob's ace, and that was about it at the end of the day. They needed more. They could not find it, and at the end of the day, it ended up falling just short. A grand finals berth, yes, but a grand finals victory, not so much.
It's been a long day so far, Dan, but I mean, that was just an incredible series. You got to cast probably some of the closest games we've seen today. Both Counter-Strike, which was an absolute barn burner, and Siege, which felt the exact same way energy-wise.
Yeah, it was close, but it was not quite for Fisher College. They may not have been comfortable, but we certainly are here at the NACE Starleague. We're giving away an M5 chair courtesy of our amazing partners at Mavix. Speaking of which, we've already given that chair away. You missed your opportunity. Hopefully, towards our next grand finals, you will have that same shot. At the end of the day, it is an opportunity for multiple teams, for multiple different avenues in programs and skills, and at this time it is wins, to say the very least. And we're also sponsored by Monster Energy, and Monster Energy has teamed up with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. You can buy Monster, power up, and receive 2 XP plus exclusive in-game rewards. You can go to monsterenergy.com now to redeem. Plus, you can look for custom Call of Duty Monster cans in store now. And luckily for us, even towards the end of this series, we have to say a massive thank you to Extra Life. More than 120 players from over 25 teams active in our Super Team page have worked together to raise $33,596 this year. Join in growing the list of NACE Starleague schools. Already created an Extra Life team? Connect with us on the NACE Starleague on Discord to get your fundraising initiatives amplified.
What a day so far, Dan. This has been just... It's been heartthrob after heartthrob after heartthrob. I thought for a split second there that we were going to have Fisher win the series and finally get their first official successful run inside of NACE Starleague, because they've been in the Open Premier for a long time, and now it's just their B team inside of that league specifically. And moving all the way up into the Varsity Premier for the first time ever and getting this close to winning it, that's still an incredible statement.
As far as I'm aware, we are about as close as we can be to Fisher taking a grand finals. They are so close, yet unfortunately so far at the end of the day. They stepped up well. This roster should stay together into the spring semester. I see no reason as to why they will not be able to make another grand finals in the near future. But I got to say, I'm hungry, very much so. And luckily, Cisco here has brought us food once more. We have wings and pizza. And I have wings again. We got another Pizza Hut order. That one I called at the beginning of map 1 actually brings in the donuts that Vincent wanted earlier today. We have the pizza over on the far side. We have the donuts here if you want the little donut bites. You can make your order at pizzahut.com or just call your local Pizza Hut. Funnily enough, I still had the phone number for the Pizza Hut five minutes from my house memorized. I have it memorized.
Maybe go order some for your parents. Maybe they feel a little homesick and they're watching you talk about Pizza Hut
It is 12:37 on the East Coast.
It's always a good time for pizza, Dan. Just call them in advance. Be like, hey, I got a slice coming over. Make sure you're hungry for it. I mean, I know we're going to share this with everybody else, but I might just eat it myself, bro.
I was about to say, who's we?
You do not stay this size and weight without, like, turning into dust without eating entire pizzas once in a while. Okay, you know what? I earned it, okay?
Yeah.
That's just how it goes, how the cookie crumbles,
Akron
how the donut bites crumble.
Akron earned it. And at the end of the day, they will take it. I'm going to take a look back here. We don't have the score updated for the Fisher-Akron game, but I was right on every map except for one. I guessed 4-2 on Oklahoma Christian. I guessed 2-1 for RIT.
Hold this, buddy.
I guessed Fisher College taking this one. At the end of the day, so close yet so far. It's Akron University to take this final series of the day and take the Rainbow Six Siege Grand Finals here at the NACE Starleague Grand Finals, hosted by Boise State University's Esports Center. That's it for us on the day. However, we still have the interview to come, and we have our top 5 plays of our final series here on LAN. I suppose Montaigne isn't that much of a deadly operator, but when you're low, he can kill you in 2 shots on the P9.
Just being that spearhead to allow the line to walk up that lobby staircase almost for free. This could be a power position for Cappy. They'll trade with the Azami, but there's even better coverage by Akron. CL creeps in from the front deck. Akron now looking to fall away. Some info gathered with the death of that frost. There's someone pushing garage, and they are hunting this soul down to make sure there is no map control on this western front. Scoob maybe forcing to fall himself a little bit further back. He does get another one, and he gets all of them! Are you kidding me, Scoob?
Not seen. It's actually the Monty behind the reinforced wall. My X-ray eyes play tricks on me, and Beezer wants to try and play aggressive, but he doesn't have the freedom to do so. He does, however, re-swing IMAT with the ult to find the kill he was looking for. He wants another, and he'll find it through the wall, looking for a third. He'll find that as well. It's down to Kosa. Remember, early damage taken by Cappy. He'll end up finding that return kill, but Beezer,
top floor presence now as well for Akron, looking to push away Maple from this hatch. There's over a rebuttal for the Falcons. They will tie us up 4-4. Maple more damage dealt, and this Thermite is still kicking off this round for his team. Maple finally dropping down, but no, he misses! It's CL another! As he tries to take his plant down.
Out of the woods to just get. Not only has Jobu been down, Kosa's now dead. He's left alone. He needs to ace almost virtually for this one. He'll find a second kill, and he'll actually start to recover back towards the site. He has a very good opportunity to deny the plant. He's behind you. See it going. Turn around. Oh my goodness.
Way to go.
He's found 4. It's a 1v1, but Scoob will shut it.
Okay, after this stinger, we'll be live. Yeah, you're good there.
That look okay?
Yeah, you look. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague Grand Finals. So I guess to the very end of it, as we are here with our final, our 7th victor team here tonight. We are here with Akron Esports as they walk away in the #1 slot in the Rainbow Six Siege, a 3-map series. We go all the way, almost to the very end, and now we've got a chance to talk a little bit with the team. We've got the IGL, Jet, and IMAT locked in the mics here. They're going to answer a couple of questions for us. Question number 1. Map 1, a little bit shaky, a little bit rough. Maps 2 and 3, you walk away. Was there a big change that you guys made as a team? Was it just the map didn't work out? What was the critical change that you guys really started to run away with after that first map?
Like, the big thing with Siege is, like, since they get map pick, like, losing their map pick is not that big of a deal.
Right.
It's very normal. But, like, after map 1, like, you know, obviously you lose a map, it's tough. But, you know, we talked about, like, we're 5 better players than they are.
Sure.
That's, you know, you just, we're better than
You play your game. Yeah, you play your game. You walk away with the
win.
win.
We change. It's like, guys, let's just peek them.
Yeah, and
Call them out, peek them.
Is that the mindset going into the maps that continued to be really close? It was 2 rounds apart, 3 rounds apart, 2 rounds apart, and it continued to be that kind of consistent growth. I know that Akron is a very decorated team, a very long-standing team in collegiate esports. Are you guys just used to being level-headed in times of chaos like that?
Yeah, I think we've been around for a long time. Like, as a core, I'll say like 3 to 4 here.
Sure.
With this guy being our sub-in pretty much for the past few weeks. But, you know, we've been a nice big core. We don't scrim too often nowadays because of he's in tier 2 and I work full time, and you know, we have a really bad schedule. So we get maybe a scrim or 2 in a week, or like, you know, a month if we're lucky. So we stick to what's basic, like Jet said. We call people out. We go together, make a plan, we fight them. We're 5 better players in just full gunfights. So we just decided we take them, we go for them, and we just.
And do you guys think that might be your strongest asset as a team? Is it that mechanical difference of being those better players, having that natural mechanic, just understanding of the game underneath?
There's not a team in collegiate better than us mechanically.
I believe it. I believe it. I mean, we just saw it, proof in the pudding of a grand finalist victory. And I did want to ask something, maybe for my own understanding, for those that may not be super familiar with Rainbow Six. We discussed how changing operators, the whole team during the attack, is a newer kind of thing to the game. Do you guys consider that to be helpful to your play style? Do you find it to be detrimental? Or is it just, it's part of the game now, we'll use it when we need it?
Well, I think Jet is probably better answering this, but it's a lot of the time, like, we'll see what they're doing, and then we can instantly change what we want to do. So, like, we go in with a mindset, like a blueprint, like, we all have an idea. We say, we want to go for this kind of take, and then we can see what they're doing, and if they have 4 dudes holding that side we want to go for, we have, you know, a few seconds, we can all swap off.
Yeah.
We know the backside of the other take that we always do, and we just pivot to that.
Same concept?
Yeah, same concept. Like, you know, get the prep phase, you drone, you see they have operators, like, all right, let's pick this guy, we're going to counter this guy. Like, it didn't used to be like that, but now it is, so it's much easier to, like, drone and prep and then develop your plan as you go along.
Yeah, most definitely. So to get here, obviously not an easy task, right? You've got to take down quite a few teams. You've got to make it to the stage. You've got to win 2 of the 3 maps, and you guys were able to do so. But other than the 5 of you, was there anybody that really helped you guys on this journey? Any supporters, anybody really to help you stay as a cohesive team to get to this level of success?
I mean, the program, like Akron program, like the staff at Akron, I don't think a school has any better staff members. Like, they might not help us, like, directly in Siege itself, but just
Sure.
as students and as like people, like I love those guys so much. Like they support us in everything we do.
Same for you,
Yeah,
Matt.
I mean, they are the biggest supporters we have by far. They take us to events like this, you know what I mean? We're not paying anything out of our pocket. They take us here. They're 24/7 as well. Like, we have Hunter and Nate and Logan. Logan's leaving us, sadly, in 2 weeks. But 24/7, if we ever have a question, we always shoot them a DM. You know, we're in group chats. We have their numbers. They answer back quick, and they're, like Judd said, the best supporters we probably have.
That's awesome. You love to hear it. You love to hear the support goes beyond the teams, beyond the players, and it obviously very clearly has an impact because these guys are walking away not with the trophy, not with just the first place, but with $2,500 for that first place statement as well. Gentlemen, if you'd like to pick up the trophy, a bit of a celebration perhaps in this moment, a very well-deserved celebration, as you will, as I mentioned, $2,500 in that first place slot. And a big congratulations to Fisher walking away with $1,250, not $12.50, $1,250. So a big congratulations to Akron for being our seventh and final victor of the weekend. And with that, folks, we are going to go ahead and I believe wrap things up here at NACE Starleague 2023 Fall Grand Finals. So from me and everybody in the back line, thank all of you for watching. Thank all of the teams for coming out. And thank you everybody that made anything today possible, because I would have to name hundreds of people if we wanted to name them all. But more importantly, thank you all for supporting Collegiate. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other. And we'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Are so explosive. They're so prolonged as well. You can really stay alive for a good mix-up of the equation. 141 full range Ridley, just one or two good hits away from sending Cody to the blast zone, just like that.
These kinds of attacks, Tree is going to be the target. That's one down as Squeak gets closer and closer to that. Oh, King falls as well. You got Tree going down Ember using that Echo incredibly well, but Squeak takes out the Primal Rage. It's too much damage.
Dawn's going to regain control and has one more opportunity. This is very dangerous. Not good for the one time, but that's Dawn to score in the final second. Zeros on the board. Oh, goodness.
It's been Dawn this whole time, and Dawn has really shown up, especially towards the end of the series. I will say the last couple of games, we already talked about him covering all the bases. Is he going to be able to reinforce the lead?
Yes, he will!
He is! Dawn scores a second one! It's going to be almost impossible for Akron to get ahead on this. I don't want to call anything till the Fat Lady sings, but oh my God, this freshman is taking names.
Going to the 5.5.
They did it! Oh, no
nice
way!
drop.
Manages to get the hook.
That's a little bit torpedo. I think that's done. Who died first?
Wait, no way! No way!
It came down to the free fall.
Is that how it ends? Able to find one. Now makes it a second.
Get another one, and he gets all of them! SMG is the only two weapons that have picked up kills thus far, and Uni's still in the sight, doubled up with the M4, making a third. Oh my goodness, Uni